the damage. And all the balloon...
It's supposed to be saving damage.
Yeah. All the balloon data in my head indicates that we're totally fine. So we've elected a knucklehead who, of course, selects other knuckleheads to run departments.
Yes.
But like on a historic level, because George Bush was not a bright guy. I mean, that is a huge understatement. But he had a lot of people around him who picked standard Republicans. And they did a ton of damage. But he didn't bring in nut jobs who were like off building Frankenstein. And they come out of the lab and they're like, okay, I'm ready. Yeah. What are we doing with the Department of Environmental?
Yeah. Except to some extent, the neocons that he brought in, and those are the ones that Trump is bringing back. After criticizing George W. Bush's foreign policy throughout this election, he now brings all of those guys back in. So we want to run through a little bit more of this guy, give you an idea of who he is. First, some more comments on the global warming. He said a couple of years ago, there has been a little bit of warming, but it's been very modest, which is not true, as we've reported many times. And well within the range for natural variability, also not true. And whether it's caused by human beings or not, it's nothing to worry about.
Oh, that's interesting.
Back last year, he called Pope Francis's encyclical on climate change scientifically ill-informed, economically illiterate, intellectually incoherent, and morally obtuse. It is also theologically suspect, and large parts of it are leftist drivel, coming from the Pope.
By the way, we should combine church and state, unless the Pope turns out to be a leftist, in which case, God damn it, what do we need a Pope for?
Yeah.
Okay? What would he know about theology anyway?
That's true. Now, he doesn't just believe that it's probably not happening, but it might actually be a good thing. He says, yes, rising sea levels, if they happen, would be bad for a lot of people, but a warming trend would be good for other people. Life in many places would become more pleasant. He's an optimist. He's a glass half full kind of guy.
Please believe me.
Now, what's interesting about all of this is that he's critiquing the scientific literacy of Pope Francis, who has a scientific degree. He talks about his view of science. Now, he graduated from Colorado College with a Bachelor of Arts degree in philosophy and later studied political theory in the London School of Economics. Those are both fine degrees. Perfectly fine degrees, and I'd be the last person to attack someone who wants to study philosophy until that person starts going against literally tens of thousands of climate scientists and says that he knows better than them when he doesn't know anything about any of that. Philosophy is an interesting discipline. Political theory is an interesting discipline, although in my experience it goes way too close to theology in a lot of areas. It has nothing to do with the scientific method or understanding how scientists work, analyzing balloon data. You don't do that in philosophy very often. And he's the guy talking down to thousands of climate scientists and saying, it'll make the summer nicer in some areas.
Wrong.
In fact, it will not.
And
we've
John,
got more too.
John, I don't know if you know, but he also has a degree in...
Sarabies!
I think it's a PhD, actually. He's got a doctorate in sarabies. So beyond just climate change, Ebel has called the Clean Power Plan illegal. He said last year that he hoped the next president would undo the EPA power plant regulations and some of the other regulations that are very harmful to our economy. He's been a vocal critic of the Paris Climate Accord, calling Obama's joining of the treaty unconstitutional. And lest you believe that the damage he can do to our environment is just like to the climate at large, he also hates animals. He worked years ago in an effort to rework the Endangered Species Act so it would involve as little regulation as possible and be more respectful of property rights. This guy hates animals. He might literally be up for wiping out bald eagles. We don't know yet. We'll get back to you.
So he has been described by Greenpeace as a climate criminal, and he brags about it.
Yeah, and a climate villain, too.
Yeah. And he's like, ha ha, I'm a climate criminal, according to Greenpeace. That's the guy who's now picking all the jobs at the DEP. By the way, knuckleheads, it's the EPA. Yeah. Okay, you might want to know the department you're about to destroy.
Yeah.
So now the most important part of this. Trump is totally misreading his mission. Okay, he doesn't have a mandate at all. Do you know this? This is amazing. The day that he got elected, Trump's unfavorability rating was 58.5%. It's beyond unprecedented. No one's ever won an election when 58.5% of the country doesn't like you.
As a Republican, normally you have to be president for about 6 years to get that unfavorable.
That's right. So the vote was not, generally speaking, for Donald Trump. It was against Hillary Clinton. It was against the establishment. So if he thinks, oh, they voted for me, kind of, I lost the popular vote.
By now over 1 million votes and climbing.
Yeah. But hey, I won it by, 11,000 in Michigan and 27,000 in Wisconsin, or whatever those small numbers are. So I have a mandate to do every kooky thing that I, imagine in my head. You're misreading the election results. So I'll get you more details right now. In Florida, remember, he won Florida. But 2/3 of the voters on election day in exit polling said that they want more action taken in fixing climate change. They believe climate change is real, and 2/3 of them say, for God's sake, do something about it. Now, what they're going to do is go in the opposite direction. No. Trump, if the voters elected you for anything, it was 2 simple things. Jobs. However you're going to get the jobs. You said tariffs, and I'm going to kill the trade deals, et cetera, and I'm awesome, and I'm tremendous, and I'm going to bring you jobs. Jobs and end the corruption. Because you said it was crooked, it was rigged, and and people hate the corruption. And not only Republicans, Democrats hate it, and enough independents hate it that they voted for you. That doesn't mean for them to say, oh, have at it, Hoss, destroy the planet, kill the animals, get rid of the EPA.
Yeah. Strangle a panda on live television.
I bet I could do it on Fifth Avenue and get away with it. Okay. So when he does these things that are in fact deeply unpopular, well, his ratings are going to reflect it. All of a sudden, people are going to wake up and go, well, I hated the system, and I threw a brick through their window, but oops, now the draft's coming in, and it's kind of cold in here, and wait a minute, this schmuck isn't even doing the thing I told him to do.
Yeah.
Right? So stuff like this, he doesn't know it, but it's going to kill him.
I hope so.
Yeah, because
that's going to be a big part of her job for the next 4 years, is making sure people understand what actually happens.
Yeah, and look, this is part of why you should never vote for Trump in the first place, because, and this is the thing that we most emphasize, because some of this stuff cannot be undone.
Yeah.
When they eviscerate the EPA and we don't participate in trying to combat climate change for 4 years, even if it's 2 years until he learns his lesson and starts to backpedal, we've done untold damage that we can't undo.
Yeah.
So even if it helps us politically to get rid of this clown in 4 years, no one should root for this. This is a terrible catastrophe.
Yeah, and look, when they try to pull us out of the Paris Climate Accord, if the other more than 200 countries can stay strong and continue, and there are economic reasons why they would want to, not to mention health reasons and all that, then the damage that Trump can do as president will be limited in that regard in terms of global climate change. But if us pulling out leads China and India to say, well, hell, if they're not going to do it, then why are we going to go to all the trouble? Then that's possibly the end for stopping climate change, for stopping limiting it to the 2 degrees Celsius that even with the climate accord we're not on track to limit it to. And so that's going to be the biggest warning sign if other countries start to pull out, especially large population countries.
If they go, hell's a bells, I'm out of here.
See, I was just about to give you credit. I wasn't here for the meeting. I like it.
Yeah, no, it wasn't me either.
Oh, okay, good. Well, whoever thought it was good.
And what if the Indians say,
Abi Kibar, Trump, Sarkar.
Then we're in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, I hope if he does start to wreck, not just in terms of climate change, wreck the climate and all that, but also remember when we dealt with acid rain? We combated that. And the limitations of dumping in rivers and things like that. We like the idea of having clean air and clean water. Hopefully there'll be people watching this. And if not, then I hope that Al Gore gets ready in about 4 years to release an Inconvenient Trump. I think that would be a great follow-up to his acclaimed documentary.
Ooh, you know what that got me thinking?
What?
Whether it's Warren or Sanders in 2020, if they said, hey, here's one of the things we're going to do to fix this goddamn mess. Al Gore's back. Okay.
Head of the EPA?
He's head of whatever the hell he needs to be to make sure that we solve climate change. So, okay, we're bringing the big boys back.
Yeah.
Okay. We're bringing the adults back.
Yeah.
That is That's a powerful statement.
I don't understand why that's not a bigger part. Like Ted Cruz is like, okay, this will be my VP. I'll excite people with Carly Fiorina or whatever. But that should be a bigger part, saying this will be my head of the EPA. This will be my head of the Department of Labor or something like that. Like, get people fired up with that. There are enough big names that progressives care about and know enough about that that's a way to rally support as well.
And by the way, head of EPA, probably too small a role for Al Gore. But maybe you say, hey, he's Secretary of State, and he's going to go rally the world to fix this, among other things.
Yeah.
And like, look, right now there's so much buzz going on in D.C. about how the Democrats don't have a bench and the Republicans have a great bench. What fucking bench are they talking about for the Republicans, right?
They cleared the bench for this last primary. It was 17 chuckleheads.
Yeah, they have like the worst bench in the world. The Democrats, if they cared to bring out their heavy hitter progressives, have a perfectly fine bench.
Yeah.
Okay. And look, they don't get it. That's the establishment. They hate these. They don't want any of these guys, right? But you say, okay, I'm going to put Larry Lessig in charge of actually ending the corruption. Progressives will love it, right? And they get energized. It's so and against Trump 4 years from now, I know we're talking too much about 4 years from now, but the amount of devastation he could do to the world, we could do back to him politically in 2020.
Yeah.
So as long as we're not all in jail.
Yeah.
Okay, let's take a quick break. When we come back, now, the Republicans, a lot of them huffed and puffed and said, no, we're not going to fall in line for Trump. Now, guess what's happening? Okay, we'll tell you after the break. All right, back on the Young Turks, Cenk and John with you guys. Savannah writes in, I'm a guess Tiffany isn't getting the clearance. Save it for the second hour. Okay, I have an update.
Totally. Oh.
Yeah, okay.
Oh.
Okay, Matt Manzella writes in, Trump's transition team as it currently stands will not let anyone in with any kind of actual experience or common sense.
Yeah.
Very true. Laura?
It made me think it's actually like as scary as they were, like Giuliani and Christie have been governor. They've hired people, they've managed things.
Man.
Without like Christie, man, Trump couldn't even like shut down a bridge if he wanted to. He just doesn't have the people.
Laura Gelazunas writes in, you let companies self-regulate and fertilizer factories blow up in Texas and kill people because there were no inspections for 30 plus years.
Yeah.
That's exactly and literally what happens. And Dustin says, the only way someone would feel a breeze from the broken establishment window is if they found themselves standing on the inside. Dustin, get off my ass. As I was doing that analogy, I realized that I had it a little wrong, right? I'm like, wait, if they throw the thing, I thought it all in my head. I was like,
No, I think that the analogy still works though, because like it's like one room in the house, because we all live in the house. You bust down our ability to govern, that affects us. You don't just point across the street and laugh.
Dustin, okay.
It's a complicated analogy. I don't know.
All right.
I don't like it anymore. Anyway, okay. Some more fun stuff. With Trump now set to become president, some of those principled Republicans, I don't know why I did that, because they actually were kind of being principled, who stood up to Trump during the election, are now singing a slightly different tune. And the first one that we're going to break down is Representative Mike Kaufman, a Republican of Colorado, who was not a fan of Trump during the election because Trump was abhorrent. And so he ran ads like this.
People ask me, what do you think about Trump? Honestly, I don't care for him much, and I certainly don't trust Hillary. I'm a Marine. For me, country comes first. My duty is always to you. So if Donald Trump is the president, I'll stand up to him, plain and simple. And if Hillary wins, I'll hold her accountable every step of the way. I'm Mike Kaufman, and I approve this message. My job is clear. Work hard and serve you. That's what I'll do.
Yeah, this is why people can't stand politicians. You know what that ad means? I'm from a district where it could really go either way. It's a purple district.
Yep.
A lot of you can't stand Donald Trump, but a lot of you can't stand Hillary Clinton. So I'm going to do this wishy-washy ad where I'm going to pretend that I'm for country first. What does that mean? We're all for country first. Yeah, but what are your ideas? How are you going to make the country better? I'm for country, what, third? No, we all know that, you schmuck. And then, but remember, I was a Marine. And and I talk plain and simple. So he was going to hold Trump accountable. So let's find out if he did that, John.
Yeah, no, I think he just got done with a session of holding him accountable. There was a meeting of the House Republican Conference, and then after that meeting, a bunch of the representatives streamed out, and they were holding Trump hats. which is funny because they were literally coming out hat in hand. And so Mike Kaufman gave a couple of quotes about the meeting. He said, "I am excited about the next 2 years and look forward to working with the president. I'll tell you what is so exciting is I no longer have to worry about executive orders or excesses in the rulemaking process."
Oh, wait till you see his executive orders.
What country are you a representative for? And what election did you just watch? What we have to realize is we don't need to be the distraction to this new president. This is a different representative, by the way, another one who previously stood up to him. And we are where we are with the majorities because of this new president, not because of us, which is an interesting, very submissive thing to say there. The American public has kind of spoken pretty loud, and it wasn't us that won the election. Let's face it, Trump's going to have the bully pulpit. I agree, it wasn't you that won the election. It was Hillary that won the election by driving down turnout so much that Donald Trump won.
So
we've seen
now,
evidence of that.
Let's break this down. First of all, this is a giant... we didn't win the election, alpha male Trump.
I didn't collect these bananas. You did.
You did.
Eat
You
them.
did. Please take them from me. Okay. I believe that the right wing has a term for this. I think it's called cuck. Okay. So, secondly, Mike Kaufman, you slimy ass politician.
Yeah.
I will hold Trump accountable. I'm so excited Trump won. And I'll tell you why I'm excited. I'm so excited. Oh, yeah, boy, you're on the case of holding him accountable, Kaufman.
Yeah.
I see it.
It's an interesting strategy, too, because he's in the House, not in the Senate. As just one of literally hundreds of Republicans, unless you're in the leadership, generally you're just a number. You don't matter too much. And if his district was close enough in this election that just finished where he had to stand up to Trump, imagine what it's going to look like after 2 years of Trump wrecking the country. And he's now the guy who's excited to work with Trump, which is going to make a great campaign ad in 2 years. There is actually a dignity to being a resistant member of the party in power. I mean, Bernie Sanders served that role. We respect him for that. Rand Paul, who doesn't deserve respect for a lot of different things, just today came out with a statement that was strongly against Bannon being in the White House and said this is not acceptable. We cannot have...
Bolton.
Oh, sorry, that was Bolton, yes. Yeah, he said that that bringing back the neocons of the Bush years, we're not going to do that. And he pointed out the hypocrisy in Trump embracing the people who were the architects of the foreign policy he's been criticizing this whole time. And so there's a respect to be gained there. And Kaufman's just, no, I don't want that.
No, but it's not in their nature. Okay, number one, they're politicians. Number two, they're authoritarians because they're Republicans. So it is in their nature to bow down and offer up their, services for the alpha male. So I told you that all this talk of the Republicans would be a check on Donald Trump was preposterous. They're not going to check him at all. He's a strong man. The minute he does this, they're going to be like, yes, sir, absolutely, sir. And it's already happening.
Yeah.
So, but one last thing about this is a little interesting. And I don't know that they intended this, but it worried me a little bit. So they hand out all those Trump red hats. So instead
They're still making those.
Yeah. No, but think about this, okay? So they're all supposed to get excited and put on the red hats. Okay, at least some of this is intended. So the part that's intended is, hey, wear the hat. So some of you were actually excited by me. Some of you were not on board. Some of you were in the middle. Wear the hat.
Yeah.
Okay. So secondly, this part I'm not sure is intended.
It's like branding them to some extent.
It is, but listen, then you notice who didn't wear the hat coming out. And then you make a list.
Oh, that's also true, yeah.
Okay. Now
he wouldn't make a list.
On day one after the election, they were all over TV bragging about how they were going to have an enemies list.
Yeah, have fun with that.
And so now they don't have brown shirts, they have red hats. But everybody, now we're watching who's wearing the red hat and who's not wearing the red hat, and all of a sudden there are lists. Yeah. So that part, again, is a little speculative. I don't know that they're even savvy enough to do that. And I don't know if that's how they make their enemies list. Yeah. But just saying to all of them, wear the damn hat is already bad enough.
Yeah, and look, I will also say not only is there potentially, like, you can distinguish yourself from the people who line up by standing up to Trump, but as someone who is worried about what Trump could possibly accomplish, this is scary because we actually need some rational Republicans to be willing to stand up for Trump. not on most of his goals. They're going to go along with almost everything. But when he starts to go against some of the fundamental norms and standards in our democracy, when he starts to target various minority groups, when he starts to target the media, we need 20 or 30 Republicans in the House that are willing to stop the greatest excesses. Because in the House, the Democrats are going to be able to do effectively nothing. There's no filibuster. They can't stop almost anything unless they have a couple of dozen Republicans. And if they're all wearing the hat, I don't know what could end up happening. And it could get very scary.
There's only one check on Donald Trump. If enough Republican donors, Chamber of Commerce, etc., go to Republicans and go, we're done with them. Then the Republicans go, okay, Mike Pence is president. He'll do exactly what we tell him to do.
Yeah.
Not so bad. So it could go in that direction. They'll all bow their heads in the beginning. And anything he does against certain races or religions largely is going to be not that relevant to these guys. But if he hurts their financial interests, then all of a sudden he'll look around and won't be able to find anybody wearing a hat.
Well, hopefully it'll be like the first 9 months or so of George W. Bush's administration, where he just bumbled from one international buffoonery to the next, with our plane being captured and all that. And then people were like writing off his presidency. Unfortunately, then 9/11 happened, and all of a sudden, the way our country works, you get to be the dictator, basically. So hopefully nothing like that will happen.
All right.
Anyway, let's jump to a little bit more positive news. Elizabeth Warren was just speaking at a meeting of rich Democratic donors, which is scary to hear, but the way it worked out actually, I think, is quite positive and gives us an idea of what her strategy going forward might be now that she has been, in a very real sense, unleashed, unchained, and can speak freely about whatever she wants. And so the first topic we're going to cover is her views on Obamacare. Now, she prefaced these comments by saying that she can defend the law better than almost anyone, citing the ways that it has helped the country. But she also said, let's be honest, it's not bold, it's not transformative. Had the party acknowledged its shortcomings and pledged to fight for more, she said that message might have resonated. And she said, I'm okay taking half a loaf if our message was, here's half, now let's go get the rest. Which sounds very much like what Bernie Sanders was saying during the primary, talking about what was necessary to finally make sure that everyone has health insurance and higher quality health insurance than they get under Obamacare right now.
I thought you were going to say that it sounds a lot like what I say. I think I might have literally said that in a video yesterday.
About loaves?
About loaves, right? So anyway, but that's why we like her, because we're like-minded and we're right.
Yeah.
So they played for half a loaf strategy. And then since they never made their own case in a way that rallied the American people to be excited by it, then Trump was allowed to come in and win. And then all of a sudden, at best, we're down to a quarter loaf.
Yeah.
So what she's saying is, and you'll see it in the next quote even more, you've got to win on the ideology. You've got to convince Americans that not just, hey, I compromised with Republicans and I made a deal and it's not so bad. No, we're right. We're right. You should want the whole loaf. Yeah. You should really, really want it, and we should push for it.
They're scared to run on ideas that we know the polling shows would be incredibly popular. It would be like being scared to sell a loaf of bread. We love carbs in America, man. We will eat up carbs or progressive ideas, whatever the metaphor is. But they're generally scared to actually push for them. But thankfully not Elizabeth Warren. Now, one of the donors at the meeting said it felt like she'd been rather further liberated. She made no particular effort to be quite as good a soldier. It definitely seemed like a new era, that she was able to really step out more than she'd been able to. And we have some ideas of other things that she brought up during that speech. She highlighted Democrats' inability to help homeowners during the financial crisis, even though banks were bailed out. She blasted the failure to prosecute the bankers, saying that it suggested to working people just whose side the party was on, which we, of course, have pointed out as well. She also picked on corporate-friendly trade policies, arguing Democrats were too eager to push deals that hurt the working class. And I would add, not quick enough to point out how their economic agenda could potentially benefit the working class.
So this is a case where the aggressive progressives had a point. So the guys like Jimmy Dore and Steve-O and others that argued for, well, if Trump wins, at least we'll have one upside. Not to say that that's a good thing, but the one upside will be it'll rally progressives to go in that direction and liberate them from having to say, well, Hillary Clinton is kind of right. and I suppose we should go for another 1/3 of a loaf, right?
See, I don't agree. I think that she obviously wanted Hillary Clinton to win, and she would have also been freed up had Hillary Clinton won. Then
I don't think so at all. I totally disagree.
We have the office.
No.
She's able to criticize without the fear of the office going to a fascist.
No way. We had that with Obama. Where were they? So even
I would argue that Elizabeth Warren very often was pushing for the right thing.
That's right, but not to this degree, okay? So now the reason I like Elizabeth Warren is because she was the very rare person, along with Bernie Sanders, who would every once in a while go, I think maybe we should try being progressive. The president isn't doing it quite enough. I mean, I love the president. I don't know. That's the best you got, right? And we were like, wait, I think she's actually a progressive. Now she's not saying that. She's saying, no, we screwed up. We should have been a lot more progressive, and we should have fought. If Hillary Clinton was president today, Elizabeth Warren doesn't give this speech. No way she gives this speech. She gives a speech about, well, this is good. It's a good opportunity, and Hillary Clinton will, go for incremental change, and she'll say incremental change is good.
Elizabeth
good.
Warren
I wish we
gave
could get a little
fairly
bit
good
more.
Speeches like 2 weeks ago, pushing Hillary Clinton before the election to be more outspoken on some of these issues. It might not have been quantitatively as strong a speech, but that was before the election.
No, she had 8 years to say Obamacare wasn't nearly enough. And she said, not enough. Instead of now going, no, we did it wrong. Look, so here's another quote.
Well, that sucks because we're apparently about to lose it.
Okay, so, but this is how we regain it. With people who finally go, enough with the goddamn compromises and the corporatists telling us how great Wall Street is and how we shouldn't prosecute them. And so Attorney General Eric Holder came out and said they're too big to jail. Now, if he was a Republican, Elizabeth Warren would have ripped his face off. He was a Democrat, and she was like, I politely disagree, Eric. Okay? That's a big, big difference. Here she is going, hey, where's your face? Because I can't wait to rip it off, because that's not right. My favorite quote is, she said, that's where we failed. Not in our messaging, but in our ideology. So that's her saying, hey, don't tell me pretty little words again about, if we had marketed it better this way, or if we'd run the right ads in Wisconsin and Michigan, or if we did, but no. Your ideology of protecting the bankers was wrong. Your ideology of protecting corporations because they're your donors is wrong. The American people don't want that. They want the opposite.
I would argue she's delivered that message before.
Look, again, we're arguing about degrees. We're arguing about degrees, but they're important degrees.
Yeah. But I will say, as a more general thing, if Trump becoming president has a nice little side effect of inspiring progressives some more, then that is great, and I will take it. But the idea that will in any way make up for the tsunami of damage that's about to happen to some of the most important progressive priorities, and the long-term damage that'll be done by the Supreme Court becoming not just conservative, but potentially more conservative for another generation, that is a ridiculous fantasy. The idea that that's worth it, that that's a bargain anyone should want to make.
John, that's why I made the counter argument before the election.
I agree, and I'm not arguing with you.
But what you're bringing up is important because I don't want people everybody lives in a binary world. So no, Donald Trump getting elected is very likely to be a giant disaster. That doesn't mean you can't find some upsides. Pointing out one upside doesn't mean, you wanted him to win all along.
No,
I know it.
I'm here to be a wet blanket, goddammit, and I'm going to do that.
Right. So, look.
I'll find upsides in a week or two. Trump just became president.
Here's another upside of Trump winning, okay? All these Hillary Clinton staffers who, in the Hill, they talked about how they were looking forward to their, quote, gilded future. Did
they use that word?
The Hill described them talking in that way.
I hope they didn't say gilded.
Okay. So, and there was unbearable quote after unbearable quote. Now, those guys, they're all wedded to this system. They were never going to give you the full loaf. They were going to give the loaf to the donors. That's who they were going to give to. So the fact that those guys are going to get cleaned out now is a great thing. That doesn't mean Trump should have won. No. Trump's going to do untold damage. But
we agree.
There are two silver linings in a very dark cloud. I need you to be able to think in a non-binary way. So
that's what I was pushing for on election night when we were deciphering exactly what had caused the election to go the way it was.
Yeah. So the
fact
that
non-binary thinking.
And Bernie Sanders is on the warpath. Elizabeth Warren's on the warpath. That's fantastic news. Let's go join him on that warpath and fight for a real progressive ideology.
Yes. Are we pushing on for another one? Because actually it follows very naturally from what you were just saying.
Excuse me, John. Sorry.
Just stick with me. It's just me and you now. Okay. Chuck Schumer is now facing pressure not just to listen to Bernie Sanders and endorse Bernie Sanders' chosen next head of the DNC, which he has done, saying that Keith Ellison would be a good pick and joining the chorus of voices that have been saying that, but now also to bring Bernie Sanders himself into the Democratic Senate leadership. Now, we expect that Schumer will be the head, and Dick Durbin, who I never hear anything about aside from when there's a leadership struggle for who's going to be the whip. That's the only time I ever hear his name, but he will maintain that position, which I'm sure he's worked very hard to maintain. And then theoretically, Sanders would be next after that. Which is, of course, important. And we want Sanders to have strong leadership positions. That was going to be one of the nice side effects if the Senate went to the Democrats, that he would be in charge of the Senate budgeting committee. And so now that groundswell is starting to build. And more than 24 protesters staged a sit-in outside Schumer's office on Monday, calling on him to step aside for Sanders and Warren. So obviously they want it to go farther than other people are saying. But the idea that Bernie Sanders himself has, I believe, rightfully earned not just a position as an advisor and counsel to the next leadership, but as a part of that leadership makes a ton of sense.
So here's your other alternatives. Perfectly nice people. Debbie Stabenow from Michigan, who you've probably never heard of in your entire life, even if you live in Michigan or you're in her family.
Yeah.
And Patty Murray, fine person. Patty Murray, from time to time on one or two issues I hear being progressive, I'm like, ooh, look at Patty Murray. Okay. But generally speaking, they're both right down the middle. I don't even quite know why they want to be in leadership. I guess it's a prestige thing. Maybe they, I don't want to put bad motives on them, but I've never seen them fight. Yeah. I've never seen them say, we got to go in this direction. Hey, guys, come follow me.
Yeah.
Okay.
And this is the time to do that.
And by the way, it is a leadership position. And so I can't remember the last time Stabenow, who's a perfectly lovely person, was like, come on, I'm leading, let's go that way, right?
But honestly, in all the time that Debbie Wasserman Schultz was in charge, and obviously that's different, it's not on the Senate side, but as the head of the DNC, where other than we need Hillary Clinton to be president, what leadership did she really show?
No, I would actually disagree a little bit with that, because Debbie Wasserman Schultz showed decent leadership in pulling for Hillary Clinton. She was
and that was the one area that I sort of cordoned off that I could see she was actually fighting for that.
But that's her position. Her position is the establishment. Yeah. So she's going to lead towards the establishment. She's going to lead, and she thinks, it's not because she's a bad person, by the way. And I know a lot of people don't like Debbie Wasserman Schultz, but it's not about that. She thinks if you have the money, you'll beat the Republicans. And that's how this game has been played for 40 years. So she thinks, I'm going to go get more money. How am I going to get more money? I'm going to go to the donors. And who's on the side of getting more money? Hillary Clinton. Duh, schmucks. You should go in that direction. Yeah. So I'm going to lead in that direction. At least she was proactive in ways that we didn't like about undermining Bernie Sanders and other candidates, et cetera. So what direction do we want to go? And so if you're the Democratic Party, do you want to keep going milquetoast, which has led to this disaster where you lost an unlosable race to Donald Trump. Yeah. And by the way, you lost it's not just Trump, you lost all over. You lost
every level.
Patrick Murphy, Schumer and Reid and all those guys.
Patrick Murphy is no Patty Murray, I'll tell you that.
So look, a lot of you don't know all the details. Just real quick, Patrick Murphy is establishment Democrat, and they hated Alan Grayson, who was a strong progressive, and they released 18 different negative stories about him. Next thing you know, they put a hatchet in Grayson's back, and they're like, Patrick Murphy, he'll beat Marco Rubio. No, he won't. Establishment versus establishment. They have more money. They have more name recognition. Yeah. He won easily. Evan Bayh, the most corporate Democrat you've ever seen in your life. Oh, he has good name recognition. People in Indiana like the Bayhs. What is this, 1855? And the people in Indiana only know Indiana because they get the local paper and they don't have the internet, they don't have TV.
They run into them at the cafe.
Oh, well, hey, I'll tell you, man. I was about to give him a southern accent in Indiana. Okay, I know the Bayhs. I like those guys. Hey, his grandpappy used to run the grocery store down the street, right? No. Nobody cares. You ran a corporatist guy that everybody hates. And you lost. Your strategy was wrong. So what you need is new leadership. Yes. Leading you towards an actual progressive position. So that's why it's a no contest. Of course you should put Bernie Sanders in. Now,
you're saying as the head of the Democratic Policy and Communication Center.
at a minimum.
Yeah. I'm almost a little bit torn in that, like, it does seem like a position that is tailored for exactly what he could do to make the party stronger and more competitive, floor strategy and messaging and all that. But it feels to me like what we were worried would happen, that he'll get something. Mm-hmm. Just take that. No, it's an influential position. It is.
No, Elizabeth Warren has this vague position in leadership, which no one really quite understands.
I forgot about that,
but that would even it up then. You'd have Schumer and Durbin, the old guard, and you'd have Warren and Sanders. Hey, all of a sudden we got a ball game. So look, Schumer's not a dumb guy. He knows politics. So first thing Schumer did was, hey, I think Keith Ellison for DNC is not a bad idea. And why is he doing that? He's like, let them get that before they come for me.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. So now what we're saying is, well played, Chuck Schumer. Put Bernie Sanders as the number 3 guy so we don't ask for him to be the number 1 guy. So I'm going to ask all of you guys to participate in this.
Yeah.
Now, Schumer's got an office. You could give him a ring. You could tweet at him and say, and by the way, be super polite and say, Senator Schumer, thank you for backing Keith Ellison as the head of the DNC. Mm-hmm. And we would appreciate you backing Bernie Sanders for leadership in the Senate.
Maybe the whip.
Okay. Now, no, it's okay. Sanders is fine with the position that we're talking about here. But just put him in leadership. So there's his office number. Be polite. There's his Twitter handle, @SenSchumer, right? And so, again, reward good behavior. He wants to make Keith Ellison the head of the DNC. Great. We got a deal. No problem.
Yeah.
You put Sanders into leadership, then Sanders says he has no problems with Schumer being the minority leader. Great, we have a deal. If you say no to Sanders and you say, no, I'm going to stack leadership with nothing but the old guard, pro-corporate, pro-donor Democrats, then we don't have a deal. Then the messages will be a little different. But for now, be polite and help them make the right decision.
Yes, and I'm glad that we're giving people a concrete way that they can work on it. It's just the whole system is so weird. I mean, like, we're fighting over what level of leadership Bernie Sanders should get. When you think of who is the leader of the future of the Democratic Party, can anybody put up a name other than Bernie Sanders? Maybe Elizabeth Warren. Maybe. Although I would say that Bernie Sanders has worked far harder to earn that position, and I think more people would go in his direction. I mean, even Hillary Clinton's supporters, who would they name as the leader of the future of the Democratic Party other than Bernie Sanders at this point?
Obviously, Dick Durbin.
Obviously, Dick Durbin.
Or
maybe Tim Kaine.
Or Debbie Stabenow?
I'm even saying, take this totally away from your opinion of the primary or the general election, anything with the DNC. Who has led? He led. He came out of fucking nowhere and got people to care about issues, young people to care about issues in 3-hour-long speeches over and over and over. And he was able to do that because he's so obviously a leader. Not someone who has, he's done the right things and made the right moves and he's positioned himself, so now he gets to be whip for a while. No, he just led. Separate from all of the other bullshit and the other stepping stones, he said, screw all that administration bullshit, I'm going to actually lead. And he came so close to being the nominee because of that, not because of anything else. And now we have to fight over whether he's a leader? It's such a fucked up system.
Look, tweeting him is the simplest thing in the world. Do it, call him, and just, you know what? If you send a message of thank you for picking Ellison, thank you for putting Sanders on leadership, he'll get the message. Trust me, okay? Leave a message, he'll get it.
Can you hear us now? That has nothing to do with Twitter.
Okay. All right, we are out of time.
We are.
But John, you were leading towards a thing I like. You lead by leading. And that's why I was against Trump and didn't buy into the thing about, let's win by losing. No, you lose by losing and you win by winning.
Exactly.
Okay. All right. A little bit more politics in the second hour, including the story that John is pissed he's going to miss. The kids, Trump asked for security clearance. Did he ask for all the kids? Will Baron von Trump also get security clearance?
Well, if he's going to be the head of the NSA, he's going to need it.
Okay, we'll tell you when we come back. All right, back on the Young Turks. Kim Horcher, Francis Maxwell, Nerd Alert, TYT Sports, Facebook.com/The Young Turks in the house.
Yeah, lozenges, get them. No?
Lozenges, yeah, I'm looking into it. It'll clear up after a couple of days. It's okay. It's my sexy voice.
Yeah, do you sing with that voice?
No, I never sing. That is a bad idea. But I could talk to you like this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Whoa, you sound tough.
Oh, I do. I'm tough and a little sexy. Which we might get into in the post game.
Nice.
Okay. I saw that, Horcher. Okay. Just because your nickname is Scorcher doesn't mean you get to make fun of others.
Doesn't mean you're the only hot one on this panel.
It's right. About burning things, not being hot. Anyway.
So in the post game, I might discuss a little bit. No, I not might. I will. I will discuss the fan interaction we had, which I thought was interesting last night in Boston. There's some chance I got a little proposition, and so I want to discuss that and get your guys' feedback on whether it was or not.
I want to go there right now. I don't even want to talk about the stories. I just want to hear this.
And then there was a super powerful story from one of our viewers that I want to share with you guys. So that's all at the postgame. That's tytnetwork.com/join to become a member and then watch it there. Okay, I got to read you guys' tweets real quick. No More Donations writes in, Evan buy, shouldn't it be Evan bought? I like it. I like it. Sarah Mack writes in, anyone else get the feeling that Make America Great Again red hat may go down in history as a swastika of our time? Maybe a little strong so far, Sarah. But brown shirt, red hat, okay, now we're having a conversation. Eric Johnson writes in, I'm going to call it right now. The next person the DNC will push for president will be Jennifer Granholm. Now, I'm super biased there. I work with Jennifer Granholm at Current TV, and she's just the nicest person in the world. And I got to stop going to D.C. because I know Stabenow a little bit. I feel bad about criticizing her. I know her like this much, right? So I don't feel that bad. But no, we're not going in that direction. As much as I love Jennifer Granholm, we're not going in that direction. We're going left. We're going left, okay? Bake Slice Mahoney, who was there last night in Boston, fun interaction with her too. I'll tell you guys about that in the postgame. I'm convinced the Democrats are starting to watch TYT on the low key looking for advice. Maybe they could win if they actually listen. No, there's some chance.
When I was in New York, I met a lot of TYT fans at the protests, and it seemed like a lot of them, when they were talking about potential candidates, never even once were mentioning. Like, I asked one about the Chelsea Clinton proposition in Congress, and the face of disgust was a picture. But a lot of them were talking to me about Elizabeth Warren, Keith Ellison, just like all very open to their opinion, and a lot of them, despite what the media might lead you to believe, very informed and knowing of the candidates that they are looking for now that the establishment Democratic Party is over.
Yeah, so as progressives push for Keith Ellison to head the DNC, I'm getting tweets all day about, well, the Republicans say he's Muslim. Oh, do they? Oh, okay.
That changes things.
Well, then they'll attack him. Yeah. Oh, will they?
They'll ask for his certificate.
Here's what you want. You want a DNC chair that the Republicans attack, because that means they're a little nervous.
Yeah.
Here's what you don't want. The Republicans going, well, that DNC chair is really good. Yeah, you should stick with that person.
My dad keeps emailing me things that are like, Cenk Uygur says, move over, establishment Democrats. And he's like, yeah. And my dad, you don't know this, he used to be a Republican assemblyman for the state of California.
Really?
Wow. He's conservative as shit. And
Nice.
He's into it. I'm just
That's
putting
awesome.
it out there.
I love it. And then finally, Jofus, talking about taking action. I asked you guys to tweet Senator Schumer and to call him. He said, we got you, Cenk. TYT Army deployed. So we'll see what the results of that are. So thank you for having our back. We all do this together. Without you guys, we couldn't put any pressure on them. All right, Horcher, you got a political story for us.
Yes, I do. Today in Absurdist Incompetence, we are about a week into President-elect Trump's grim reality. Gravity? Is that the word? Anyway, he has allegedly requested top security access for his kids, which would in effect make them national security advisors. This comes from CBS. According to CBS, Trump's children would need to be designated by the current White House as national security advisors to their father to receive top secret clearances. Now, while nepotism may be okay at daddy's company, there are laws preventing this in the United States. People on Twitter are reacting unfavorably. Let's take a look.
Of course, it's Twitter. When's the last time they reacted favorably to anything, to be fair? I love the idea of these kids being national security advisors. To what? Based on what? Yeah. Well, to be fair, they've gone hunting all across the world and killed endangered animals.
Well, on Twitter, if we could look at graphic 2, one says, there is no reason why Trump's children should have special security clearance. None. This is not a family business. Correct. Someone else says, of course Ivanka Trump needs top security clearance. How else can Donald ask her, do these shoes go with this war?
My favorite tweets were all about Tiffany.
She got excluded.
Because Donald didn't even bother asking.
No, he asked for, according to the reports, Ivanka, Jr., Eric,
and
Ivanka's
Kushner.
husband.
Yeah, Jared Kushner, the son-in-law. Yep.
Tiffany gets excluded again.
Let me
Poor
just.
Tiffany.
I want to bring like a dose of Scottish reality to this really quick. Now, whether or not they have security clearance or not, do you think Donald Trump is still not going to enlighten them as to all of the goings on in the White House anyway? Like, think about Thanksgiving dinner at Trump's house next year. They're going to play a game of like guess the nuclear codes. Let's see who can play it for fun. Like, Trump would be like, oh, there's a 69 in it. But what we really need to understand here is that. What we need to understand is that this guy, talking is what he does. And whether or not they have clearance or not, I would put my money on his family being very well informed. There's going to be conflicts of interest, especially when it comes to business goings on, because their family, I guess, is going to be running the company.
He made a blind trust for the kids, so they're in charge of a lot of his company's international dealings, which would definitely be a conflict of interest.
Yeah.
Okay, look, let's understand. Giving your stuff to your kids is not a blind trust. He's just calling it a blind trust.
Okay, I should have said that.
Right, no, that's okay. So when you normally do a blind trust, you don't know where your assets are. So then when you make a decision in the foreign policy, for example, that might affect the markets, it might affect currencies, well then you don't know, well, did it affect my stocks? 'Cause I don't know. I don't know if I'm in a Chinese company. I don't know, if I'm in mutual funds. It's in a blind trust. If your kids run it, like Francis said at the Thanksgiving dinner, you could just tell them, hey, you know what? I'm going to start I'm going to impose tariffs on China, bet against their currency. I can give you 1,000 examples. And then all of a sudden they bet against the currency in the blind trust.
And the other clear example, like I swear to God, I think I'm living in the Upside Down in Stranger Things, because this is just so obvious. This guy's relationship points that he has brought up in every single debate before the election was that his business relations is what made these foundations strong with other countries. So he understands the goings-on of businesses between China, between Russia, because he's done business with them in the past. So do you not think that those business relations are going to play a huge role in the decisions of the country? Of course they are. That's the whole reason that he trusts these companies to work with him and these countries to work with him, because he knows the goings-on of them. He's been working with them for years. That's how every single relationship he refers to was started. The Chinese are doing this. I do business with these guys. I know what they're up to. Well, of course, that sort of back and forth is going to play a huge part in the way that he deals with these countries in the future.
That's why he said, okay, I'm not going to take the salary for the president's job. A couple $100,000. Are you kidding me? It's this much of a fluctuation in one currency, let alone the 1,000 other self-dealings that he could make. So, look, I would be shocked if he did not do tremendous self-dealing. He did not walk in as a billionaire here. No, he's never proven that. That's part of why he didn't show his tax returns. There's no indication that he's a billionaire. He's going to walk out way past $1 billion.
Absolutely.
So when he started bragging about the $10 billion when he came in, which didn't exist, by the end it might. He's like the definition of fake it till you make it.
Yeah.
Except he's going to do it with our country.
Do people care? I mean, honestly, like during the campaign, there was nothing he could say that would break whatever hold he had on people. Like, this is clearly a massive ethical breach, if true. The Trump people are saying it's not, but
Well, now it looks
does it
like
matter?
Yeah, no, that's a great question, Kim. For now, they're backpedaling. Like, okay, all right, fine. Tiffany, don't feel bad. We won't get security clearance for that. Like, because basically what Francis said, I'll just tell them anyway.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
So, so in the beginning, no, they won't care at all. So he'll say blind trust. People will say, no, you can't. No, it's got to be an actual blind trust. No, don't care. Later, if we find out, it's a big if, that he actually told them, I don't know how we would find out. Someone from the inside would have to, basically give evidence to this. And it hasn't happened yet, okay? And for all of you saying, give him a chance, hey, I'll give him all the chance in the world. If he doesn't do that, great, I'll give him credit for it. But if he does wind up doing it, as he has done in the past, well then, he, at that point, if we find out, then I think the American people are going to go, you made a decision on what to do with Russia based on whether you were going to make money. Now, that's not going to sit well with people. Yeah. So then they think, well, yeah, I voted for you to get rid of the corruption. Now, if you're doing the corruption, well, what the hell was the point of that?
Yeah.
Oh, you've been had. You should know this now.
No, but it will only, like, to answer the question as to will it bother them, at the moment, as Cenk was saying, no. It will bother them down the line if perhaps we're going to build this bubble, which, if you read into these economic policies and understand, it's going to be very reminiscent, if it does crash, of what we've seen in the past. And then it will matter if details come out. If those that have been voting for Donald Trump to assist in their struggling situation, middle-class America, if they start to feel some sort of effect from the trickle, where they don't see any sort of trickle down, then that's when they'll start to turn and they'll start to understand, oh, what we bought into wasn't actually what we bought into. And these relations were based on business relations that he had, and that's why all this trust came around. But I did want to ask one last question. Do you think this could be a ploy in order to kind of deflect some of the blame from him if it does happen that it comes out that there was relations involved, it could have been a conflict of interest, where, seeing the character that he is, he maybe deflects it off to his family members. Maybe they take the brunt of it if it happens.
Is that I think when you put the company's name in the dog's name, so now it's like Eric's fault?
Like the Wells Fargo stump, where he's blaming it on the lower, basically the lower level, where it's like they were. It was their decision. They had the clearance to work on behalf of Wells Fargo. It wasn't my fault until you have someone like Elizabeth Warren condemn them for being bad leaders, which we would need at that point. But I'm sure Donald Trump, knowing the person he is, I don't think he would have any problem deflecting over to his family members.
Well, I know when he's going to do the scapegoat thing. That's when he asks for security clearance for Tiffany.
Yeah.
I'm gonna need security clearance for Tiffany.
It's Tiffany's fault.
Yeah. No, not the other kids, just Tiffany. It's gonna be okay. That poor girl.
Unreal.
Okay, why is Tiffany the odd one out?
Marla Maples raised her. He had almost nothing to do with raising her. Mm-hmm. And so he's like, every time he sees her, I feel like he's surprised, like, oh, right, you're my kid.
It's because it's the one that he doesn't want to date. That was it. Because she never got the compliment of all compliments. Like, Ivanka was... I actually just informed someone who was a Trump fan that actually was a statement. I said it as a joke, and she was like, he never said that. I was like, no.
Oh.
He did say that. He said if Ivanka was not my daughter, I'd be dating her.
He said it at least twice, intimated a third time, let alone the creepy pictures of him like on a...
grabbing around the waist, sitting on the lap.
Yeah. Okay. Anyways.
Do you think when he's drunk he needs to be reminded, don't fuck your daughter?
Yeah. Okay. He's like, Tiffany, no problem. Poor Tiffany. I mean, she's fine. She's mega, mega rich, and her dad's president. She'll be fine.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, all right, what's next?
All right. Well, the Los Angeles Police Department has vowed not to follow with Donald Trump's wishes and will not help deport immigrants under his term as president. And this is keeping with a long-standing tradition. On quote 1, the LAPD prohibits officers from initiating contact with someone solely to determine whether he or she is in the country legally, mandated by a special order signed by then Chief Daryl Gates in 1979. LAPD Chief Charlie Beck has backed this by saying, I don't intend on doing anything different. We are not going to engage in law enforcement activities solely based on someone's immigration status. We are not going to work in conjunction with Homeland Security on deportation efforts. That is not our job, nor will I make it our job.
So I want to explain two things here. One, if you think there's some sort of libby-lib position, Daryl Gates was no one's liberal. He was very often criticized for being way too over the top in his aggressive policing. So it's just a matter of practicality. It's been in place since Gates. So what LA police have done for a long time is, look, if I got a real criminal, a guy who committed a burglary, rape, murder, etc., assault, we're going to turn him into the federal authorities so he can be kicked out of the country. Okay, if I'm working on a case, I don't ask for people's papers, because if I ask for people's papers, then they're not going to want to talk to me. Then I can't solve the case. So that's bad policing. I don't want to do that. Number two, I busted someone on a minor charge, a misdemeanor or whatever. Then I'm in the business of trying to figure out, okay, who's going to get kicked out. Again, a lot of those misdemeanor guys roll on the other guys, and I don't want to ask for their papers and kick them out of the country. And it's just a giant administrative nightmare for us, and we don't want to get into that business. We didn't do it when the LAPD was super conservative. We're not going to do it now. And so we're not changing policy for Trump. We're just keeping the same policy. That's all.
I want to add to that as well. You talked about how it's practical, which it is, but it's about relativity, because they understand the value of having immigrants in their county. So if you need to know the numbers as to the immigrants that are undocumented in this country, 1 of the 11 million that are said to be undocumented happen to be in Los Angeles County. Just that county, right? So that is an enormous amount of undocumented immigrants to be in your county. So this sheriff understands what it takes in order to move forward as a Justice Department by relying and trusting the citizens of that area. And that just speaks volumes to this misunderstanding that people have that everyone in the country is against immigrants. No, the Trump fans who voted to try and get rid of this immigration policy have probably never ran into any immigrants, because they don't understand it. They just like to turn on immigrants because that's the easy scapegoat. Whereas when you look at this example, this sheriff understands immigrants. He understands the usefulness of them in their county because there's a large majority of them there. It's the very same thing that happened in Brexit. Those that were voting against to actually leave the European Union, some of them had never even ran into an immigrant in their life, but they were voting for the United Kingdom to leave because they felt that immigrants were the problem. And when you look at the statistics, when you look at places like London, who absorbed most of the immigrants that were coming in to the UK, they voted to stay because they understood immigrants. They know that they're not these villains that everyone makes them out to be. Over 133,000 of the 330,000 immigrants that came into the UK in 2015 went to London. And you know the counties that voted for the United Kingdom to leave because they thought immigrants were the problem? There was actually a county that I put down an example here. It's called Castle Point. They voted 73% to leave the European Union. Do you know how many immigrants they took? 81. 81 immigrants. So that's these people that's causing all the problem in this county. They took 81 immigrants in, and that's why it's so amazing to me that people still think that these voters who are voting for Donald Trump to get rid of immigrants understand what they provide. They don't. They've probably never ran into them, and that's why this is a great example to bring up this point, because this sheriff understands his system, he understands the value that they provide, and therefore he's not going to adopt some policy that's going to completely eradicate what he's worked for and what he's been able to do somewhat successfully.
Yeah, so the Republicans have this thought in their head that, oh, the Democrats just want to do this because they want those guys to vote for them. Well, the undocumented immigrants can't vote. They're not citizens. So it's not that. It's just, as Francis points out, they're woven into the fabric of LA. So if the cops all of a sudden said, okay, we want to see all your papers, and we're not going to be like East Germany, and we're going to kick them out. One, you got their family members, and so that's a giant chunk of LA. Number two, they work here. The reason they are here is because they've got jobs. So a lot of people get mad about that, but not if you live in LA. If you live in LA and you removed 1 million people who are working here, you would have an unbelievable mess on your hands.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, all the other citizens in LA would be like, what happened? Wait, please come back. And it's not just LA. We've seen this across the country. They did this in the South. A couple of states, like I think it was Georgia and Alabama, but you can Google it. But those states were like, all right, we're going to get tough on immigrants. We're going to kick them out, right? And then they kicked them out, and it turns out they were running all the factories. And the business started to plummet, and the citizens panicked. They're like, okay, we're going to bring them back.
I thought you were going to say they never even realized they left, because that would probably be another example. They're like, let's get rid of them, and then we're like, oh, wait, we never even realized they were here, because we never actually ran into them or interacted.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and by the way, that's the real reason why we have immigration issues, because all those businesses want to use them and pay very low wages. Mm-hmm. So immigration reform actually solves that, so that it's not a dark market anymore. It's actually above ground, and then you have to actually pay them a real wage, and then instead of them getting abused and lowering wages for you guys, we'd have some sort of parity where actually everybody's wages could rise.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think we're just like living in a time now where it's scary to be a person of color, or it's scary to think, we just had this substitute teacher put on the no hire list in the LA Unified School District that told a sixth grade girl, oh, your parents are going to be deported. We have your addresses and your phone numbers, sweetie. It's scary to think this is all going to happen and rush in and my whole life is going to change. Mayor Eric Garcetti has also spoken out on this matter, saying, if the first day as president we see something that is hostile to our people, hostile to our city, bad for our economy, speaking to Cenk and Francis's point, bad for our security, we will speak up, speak out, act up, and act out. Our law enforcement officers and LAPD don't go around asking people for their papers, nor should they. That's not the role of local law enforcement.
Yeah, it's a clear example of when you're tolerant and you understand different cultures and you understand how vital those cultures are to an area that thrives, then you're going to be understanding going forward that you need their cooperation at one point, and turning against them is not going to fix your problems. And that's what a lot of people, not everyone, because I really understand now that blaming all Trump supporters for buying into every single part of his ideals isn't going to work. Like, in order to reach a common ground, I feel like we need to understand that some people vote well aware that immigration is not as much a vital problem to them, but they still voted for a policy that is going to look to kind of uphold those values and look to
you
deport.
were complacent with it, or you didn't value it.
You understood it,
and that goes along with outwardly racist policies as well.
Yeah, it just didn't trigger them enough. But again, like I've seen a lot of back and forth between people arguing on one side or the other, and I honestly fear for those that are going to be caught up in amidst this. People of color, immigrants, those sexual assault victims, anyone who has been targeted by Donald Trump. With this back and forth between Donald Trump supporters and those who voted against, like, I feel like the more we just go back and forth and try to push forward each side, there's not going to be any sort of common ground in the middle. I had this conversation with Sean King in New York, where he was on one side, where he said he couldn't look at Trump supporters in the same way and people that he knew because they were voting against something that he has personally faced.
They're voting against his humanity.
True.
How could you not?
I understand that, but again, the same point is liberals have to take a lot of responsibility for this as well by trying to hold everyone to the same regard and the same thought process as we have. And I think this election has somewhat changed my thought process in this. That people in Los Angeles who happen to run around, to be in the same vicinity as immigrants don't necessarily begrudge those immigrants, but they vote for Trump's policies because it affects their own personal life. Maybe they want to keep some pocket change. Maybe they want to keep this and that doesn't make it right. It just means that we need to hold them accountable to it, because calling them out and trying to shame them is the reason we got Donald Trump in the first place, because these people, these hidden Trump voters that you read into, didn't want to kind of put across their opinion with the thought that those on the left were going to scrutinize them and demonize them, so much so that then they would just go in and do their talking in the voting booth and do it silently, and so that we were caught off guard by this. And I think there needs to be some sort of verbal communication to reach that middle ground.
Okay, two super quick points. One is, it has begun. Keith Ellison is the guy that progressives want to be the head of the DNC. And right now the Republicans are busy smearing him for being Muslim. So, they put it in other guises. I think he might be connected with the Muslim Sisterhood of Flying Pants or whatever it was, Traveling Pants. No, Muslim Brotherhood, that's it. He's Muslim, so he's got to be a bad guy. So it's begun, and the smaller cases that Kim's talking about, not small in their lives, but more local cases of, and then there's the woman whose hijab was torn. It goes on and on. It has begun. We've got to fight back, and etc. Now, on a much lighter note, we're all agreed that Police Chief Charlie Beck is actually Tom Selleck, right?
I was going to say, I need to see another picture of him.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I
I mean, in
mean,
the corner.
he looks like a TV cop, and it's clearly Tom Selleck's doppelganger.
Maybe it's because I haven't reached puberty yet and I can't grow a mustache like that, but I don't get how your mustache gets that thick.
I know. I don't get it either. I'm a hairy dude. I still can't get it to be that bushy. Ironically, he's got to police that mustache. Okay, all right. That's an old school reference, Band of Brothers. Okay, look it up online. All right, we're going to come back. When we do, neo-Nazis, now they're relevant, and they are pro-New Balance, but then they were against New Balance. Those are the shoes. Why were they on their side? Why are they mad with them? So these guys have become relevant in our political lives. It's unbelievable. So we're now having rational conversations about what do the neo-Nazis think? That when we return. All right, back on the Young Turks, a couple of tweets for you. Tao Bon Fu writes in, Eric Trump is probably going to blurt out something he wouldn't have known if Donald Trump hadn't leaked it to him. Almost certainly. You're right.
I know.
He's the even dumber one of the Trump kids. I've got to tell you guys a racist story. Let's do that in the post game.
I want to hear it.
Okay.
Is it the one we just heard or another racist story?
No, another racist story. It happened to me today. And so just when I was worried about one racial direction, it went in a totally different racial direction. So tytnetwork.com/join to become a member and get those fun extra racist stories. Okay, obviously I observed it, did not partake. Okay, hobbyist observations. The LAPD writes in, the LAPD story highlights the strongest check on Trump's power. Federalism, get involved in local politics. They may just help us. That's right.
Very important point.
Also, wolf-pack.com/revolution. They were going for 1,000 members. Sorry, already got it. Now 2,000. Go. wolf-pack.com/revolution. Okay, and lastly, Joshua Beta writes in, Tiffany's going to be the one that destroys her father at the end of the Trump show. Spoilers. He's
What?
I don't know, but I like it.
Oh, yeah.
I think it involves a crossbow and...
she's Tyrion?
And he's sitting on the toilet.
Okay, I'd watch that show.
Well, we might all watch it soon.
All right.
All right, here we go.
I guess we care about what neo-Nazis think now, especially if they're very pro-Trump. Andrew Anglin, who is the founder of neo-Nazi and white supremacist website Daily Stormer, had a meltdown when his idea was blocked out by the company New Balance, which is a shoe company, which is well known to have a vice president who was supportive of Donald Trump and his policies. Let's go to our first quote. So this is what Anglin wrote on learning about the vice president of New Balance's support. New Balance is making a gesture to support white people and to support U.S. manufacturing. We need to support that. I see New Balance now becoming the official shoes of white people. New Balance was not interested in that and responded with, it's not here, but they did say basically no.
Yeah.
No, we're not doing that.
So look, one of their executives was in favor of Trump. All right, I bet you a lot of executives were in favor of Trump, and he was vocal about it. I actually don't mind that because, I don't want people to be overly politically correct in, okay, you can't say you were for the Democrats or for the Republicans, and otherwise that'll affect business. Okay, so the dude was for Trump, so was half the country, almost. So now these neo-Nazi guys, the Daily Stormer guys, are like, great, that must mean he hates Jews. No, wait, I hope it doesn't mean that.
I'm going to tell you exactly what he thought it meant. So New Balance did release a statement basically to the effect saying, no, absolutely not. We have respect for people around the world. He called New Balance's statement, quote, obviously fake, and that he believes all Jews should be gassed for real this time around. Here's the original statement as per Andrew Anglin, again, the founder of the neo-Nazi white supremacist website. New Balance endorses bigotry and hate in any form. As a 110-year-old company with 5 factories in the U.S. and thousands of white male employees worldwide, New Balance is a Republican-driven organization and culture that believes in white supremacy, integrity, community, and mutual respect for white males around the world. One of our officials was recently asked to comment on a trade policy and was quoted correctly in context. We have been and will always remain committed to manufacturing the United States, ending with, don't let the lying Jewish media get you down. Well, I think okay, my brain's broken. If Trump wants to, disassociate from this white supremacist neo-Nazi nonsense, he has to say something. He has to do something meaningful. Otherwise, they're just going to keep saying, like, we're with Trump. This is Trump's. This is Republican. That's in there.
Yeah, let me just build off that real quick. Because first, to clarify that statement that the Daily Stormer guy is putting out, he took the New Balance statement where they said, no, we've got multi-ethnic employees all across the world, and yada yada, and he flipped everything on its head. And they're like, no, we don't stand for hate. So now Kim's absolutely right. Republicans are put in an awkward spot where the Daily Stormer is now a relevant website, and so they've got to disavow every time to say no, while the neo-Nazis, the alt-right, go, what are you talking about? Steve Bannon's in the White House. And he won't even disavow us. Trump won't. From time to time, sometimes he'll say, I don't know who the KKK is.
I don't think they should do that in the statement.
And sometimes he'll say, no, I'm not for the KKK. Well, how merciful of you. So they're put in this tough spot where now they got to every time say, okay, we're not against the Jews, we're not with the neo-Nazis, etc. But on the other hand, you guys are the ones that invited them into the party, into the tent, so you shouldn't be surprised when neo-Nazis make a mess. So it's on you, because we're all a little worried that these guys are going to be even more relevant.
Yeah, and it's on you, not just from the top level, but from the grassroots level, which I've been talking about for the past few days, is if you're a Republican and you claim this isn't what you voted for a party that didn't exactly stand for every single Trump ideal, especially for those that are sexist, racist, then you have an obligation. You have an obligation to hold yourself accountable to this, to call this for what it is, clear racism, clear ridiculousness that has been given a form of validation, the same way that David Duke now thinks he's relevant and is trying to organize rallies. That needs to be condemned, not just from Donald Trump, but from Republicans in general. This is the only way we find some sort of progress in this. This is why I'm trying to voice to liberals that I met in New York and everything else, like, we can't condemn every single Trump supporter as this. Yeah. This is not this. Because what that does is it puts us in the same bracket as what the Trump supporters who we have seen throughout were vocalizing about black people, about Hispanics. They may have run into one or two black people in the country who didn't hold themselves in the highest regard towards them, and therefore every black person in America is a criminal, does this and that. So we don't want to do what we've been trying to criticize for the longest time, is we cannot start holding people accountable en masse for idiots like this or trying to do this. And by the way, am I the only one that's going to point out the irony? New Balance, it's the most hipster liberal shoe in the world. You're supposed to wear them with cuffed jeans and a joint. And people are out here saying that the neo-Nazis are going to be the ones wearing them. Yeah, it went from the dad shoe, where the dads used to wear them whilst having their mobile phone attached to their belt instead of just being nicely in their pocket.
That's so convenient.
So they went from that to the hipster shoe, and now they're the white supremacist shoe. Tough week for New Balance.
Yeah, no, because New Balance is so screwed on this. They didn't ask for it. They just had one guy who said, I like Trump, right?
Yeah.
So just, again, to be super clear and double down on what Francis is saying, Trump got about 46% of the vote. There was the independents, and he lost the popular vote. But 46% of the country is not neo-Nazi.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, at the same time, like I said, there was a lot of winking and nodding, and there is an alt-right, and he did invite them in. The alt-right they're not, some of them are this far out. I hope most of them are not, but I'm not quite sure. If you read the stuff online, I hope that those guys online don't represent everybody in the alt-right. There's just not a lot of good things to say about the alt-right, though, to be honest. Yeah. Okay? So if you're a normal guy who voted for Trump, and there's a lot of you out there, well, that sucks. But now you got to say, hey, I know they're in our tent, but I'm not with them.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, make it clear, because you may not think you invited them to the party, but you did. They're in your group. You have to say, we don't stand for this. You have to put a clear shutdown to this.
Yeah,
or you're never going to get people to unite.
Yeah, it happens when there's such a massive split, and as Jenk said, 46%. Like I experienced very similar thoughts on this when it came to the Scottish independence referendum and Brexit. Is that when you get like in the Scottish independence referendum, a large majority of the country voted to stay, and therefore they were so disgruntled that another part of the country wanted to leave, and then everyone was all of a sudden not patriotic. And these people, everyone they met, without really understanding the difference that went into it, wasn't for the country, and it really creates a conflict back and forth. The same when there is such a close split between a majority of the country. In the same way as if we start to condemn every single Trump supporter for being racist and sexist, as I'm going to keep saying, is like I just don't see it getting to, and especially for 4 to 8 years, I don't see it ending any better than what it could. It's all about persevering at the moment. That's what I've been saying. We've got to find a way to persevere, which means from the grassroots level, like having conversations with these people, understanding you can have your opinion, you can push that onto them. Like, were you not upset? Did any of these controversies that Donald Trump had continuously through his campaign not upset you? Why? Why not? To try and find some sort of reasonable middle ground so that we can go forward and try to persevere through this process. But the same point as you mentioned, Kim and Jenk, is that there will be the most extreme people out there that have had this agenda before Trump, and this has just gave them a way to validate it and to come out and think that they're relevant again. The same way like David Duke on Trump's acceptance speech, which as far as Trump goes was somewhat inclusive, he was out there apologizing on Twitter to his fellow white supremacy groups for Trump being more inclusive than not. Like that is, the people like that are going to feel that they're now obliged, and it's not just going to be Democrats that are going to call him the scumbag that he is, because that's not going to change anything. It's going to take Republicans as well to be like, that doesn't represent us. That's not what we were voting for.
Yep. All right, what's next, Kim?
All right, hold up.
Oh,
we got a fun one. It's always nice to be flattered, and what better form of flattery is there than imitation? That is what one Instagram travel photographer has learned when her very popular Instagram was found to be being copied almost exactly by an imitator. This is Lauren Bullen, who owns the Instagram account Gypsy Lust, and she found an admirer who is copying her exactly. This comes from Instagram account at Diana_Alexa, which did go private after this. We have several photos, if we can just cycle through them. So what happens is Lauren travels the world with her boyfriend, who is also an Instagram photographer, a very well-known travel account. And she found that the composition, the outfits, everything in the photos that is on this Diana Alexa account seems to be mimicking her almost exactly. This one is not almost exact.
Yeah, the ones that are not almost exact actually drive me crazy.
Yeah,
like even on this one, no, this one's pretty close. There's another one that we showed a little bit earlier in the same pool, and I'm like, you should be sitting the same distance away.
Same posing with the guy and all the food
but he's got a blue bandana on. That looks like Haas's bandana that he's got on there, and he's got the red one.
The chairs, the food, the shirts.
Okay, so
keep going.
The food.
This one. You see, you're too close to the edge. Yeah, she was way further out from the edge. My OCD personality says they didn't do this right.
Yeah, she's a slacker.
You got to go back there and shoot it again.
Okay, is that all of them?
Yeah. So two thoughts on this. First is, whoa, weird, creepy stalker. Could you imagine everywhere you went, like, if you were in our world, it would be like Ralph's, the grocery store, right? And then I was going to say the library. Does anybody go to the library anymore? I hope you do.
I go to the library.
Okay, of course you do. You host a show called Nerd Alert.
I interviewed Ray Bradbury in a library.
Okay.
It was amazing.
He's the guy that makes chocolates, right?
No. He wrote Fahrenheit 451.
Oh, okay.
That was the highlight of my college career.
Okay.
It's funny that you do say stalker, though, because I want to see how you feel about this after we get the statement, because it turns out that the two girls did contact each other online, and Diana apparently apologized to Lauren. Mm-hmm. And here's what Lauren had to say. I understand seeking inspiration from what I do and I love, but this truly shocked me. At first, I thought it was all photoshopped and had to take screenshots to compare the two. They honestly did an incredible job copying our imagery. Controversially insane mimics, so I congratulate them for this. But stealing someone's art, that's never okay. I have been back in contact with Diana over the past 4 days once she unblocked me, and we have addressed the entire situation together. I have heard her reasons for all this. The apology has, of course, been accepted, and we have discussed how this could have been handled differently, and both agreed on how to finish all of this. I believe her word. She is not a stalker, and this labeling needs to stop, so does the hate messages. She is of no threat to me or anyone else, and she has agreed that it was over the line. She just got inspired and liked my style of my work. It was never for publicity or for seeking attention. Any accounts on Instagram labeling themselves as her are fake accounts.
Well, that's ironic.
Does that make it better, though?
Yeah. No, I want to be clear. I don't mean stalker as in she's in danger,
yeah.
right? She's not going to turn around and she's right there. No, it's in this case, she's like Instagram stalking her.
Yeah.
Like days later or weeks later, I don't know how many days later that they're going.
I want you to think about how expensive these vacations are, though.
Yes.
How much money is she spending to exactly copy her?
No, she's got way too much time on her hands, way too much money, / I want to be her. Okay, as I was looking at all those pictures, I was like, Jesus.
Like so fun.
Can I waste my life going around all those beautiful places, taking pictures just like them?
I wish that was my butt sitting on the awning the wrong way.
Now, on the other hand, if you saw me in that same pose, it would not be quite as attractive. Picture me in that pose?
I want to understand the conversation between the imitator and her boyfriend, because she has to like take him around with her. Like, I'm very easily convinced to do anything. Like, my girlfriend tells me something, and as long as she's got a good enough reason, I'm like, I'm in. But what is like, honey, we're gonna go and travel the world, and you need to take these exact pictures like this. Like, what is he getting out of this whole thing? I don't understand it.
Yeah, well, her.
He's trying to please her.
This is some talented Mr. Ripley stuff.
Yeah, it is good.
I mean, I realized she apologized, she accepted, she says she's no danger. It's weird, though.
It's weird.
No doubt.
It's just weird.
Yeah, it happened. Like, there's this guy out there, I don't know if you guys know him, David Beckham. Like, he keeps copying my looks. Like, he's trying to look like me constantly, my style. So I get it. Like, it's hard when you set a precedent and you set that
Is he
style
copying
level.
your voice, too?
People are going to do exactly everything. My footballing ability, my girlfriend.
Yeah.
I guess it happens.
I got the same problem with Deepak Chopra.
I don't know who it is, but I'll know.
I know who that is.
Oh, man.
Okay. One last story.
All right, one last more. Do you want to do
Twitter trolls.
Twitter trolls?
Twitter trolls.
All right, well, people have been complaining for years that Twitter is not doing enough to control its troll situation. There's a lot of harassment, a lot of accounts that are just straight up just for abuse, and they've seen a lot of flack for this. So they've decided to roll out new protections against the trolls, and they're going to add a hateful conduct reporting function very soon. It will be rolled out to everyone and hopefully address all the issues with the platform.
Well, okay. So I actually feel bad for Twitter because I think that it's a hell of a thing to control, and it's got a lot of pitfalls on all sides. And so if you lean towards permissiveness, well, then there's crazy stuff all over. And so, for example, there's some chance that some folks have said not some great stuff about me on Twitter.
No, surely not.
No, I know that comes as a great shock to everybody on the internet. I don't mind any of that stuff. But then there's the stuff where there's guys who are pointing guns at me, and they take a picture of that, pointing a gun at my picture, obviously. Or a guy who today would say, "Oh, for my birthday, I wish that Cenk would get run over by an 18-wheeler," and yada yada. And then there's the doxing. So to me, there is a line, and the doxing is a clear line, right? That's not a question. Threats of violence, if they are specific enough. Not stupid stuff like "I'm going to kick your ass," whatever. That's just, and we got to remember a lot of these trolls are kids.
Yeah.
So it's like a 14-year-old, like, "I'm going to kick your ass, man. I think you're brown."
Yeah.
Right? She's like, "I don't care about any of that." So, but it's gotten out of control for the Leslie Jones of the world, et cetera.
Yeah.
On the other hand, if you crack down too much, well, where do you draw the line on what's hateful conduct? because a lot
I
of
can
people
read
are.
it to you.
What's that?
I can read it to you.
Well, okay, so let's read theirs and let's see if they drew the line at the right place. Because, if you got a lot of people really, really disagree, and they do it in a loud and vociferous way on Twitter, and I think that's okay. I think that's part of political speech. All right, let's see where they drew the line.
Our hateful conduct policy prohibits specific conduct that targets people on the basis of race, ethnicity, national origin, sexual orientation, gender identity, religious affiliation, age, disability, or disease. Today we're going to giving you a more direct way to report this type of conduct for yourself or for others whenever you see it happening. This will improve our ability to process these reports, which helps reduce the burden on the person experiencing the abuse and helps to strengthen a culture of collective support on Twitter.
Well, if they impose these similar rules on YouTube, then it's going to be unfortunate there won't be any comments on it, because I think Twitter's like the minor leagues in comparison to YouTube comments.
YouTube knows they have a comment problem too. I don't know how they could ever possibly fix it.
No, I understand that, but I'm going to go against what you guys think on this. I think that in a way it's silencing. I understand that there's going to be problems with people taking it way too far. It's a problem when it comes to people feel like, especially in this current climate, where they feel like they've got the ability to say what they want. The president does things that they think are okay. The president stands by ideals that they think they can go forward and say, and it's not just in the US, but all over the world. But I think there's also an upside to places like Twitter, where you can interact, maybe change someone's perception, maybe get them more engaged in politics.
There's some people you
No, I
just
understand.
can't, though. Like,
Yeah, I
if
know.
they're going to say, oh, you're a nigger, you're not going to change them.
I understand
That's
that.
just a point of hatred, and it's just there only to say these terrible things and to make people feel scared, threatened.
Yeah, and that's why I think
there's no positive.
There's already things put in place where you can mute those people, where you can block them or remove them from your timeline. Like I just feel like when we see the Milo situation where he was kicked off of Twitter, it just gave, I feel like, right-wing conservatives more validation that we are becoming too sensitive on the left and that they can't go forward and say certain things when, I don't agree with what that guy was saying. Some of the things that he was saying directing towards Leslie Jones, as you mentioned, she's come under a lot of scrutiny. So I'm not speaking for Leslie Jones. I think she's got a valid point with the treatment that she faces. But I feel like Trump is a clear example that we're not engaging enough in each other. And I think that Twitter is a platform where you got to find a balance. I understand there's going to be people out there that have to be held accountable for racist comments, for just really vicious attacks. But at the same time, I feel like as soon as you start to go towards that area, you're going to start pushing further and further people that are going to maybe silence their own thoughts, keep them internal in a way, and then speak out through voting and feel like that's their way of speaking out for their thought process.
I think we're thinking of two different things, because I'm not saying if you disagree and you have, an alternative conservative view, you should be outlawed and banned and never speaking again. I'm talking about the people who are only using this to hurt other people for no good reason. If it's just hate speech, absolutely this should be stopped.
Yeah.
And there's all this like hiding behind, oh, you can't handle what I have to say. But what you have to say is pointless. It doesn't have a bearing in any political sphere. It's just hatred. It exists for no other purpose than to intimidate and scare and hurt. I'm tired of people hiding behind saying, oh, this is free speech. That is not what free speech is for. That is not what it's intended to do. It's to protect you from the government, not for you to call, everyone whatever racial slur you want on any platform.
I agree, Kim, but I just feel like how much more clear of an example have we got right now that we don't engage enough in each other? And I understand that there's a limit. I'm not condoning people that are being racist on Twitter or being sexually abusive or anything else. I'm just saying that I think we have a clear example and a problem, especially with youth at the moment, where a lot of liberals are just crowding themselves around with liberals that are like-minded and not understanding that in order to try and reach some sort of consensus, again, we need to start talking to people on the other side. And yeah, that doesn't mean that you're going to engage with someone who's being racially abusive to you on Twitter. No means at all. But if you look at their policies here, like when you start to go down in your national origin, so someone comes on and says to me, you're just a Scottish twat, you have no idea what US politics is about. Is he going to be banned and I can't have an option to go in and maybe try to sway his opinion a little bit more so? Maybe
That
try to
you're
get
not
him.
a Scottish
That
twat.
I'm not a Scottish twat, that I'm actually handsome. You missed that out in there, but I get it. But it's like, I feel like
you and I have gotten different levels of abuse.
No, I
Yeah.
Because
understand
I've
that. I'm
gotten
not speaking for
straight up
those people.
slurs, and it is I will not engage with you if you do that. You're not worth my time.
Okay, so now I think there's some clear lines, and then I think there's a lot of haziness. So threats of violence, boom, you're gone. And look, here's another clear thing you've got to understand and get through your head. Twitter is not the government. It can ban any speech it likes. It's a private platform, and if you're a conservative, you should respect private property rights, right? So Twitter owns this platform, and if they don't like the way that you're conducting yourself, they're allowed to ask you to, in essence, leave the premises, okay? Or in this case, obviously their platform. So don't conflate those two things. You're totally wrong about that. Now, what should be Twitter's policy? Well, I lean in a free speech direction, but that's like my opinion, man. And so as we all are giving our opinion on what Twitter should do, but they get to make the final call. As Kim points out, if they're uncomfortable with the guys going around using the N-word, and they find that not constructive, right? Yeah. Well, they get to make that call and say, okay, well, and here they're not saying they're going to kick people out. That's why it's a vague policy. They're just saying, don't do that. We don't know what the consequences of don't do that are. If I was running Twitter, I don't know what I'd do about banning people for the N-word. I probably wouldn't do it. I probably wouldn't ban them. Now, so look, because it's so hard to draw the line. So let's talk about me again, okay? Because I like to talk about it.
I was going to say, please.
So there's a lot of guys out there who call me Brown, right? So over the weekend, I was talking to a friend of mine, and he pointed out something that I hadn't thought of, which is really interesting. One we already know. They say that because they think it's a slur. I don't think it's a slur at all. So what? I'm brown. So what, right? And they think, I got you, because they assume that everybody's as racist as they are. Mm-hmm. Hence, if I point out that you're brown, well, obviously that makes you inferior. Okay, wrong again, Bob. Don't care at all, right? Mm-hmm. But this is a second reason. That way, if I talk about Black Lives Matter, or I talk about standing up for Latinos, Muslims, or whoever it might be, well, it invalidates your opinion because you're already brown. So you're not neutral, you're biased. Mm. So of course you're going to defend other brown people. So that's like this secret, and I don't know that they're even sophisticated enough to understand that, but that's another way of attacking you and invalidating your opinion. But I don't want to ban that because I am brown. Mm-hmm. It's factual, right? Yeah. So I don't view that to be a slur, but then some people could view it that way because you know what their intent is, right? And then there's the range. I'm thick-skinned. Other people are not as thick-skinned as I am. So if they got all the insults that I got over and over again, they might be very, very bothered by that, right? And then there is the level of insults that Leslie Jones got. So look, there's the clear lines on doxing, physical threats. Yeah, you're goners. No private enterprise is going to let you do that on their platform. That's insane. When you get into the slurs and the speech, and a platform like Twitter, where people are supposed to exchange, I think it's really hard. So I have sympathy for Twitter, that it's not an easy thing to figure out. And we have our range of opinions here. But one thing it isn't, as Kim pointed out, she's 100% right. Twitter is not the government. They can restrict your speech any way they like. If you don't like it, hey, all the conservatives and libertarians, go use another platform. All right.
Yeah, I feel like that was it.
Okay, that was it.
I thought that was the clear end point.
Yeah. Okay, all right. God bless. All right, now when we come back for the members, by the way, if you're already a member, just bookmark tytnetwork.com/members live, and you can watch the whole stream, including the show itself on that stream. So you'll have less issues. Luckily, lately we haven't had very many at all. Oh no, two. Okay, and in order to join, tytnetwork.com/join, obviously. So, two sets of things. Speaking of race, I had an Uber driver go in a racialist direction I did not expect, and I am curious to see what you guys think I should have done in that situation.
That was your story, Uber?
Why, do you expect Uber drivers to say racist things?
We'll talk about it in the members only.
Okay, and then a really powerful story from a fan also about race, but in a way you don't expect. It's actually about religion, but in a way you don't expect in the post game. And then, was I propositioned? So there's a ton of stuff to get to. Let's all do that right now for the members. All right, bye-bye.
Hi, and welcome to TYT Interviews. I'm Wes Clark Jr., and I'm joined this evening by Oscar-nominated filmmaker Josh Fox and his producer, Dea Schlossberg. And they've just completed their movie, which will be coming out soon, How to Let Go of the World and Love All the Things Climate Can't Change. But we're not really going to be talking about that film tonight. We're going to be talking about you. Mm-hmm. You were covering the No DAPL protests in the Dakotas?
I wasn't actually covering the Dakota Access Pipeline. I was covering an action that was occurring on the Keystone Pipeline in northeastern North Dakota.
Okay.
It was part of a 4-state action in which 5 activists shut down the emergency shut-off valves on all 5 pipelines carrying Canadian oil sands into the U.S.
That was Ken Ward's group?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. So I was documenting the action in North Dakota as an independent filmmaker, as a climate reporter, and yeah, and the short of it is for documenting that action from a public road. I was arrested and charged with 3 felonies that carry a total of 45 years.
Holy shit.
Max sentence.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
So you're standing on a public road.
Yeah.
You are filming people that are not near you, that you are not a part of their organization. You've worked for National Geographic. You've produced films, documentaries. You are a genuine, real filmmaker and journalist. And you are now being charged with being essentially a journalist.
Essentially. Yeah. I mean, I see my role as going where the mainstream media doesn't, especially in regard to climate issues and environmental issues, where there's a major gap in the covers, there's a major gap in public education and understanding of what's going on, and we have a really powerful responsibility, obligation as independent media who aren't constrained by the same market forces to report on these things. And understanding how significant this action was to bring attention to the tar sands and attention to climate change, I felt it was essential to be there to document it. And that's what I was doing. And that's what 2 other filmmakers in Washington State were doing, documenting the same action, and they are also facing felony charges. And
they were also on public roads.
On public roads, not part of the action itself, but just filming it, just capturing that story to share with a larger audience so people can understand what is happening and why people are taking actions like that.
What is happening, and why are people taking these actions?
We are in a climate emergency. We are already seeing many impacts of climate change, mostly in marginalized communities, lower income communities, communities of color, are seeing the worst effects of climate change and reaping none of the profits that are causing the majority of that climate change. And those stories aren't being told.
No, they're not being told, especially by our media.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, actually, this has been our job for the last 3 years. How to Let Go of the World and Love All the Things Climate Can't Change actually came out in June on HBO. It premiered at Sundance. It's already won numerous awards. It's a film that Dea would never have existed without the brilliant leadership of our producer, Dea Schlossberg, and also camera work. I've watched, Dea is, it's hard to talk about you when you're sitting right here, but the truth is, it's like, she won a National Geographic Explorer of the Year award because she walked the entire distance of the Andes Mountains. That's 7,800 miles. It took 2 years, correct me if I'm wrong here. We were in the Amazon together. Talk about stories that aren't covered. Like, we were asked to go with Amazon Watch and some indigenous tribes in the Amazon to go and cover an oil spill that was 12 kilometers deep into the Amazon that no one else was covering, and that several reporters tried to access and failed because it was so far in, right? It took us two different attempts to go in, and I've watched Dea, brush off tarantulas and without even breaking a sweat, and walk through very dangerous situation, wading in oil-infested waters up to her neck. Our film, we face real opposition in China, where we're chased by the Mongolian police. I never thought that the worst threat to Deo would not be some situation like that in which we're trying to recover the climate emergency in another country, but from our own government and our own police force in the United States. I mean, this is a constitutionally protected activity. This is journalism. And I can tell you for real, the mainstream media is ignoring what's happening with climate change. We had no questions in all 3 debates on climate change.
That's correct.
None, not a single one. We have seen the mainstream media completely ignore Standing Rock and the Dakota Access Pipeline for the most part. I can tell you for a fact, as in making Gasland and Gasland Part 2, that fracking was a story before I started making that. The mainstream media was completely ignoring that story. So it's independent journalists and independent documentarians that often bring us some of the most important stories. And if we don't have protections to get embedded, to make sure that we're humanizing the subjects that we're trying to portray in often ways that mainstream media can't do. When Dea's on trial as a journalist, journalism itself is on trial. All of us in the media are on trial. And the United States of America, in my belief, in the Bill of Rights is on trial. We can't lose this battle. So we're asking for support. This is extremely serious and very, very scary. It's shaken us to the core, our whole team. We're all mobilized. We're not undaunted. We're not intimidated. But the truth of the matter is, we need the documentary community to rally around this. We need the reporting community to rally around this. We've had support from the Independent Documentary Association, from this, what is it called, Concerned Professional Journalists, CPJ. There's so many acronyms we run out of knowing. We've had enormous support. We have a petition running. The site that should be our promotional site for our film has now been refashioned to be a petition site.
How can people sign that petition?
It's at howtoletgomovie.com, and we've had over 30,000 signatures at this point, including Academy Award winning filmmakers and directors and actors and extremely important people in the media. We're asking for general public to just please come and sign that petition. But beyond that, to talk about the story, to share the story, this is part of a pattern, a very disturbing pattern. Amy Goodman arrested for reporting in North Dakota. Shailene Woodley arrested for live streaming in North Dakota. Other journalists currently arrested. And now we see this weekend torture tactics being used against peaceful protesters, hooding them, pepper spray, drones that are equipped, militarized drones that are equipped with tear gas on peaceful protesters. People who are doing prayer ceremonies are being beaten. And this is completely like the United States has lost its mind. Because this kind of repression of journalism is indicative of the most brutal regimes throughout history. And that is not worthy of what we're doing. If we don't get these charges dropped completely and immediately, and the footage that's been confiscated, not even in China did we have our footage confiscated. The Dea's footage has been confiscated. And this is completely outrageous.
Has a single American politician come forward to your aid?
Well, our Revolution, Bernie Sanders' organization, sent out an email in support of Dea.
Actually.
Yeah.
That's
so
it.
That's one.
Only Bernie Sanders.
I don't know. We have to look. But it's been, they came right away.
Because they're always talking about how much they love the Constitution. And that always makes me think freedom of the press, and yet they don't care about freedom of the press. And our press doesn't even seem to care about freedom of the press.
I would expect invitations for Dea from MSNBC, from CNN, from Fox News, from all those major channels, from Good Morning America, from all those sources. We put out the words. Look, this is a threat to our very profession. But the truth of the matter is, they know about the climate crisis.
They
know about the Dakota Access Pipeline. They know about climate actions. They know about fracking. They know all these things. They know about climate change. And there is a systematic denial going on within the media that is totally unacceptable That is what we're doing. That's the work that we're doing. We traveled to 6 continents in this film to report on climate change. That's what we've spent nearly a decade pursuing.
Now, on these 6 continents, in all these different countries you've been to, have you experienced a country that is as brainwashed as the United States on this issue? Brainwashed to simply ignore the truth and reality that confronts them every day they open their front door.
I'm not familiar enough with the media in other countries to say what people are being told, but I can say in every other country I've been to, people seem very informed and have strong opinions about the nature, the facts of climate change and the importance of protecting the environment and our own habitat. And there seems to be kind of a disbelief as to how Americans don't get that.
It's a very conscious decision on behalf of companies and sponsorships and all of that. I literally cannot believe you guys have not gone on to MSNBC and these other major networks.
Not yet.
That blows my mind.
Well, I mean, it's part of the... Oh, go ahead.
I mean, I say Americans, but the truth is the majority of Americans do understand it and do think there should be limits on carbon and much more aggressive measures taken by government to curb the impacts of climate change, but that's not translating to actions taken in office.
But also, I think that we've seen something really different this year. Our film really struggled to get on the mainstream media, even though it appeared during Climate Week on HBO, a huge network. We had fantastic ratings, mostly because we made these viral video pieces called Climate Interruptions, and a number of different viral video outlets picked them up, AJ Plus, now this. We had 11 million views on those, and that helped that actually outplayed the mainstream media. So the more they do this, the more irrelevant they are becoming, and it's, I say this knowing that they're not going to be happy to hear this, but the truth of the matter is something has changed. 75% of Democrats oppose fracking. The majority of Americans oppose fracking. So I don't know if I buy the narrative. That Americans are brainwashed. I think that there's a certain group of people that have been pushed with a certain level of denial. That is very strong and very scary. There's this rise of fascism and authoritarianism in the United States, and blatantly supporting a racist, misogynist who doesn't believe in climate change as a major candidate for the Republican Party is insane. At the same time, what I'm also seeing, though, is that progressive left, which is on the march, which has been an extraordinary thing to witness, that came out of the Bernie Sanders campaign, that we are continuing somewhat with these climate revolution rallies that we've been doing. We had a big rally yesterday in LA with over 1,000 people who turned out. We had one in Philly the night before the DNC. 5,000 people turned out for the rallies, the concerts. We screen our film at those. So I see America actually really moving forward on the march, and I'm extremely inspired by that. And the more that happens, the more repression we get from the police, the more repression we get from the media, the more out of touch that seems. And I worry very much that we've had total silence from Hillary Clinton on Dakota Access Pipeline, total silence on many, many key issues, and that she clearly supports fracking. I think obviously she's going to become the president, but our eyes are open, and our movement has to be on the march because we read the emails. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
And we know that it's on us now. We've got to challenge everything about what those emails are about. We've got to say we need no fracking. We need real action on climate. And I think that's, I would love to hear. It's hard because you have to be kind of quiet about some of the things about the case. But I mean, I think activism is ramping up all over the country because of the emergency.
I think it is too. I think the press and politicians ignore what's going on in the Dakotas and with the pipelines and with fracking at their peril. For Hillary Clinton to say, "Oh, natural gas it's a bridge to renewable energy," horse shit. There's nothing. It's not a bridge to anything. It's a bridge to money that goes into their campaigns.
No, well, that's
Plain and simple.
Dea's first, it was your second film, Backyard. Is that right? Or third or fifth? I don't know. You made a film on fracking. Can you talk about that?
Sure. I made a film called Backyard, half-an-hour film about the human impacts of fracking, and it was a similar format as How to Let Go of the World and Love All the Things Climate Can't Change, in that it dropped in on different people in different areas facing similar problems and the challenges they were facing, but it was all related to fracking and all of the impacts of fracking that they were experiencing: social, environmental, health, emotional, community-based, like all of the negative consequences that people weren't aware of and were being drowned out by the propaganda of cleaner, cheaper jobs, all the buzzwords
bullshit
that the industry throws out there. Yeah, but I was trying to find true, real stories. And there were so many that didn't end up in my little half-hour film, because people all over the country were being severely impacted and felt like they weren't being heard, and were really eager to share their stories and wanted to have their voices amplified, wanted to be heard. That's where, Backyard came from.
Can I take you back to the day this happened, that the arrest happened? Mm-hmm. Because you mentioned that reporters in other locations were arrested simultaneously on public roads as well.
On the same day, yeah.
So how are members of the press arrested at multiple locations in different states at the same time and charged for the same things all at once across all these different jurisdictions? How does that happen?
The charges themselves are slightly different just because of the laws in the different states, but in Washington they were felonies, and in North Dakota they were felonies. And there were other arrests in other states, but those were the two with the felony charges.
Another cameraman that we work with.
They were ready for you.
In fact, another cameraman and editor that we work with, Steve Liptay, is facing charges as well that he received in the mail. He wasn't arrested. Let me just be really clear. Dea was arrested, and she was charged first, or as an accessory. Right. You're not an accessory. You're the media. The media can't be an accessory. This is a constitutionally protected activity. And then you were held for 53 hours in jail without being able to talk to a lawyer. To me, I think that's illegal. They've declared a state of emergency in North Dakota, so it's not illegal. But you're declaring a state of emergency.
The state of emergency?
In North Dakota, and that is why you see tanks on hand when people are doing peaceful prayer ceremonies. That is why you see the militarization of the police force. That was their justification for holding Dea longer than 48 hours without being able to talk to a lawyer. So I was in Europe. We were touring How to Let Go of the World and Love All the Things Climate Can't Change in England and Scotland and the Netherlands. And I'm getting all this information, and we're sitting here going, when is she getting out? And then all of a sudden the charges come down, and it's 45 years. Edward Snowden himself tweeted out, look at this case. By contrast, I'm only facing a mere 30 years. So, I shudder to think that in this United States that journalism is becoming a crime. Journalism is the core of what we do. It was established, Alexander Hamilton. This is how we got the Bill of Rights. And it is extraordinarily terrifying to think that they could lock you up for that long, that they could put these charges out there. And not only for the journalists, but for the activists themselves, Mm-hmm. And I mean, the activists who turned off the shutoff valves, right? This is tar sands oil. Tar sands oil is the dirtiest oil on the planet. It is scraping the surface off of the boreal forest of an area, and the area is the size of the state of Florida. And it is polluting the rivers, the Athabasca River of the First Nations tribes in Canada there. They're using fracked gas to boil down this tar sands that they frack in another reservation in the Blood Tribe in the southern part of Alberta. The whole thing is total, absolute chaos. It looks like the apocalypse unleashed. And we've covered tar sands in the past. You saw the Keystone XL pipelines really mention what was going on with tar sands. The tar sands is not a development. The tar sands is a human rights abuse. The tar sands is a crime. The tar sands is a crime. Covering the tar sands is not a crime. Shutting down the pipelines, in my view, right, is also not a crime. These people were brave. They went to the emergency shutoff valves. They called the company ahead of time, said, we're shutting you down because this is an emergency. It's a climate emergency. And we're shutting these pipelines down, and then they sat down and waited to be arrested. Now, those people expected to be facing some jail time, but what they're facing in their charges, in some cases, one of them is charged with 84 years.
What?
And no one is talking about the activists in this. The activism of shutting these pipelines down to make a statement that says, we are operating out of necessity for our planet. 84 years one of them is charged with. Now, our film is very explicit about what happens with climate change. We see the South Pacific Islands disappearing in the film. We see, obviously, what's going on in the Amazon, but the people in New York City drowned in their own homes during Hurricane Sandy. The climate emergency, which we found out during our research, is so much worse than we thought it was. That we're right around the corner from extraordinarily difficult problems.
Within 4 or 5 years.
Well, we've warmed the Earth by 1 degree. We've got enough carbon dioxide and methane in the atmosphere right now to keep the radiative effect of the warming to get to 1.5 degrees. Okay? At 2 degrees of warming, we bring about an unstoppable process of 5 to 9 meters of sea level rise. That means say goodbye to New York, Washington, D.C., Baltimore, Providence, Boston, Miami, New Orleans, Berkeley, Oakland. The list goes on and on. Our whole eastern seaboard is threatened at 2 degrees. That means no more new pipelines, no more new fossil fuels. James Hansen, the grandfather of climate science himself, said tar sands is game over for the planet. The United Nations estimates at 2 degrees 800 million climate refugees. 30 to 50% of the species on the planet go extinct at 2 degrees. I think these activists have a point. And that is what the mainstream media is ignoring. To say nothing of the First Amendment issues, what the activists themselves are doing, I consider an act of bravery. And I consider an act of extreme sacrifice, even if they knew they were going down for a year or 2 years, let alone 84. To take that on themselves and say, we're calling attention to this absolute human rights abuse and the climate emergency by shutting down these pipelines. Of course you have to have reporters there. Of course you have to have documentarians there. Of course, because it's going to be a controversial act. But it is our work that will let people know what the motivation is. Tim DeChristopher, when he was charged, he wasn't allowed to let his motivation into the court. They said his motivation on climate change was irrelevant and inadmissible. It's the court of public opinion. We have to make sure that people know, whatever they think of the protest, you have to be able to hear about it, right?
Yeah, and it's very frustrating for me to be addressing First Amendment issues when the whole reason that I was out there and the whole reason that I do what I do is to tell the stories of the people on the front lines. It just feels like a massive shame to me that we're not talking about that right now. That instead we're just dealing with being able, the basic right to be able to talk about those things.
No, it's stunning to me because you're talking about, you've had this criminalization going on for years of journalism, with the gag rules about industrial, animal farming and everything else, where they're not allowed to see where their food comes from.
There's no way I would have been able to make Gasland if those laws were in effect in 2008, 2009, 2010. I could have been arrested for at least 80% of the shots in that film.
Our audience knows, but Her Majesty's science advisor in the UK government said last year, civilization itself will collapse by 2035 unless something is done immediately to address the climate emergency. And yet, here we are, you and the Native Americans up at Standing Rock and the activists are literally trying to save the lives of every person on the planet. And you're trying to tell them that the world is ending unless we stop this, and they're jailing you for it, and they're attacking people for it. And to me, it's just beyond stunning, and it makes me wonder, what the fuck happened to this country? I mean, did we grow up always thinking that we needed to be lied to? I mean, I read now, you go back and you read stuff Václav Havel wrote in the 1970s, and you think, there is a fundamental power of truth. It's fundamental. And to deny it is to be part, an accessory to what is going on.
Well, we've been part of smear campaigns before, attacks on the character and the credibility of the work, and it gets to you. It's very hard to do. So I wondered, I mean, I don't know if you want to, it's up to you. I mean, I know your ability to talk about the actual case is very limited, but I'm just wondering, what are you thinking when you're in the jail cell for 53 hours? That's longer than I've ever been in jail. What was going through your head?
And were you alone?
Yep. I was the only female in the county jail, so I had my own. I mean, yeah, I was alone. I was alone for that whole time.
Did anybody talk to you? They just marched you into a cell and left you there for 2.5 days?
Yep.
How were you fed? How were you given water?
Through the little door in the door.
Did you ask to speak to a lawyer?
Yeah, I after a day figured out or was able to get access to a phone card so I could call out, and I didn't end up being able to connect with a lawyer until later in the second day that I was there. Yeah, I mean, my brain went a lot of places in those 53 hours. There was a lot of just bewilderment. It was so surreal. It was so bizarre. I mean, knowing that I hadn't committed a crime, and there I was alone, like surrounded by cinder blocks in an orange jumpsuit, and nobody to like process this with, and it was, yeah, it was pretty terrifying.
Was it your first time being arrested?
Yeah.
In any country?
Yeah.
So the one place in the world you've been arrested for journalism is in the United States?
Yes.
There's something quite different also. I have to say I've been arrested, I don't know, a lot of times. Most of them were planned, you know. Once or twice not planned, you know. And there's a big difference between like knowing you're taking an action and what the consequences are going to be, and mentally preparing yourself and going to jail, and just getting nabbed and you don't want to be in jail and you're not prepared and you don't know what's happening to you. It is extraordinarily different. There's a state of panic. I think that's on a whole different level.
Because you have no legal defense prepared. You don't have a team
you're just not
already
mentally
to help
ready
you.
for that. I don't know. I mean, if you're ready to go out and shoot, I mean, you can talk about it. I've never seen anybody as happy behind a camera as you are. You get this happy look on your face, and even you're covering the most difficult things. Like I can tell, you're just completely keyed in. Are you upset that you can't get your footage? What did they tell you about not getting your footage? Are you allowed to talk about that?
I don't know if I want to go into that right now.
We don't. All we need to know is security forces, and I'm not going to say police because police serve and protect. These are security forces of the United States. Took your journalism and jailed you for being a journalist. And it's unavoidable. Nobody can say it's for any other reason that you were put in jail.
Right.
It's stunning. And it's chilling. And it's enraging at the same time.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm hearing things unfold right now that I feel a responsibility to go cover, to go get those stories and share them. And I'm not in a position to do that right now. And it's frustrating for me, but it's a friggin' tragedy for the people who need to have their voices get out there.
Which is everybody.
What would you cover right now? Where would you go?
I would love to go to Standing Rock.
To go to Standing Rock.
I think it's imperative that everybody know what's happening there, and what I see as increasing atrocities of human rights going on right now on Standing Rock.
They did a mass arrest of 80 people just 2 days ago.
127.
127.
That's what I heard. Even though you know that there's military police involved, even though you know that it would be a threat to your own safety, you still want to go to Standing Rock.
Those people are not being heard. I'm trying to find out information about what is happening there, and it's really hard to find.
True.
So that makes me feel like I need to go there to get that information out. And we probably know, we know so much more than most people because we have friends who have been there. We have friends who have been live streaming there and arrested for it. But we have like personal connections that are there sharing, reporting, like citizen reporting. But for most people, they have no idea what's happening, the militarization that's going on there.
And it's hard for people to see it because, as you know, there's a massive disinformation campaign that's being waged against you on Twitter, on Facebook, on their, thought control organs, where people say, I'm a rancher there, and they're robbing us, and they're not a rancher there.
Oh yeah.
They don't live there. It's some punk who works for a PR agency in Houston or New York who's pretending to be someone else.
I'm used to that kind of stuff. I mean, this has been going on for years. There were
How long have you put up with this abuse?
Well, what's really interesting right now is that Gasland came out and there was a massive smear campaign against that film. Tens of millions of dollars were spent by the oil industry, and it still didn't work. Every time they were attacked, it would backlash on them. We got nominated for the Oscar. They wrote a letter to the Oscars asking us to be disqualified. That practically almost gave us the Oscar. So that backfired. The Gasland 2 came out. They went and operated through their surrogates, and they said, we're going to deploy some of these. They made actually 2 whole feature films attacking me and the work in that movie, which were, of course, complete garbage and nonsense, in which they rearranged quotes that I had said to make me look like I said something. I mean, all the most nefarious practices that are not journalism. They're the opposite. This film, we've had a few attacks, but what's interesting to me right now is that it seems like a lot of those attacks are going into a covert direction, that there's a lot more actual repression. Right? Instead of like smear campaigns in the media, now we're getting arrested. Or I haven't been for media, but a lot of people are, and I see it part of a disturbing trend. And also I feel that there are, and I hope someone covers this at some point. I'm not sure how they would do it, but I do think that there are agent provocateurs out there that are pretending to be protesters, that are creating instability, that are creating infighting. I can't point you to any one specific example right now, but I'm getting tons and tons of reports. Because look, we've been touring. The other thing we do is tour. We tour in aid of the grassroots movement. We bring our films. Gasland did 250 dates. The Gasland 2, about 100. This film, we're on our 82nd city of touring the film. We're touring with this thing called Climate Revolution, which is a rally concert screening. It kind of picks up where the Bernie Sanders campaign left off, because all the Bernie Sanders surrogates, we really want to continue to rally. So yesterday in Los Angeles, Shailene Woodley, Susan Sarandon, Mark Ruffalo, Kendrick Sampson, a lot of amazing, Ozo Motley. We have a band that plays. In Las Vegas on Wednesday the 26th, I will be there with Nako Bear and Gabriel Mayers and an amazing group of musicians, and we're going to show the film. And we're going to Des Moines, and we're, most likely right after that, I'm on my way to Standing Rock. For like the beginning of November. So we're doing all this. We're doing out there, we're showing the films, we're connecting the dots, we're rallying people. We've seen this incredible movement across America, and it is amazingly inspiring. Amazingly inspiring. So, that is the truth. The truth is people fighting the oil industry is what's happening every corner of this country. We could tour to 150 cities and still not hit all the crisis points. We could tour to 300 cities and still not hit all the crisis points. That's where we're at right now in the United States. But that's our commitment. And yes, death threats, character assassination, all these kinds of things that happen. And now this is obviously the most serious threat that we've really had, is the threat of imprisonment.
Imprisonment without a president who supposedly cares about human rights and the Bill of Rights to say anything about it. Because I can guarantee you Barack Obama knows what happened. and his wife knows what happened, and the vice president knows, and Hillary knows, and the rest of them know. But they're not saying anything, and they're not doing anything because it doesn't get them anything, more or less, which is also enraging in a democracy.
My hope is that they're looking at the system, in the broken system, and seeing these trends and working to remedy those trends and reverse them, and the dropping of our charges would come out of that. But it's a much bigger.
Oh, it's huge. It's huge. And you know, a lot of people don't believe what you guys know is happening at Standing Rock, from dogs attacking women and children to tear gas to beatings to hooding people. Even when you mentioned the militarized drones, I read something online yesterday, they're accusing the protesters of having militarized drones rather than admitting that they were their drones. It's a mass misinformation campaign. My guess is all your communications are tapped. Even stuff that's encrypted is probably still being decrypted. I consulted for like 3 months after 9/11 with this group of screenwriters for the CIA, counterterrorism group. And what we discovered in those sessions was, since the Unabomber, because they all read the Unabomber's manifesto, and they all realized he's fucking right, this is really happening, and these are really the causes, and all of their attention from the 90s, even past 9/11, they were more focused on destroying the environmental movement than anything else, more than jihadist terrorism, more than anything.
Well, we're not the Unabomber.
Exactly.
We're strictly advocating nonviolence. And I mean, our film is about a new set of values. I mean, maybe Dea, you can weigh in on that, because it was so important to us to figure out what the hell we were doing with the climate film. And we were involved with incredibly intense discussions on how this was going to be something completely different than we'd ever seen in a climate movie before. I mean, this would be a great, I mean, I think what you've done exemplifies those values in many ways. But talk about what we saw in the climate movement across the world.
Sure. I mean, the trajectory of the film is very much the path that we took creating it, really diving into the research and learning and really absorbing and feeling everything that was going on with the climate, talking to experts and realizing how personally affected they were by what they were learning and researching and publishing on, and to see the despair in their faces was really intense and really telling, and it was really hard to figure out where to go from there. And I think many people in the environmental movement, in the climate movement, have been to that place or on their way to that place of just despair, and feeling completely helpless and hopeless. And what do you do? And then the realization at that point is there are already tons of people who have been facing the impacts of climate change for years, and more people facing more and more impacts every day, and they're still going, they're still there. How did they cope with it? How did they handle it? What are they doing now? We're not the first ones to be facing this. This has been going on, and what's the secret? And so the stories in the film are talking to those people and figuring out what are those values. What do people hang on to? What are their strengths that enable them to keep going through the hurricanes, through the droughts, through storms, and the breakdown of social systems in the wake of those. And it's fundamental human values, community and love and creativity and innovation and these things that enable people to weather these storms, that enable them to keep their humanity as they go through these storms, But they're also the same things that will, as a society, help us mitigate those storms.
Yeah, that we were realizing we were starting with a film about climate change, and we ended up making a film about humanity. And about our system and about our values. I think you said it perfectly there. Our society is based on greed and competition and institutionalized violence and institutionalized racism and control and consumerism and individualism. Our movie says when we go to 6 continents, we're seeing a new value system emerging that is based on human rights, democracy, community, like you said, creativity, love, generosity. So watching how New Yorkers responded to Hurricane Sandy, watching a revolutionary campaign on solarization of non-electrified areas in Zambia and in Africa. The Pacific Climate Warriors whose cry is, "We're not drowning, we are fighting." The resilience that those people exhibit. We realize that feeling despair and depressed is a kind of luxury. You just got to get up and move. And so that's been it's an incredibly inspiring journey every time we watch a movie with a new group of people. The movie starts with a dance sequence. It ends with a dance sequence. Every single time we show it, the whole audience gets up and dances. This is just happens. It happens every place from Sundance to tiny screenings in Moab, Utah, to Boise, Idaho, to Scotland. Every single place we've shown this movie on tour, we get a dance party at the end of it. It happened last night. Even though we were just at the tail end of an 8-hour rally in the middle of a rainstorm, which never happens in LA. It's the courage and the sense of this new values that we need coming out of the film that we discovered. This is the spine of what we're doing. That I think re-inspires us every single time. You don't get tired when you care about the people around you. So that's I think what we're trying to pursue here. Even those are all the things climate can't change.
Yeah.
And it was interesting when we were talking about the title over and over again, obsessing, how to let go of the world, and what is the name of the title? And we finally finished it on the day we had to submit to Sundance. It was How to Let Go of the World and Love All the Things Climate Can't Change. Love had to be in the center of the title because we have to love the things of the world that we still have and that we will have no matter what happens to us. That's what we're trying to advocate for. That means nonviolence, that means community, that means sacrifice, that means all those things that, that I think exemplify the people at the forefront and the front lines of the climate movement, and that we are just trying to report on them and hold that heroism up. As Al,
and that's the right word for it.
Yeah.
To include the two of you. You're serious. No, don't. You're a fucking hero, and you're a hero. Because you put your freedom on the line, and you've gone out there with people to make a difference.
Thanks. Nice of you to say, but
you really are.
Because
you're trying to save the rest of us from this fucking insanity, and you have all that hate projected onto you from these people who are carrying the drones and in the tanks and with the guns, and they're trying to paint a picture that you're the violent ones. That you're the bad ones, that you're the one, because they're projecting their own psychosis onto everything around them when you guys are trying to actually wake people up to a real existential emergency.
Well, thank you. I just feel that it's a responsibility. If I'm not the one facing the emergency, I can be the one to help the people that are by sharing their story. That's what I can do.
Maybe, I don't really want to cut this conversation, but to be honest, these pipeline battles are going to get worse, and they're going to intensify. The plan of the neoliberals who are in power right now, Barack Obama, and most likely, unless some completely horrible, insane thing happens, Hillary Clinton will be the president. That plan is 300 new frack gas power plants around the United States, 300 new frack gas power plants, which means hundreds of thousands of miles of pipelines crisscrossing all across this United States, probably 2 million new fracking wells onshore in the United States. That's their energy plan. That's what we know. That's why you're seeing all these pipeline battles, right? We're fighting Dakota Access Pipeline, the pipelines that you talked about, frack oil, tar sands oil, but frack gas, the Millennium Pipeline in New York State, the Sable Trail Pipeline in Florida, the Algonquin Pipeline expansion, the AIM Pipeline, the Constitution Pipeline, the Ned Pipeline. I mean, I could tell you all the names of these pipelines. They're always named the most ridiculous thing. The Pilgrim Pipeline. The Constitution Pipeline, which, by the way, we beat after 5 years of battle, that was going to connect fracked Pennsylvania to ports in New England to export the oil, frack gas, to Europe, where they're fighting it in Scotland, which I just realized and met with the Scottish activists. We have a worldwide problem here. These battles are going to get worse the more the oil industry is deeper and deeper into a state of crisis and irrelevancy, where the citizenship is just simply going, we're not doing this anymore. That's why they don't want people to know what Daya is reporting. That's why they don't want people to know what's going on at Standing Rock. That's why they don't want people to know the battles that are happening with the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission in Pennsylvania over all these different, the Penn East pipeline, another pipeline. We've toured these pipelines all across America because the whole country is up in arms against, not in arms, but in an uproar, a peaceful uproar, a peaceful uprising, I should say, against fracking, against offshore drilling, against coal, against tar sands, against, pipelines galore. It's got to be one of the biggest land grabs in American history, what they're doing with condemning eminent domain, condemning people's land for pipelines. And this is the plan, because the natural gas industry went into the White House and lied and said that they were better than coal for the climate, which is a lie. Scientifically, it's a lie. And the Obama administration said, okay, we believe you. And more science gets put in front of them that says you absolutely cannot frack the United States. This is a 30 to 40, the natural gas bridge, 30 to 40 years. Because you don't finance a power plant for 5 years. Like your home, you finance it for 30 to 40. That's a 30 to 40 year bridge. I've said over and over again, the only person who wants to spend 30 years on a bridge is Chris Christie. And we're not listening to him for anything anymore. That guy's probably going to get indicted, right? Or if he hasn't already, I was out of the country. But truthfully, this is what we're seeing when we have oil interests overpower citizens' agency in our own government. Hillary Clinton has to stop taking the money from the fossil fuel industry. The Democrats have to get off of that immediately because otherwise their climate plans, emissions actually went up during the Obama administration.
I do know that.
Not down.
I do know that.
Because of fracking. And so the fracking battle and the climate battle, the pipeline battles, the backyard battles, they're all colliding right now. And, we would rather be fighting those battles than a battle about the First Amendment. But of course, here we are.
You guys are delivering the truth in your heroes. How do people get involved and do more? Who can they give money to? How can they help shut this down? Okay, well, I am supposed to be saying it's shutitdown.today. Shutitdown.today is a legal fund for the activists and the journalists as well. The petition for Daya and I think we added the other journalists to the petition, I'm not 100% sure, is howtoletgomovie.com. That's our movie website that we've retooled to be a petition website. Howtoletgomovie.com for the petition. Please sign that. If you want to contribute to the legal fund for the activists, it's shutitdown.today. That's where you can go. You want to add anything to that, please?
There's also a small piece on the shutitdown.today website of one of the activists, Ken Ward, talking at his arraignment about why he did what he did, what motivated him to do what he did, and those are the stories that we were trying to cover, and thankfully that was captured. He articulated that on camera at the arraignment, so people can hear from him directly and really get a sense of why people are putting themselves on the line like that.
For the love of our fellow human beings, I'm assuming. I mean,
yeah.
But I really mean it. You guys are heroes. You're doing great work.
Thank you.
And for the audience out there, help these people. Help yourselves. Shut it down.
Welcome to the Young Turks, everybody. Pleased to have you join us here at 3:01 and 38 seconds. Sorry, we're a minute 38 seconds late.
No, we're on time.
Are we?
Yeah, that clock's off.
Oh, really?
Ahead. That's why we put it ahead.
It's a tricky thing.
I'm that stupid.
We're actually early. I'm not even here yet.
Really?
Yeah.
How early
Look at
are
this,
we?
3 o'clock on my phone, baby.
Look at that.
Come
Hey, whose
on.
legs are those on your phone?
Come on, that's my wife's.
Nice.
I have those same. That's
Yeah, I
weird.
know. We pass them around.
All right. Yeah. Okay.
Brett Ehrlich, Michael Shore, Jimmy Dore. Nice to have you guys.
Good
we
to
were in
be
the middle
here.
of a very intense conversation
We
about
were.
the Electoral College,
We were.
which maybe we'll talk about coming out of break.
Okay, well, here's what my hope for today's show
Bring it.
is that I hope that you're a little silly.
Me?
Yes.
Good.
Because we need a little silliness today.
I will try to be a little silly. Not
Okay.
as silly as I was during the final hour of our election coverage.
I thought that was great, by
Was
the way.
that the right amount of silly?
We need it even more.
For those who didn't join, I showed up as in a flying squirrel outfit.
I was
As-
completely appreciative of that.
Thank you. As the head strategist for the Hillary Clinton campaign.
So when he came in, everybody was like at a funeral. When he started doing it, I was like, oh, yeah, that's right. We're going to laugh again. We're all going to laugh. Life is going to go on. We're going to be able to laugh again. Life is still stupid as it was yesterday.
I still haven't laughed yet. I don't think.
I have.
you not?
You're giggling right now.
Hearing
little.
well, that listening to the squirrel thing, and Brett on current TV, we did a show, and at the end of the show was always Brett, right? And it was Brett doing shtick for a minute and a half or 2 minutes, or
I am certain I wore the flying squirrel outfit.
you had to have worn the flying squirrel because it was always silly, and they would play it in the newsroom. We were up in San Francisco, and they would play it in the newsroom. And Brett was here in Los Angeles, and we would watch it. A couple of us would watch it to see, what it was going to be about, what it was all, and everybody
That kind
would
of
always
sums up
laugh.
the entire network is that a couple people would watch it.
Well, right. A couple of people would watch it in the newsroom, and then fewer would watch it later that night.
We'd make it
But in any case, we took ourselves pretty seriously, and everybody laughed all the time.
Speaking of cable shows that we are involved in, Fusions, the Young Turks on Fusion will be starting up right when we're done with the second hour. So check that out on Fusion. The first 10 minutes leading up to it. If we get boring, bring it up on another window. You can watch the first 10 minutes. They're going to be at Harvard today.
Yeah, I'm getting text from the production staff, Steve Lang and Roland Werner, sending texts from the Harvard School of Government saying that I would just be like a dime a dozen there.
Really?
Yeah, they give me a little bit of the gear.
What about you is there so much of there?
Just dorks who think that they know stuff about politics who were all wrong about a week ago.
Yeah.
There's probably a lot of those people there.
That's how I felt. But there's so much we can look forward to on this show. We're talking about a lot. We're talking about Trump's appointments, who he's put forward, how people are responding and defending those choices. We're talking about Sean Hannity's statements about what the relationship with the press might be and his suggestions moving forward for the Trump presidency. I've broken it down into a series of sounds to me, so I don't have to say Trump presidency like it's words with meaning.
Right.
So it's like just my mouth does a shape, I make noise, and then that's what I end up having said is Trump presidency.
Right. You say the true administration.
Yes, exactly.
Right, yeah.
So
It's the true administration.
Mike Pence is trying to make it so people don't see his emails. We'll talk about that.
He should get a private server in his house. That works.
It works apparently.
It works apparently. You don't even get indicted.
So yeah, let's get right into it.
That needed more energy.
Does it? Let's get right. Hey, everybody, let's get right into it. Glad
There
you're
you
joining
go,
us.
Brad.
Stop
There you
frowning. It's not the end of the world. It's just very close to the end of the world, and very obvious signs of the apocalypse have already taken place. So enjoy yourself. That's what you're supposed to do when you know the world's ending. Go do something ridiculous and fun. All right. So Trump has named some of his appointments to the Trump presidency going forward, including Reince Priebus as his chief of staff, and Breitbart's Steve Bannon, who was also the CEO of his campaign, as chief strategist and counsel, whatever that means. Pence will lead the transition team, which we already know. He, of course, elbowed out Chris Christie.
Not an easy thing to do.
Not an easy thing to do. Chris Christie got a lot of flack because of Bridgegate. Also, he wanted to transition the Supreme Court into the Supreme Food Court. That's a joke. Anyway, so...
Wait, he really wanted to do that?
Yeah, that's what he wanted to do.
Yeah.
It's the Supreme Food Court.
Yeah,
someone
that's
said
the
Taco
Supreme
Supreme
Food
Court.
Court.
How about Taco Supreme Court? Anyhow.
Nope, there's no such thing.
According to Paul Ryan, there will be no deportation force. We're not planning on erecting
You're
an
kidding.
immigration force.
You're kidding. It's almost like Trump was playing the people to vote for him. It's almost like Trump was completely bullshitting, which goes against everything he's ever done. I can't believe that he was playing those people. That's weird. He's not going to build a wall? That is so weird.
Yeah, said he's not going to build necessarily a wall all the way through, but there will be some kind of fencing in places where there needs not be a wall.
Has he announced when he's going to renegotiate NAFTA?
No one knows. But there are people who are, the ones who are defending his appointments are, funny enough, Reince Priebus, especially the attacks on Stephen Bannon, who is a former Breitbart. Basically, a lot of people are saying he's responsible for the alt-right, and it's hard to disagree with them.
Hard to disagree.
And here is Priebus appearing to defend Bannon on Morning Joe.
There are some concerns about Steve Bannon because of the Breitbart connections. What would you say to those people that have those concerns right now?
Well, that's not the Steve Bannon that I know, and I've spent a lot of time with him. But look, this is all about achieving President-elect Trump's agenda. And I can assure you, and I think it's really important, and I know that President-elect Trump wants everyone to understand this, that all Americans out there, no matter your race, your gender, your ethnic background, he wants to make you proud of our country. He wants to serve you.
The appointment of Stephen Bannon, even if he did go to Harvard Business School or whatever, sends a signal that some of the stoked up hatred that happened in the fringe parts of the internet are things that he's bringing into the White House. Am I wrong about that? And how do you reassure people that's not the case?
Well, I think everyone out there can agree that you judge people as you see them, not as other people have said. And that's what I would say is that, it's what people do. It's how people act on a day-to-day basis, and that's nothing I've ever seen. I've only seen a generous, hospitable, wise person to work with. And the other thing about President-elect Trump, and everyone understands it who knows him, he listens to a lot of people. If anyone thinks that I'm the only one that's going to walk into that office and say, this is what you have to do, I think in a lot of cases he takes the advice, but he likes to listen to a lot of people, and that's a good thing.
Response?
Well, my response is that Reince Priebus is a great choice to be. Honestly, though, I mean, like he's a Republican president. He's not going to name who we want to be the chief of staff of the White House. Reince Priebus somehow, through all of this, was able to keep that group together. And as chairman of a party that seemed to fall away with the candidacy of Trump, he was able to somehow keep those people together, keep people behind them, and then Trump won. So how in the world, I mean, objectively speaking, not speaking with any opinion here, how do you not say that this is the perfect pick to be the chief of staff, to bring the staff together and be the liaison between the Republican Congress and the president? I mean, to me, it's a no-brainer perfect pick. It's amazing that we're sitting here talking about it. That's all.
That is amazing.
Right.
Reince Priebus, who I'm pretty sure by the end of the campaign they had him working out of the back of a 7-Eleven.
That's
somewhere.
right.
I mean, this guy. I mean, he once threatened. Didn't he threaten to cut off Trump funds?
At one point, he did. And at one point, he said, well, when asked, he was like, "We're not going to have to worry about that." This was early on in the campaign when people were talking about the hypothetical of a Trump presidency. Well, we're not going to have to worry about that, but we do have to respect all the opinions and all the candidates in our party. Well, there they are.
So, is there more video about Bannon?
There's more video about Bannon.
Yeah, because Bannon is a totally different conversation.
Yeah, Reince Priebus, I actually like listening to him because his speech pattern is like a guy who's super angry and drunk.
Right. Yeah, and long-suffering Brewers fan, too, probably.
Yeah.
Before we go on, you said he was somehow able to keep all these people together. The sad part is, I know exactly how he's able to keep these people together because they want to stay with their jobs as long as possible, so eventually they rolled over.
Right, well, of course, but it's whatever you like. I don't like being in the position of defending Reince Priebus. I can't stand it.
You love this.
But if you're looking at who should be rewarded in the world of Republicana right now, it should be Reince Priebus to a degree because the party did has seemed to fall together behind even, I mean, you're seeing texts from or tweets from Ben Sass and Lindsey Graham and Jeff Flake, all senators who are, were very much against Donald Trump, who are saying now, well, we got to look and let him, he won, and we got to see this. He was able to keep all these people together somehow. And he was teetering on being the worst chairman of a party ever. And now he's the chief of staff.
That's what a victory will do for you.
That's what a victory will do. That's what, listen, Karl Rove was a recount away from being a moron, right? And then he became the guru, right? The brain, or Bush's brain, all these things. It's happened before, and that's what happens in politics. It happens in sports. It happens everywhere, So.
And he just got lucky that they got to run against the Bill Buckner of politics.
Yeah, well, that's a different conversation. But I think that, I do think that...
He wasn't hiding behind the base.
I do think that there's something incredible about the fact that Reince Priebus is going to be chief of staff after this year and a half.
There's no doubt about it. It's incredible. I mean, the whole thing almost crumbled right in front of him. He's threatening to cut off funds to the guy who ends up winning. I mean, it is amazing. And when Trump brought him up on stage on election night at the victory speech, it was almost like, watch this. Come here. Say something nice about me.
Yeah.
Fucking say something nice about me right now. That's what that was. And it was beautiful to see him do that in a sense. Like for theater. It was beautiful theater. Yeah.
And speaking of the Bill Buckner, he was speaking, they were running against the people who were still around because they won an election, 20 years ago, 25 years ago.
Yeah.
And they were, Monolith is the people who know exactly what's going on, and they still were around during the Clinton campaign. Anyways, let's move on to more explicit talk about Steve Bannon. This is Jason Miller, the Trump communications director, appearing on CNN with Chris Cuomo to talk about Bannon.
Steve Bannon, as a hire, fights that notion that Trump will be a more benevolent Trump. He'll be a more unifying Trump. He'll be get it done, not just advance an agenda. Because Steve Bannon is not an ordinary placement in the White House. He is a promoter of the alt-right and a very controversial guy. How does that square with Trump being different than he was in the campaign?
Well, Chris, if you've seen the president-elect since the election, he's taken a very measured tone. He's made it very clear that he's going to get to work for the American people right away, and that he's moved past the election. And what I think is frustrating is when we see so much news coverage, particularly on this network, unfortunately, on the issues that divide us following the election.
But the challenge is to unite. Steve Bannon is not a statement of unity. This is a man whose wife said he didn't want his girls in a school because they had too many Jews there. Breitbart is what it is. Ted Cruz, whom you worked for, used to point to it as a poison affecting his own party. How is that a nod towards unity?
Chris, again, I think that your focus on trying to divide people, I think is...
Not fair, Jason.
No,
not fair.
Chris,
you
exactly
put Bannon in position, not me. I don't put out the headlines on Breitbart. He does. He is seen as the architect of a very effective strategy that Donald Trump used during the election, which you guys now say needs to be left behind. But you're bringing the architect of it with you. That's not on me.
Chris, since day one, when Steve Bannon joined Mr. Trump's operation and now heading into the White House, his job has been to help Mr. Trump implement his vision. He has done exactly that, and he's done a fantastic job.
But you are who you have around you, and the Jekyll and Hyde thing is of your own creation, not ours. I mean, Bannon reached out to Marine Le Pen. Her grandfather founded the National Front political party. He was an anti-Semite. He was quoted as saying the races are unequal. Bannon reaches out to someone like that to work with the administration. What kind of message does that send?
Chris, the clear message coming from Mr. Trump since this election is that our country has, over the past 8 years, become way too divided.
Look, we're too divided. So what I've decided is to build a few walls between everyone and then keep complaining about how we're divided. That's what I want to do. And I just want to remind people, this is a good thing in a sense. You have to keep at the sight of the goal. The goal is what? To get rid of a Trump presidency, right? The goal is to overturn these right-wing neo-fascists, proto-fascists, right? So how do you do that? You do that by having Trump surround himself with people like that. You have, the more reprehensible the people are that Trump surrounds himself for, the better for the country in the long term. In the short term, this all feels gross, like a shitty sandwich that we still have to eat. But you have to understand that Trump's going in the most damaged entrenched president ever to take the presidency. He's the most unpopular guy to ever take the presidency. Do you think those numbers are going to go up, or do you think those numbers are going to go down? Especially with the people he's surrounding himself with people that the country has already rejected a million times over. Chris Christie's at his lowest numbers ever. Rudy Giuliani is everyone knows is a blemish on America. So if he tries to get Bolton was hated during the George Bush administration. So anything he does, and Bannon, this is a good thing for the country in a sense because it just marginalizes him. This is going to be a disaster of a presidency. So that's what we have to hope for in a sense. That they'll just self-destruct, right? So and Trump is proving that he's getting ready to self-destruct again by doing stuff like this. This is again he could have done something else. He could have tried to actually reach out. There's people are saying, even Barack Obama is saying, well, we have to try to, and all that stuff. He's not. So Trump still isn't doing that. He's putting, Goebbels in charge of his frickin'. This is not going to be good for him. So everyone needs to stop freaking out about this stuff. But that they're only burying themselves. There is another election coming in 2 years, and then another one in 2 years after that.
But Jimmy, nobody wants catastrophe in the interim either. I mean, they want to see, they want to see these people have to reconcile who they are with the country, but I don't think they want to see catastrophe.
Yeah, but now they have to govern. So do you think Trump's already not going to build that wall? That one's gone. He's already not going to do a Muslim ban. That one's gone.
So also mass deportations seems to be gone.
Seems to be gone too. They're already going. My prediction is that Donald Trump will deport less Hispanics than Barack Obama did. So everybody needs to stop freaking out. If he tries to do crazy shit, Paul Ryan and Mitch McConnell are not going to go along with it. If he does regular Republican shit, they will. So we got a regular Republican. And now but he won't even be able to get the regular Republican shit done if he kills his himself anymore with guys like Bannon. If they keep doing this stuff, he's just hampering himself to get stuff done. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Brett.
Well, no, that's all right. A couple things is the argument against Hillary's strategy was that she just kind of didn't do anything. And the sad, what I hear of yours is, yes, I totally get all your logic going together, but it also feels like not doing anything. It's led him self-destruct. But self-destruct how? He self-destructed, you compared it to Nazi Germany, but the one thing that the Nazis did so well was their media apparatus. He's putting someone who's proven himself as having a great track record with establishing a media apparatus in charge of this weird, nebulous, what is his official title? Behind chief strategist in council?
Yeah.
It's that's the thing is that's missing, especially with Roger Ailes going down the tubes with Fox.
And the history of fascism, if you want to go there, which I don't have a problem doing, the history with fascist regimes are the first couple of years are actually pretty good. Mm-hmm. The people like it. The people are getting things that they wanted, and then they're kind of lulled into this sense, and then they go along willingly very often. That's what I think Trump's people have. But going back to the Clinton strategy, if you say let him be who he is, it doesn't matter now because we have no choice other than to let him be. It ended up not being a great strategy, but campaigns do spend a lot of time looking at the polls, and the inefficiency of a lot of the polling this year led them to think that was a good strategy to let this guy self-destruct because the goal was to win the presidency, right? Well, it may have been a good strategy on paper, but it didn't work out because the polls were so off. So what they were relying on to give them the information that this man was self-destructing was actually not true. So now you have the guy, right? He's there. And letting him self-destruct is great, but it's also, he's the president, or he's going to be the president. And there have to be people, you can't just stop getting all over the Steve Bannon thing because, this is good because it'll destruct the presidency. It'll destruct his administration. They'll never win again in 4 years. I know you're not saying that, Jimmy, but you have to be careful because there's a fine line. You have to just hold his feet to the fire on putting this guy.
Oh, no. Yeah. Yes, I'm not. I'm saying that it's good in the sense everyone their consciousness will be raised about this.
Right.
People will understand more what Trump is really about. I'm not saying ignore it. What I'm trying to tell people people are going through some shit right now.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to tell people to calm down and that it's not going to be as bad as they think. for my logic, it's not going to be as bad as they think. And the more he does things like this, it takes away his power to get stuff done. What would have made me afraid was if he staffed his place with all these really well-liked neocons, but he's staffing his place with all these people who are repulsive to everyone, which I think hurts him. If he was really got to be a Machiavellian where he was going to staff his cabinet with people who really could get some evil shit done, as opposed to guys who can't help but shoot themselves in the foot, then I would be more worried. I think this is less worrying. The more cartoonish he gets, the more power it takes away from his ability to get stuff done. That's what I think.
But you do have John Bolton that Brett brought up.
I think you brought up.
I brought up.
Or you brought up. I mean, that's your vintage neocon.
Yeah.
He is the poster
But he's
boy for
so already hated by everyone, even regular people.
Yeah, and if he's put at state, he would have to be approved by a Senate that probably doesn't want to.
And nobody wants to be seen going, I like that John Bolton. And I think there's going to be, it's much harder time for these guys to govern than anyone's, I think, projecting. We'll see what happens. I think they're still going to, I don't think Reince Priebus is going to be able to hold them together. And just like I said, they already got rid of the wall. They already got rid of the Muslim ban. Because you know why? Paul Ryan and Mitch McConnell aren't going to go along with that stuff. Mm-hmm. But that's why.
That's the red meat that the Breitbart apparatus is focused on feeding to people.
Yeah.
And I think, as long as people point out that this border wall has become mostly like a rector set fence. But then again, he says that he's going to, deport 2 to 3 million people that are criminals and have a criminal records, gang members, drug dealers, for a country that has, 4% of the world's population and 22% of the incarcerated criminals, and only 2.24 million people. I hate to say only 2.24 million people are in federal and state penitentiaries now in America, but he wants to literally double it, make us, I guess, more like China, where we incarcerate pretty much everywhere. The difference is they're undocumented.
And
so
there goes your ban on private prisons too, by the way, out the window. I don't think there's going to be any question about that. Today the police chief here in Los Angeles, the LAPD, said we're not going to get involved with this. We're not going to be dealing with deporting people. But we're just not going to do it. So
I
love it.
Again, my prediction that I will be surprised if I'm wrong on this one. Trump deports less Hispanics than Barack Obama.
Yeah. Okay. And then finally, you were saying Chris Cuomo being the most improved player.
It is fewer.
Yeah.
Less is when you're specific.
Exactly.
Fewer
is.
All right. Let's move on. Donald Trump, on his meeting with the White House, Donald Trump went to the White House with President Obama, and it seems like he wasn't really prepared, nor were some of his staffers, for the full scope of what it means to be president. Here's a quote from the Wall Street Journal. Mr. Obama walked his successor through the duties of running the country, and Mr. Trump seemed surprised by the scope, said people familiar with the meeting. Trump aides were described by those people as unaware that the entire presidential staff working in the West Wing had to be replaced at the end of Mr. Obama's term. After meeting with Mr. Trump, the only person to be elected president without having held a military or government or military position, Mr. Obama realized the Republicans need more guidance. The Republican needs more guidance. He plans to spend more time with his successor than presidents typically do.
I actually put in an application.
Did you? What for?
So we'll see. I just put in general office staff.
Just in PA. Just production assistant. Just to be there.
I just see if I can get in. And if I can get in, then I'll work my way up. I want to be anonymous going in.
So the mailroom. You're going for the mailroom.
Yeah.
Just work your way up.
I put my name as Jimmy Adamo.
This is I was not surprised by this at all. This is what everyone was kind of jokingly saying going in. That, and it's the Wall Street Journal reporting it. This is not the Huffington Post saying it. This is the Wall Street Journal being like, you know what? He did his tour of the White House, his freshman orientation, and he was like, what, I got to go to class? I have to sign up for all these classes. I have to figure out, make sure that my credits are all in line.
Yeah. How many presidents do you think Donald Trump can name?
5.
I'd love to see
Washington, Lincoln, Kennedy, and Reagan.
Right, and Obama.
Nixon.
And Obama.
Right.
Yeah. But there would be a long pause before he goes, okay, who's on the money?
No, he would say Eisenhower, because when he talks about Make America Great, right, who's on the money?
Who's on the money?
But when he talks about making America great again, he talks about the Eisenhower years. Of course, years of segregation and Jim Crow, but he does talk about, so he knows Eisenhower. Either they named some years for him, or he was president.
Yeah.
Right?
I just want to be there. I want to watch the reality show of President Obama taking Trump around the White House and being like, okay, Okay. Here are some index cards that I made for you with mnemonic devices. I'll explain what those are later. Of remembering things about the government.
Right.
Because, and that's the thing is there's two Trumps in your mind. There's one that kind of maybe believes everything that he says, who knows. There's the other one that said everything to get elected and probably just wants to be president but doesn't want to do president.
Right.
And so the
and
fear
is talking about not staying at the White House.
Yes, he doesn't want to stay at the White House.
He wants to spend weekends in New York
and he wants to still tour.
Yeah.
He wants to do speeches.
He wants to, who does that remind you of?
Reagan.
No,
I don't know.
Let's go back to the early 30s in Germany.
Oh.
But
I didn't know. I was like, who does it?
Yeah, no,
sounds like me.
That was what he did. He would just go out and give speeches because he loved the rallies.
Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, just I read this book called The Residents, which is about the staff at the White House, the actual staff that does stay, which is the ushers and the butlers and the.
He's like, but those are the only people
staff.
I want to replace.
Right, exactly.
I got some ideas for the uniforms.
That's what
I
was thinking, right? It's like those are the ones that he doesn't want to have there, And by the way, it's a great book, The Residents. I mean, it talks to you about the hereditary jobs in the White House and people who've worked there, their grandfathers and grandmothers that have worked there, but they respect the White House so much. They love the White House, and I'm certain that they love the Obamas. They actually end up liking a lot of these first families, but the Trumps it's going to be a lot different for them.
I have a feeling. Yeah, I bet.
Yeah, the staff. But I love what Brett says. Like they're the ones that they want to get rid of.
Yeah, I know a lot of those kinds of people.
Yeah.
As opposed to like politicians and people, or executives who we might put in charge of different parts of the government.
Right.
I know zero of those people, and of course, and that's the part that seems so obvious is. Who did you think he was going to put in charge of all these different departments? Yeah. He doesn't know anybody. So that's why he needs Priebus to just kind of step in and be like, all right, so here's a list of people's names. And of course, those people are the ones who are going to, that's the permanent government anyway.
We sit and joke about it, but this is what happened when George W. Bush took over. Even though he inherited so many names of people from his father, a lot of them had changed. I mean, Gerald Ford said that the Don Rumsfeld and the Dick Cheney specifically that was in that he knew from the Nixon administration and the Ford administration said, I don't know that guy anymore. Something's different about that guy. I mean, even Gerald Ford said that. So George W. Bush, who didn't know very much about the machinations of all of this, put in Dick Cheney, who kind of took over. That's why you elect a president, because you want someone responsible to deal with it. And we laugh about it now with Trump, but it's frightening because now Steve Bannon, chief strategist. I mean, this guy is a bad guy. He's an anti-Semite and a racist, and he's on the record with it, right? And this is the way we're going. So yeah, it's funny that Trump doesn't have a fucking clue about what to do, but it's not so funny when you think about who he has there who's going to know what to do, the Boltons and Bannons of the world.
Yes, surrounding himself with guys like Giuliani, Christie, Bannon, Bolton, I'm going to predict his approval rating is going to be, I don't know, negative numbers in 2 years.
And what will he say? Well, the pollsters don't know. We saw what they knew in the election. They don't know. I'm much more popular than I am.
I have an official poll on my Twitter. I mean, it lasts 2 more hours.
I mean, how are senators, how are Republican senators going to defend Bannon?
Well, they're gonna have a difficult time doing it, especially ones that are up, and they want to win the Senate decisively in 2018. Yeah. It's not too early to talk about that, but they have a lot of Democrats in red states that are very vulnerable.
24 Democrats are up, I think, and I think 12 Republicans.
But
right?
when you look at it's less because it'll be 34, not 36, but something like that. But when you look at where the states are, the Joe Manchin in West Virginia, Democrat, Heidi Heitkamp in North Dakota, Democrat, John Tester, and you guys seeing a theme here, right? I mean, these are all red states where Democrats are up. So a lot of these Democrats are going to, if they want to hold on to the Senate, it'll be interesting to see the way they align themselves.
Yeah, this will be interesting.
Well. It's going to be an interesting 2 years.
I really think the only reason the reason you can point to why Trump won is because Hillary was less popular, was even more unpopular than him, and nobody would come out. People actually would come out for him people didn't come out for her vote. She lost by, just a few thousand votes in Michigan and Wisconsin, and there was the black African American vote did not come out in Detroit or Milwaukee. So it was that she was a little less the people for him. So, and that's not, he's got less votes than Mitt Romney. Let's keep remembering it. So it's not like it's an overwhelming popularity. And so this isn't.
There's several reasons though why it didn't work.
There's several.
One. I haven't heard a wrong one.
The hard thing is there's a difference between, there's tons of reasons she lost. The question is, what did it come down to, I guess? And those aren't the same thing necessarily.
Okay.
But I don't know, I keep shifting it around in my mind, and you're right that the turnout on the Republican side, if you look at like the totals for the last 3 elections, it's been the same.
But it's where they turn them out.
Yeah.
And turn, it's why the polling was off. The likely voters have always been a mainstay of polling in our history, in modern history of polling too. They have likely voters, right? Well, likely voters, the people that voted were not likely voters this time. So in terms of, Trump won too. He went to places where these people were and got them out and gave them false promises and sometimes gave them real promises. But so I tend to go away from the Hillary lost as much as the Trump won, because I think, we talked about this before the show, he didn't go to Milwaukee and he didn't go to Minneapolis, but he went to Eau Claire, Wisconsin, La Crosse, Wisconsin, and he went to Brainerd, Minnesota. We went to places that were not the places. And I was stupid enough to think that was foolish, right? But it worked because those people came out in droves. And so I think that there's a lot that he won with, but you can't, this is not a contest anymore, being president. So winning the election and then winning the presidency is a little different, winning at presidenting.
So doesn't this also, and I'm just trying to find silver linings, right? So doesn't this bode well, Michael, for the redistricting that's coming with the census in a sense, right? Because
it does if they change the way we redistrict. And I also think that so many people think gerrymandering and redistricting is much less important than the power of incumbency. And and that's an intangible thing to deal with in electing people. So it doesn't matter, if you move to another district, but you have a name that's known kind of regionally, well, you're going to do well. I mean, people know names. We vote, look, Trump and Clinton. Those are both very, very well-known names that prevailed.
And look at the South for an entire generation lagging behind, staying Democrat and blue long after it needed to. Georgia not getting a Republican elected governor for 1,000 years until the sitting governor didn't eliminate but shrunk the size of the Confederate flag on the state flag.
Yeah, right, exactly.
That's it.
And by the way, you're right. I mean, redistricting is going to be great. And the way some of these states are going to set up their new redistricting and they call it gerrymandering, but the way they are going to look at these districts, I think is going to make it better. But losing state houses, the Democrats on last Tuesday lost a lot of secretaries of state. That's nothing is less sexy to say than to talk about the secretaries of state. But that's what impacts the way they vote in those states, and then it informs redistricting. So it does have a trickle down, and that was a big problem.
Let's move on to the 60 Minutes story.
Okay.
Donald Trump went on 60 Minutes and was shocked, I tell you, to find out that immigrants and people of color were facing fear at the hands of the prospect of a new Trump regime. So here is the first quote when he told protesters that they should not be scared.
Demonstrating against you, against your rhetoric.
That's only because they don't know me. I really believe that. That's only
because
they
listened to you in the campaign, and that's.
I just don't think they know me.
What do you think they're demonstrating against?
Well, I think in some cases you have professional protesters, and we had it. If you look at WikiLeaks,
you think those people down there are?
Well, Leslie, yeah,
professional?
I think some of them will be professional.
Okay,
yeah, look,
but what about? They're in every city. When they demonstrate against you, and there are signs out there, I mean, don't you say to yourself? I guess you don't. Do I have to worry about this? Do I have to go out and assuage them? Do I have to tell them not to be afraid? They're afraid.
I would tell them, don't be afraid. Absolutely.
But that's not what you're saying. I said it.
Oh, I think, no, I think I'm saying it. I've been saying it.
Okay.
Don't be afraid. We are going to bring our country back, but certainly don't be afraid.
Trump's also surprised to discover that some protesters are being attacked by Trump supporters, and here is his message for those people.
I'm very surprised to hear that. I hate to hear that. I mean, I hate to hear it.
But you do hear it.
I don't hear it.
You're not seeing
I
this?
saw one or two instances.
On social media?
Well, I think it's a very small amount. Again, I think it's the media.
Do you want to say anything to those people?
I would say don't do it. That's terrible.
because I'm going to bring this country together.
They're harassing Latinos, Muslims.
I am so saddened to hear that, and I say stop it. If it helps, I will say this, and I'll say it right to the camera: stop it.
Okay.
That'll do it.
That it's done.
So I just spent 9 months telling people to beat the shit out of him, and now I'm going to go.
He's solving problems. He's not even president yet. It's
amazing.
unbelievable. This guy's amazing.
He cares. You can tell it comes
America's
right out of
great
him.
again.
America's already great.
Yeah.
So this seems like how he's coming to terms with using his position
But
to
let's
turn
just
to
get
people.
to the point that he's using his position. He doesn't even know what's happening.
Yeah.
How in the world can you be in this country and not know that these riots and these assaults and offenses are happening? I mean, it's unbelievable.
He does know, right? You can't assume that he doesn't know. This is what
that
his
was my first
instinctive-
inclination was to think that, right?
His
So, yeah, he
instinctive
definitely knows.
rhetorical strategy is to say, listen, I didn't know it was broken, but now I'm going to fix it. Of course
Right.
he knew it was broken. He's
But-
got to have known it was broken.
But there's something about watching him there that I thought he really doesn't know. Like, he doesn't know this is going on. He's so fucking ignorant that he doesn't know what's going on. But maybe.
Well, if they gave him his Twitter account back, which is nice to know that they took his. Somebody made the point they took his Twitter account away, but they gave him the nuclear codes.
which is also 140 characters long.
Yeah, right.
It really hurts. It really hurts. I don't know what to do right now.
Well,
Like, this is the feeling I get once every 21 hours.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And it could be in the middle of the night, but it's just I don't know how to react. My body starts convulsing.
Right.
Mr. President, I'm going to need your cell phone with the Twitter account. And by the way, here's the nuclear football.
Yeah.
There you go.
You know, last weekend I spoke to or last week when I was on the road with the Trump thing, I spoke to a voter in North Carolina, Durham, North Carolina, and she didn't like Hillary Clinton. She's a Republican, but she wasn't going to vote for Trump, and she said, I can't in this state vote for Gary Johnson because I just can't do it. I've said Johnson all along, but you know. The one thing I can say about Hillary Clinton is she's competent. She won't do the job I want her to do, but she'll be, she'll know what she's doing, right? And then you see this interview, and then that's what it's all about, right? I mean, that's what you look back and you see this. Yes, there's not competence for this job being exuded, at least not yet.
He's terrified of Leslie Stahl.
Right.
He doesn't know what to do.
In fairness, a lot of people are terrified of Leslie Stahl.
But that's the thing is she's like, this isn't my first rodeo.
Yeah.
It's yours. Welcome to 60 Minutes. And you can't say that crazy left-wing idiots watch this. This is 60 Minutes. This is the last bastion of folks like me who ask you real questions.
Right.
So 36% of Hispanics voted for Donald Trump?
Something like that.
It was some crazy big
29.
number, right?
It's less than that. It's less than
29?
that. I was in the 20s, I believe.
Oh, okay.
20s. But in any case,
were those Cubans?
well, no,
Not all of them.
No, because Cubans are a very, very small number
Okay.
of Hispanic
So what's your thought?
Americans.
Do you have a theory on that? I have a theory.
Well, okay, here are two questions. One is, why do we trust these numbers if the numbers before the election
Because
were
these
so
would be
bad?
exit
These are
poll numbers, right?
hard exit poll numbers, right?
Yeah.
I guess so, yeah. I mean, that's the only thing is that these are hard exit polls, but are they sampling properly, or are they in the right places?
I know some Hispanics who voted Trump.
Do you?
And?
I see some at rallies.
It was that we had to overturn the dynasty. We got to get rid of that. I don't want to see a Bush. I don't want to see a Clinton. We got to get a fresh start. That's what it was.
A lot of them also have resentment for people who came into the country differently than they came into the country. So there's a lot of that. The numbers were much higher than I expected, if they're accurate. And I don't know what the answer to that is, other than just appealing to the celebrity of Donald Trump, which I think is an intangible that nobody really kind of was able to put their arms around.
Right, and maybe no matter what race, creed, color, if someone resonates with you on the we're going to bring the jobs back, then maybe you just hear that in the same way that folks are able to forget a lot of other stuff.
Also, some people identify as Hispanic 3-4 generations in, and it's a little different than 1 or 2 generations in. And I think I think there's probably a huge divide.
And she was overly religious, the people I'm talking about. Imagine if after 8 years of Ronald Reagan, they instead of running George Herbert Walker Bush, they ran Gerald Ford.
Right, yeah.
Right. That's amazing.
Right.
Because that's kind of what we did here.
Yeah. You already, we ran a loser.
Yeah, we reached back to somebody who was in power once before.
She won election since.
They talked about, anyway, again, the Clinton thing, I don't have as big, there are all sorts of words for what I am that I didn't know before this election. Apologist, shill, whatever, there are other ones. How about supporter? I'm comfortable with that. But I do think that you hit on something really important there, which is the religious aspect. And with Hispanics, definitely, I think the religious and the socially conservative religious part of it had to appeal to some of them, church-going people.
Yeah, I think so.
All right, we're going to take a little break. When we come back, Mike Pence does not want you to see his emails, but there are plenty of emails he wants you to see, not his own. It's Sean Hannity and how he decided, or what he feels about the press relationship with the White House going forward. And maybe, if there's time, a little discussion about the Electoral College. Don't go away. Hit us up at hashtag TYT Live, and we'll give you a shout out, hopefully, after the break. Hey, everybody. Welcome back from break. Thanks for spending some time with our extra special iguana. I was just sharing a story of how I was doing a live show the other day, and I got a nosebleed. Check it out, Screen Junkies Movie Fights.
Well, what did you do? What do you do?
It was movie fights, so it was kind of like fun, and we were talking about like the best last shot in film. And I was like, no, you guys are wrong. Goosh! And just blood everywhere. And they had a thing planned for the end. It was actually like an epic showdown between like their two best fighters, and they went to it. So I was able to step away and just clean up the embarrassment that was streaming down my
And did you
face.
pretend like that was on purpose? Like we had a little special effect that didn't go quite as well as we
Yeah,
hoped?
Right.
I
think so.
I just
Here's
owned
what
it.
was
I was
supposed
like,
to happen, guys.
and I tried to keep going. I was like, so at the end of Casablanca, it was so bad.
I've never seen that. It's had to have happened before Brett. I mean, someone's had
Someone on TV has had to have it.
I hope there's others in this terrible category. Welcome back to you all. A little bit of business to get through. Member shout outs for today. Stephanie Revels, member 1712, and Blaine Gerard, member 1713. You guys are awesome. Members are what make this place possible. Please donate to your local PBS affiliate. That just felt natural. Is that right?
Yeah, and get your members only jacket.
Get your members only, yes. Right. Tote. A tote, as well as Carly Simon sings the hits. All right, after the show, right, we got to end right on time, so we're going to go right through this, but check out the Young Turks on Fusion. They're going to be at Harvard. Some great guests, I'm sure. I don't know who they are, but that's where John and
Cenk Uygur will be on, John Idarola. You don't need guests.
Jade's going to be there.
The only other newsman I know about the nosebleed was Richard Quest, and he just stopped doing coke. So it's up to you.
But I was flying high. That's how I could be the resident person who talks about pilots.
Blood coming out everywhere.
So nice.
Sitting on a park bench.
I have a string around my genitals.
If you tweet at him, he will tweet you back. That's
one
one thing about Dick
That's
Quest.
nice.
Okay, anyways.
Dick Quest.
What else? Was there anything else I was supposed to talk about?
I have a.
Is there a tweet you need to read?
There's a tweet. Oh, some tweets.
I have a live Jimmy Dore show coming up this Saturday at the Improv, and I would tell people about it, but it's already sold out, so it doesn't matter.
Very good. That's awesome.
Wow.
That's a great way to do what you just did.
Who else is on the bill?
Just me. No, we're going to have Robert Scheer.
Because I was wondering why did it sell out, but Robert Scheer, he's good.
Friends.
He's a ticket mover.
He is, yeah.
All right. Some tweets. Sarah writes, trust the guy who's responsible for the alt-right, not for a day. Sabrina Hartman says, when all the movies get made about this time in history in Trump's administration, they better cast Tom Hanks as Reince Priebus. Is that a good one?
I mean,
it's just you run the risk of likability.
I don't think it's right. I think that's true. I also don't think it's a role he'd take.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Trump is a strong authoritarian, vengeful loudmouth. He'll get the GOP Congress to rally around him like nobody before, says Bill Wetzel. And Becky Armstrong says, if they did do a reality show of Trump in the White House, it could be amazing viewing of watching headless chickens.
Well, the only thing that I disagree with Bill Wetzel about is he'll get it done. He's absolutely right, but he'll get it done like everybody before who's been a Republican, because they all fall in line behind them all the time.
Reince Priebus being played by Billy Baldwin.
Billy Baldwin.
That's who
you have to
go
say
with,
Billy Baldwin.
Yeah, I think so, no?
You'd go with Billy Baldwin?
To play Reince Priebus?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just the Hollywood version. It can't be someone who's just as ugly as Reince Priebus.
Right.
All right, let's talk about Mike Pence. Indiana Governor Mike Pence, and right now I just am afraid I'm getting a nosebleed. Yeah. It happens all the time now. Indiana Governor Mike Pence does not want you to see his emails. He thinks it will set a dangerous precedent. Now, there's a larger story here that starts back when President Obama wanted to defer punishment on parents of illegal immigrant parents who had children who were born in America, as well as immigrants who showed up before they were 16 years old. So they wanted to defer that. The Texas Governor Greg Abbott filed a lawsuit, and Mike Pence wanted to explore whether it was smart for Indiana to get into the lawsuit. So Pence hired a law firm to counsel him. Now, there is an Indiana attorney named William Groth who wanted more info on that. And according to this quote from William Groth, he said, "I think joining the lawsuit without the attorney general and hiring that firm was a waste of taxpayer dollars, and the people have the right to know how much of their money was spent." So he just wanted this information. Mike Pence and his administration submitted some information for this inquest, this query by William Groth, but they redacted like a very major white paper, part of the document, and so they redacted a lot of it. Groth filed a lawsuit to get more of that information, but the Supreme Court of Indiana ruled against him, saying, we just are not going to get involved in this. So Mike Pence is able to redact what he wants in this email, and the Justice Department is not allowed to, the judicial branch is not allowed to intervene. We can't do anything about that. There was one dissenting opinion that said the majority's ruling is not only premature, but unfortunately, it unfortunately weighs in on a significant separation of powers issue without an adequate record. So they're basically saying, and a lot of people who dissent to this are saying, this gives a judicial precedent for executive branches to step in and redact information without letting the public know about it through the Freedom of Information Act or any other kind of act. And William Groth, the attorney behind it, said that's not fair, as have many people, some of whom were appointed by Mike Pence. And so that is the unfortunate situation we're in now. This against a backdrop of Mike Pence having told MSNBC's Hardball, Chris Matthews on Hardball, "I truly do believe, as Abe Lincoln said, give the people the facts and the republic will be saved." So what do you think?
Yeah, that's right. It's nice to know that Abe Lincoln only had to kill half the country to do it. So maybe.
Yeah, this whole, it's ironic that we're talking about, for obvious reasons, looking at Mike Pence's email. I can't imagine anything less interesting than looking at Mike Pence's email, by the way. But yeah, it does set a dangerous precedent. But there have to be ways of ensuring that these FOIA requests are met, and if they have to redact some of those things, that's fine, but they have to sort of say, I think they have to say in what spheres they were redacted and why they were redacted. They have to give reasons for it rather than just blind redaction. This was, this concerns a case that's still pending. This is, where do you draw the line? But, again, this is going to keep coming up and coming up and coming. They're going to have to find a cure for it because they haven't found a cure for it yet.
Yeah. Again, if the email, if the Congress switches, if it flips to Democrat, it will be nonstop hearing investigation, as it should be, by the way.
What?
Of the Trump administration and their criminality, because there will be plenty.
Right.
There's plenty going in.
Yeah.
Just the conflict of interest with businesses, what have you, and anyway. So there'll be. Let's put our fingers crossed. In 2 years, the thing that Trump being elected was the craziest thing ever, which it is. So us being the Democrats being able to take over the Congress is also a crazy idea. Maybe that happens.
Mm-hmm. Maybe.
It's a crazy idea, but look what happened this year. They can't put anything past it.
Yeah,
right.
It's tough.
Never happens that way, though.
I know. It never seems to happen that way.
But what's troubling is that the Indiana Supreme Court said we can't weigh in on anything about this. If the executive branch wants to redact stuff, that's their purview. Makes a lot of people wonder. But we have checks and balances. Why aren't they able to articulate exactly why they're not allowed?
Well, that's
to
what I'm saying. Like, what do they have to give? Shouldn't they have to offer reasons to the court why it was redacted? Or does that just set a precedent that it would happen with every single document in every single state every day?
It's set a precedent. People are worried about on the other side. It's set a precedent that
executives can redact whatever they want. And we
Right.
can never, and they don't have to give any justification as to why, and we never find out what it was that they redacted, or even at the bare minimum, what they're even saying as a reason that they don't want it out there. It's very sad. Okay, so let's talk about Sean Hannity. Because why wouldn't you want to? Sean Hannity has supported a certain strategy when it comes to the upcoming Trump administration's relationship with the press. The first bit of it came when he said amen to this tweet. Originally, J.R. McLaren said to many people, CNN, New York Times, Washington Post, and others shown to have colluded by WikiLeaks should not receive White House press credentials. Good job, Joe Business, for giving him the business blow, saying, go fuck yourself, you elitist piece of white garbage shit. I included that. I included that because that was my favorite response of all time.
That's really good. Along with this is kind of I think a breaking report. Maybe it happened about an hour or so ago. CBS News has reported that President-elect Trump has asked Obama officials how his children can receive top-secret security clearances to see intelligence data. So,
oh my God,
you're talking about Sean Hannity having this, right?
Yes.
So this is CBS News reporting this, that President-elect Trump asked President Obama how his children can get that, right?
And so here's another case of the smartest people everyone thinks is the smartest people in the world, meaning Barack Obama and all his Harvard friends. Here's another example of those guys being the dumbest guys in the world over and over and over again. Not only the smartest guys in the country crash our economy and then fuck over the taxpayers when they try to rebuild it, but here they are also repealing the Constitution, protections that make us the country that we are. And why did they do it? Oh, because we have to fight terrorism, which wasn't the real reason. So now we don't have habeas corpus anymore. Now we have a surveillance state, right? Now the government knows every phone call you make, every text they make, and every email you send. The government has a copy of it. You know who the government is? Rudy Giuliani. The government right now is Donald Trump and his kids. And everybody told Barack Obama, when you take away habeas corpus and you want to throw people in jail without a trial, which is why they did that. Why would they want to do that? Jimmy, Barack Obama will never throw someone in jail without a trial. Then why the fuck do you think they passed that law in the first place? Because they're probably already doing it. That's why they passed that law. And now Donald Trump is going to be able, so when everyone tries to protest against Donald Trump's racism or whatever crazy thing he wants to do, they're going to throw the leaders of those, they can, thanks to Barack Obama and the smartest guys in the world, they can now throw the leaders. They have their emails and they know what they're going to do. They know where they're going to go protest. They know all the things they're doing. And they can take them out in the middle of the night and put them in a military prison and not tell anybody about it. Thank you, Barack Obama. You're such a genius. It turns out when a Democrat is the president, he puts half the left to sleep and they let him do horrible shit like this. And people warn those motherfuckers that the next guy coming in won't be a nice guy like Barack Obama, which Barack Obama's not a nice guy. The next guy coming in might be a monster. Turns out the next guy coming in is a monster, so is Barack Obama. But this next guy is a monster on the outside. Except on the outside, this guy's a monster. And so now he's got access to all my emails, all Michael Schur's emails, anybody who wants to do anything to stand up against the machine. Barack Obama and the geniuses inside the Democratic Party handed all that stuff over to monsters. Way to go.
He's got access to all my emails. Sounds like my girlfriend.
Hey.
You know, because she snoops. I just felt like you said I needed to be goofy today.
I like it.
So you said it.
I like it.
So
Barack Obama, I think the beautiful thing about Barack Obama is that maybe his last act will be allowing the one minority lower on the ladder than him to have their heads bashed in at the behest of his donors out in North Dakota. So he's a real genius.
So
should we?
Let's turn to Gwen Ifill.
Yeah.
Since we're on, so sad news. PBS longtime anchor Gwen Ifill has died of cancer after a long battle. She was 61 years old. Some statements we'd like to read were put out by PBS NewsHour. It is with extremely heavy hearts that we must share that our dear friend and beloved colleague Gwen Ifill passed away this afternoon following several months of cancer treatment. She was surrounded by loving family and many friends whom we ask that you keep in your thoughts and prayers. Gwen, this is from her executive producer, Gwen was a standard bearer for courage, fairness, and integrity in an industry going through seismic change. She was a mentor to so many across the industry, and her professionalism was respected across the political spectrum. She was a journalist, and set an example for all around her.
The nicest thing I heard about Gwen Eiffel was that she said herself about journalism, and somebody brought this up, was she said the role of a journalist is to be skeptical, not cynical, which I thought is great, because that in a way you have to ask hard questions. You have to have a sense of pure distrust in who you're asking the questions of, but by the same token give them the chance to tell the truth. And I thought that was great. I saw her at the Iowa State Fair do a sit down with Bernie Sanders when I was out covering Sanders for a few days, and it was back in 2015, and it was at the beginning of his campaign, and Bernie Sanders got up and looked at her and said, "That was good, that was fair." And then he walked away. And I thought, what a nice thing to have somebody say, who, she asked some tough questions of Bernie Sanders, but to have her subject say that about her. She's an inspiration to a ton of people. She was a print journalist in Boston. She went on to NBC News and then on to the Washington Week at PBS and then to the PBS NewsHour. Washington Week, by the way, this tells you a little bit about what a loser I am. The very first person I followed on Twitter, look at my following, Washington Week. So I've really, really liked her work, and it's really too bad. 61 years old.
That's
it's
young.
Just too
Boy,
young.
yeah, yeah. I didn't even know she was ill.
No, and she was pretty private about it. She had endometrial cancer, and she'd been in and out of and off the air for quite a while, and was not a big presence. But during the election, but she did at one time moderate. She was the first, I think, African American woman to moderate a debate.
Yeah.
She moderated the vice presidential debate.
2004 vice presidential debate between Dick Cheney and John Edwards. The 2008 vice presidential debate between Joe Biden and Sarah Palin. And she moderated a primary debate between Bernie Sanders and Hillary Clinton.
She'll be missed.
Diane Breed, journalist, so to speak. Thank you guys so much for joining us. Stick around. There's still another hour of TYT. Join us for the second hour. And then after that, watch the Young Turks on Fusion.
Oh, yeah.
Straight from Harvard University School of Government. The Kennedy School of Government?
Kennedy School of Government at Harvard University.
My fault. And I'm sure they're very upset about that.
I'm sure they're waiting for the Fusion show and not watching us.
Yeah. Thank you guys so much for joining us. On behalf of the three of us, see ya later.
What's up? Welcome back to the Young Turks. Anna Kasparian and Grace with you. Grace,
Yay.
what's up?
Hey guys, this is the first time we've done a show just us. I'm very excited, Anna.
It's been a while since I've even been on this set.
Yeah, I'm adjusting to seeing you to the left of me.
Yeah. It's been an interesting week, to say the least. Last time I was here was Election Day, but it's good to be back. It's good to be back.
I really enjoyed watching your election coverage, by the way, from our little private party. Just watching your everything, all the emotions on your face.
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of people enjoyed all the emotions on our faces. But look, it is what it is. That was Election Day, and now we kind of have to deal with not only the aftermath, but what the future holds for the U.S. and a Trump presidency. And so, look, he's not going to be inaugurated until January, but already we're starting to see some of the ramifications of him being the president-elect. And so you guys have seen some of the stories in the first hour. We're going to cover some more stories in this hour, including what's likely to happen with climate change. And then later on, if we get to it, it's the last story in my rundown. Adult Friend Finder got hacked, so there's some drams there.
Sure.
Yeah. Anyway, if you're a member, stick around after the show. There will be a post game. And then if you're in Boston, I don't know, I'm supposed to plug the Boston show. Fusion, Boston, go see it. If you have Fusion, look it up and watch the show. Anyway.
Nailed it, Anna.
Great endorsement. Anyway, let's get to the stories. Donald Trump gave his first interview to 60 Minutes after he was elected as the next president of the United States. And while speaking to Leslie Stahl, he touched on a number of issues that people are curious about. Now, while he was campaigning, he had some aggressive things to say about women's reproductive rights. More notably, he had said that he believed women who got abortions should be punished. Now, Leslie Stahl did touch on that a little bit and asked, what the future could hold for American women when it comes to their reproductive rights. Take a look.
But having to do with abortion, if it ever were overturned, it would go back to the states. So it would go back to the states.
Some women won't be able to get an abortion.
No, it'll go back to the states.
By state? No, some.
Yeah. Well, they'll perhaps
But
have
do
to go
you
to
want-
they'll have to go to another state.
And that's
I mean,
okay.
Well, we'll see what happens. It's got a long way to go, just so you understand. That has a long, long way to go.
So he is arguing that, as president-elect and as someone who is likely to nominate Supreme Court justices, maybe as many as 3 or 4, he will undoubtedly go for conservative Supreme Court justices who would fight to repeal Roe v. Wade. Now, if Roe v. Wade were repealed, he says that the abortion issue would be left up to the states. Now, there are so many red states that would very clearly outlaw abortions under that scenario. So that's what's going on.
I do think it's interesting that he is taking a more centrist point of view now that he is the president-elect. I like that Leslie Stahl held him to answering questions about this, but it's so irresponsible. It's so dangerous for him to say that women would have to go to a different state, because we know the women that this is going to affect are most of the time lower income status women, and it's not as easy to just say, well, go to another state.
Yeah, it's interesting because, look, when we were doing our live election coverage, I was angry, maybe a little too angry at females who voted for Donald Trump. Now, after the fact, there was a breakdown of demographics, and it revealed that, middle-class white women voted for Trump, whereas, poorer minority women voted for Hillary Clinton. And so my argument was, you're dumb to vote for Donald Trump. And the reason why I say that is not because I think you're a dumb person. I think that you're voting against your best interest because you're not protecting your rights in voting for someone who's very clear about going against your rights. But then I realized, wait, if Donald Trump actually follows through with what he wants to do, it's not white American women who are going to be deeply impacted by reproductive rights being violated. They are more likely to have the resources to go to a state like California to get an abortion should they want an abortion, right? And so it's interesting. I don't know if these are all issues that they've weighed before voting for him. I don't think that most Trump supporters are single issue voters either. I think there are a number of things that they're really frustrated about. But this is just one example of how he's very clear about how he wants to be right-wing on the issue of women's reproductive rights.
Yeah, and we have to look at the people that he has surrounded himself with. Of course, I'm thinking immediately of Mike Pence. So we have to assume that if he has Mike Pence on his ticket, which he does, that he agrees with Mike Pence's stance, which is really dangerous and has absolutely limited the women in the state where he worked. So why would Donald Trump feel any differently? He hasn't indicated to us that he would feel differently. So I think that it's okay to say that the people that voted for Donald Trump were a little ill-informed about how this would affect communities different from their own. Because like you said, it was upper middle class white women that voted for Donald Trump instead of Hillary Clinton.
Yeah.
And they are probably not considering the issues that minority women will face, because why would they? Everyone votes in their best interest. I would get mad when I found out that people would vote for Donald Trump because I'm thinking of my best interest, which is LGBTQ rights, and then you look at Mike Pence and he hates me. So everyone votes in their best interest. I think that what we're seeing here is the women that voted for Donald Trump were voting thinking of themselves and not thinking of all the women that are going to be affected by this sort of rhetoric.
Well, it's not only that. I mean, reproductive rights, that's one issue. And, maybe the women who voted for Trump don't really care too much about reproductive rights. Maybe they're anti-abortion themselves. Maybe they claim to be anti-abortion. But the thing about Donald Trump that stood out to me the most during the election was his rhetoric geared toward women. And he wasn't specific about the type of women he was talking about. I mean, he was very honest about what he thought of women. He treated them as second-class citizens, referred to them as pigs, called them out if they were unattractive to him, called them out if they gained weight, talked about sexually assaulting women and groping them without their consent. Those are the things that stood out to me the most, right? It's not about, insulting people who have a different political ideology as you. There have been women who have voted for Republicans, ever since I was old enough to understand how elections work, obviously, right? But what was interesting is that you have a guy who verbally and physically assaults women, and then you have women voting for him. But who knows? Maybe that's not the most important issue to them, and that's why they voted for him. But nonetheless, I also want to note that Trump has said that he will ban abortion after 20 weeks, only nominate anti-choice justices to the Supreme Court, is refusing to fund Planned Parenthood, and said that there should be some sort of punishment for women seeking abortion if it was outlawed. Now, interestingly enough, Leslie Stahl also asked him what he plans on doing when it comes to the Supreme Court's ruling on the Defense of Marriage Act. Of course, that was repealed, which opened the floodgates for same-sex marriage, which is great. And so Leslie Stahl was like, okay, well, what do you plan on doing for that? Do you plan to, push the Supreme Court to rule in favor of outlawing same-sex marriage? And the president-elect said that he would allow the Supreme Court's decision on same-sex marriage to stand because, quote, it's law. He said it was settled in the Supreme Court. I mean, it's done, which shows that there's a little bit of a disconnect in his logic, because that's the exact same thing that happened with reproductive rights. In 1973, the Supreme Court ruled in Roe v. Wade that abortion should be legal and that states can restrict abortion up to a certain point.
I think also it's sort of, we're seeing a disconnect with the issue on the Republican side, on the right side of this. So with regards to the Defense of Marriage Act, with LGBTQ community, most people by now know a gay person and you love that gay person, or you know of someone who is queer, a part of the queer community, and you're like, yeah, I want them to be happy, I want them to get married. Now, with regards to abortion and reproductive rights, we're a lot more hush about that in this country. So people can still sort of paint it and create their own narrative, whereas gay people have been able to take back their narrative. And I think that's what we're seeing here, that you can still share all this sort of nonsense about, like, what is it, the late-term abortion where he was saying you practically like pull the baby, like that bullshit or whatever. You can still do that because it's still hush-hush. People still don't want to talk about the truth. Reproductive rights, abortion, it's a messy issue. Whereas the LGBT issue, unfortunately, Republicans, they can't claim that anymore. Our community has taken that back.
Well, yeah, and I think that, giving the gay community more rights and being more tolerant of that community has led to people feeling emboldened and feeling confident enough to come out. And so you're right. The thing is, it doesn't matter if you're a right-winger and you're the most conservative person on the planet. It's likely that you're going to come across someone that you really like, someone that you respect, someone that you might even love, who came out as gay, and it makes you see a completely different perspective on that issue. When it comes to reproductive rights, you have to remember that we still live in a deeply conservative country, and so a lot of people do view it as murdering a baby when,
there's a lot of shame associated with it.
There's a lot of shame associated with it. So that's what's happening with reproductive rights. Now, switching gears a little bit to talk about Planned Parenthood. Many people are now donating money to Planned Parenthood to ensure that the organization stays where it is and still provides health care to women, especially underprivileged women who don't have the resources to go to a primary care physician. And so while they donate this money, they're doing something kind of fascinating. They're donating the money in the name of Mike Pence, who's very much against Planned Parenthood and reproductive rights. Now, this all started when Katy Perry donated some money. She donated, I believe, $10,000 to Planned Parenthood. And then after that happened, there were a number of pretty big-name celebrities who started donating money as well. And they did so by posting this on their Instagram pages and social media. So there's Ashley Hinshaw. And you can make the donation to Planned Parenthood in Mike Pence's name, and he'll receive a certificate of the donation. And then you have the address of where that certificate of donation will go to. So it's kind of funny. It's kind of like rubbing it in his face that, hey, there are a bunch of people who are now donating money to Planned Parenthood. We support the organization, and we want you to be reminded of it as often as possible. Yeah.
I like this. I have seen a couple people on Facebook calling this out as childish, which I understand, because effectively it is, you're sort of pranking Mike Pence, but to the benefit of a really great organization that provides really important health care for women.
Can I stop you right there with the criticism of it being selfish? I'm sorry, childish.
Yes.
So it's so fascinating to me that throughout the entire election, you have a candidate who is the epitome of childish, who attacks people
on Twitter,
regarding the way they look, regarding where they're from, just one attack after another. And he's hailed as someone who's telling it like it is. But then you have Americans who are, in my opinion, exercising political speech and doing what they're doing. And for some reason, that's childish. Right? Like, I think that this is not childish whatsoever. Okay, so Mike Pence is going to get a certificate of donation. Does he need a safe space from that? Is he going to be triggered by that?
Well,
I don't know.
Also, look at it this way. It's another way that you can let your voice be heard about where you stand on this issue and where you want your elected officials to stand. I think what we need to remember is that Donald Trump and Mike Pence now work for us. They need to work for the people. Whether or not they will is something that only time will tell, but ideally they should work for us and for the interest of the American people. So by donating in Mike Pence's name, what you're doing is you're sending him a message that this issue is important to me, and you should care about what is important to me, the issues that I find valuable. So I think it is it is funny, but it is a funny way to let Mike Pence know, hey, this is important. Don't try and shut this down. This matters to us.
Yeah.
And I think it's okay to do that. But if you don't want to do that, you can always go to congress.gov, look up your representative, and just crank call them all the time and just say that you love
that's
Planned
more
Parenthood.
childish. Like that's a childish way
Yeah,
of
I
getting your
super
point
have
across.
not done that.
Neither
What?
have I.
What?
But I think that it is important to fund an organization that, again, provides healthcare, cancer screenings, STD screenings, all of that to not just women, but also men who can't afford to go to a regular doctor. Abortions are only 3% of what Planned Parenthood does, okay? So even if you're someone who considers yourself anti-abortion, understand that a lot of people rely on Planned Parenthood for a lot of health care. So
yeah, common misconception that Planned Parenthood is only for women, that people think it's like a women's club. It's really helpful to men as well. And I'm sure we both know plenty of men that have gotten, important health care needs taken care of from Planned Parenthood. They're two parents. It's not just Planned Womanhood, although that would also be probably a great organization.
all right, switching gears a little bit to the Bay Area. All right. Many people think of the Bay Area in California as a liberal place, but it turns out that hate crimes and hate speech does happen in places like San Francisco quite often. In fact, an Iranian woman by the name of Yvette Lolham was on BART, which is the Bay Area Rapid Transit train, speaking to her father in Assyrian. While she was speaking to her father, apparently a woman overheard her and began to attack her. Yvette immediately got her phone out and started filming her and warned that the video would be on Facebook, but it didn't seem to deter the unidentified woman. Take a look.
Go ahead, say it again.
Take care of him. Trump might deport you. You are breaking the law right now.
Oh, wow.
What you're doing. And you might
Really?
be
Do you know I'm recording you? It's going to go on Facebook.
Go on Facebook.
I'm telling everybody.
This woman is a stalker from the Middle East. She's a Middle Eastern terrorist.
Continue.
She's terrorizing citizens like me, and she will probably get deported. And this evil bastard, oh, you shut the fuck up. You're all stalkers. Don't lie.
This is going to go on Facebook.
I
Just
don't
letting
give a
you know.
fuck. Nobody's
Okay.
gonna watch
You don't give a fuck. You just said that.
What I would like to say right now
Go
is
for
this
it.
crazy person is stalking people with all these other stalkers, and anybody that's watching it on Facebook knows the ugly, dirty thing you do every year with playing the Deadpool game. And you place bets on it, and you're standing here harassing me, and I think you're an ugly, mean, evil little pig who might get deported. And I pray that you
I'm a citizen.
Oh, well then you're okay. Lucky you. Lucky you
me.
made it just under the wire.
Okay, so the woman had said, oh yeah, post it on Facebook, no one's going to watch it. It's been viewed literally millions of times, so people did watch it. And family members and friends of the woman in the video contacted CBS to let CBS know that she is mentally disabled, and as a result, she's paranoid. And so if you know who she is, or if you run into her, please don't attack her. Don't go after her. Obviously, that speech is unacceptable. But I bring that up because it's important to show the impact that rhetoric has. And so when you demonize an entire group of people and you talk about them as if they're all terrorists or they're all bad and they're all dangerous, people who might not be in the right frame of mind could be driven to a certain type of paranoia that could be dangerous. Now, luckily, no one got hurt here, and I want to have a broader discussion about what's happening in terms of hate crimes since Election Day. But first, Grace, jump in. What do you think of all this?
Yeah, I do really want to commend Yvette because she did the right thing, I think, in recording what went down. I think it is a little disturbing that it got to this point on a crowded BART train. I think that's a little bit disturbing, but you make a great point, Anna. This rhetoric is really finding a home with people, and not all of them are of sound mind, and just to see how that can escalate, it's really, really dangerous what we're seeing, and I'm not sure. It makes me wonder what I would have done in that situation. I hope I would have intervened. I always try and be empathetic when I see something like this, because it isn't obvious that she is not mentally well.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Because we see so many people that are totally mentally competent, that are saying very similar things to this woman who is not fit.
Exactly. I mean, and I just want to note that there were other people on the train that spoke out and tried to defend Yvette, and I'm really happy that they stepped in, because another thing that I'm noticing is a lot of people just don't want to get involved, they don't want to get into any type of trouble, and so they might see some questionable behavior and they'll just pretend like they don't see it at all. I think it's important for us to all protect one another. Look, regardless of our political beliefs, I know that I've said some pretty angry things about people I've disagreed with, particularly women who voted for Trump. But in the end of the day, after emotions are a little settled, we're all Americans and we have to look out for one another and we need to protect one another. In this case, I worry because the Southern Poverty Law Center has counted more than 200 hate crimes or instances of hate since Election Day. One example is, a sign advertising Spanish services had been ripped and vandalized with the words Trump Nation, whites only. You're seeing swastikas, spray painted on various cultural centers throughout the country. And so people are on edge and they're really worried. And so again, rhetoric matters. Rhetoric matters so much. Let's not demonize one another, okay? If you are a Trump supporter and you are making the argument throughout his, candidacy that he doesn't actually promote hate, I mean, what do you do with these examples of hate? We have to fight back against it. I don't know.
Yeah, I also think that what you hear from the woman is the fear that she has, that she's saying Middle Eastern terrorist, and that there are all these stalkers that are around her, and the sort of fear that the Trump campaign sort of really fed on, a lot of fear mongering, and it's dangerous because when people are afraid, they get paranoid. You're not thinking rationally here. You're saying you're on edge, and just the slightest thing, someone speaking in another language on a bus can set you off. And obviously, this is a unique case because the woman is not mentally well, but I really think this sort of thing could happen, has happened to people that would be mentally competent.
Yeah,
and
it
that's
is
what's
happening.
really scary.
It is happening, yes. So you see people who do not have any type of mental disability going out and attacking others, and that's scary. But we've had a number of mass shootings in this country where, mental health has played a role, where, this climate of hate and bigotry has played a role, a climate of fear and paranoia has played a role. I just want us to all just take a step back, okay? I know emotions are high, but we need to relax and we need to realize that this kind of stuff can't keep happening. We can't be attacking random strangers on trains or in public areas because they look a way that we're uncomfortable with.
Or they speak a language we haven't heard before.
Exactly. And by the way, this woman is a U.S. citizen, okay? But we don't have conversations about that.
So, Anna, what would your advice be to someone watching if they are in a position where they are witnessing a hate crime or hate speech like this happen? Because I think that you have to be careful with how you deal with this. I think a lot of people were maybe complacent on the BART. Now, there were some people speaking up, but it's hard to know how to de-escalate a situation like this because you're looking out for your own safety.
Yeah, I think that the best thing to do if you are being attacked is...
Or if you're witnessing an attack.
Okay, if you're witnessing an attack, do what the individuals on this train did. They called the cops right away, and luckily it didn't escalate to the point where someone got hurt in any way, shape, or form. But I think what's even more important, and this is a lesson that I have to learn myself, is if you are getting attacked by someone, whether it's, in the most intense verbal way imaginable, do not allow it to escalate, okay? And I know that the gut instinct is to fight back, and I've been in a position like that where I have fought back, and it didn't end well. So let them say their piece, let them go off. I think, filming them is fine for evidence in case anything goes crazy and you might have to press charges in the future. But understand that things are really bad right now, and people are resorting to physical violence. And it's better for you to protect yourself by trying to de-escalate the situation and not engaging with these people. So I think that Yvette handled it perfectly.
Yeah. She was I would not have been that calm.
I know. I honestly don't know if I would be that calm. And that's the part that scares me the most, because I'm Armenian, I speak Armenian, and there have been a number of times where I'm in a public place speaking to my mom or my dad on the phone, and I'm speaking. And for someone who's this paranoid, are they going to be able to decipher whether I'm speaking, Urdu, or if I'm speaking Armenian or whatever it is? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So again, we just have to be careful. That's the country that we're living in right now. All right, guys, let's take a quick break. When we come back, more stories, including the climate change story that I promised you, so stick around. Hey guys, welcome back to TYT. It's such a bright, shiny day, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm like looking at the rundown. I'm like, there'll be a fun story somewhere. It's funny. I think my biggest regret in my career, and Jake told me one day you will regret this, and he's right, was moving away from celebrity gossip and covering political stories. Why did I do that? That was a really dumb idea.
Come to Pop Trigger. Come to us.
I heard Pop Trigger had a very
We did. We
serious
had a
day.
really great discussion today about the role that Facebook played with regards to fake news stories and how that might have influenced the election. So yeah, if you want to hear about Justin Bieber's dick pic, we are the place for that. But then we are also the place for some other sorts of discussions, especially following the election. We cannot talk about it.
Yeah.
So that's what we did today.
Yeah, so Amir Nikui, who's the executive producer of Pop Trigger, wrapped the show today and then came to the production meeting for this show, and he just looked like beaten down. He looked so sad, and it was because of the content that you guys had to cover.
Yep.
But anyway,
we got to do it.
Yep. All right, guys, let's move on to. Oh wait, I'm supposed to read tweets, aren't I?
Oh, here.
Oh, I'll do it later. Sorry, guys, I forgot about that. I'll read after our next break. All right. A Michigan police officer is under criminal investigation after he flew a Confederate flag during a peaceful Love Trump's Hate rally in Michigan. Now, this is Officer Michael Peters, and he's not only under criminal investigation, he's also under internal investigation. Apparently, the police chief, Jeffrey O'Brien, is not too happy and doesn't agree with the message of flying a Confederate flag at a peaceful rally. 2016, the agency said, is very... Oh, I'm sorry, that is not the right graphic. Okay, so Jeffrey O'Brien, the police chief, says the following. I met with him this morning, and I think he understands the ramifications of his actions. I'm not here to judge him. We have a process that we have to go through, and we have to allow that process to be implemented. I'm asking everybody in the community to just be patient and let us do our job. Now, Marshall Collins, who was a rally goer, told CBS affiliate WWTV that he was sitting with a group Friday night when he saw Peters pull up with the Confederate flag waving from his truck, and then he revved his engine. He apparently parked near the rally and then started to drink beer. Peters had displayed the Confederate flag on city property before, and he was asked to not do that again. He was talked to about it, and apparently he did it again in this incident, which is why he's being investigated. Criminal investigation, look, I don't agree with him doing that. I think it's a form of intimidation. You're a cop. You're showing up to a rally flying a Confederate flag. Obviously, this rally is calling into question some of the rhetoric that Donald Trump has used against minorities, specifically black individuals. And, flying the Confederate flag says something. It's a form of intimidation. Now, whether or not this warrants a criminal investigation, I don't know if I agree with that,
I actually kind of disagree with you on this. I think that I really salute Jeffrey O'Brien, the police chief. I think that he did a great job at addressing the community. He says that he has over 100 emails of people demanding the officer's termination. So it sounds like this really did cause an upset in a community that is trying to heal. This was a peaceful rally.
Yes.
They were trying to come together, and then a police officer comes in and clearly takes a side. Now he should just be there to protect the citizens.
No,
and he wasn't even,
agree with you. I agree with you 100%. A little more context. He was off duty, and I do not agree with what he did whatsoever. I think it was beyond wrong. I think that, if the police department has a policy, he should definitely face the consequences of that. I know that if I was his superior, I would really call into question whether or not he is worthy of being a public servant, because as a police officer, you're supposed to protect and serve. And if your community feels intimidated by you like this, then maybe it's not the best role for you. A criminal investigation, I don't know. I mean, there might be a law that I'm unaware of in this area.
There could also be other situations with him before.
Right.
It sounds like there was a little bit of a precedent for him to I want to say go against the grain with sort of behavior that is not, to protect and serve, that is absolutely taking a side. And so I think that there might be a little part of the story that the police chief is aware of that maybe we are not yet aware of. But I do hear you on criminal proceedings it is strong, but I think it's important to send a message that they don't tolerate that sort of behavior within their department.
No, I think that's a good message to send. There's no doubt about that. I find it really interesting that we've done story after story of unarmed people getting shot and killed, and getting a criminal investigation done is like one of the hardest things in the world. And then you have a cop flying a Confederate flag, which again, for the billionth time, I hope you guys understand that I really mean this, I don't agree with. But then, it seems like they go after him pretty hard for this, which, we'll see how this plays out. But again, if you're a public servant, don't go out of your way to go to a peaceful rally and intimidate people.
Yeah.
And also bring up an issue that a lot of people are traumatized by, that a lot of people are still trying to heal for. So
yeah, and I think it does come down to sort of a case-by-case, department-by-department situation, because you made a really good point, Anna. We've covered a lot of shootings on this show where it seems like it's so difficult to get any justice. And then here we are looking at a very efficient police department they only have 28 other officers. It's a small department, Traverse City. My brother actually lives there. And I think that we are seeing an effective police department. The police chief reached out to the community and said, I don't condone this behavior, and I've heard you, and we're going to do what we can. And then he also asked for patience, as he said the process sometimes is slow. And so he's explaining the process to the community. I think that's great, and we don't see that in a lot of cases.
Don't.
So when we do, we're sort of like, oh, wow, this is amazing that they're taking action, because we just so often see so much inaction.
Yeah, we're desensitized to inaction.
So I think it's sort of a combination of both.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. Absolutely. All right, let's move on to climate change. The World Meteorological Organization, otherwise known as WMO, has sent out a report indicating that 2016 is likely to be the hottest year on record. Now, they want to warn you that obviously the year isn't over yet, so they're going to hold off on officially naming 2016 the hottest year on record, but it is set to be the hottest year on record. Now, according to their research, 2016, the agency said, will very likely be the hottest year on record. That would mean that the last 3 years, 2014, 2015, and 2016, have set ever more impressive temperature records in quick succession. So this is very important information for all of us to really digest. And I know, the vast majority of our viewers, I think the vast majority of our country, not considering some of our right-wing politicians, agree that climate change is a serious issue that should be addressed. Now, considering who we elected, it doesn't seem like we're going to do anything to help combat climate change. In fact, we're going to go against agreements like the Paris Climate Agreement that would seek to lower carbon emissions, and it would actually exacerbate the climate issue that we're having right now. Now, according to the researchers, 2016 was 1.2 degrees Celsius warmer on average than temperatures for the pre-industrial Earth. Also, 16 of the 17 hottest years on record have been this century. And, when you talk about climate, you're talking about a long-term trend. So let's take a quick look at this incredible graph that shows you just how much the climate has increased over the last century, more than a century. So that is the trend that we're dealing with. And so I'm going to give you a little more information about Donald Trump's ideas in terms of what he plans to do or not do about climate change. But Grace, jump in.
Well, I don't know if you saw the John Oliver segment yesterday where he
did.
basically agreed that 2016 just is the
worst year.
The worst year ever. And a couple more things that we should know about climate change with regards to 2016. Specifically, 2016, this is the first year that we have seen a species wiped out as a direct result of climate change. That was a rodent going by the name of the bramble K. melames. And so that's the first that we've seen of that, but certainly not the last. And then also our carbon dioxide levels have reached a record high yearly minimum already in 2016, and it's only November. And then also the Arctic Sea is melting faster than ever before. These are all facts. These are all true things that are just out there. I would urge you, if you are, I agree with you, I don't think that we have a lot of viewers that are on the fence about climate change, but if you are, for whatever reason, on the fence, the facts are out there for you to find.
Right.
And I would urge you to look up these facts, because this is an issue that I'm really disappointed was not more prevalent in this election year.
It wasn't.
Or just really honestly in any of the campaigns. I feel like it wasn't the hot button issue that it needs to be. It needs to be at the front of everyone's mind, because this affects absolutely everyone. And I can't believe that it wasn't even asked about in which one of those debates? Was it all of the debates? Was it asked about at all in any of the debates?
It was asked about, certainly. I wouldn't know. I don't know if it was specifically asked about by debate moderators, but I know that during the primaries, it was brought up quite a bit by Bernie Sanders.
Yes, by Bernie Sanders
is very much concerned about it. He brought it up a lot. And by the time we got to the presidential debates, it didn't really, I don't think it got brought up at all.
I think that as well, because I remember trying to keep a tally of how often we'd be talking about the environment, and it's just, I don't know how else we can stress that this is an issue that we are going to have to face sooner or later.
Right, I mean, we're facing it now. We're facing it now.
It's happening right now, but I just don't know what the sense of urgency, why it isn't there. And then we're seeing the people that Donald Trump has appointed to his cabinet, or that we're hearing that he is flirting with, I guess.
Yeah, so I'm going to get to that in a second, but I just also want to note that there are island nations in the Pacific that are already underwater. I mean, we're talking about tiny, tiny islands that had, dozens of people on them, but that's still huge. These are bodies of, I don't know.
No, Anna, I'm with you on this, because you know how much of a happy hippie I am, and there's nothing gets me so, I am not articulate, I'm just mad when it comes to climate change and just shaking people about doing something.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that will not only impact where you live in terms of, the conditions, the weather patterns and all that, it's also a threat to national security, it's a threat to our agriculture. Once you have, high temperatures like this, it's more and more difficult to grow food. And so, I mean, you're going to have wars over food. It's going to be bad.
Have you guys seen Mad Max? If you haven't seen that yet, you should watch that movie.
Yeah.
And if you don't want that to happen, then you should look up climate change and what you can do to help.
Now, Donald Trump has chosen someone by the name of Myron Ebel to lead Trump's EPA transition. Which is interesting, because Trump also said that he plans on dismantling the EPA. Now, the reason why Myron is relevant to this conversation is because he is a climate skeptic, okay? He denies climate change. He is part of a libertarian organization known as Competitive Enterprise Institute. I'm sure you can see where this is going. And it's funded in large part by the fossil fuel industry. And so already you have someone in a pretty high position working with Trump to push the country against doing anything about climate change. You also have Trump saying that he will pull out of the Paris Climate Agreement. This was an agreement among hundreds of countries where you would lower carbon emissions through certain behavior. And it just gets worse and worse. The more you hear about it, it gets worse and worse. Donald Trump also had tweeted the following recently. Let me pull up that tweet for you guys. The concept of global warming was created by and for the Chinese in order to make U.S. manufacturing non-competitive. That was retweeted 104,000 times and liked 65,000 times. So that's what we're dealing with.
Also, Myron said that climate change was, quote, a silly issue.
Yes. I mean, of course it's going to be a silly issue if you're getting paid by fossil fuel companies to say that it's a silly
Actually,
issue.
that language is very effective for what he needs to do as he is basically the puppet for the fossil fuel industry. He needs to be very dismissive about climate change. And I can't think of a more dismissive word than to call something silly.
Yeah.
You could say something is something that we all know is very serious. Texting and driving, that's a silly issue. No, it's a serious thing. You shouldn't do it. You should you should stop texting and driving. It's dangerous.
So why is the issue of climate change even a partisan issue? Because we all live on the same planet. We're all going to feel and suffer the same ramifications of this. I mean, if you're wealthier, there are certain ways that you can insulate yourself in your life from climate change. But when things get bad, and even your money can't protect you. The reason why this has become a partisan issue when it doesn't need to be is precisely what's happening with this organization and how it's funded by fossil fuel companies. It's money in politics. It always goes back to money in politics. There's no reason why conservatives should be in favor of denying man-made climate change. I mean, I get that there are people working in the coal industry, and they're worried about their livelihood and they're worried about their jobs. But if we invest in renewable energy, there's new jobs for you to go to. There's new work for you to rely on, right? But we don't invest in that. We don't invest in that nearly enough. And under Trump, I don't think we're going to invest in that at all as a country.
Yeah, and you know, my friend made kind of an interesting analogy, and I hope it isn't super terrible now that I'm saying it back, because it was when we were drinking that she made this. But she sort of compared people that are taking money to deny climate change in the political sphere as people that tried to buy lifeboat spaces from people on the Titanic. Because there were people, as the Titanic was saying this, I'll give you $100 for your spot on the lifeboat. And people are like, no, the boat is sinking. Like, I'm gonna get on the lifeboat. I don't care about your money. And I think people, the politicians that we see, or the people that are hyped up in the political rhetoric that are saying that climate change is a myth, that are propped up by the fossil fuel industry to say that, are basically like the idiots that thought that money could buy their way onto a lifeboat. People need to know that there are lifeboat options and that we can do what we can to stop this or to mitigate the damage that we've already caused. But you can't deny it, and money means shit to the planet. Are you kidding me?
I know.
We're talking about climate change. Who gives a fuck about your money? Dumb, silly people give a fuck about money. Silly people.
I know maybe this is like a crazy thing to say, but...
Go for it, Anna. Be
crazy.
But
the one thing that makes me feel a little relieved is that I don't have children. No, I'm serious, though.
You have Charlie.
I have Charlie, but Charlie will not be around, hopefully, by the time climate change gets so bad that he would feel oh my God,
I hope he's not watching. I know, I hope he's not watching.
I love Charlie so much. Oh my God, let's move on. I'm gonna start crying. Like, the thought of my dog not being around is like... But anyway, that actually has an impact on my decision to have kids or not to have kids. Like, I think about that a lot. I was holding my niece. You know what? Let's talk about this during the postgame show.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. All right, final story for you guys. If you've signed up for things like Ashley Madison or Adult Friend Finder, you might not be making good decisions in your life because you've probably been hacked, and as a result, your personal information is all over the internet. Now, last year, Ashley Madison got hacked, and this year, Adult Friend Finder has gotten hacked. Now, Adult Friend Finder is what you see when you're watching porn. It's usually like a window next to the porn on like YouPorn or whatever you watch. And I always just assume that it's a virus and you shouldn't click on it, but people do click on it and they do sign up for it. And apparently, if you have done so, you could be one of the 412 million accounts that have been put out there on the internet. So let me give you the details on that. Adult dating service company Friend Finder Network has reportedly been hacked with over 412 million accounts, email addresses, and passwords from their websites made available on criminal marketplaces. Over 300 million Adult Friend Finder accounts were affected, as well as over 60 million accounts from cams.com. Other company holdings such as Penthouse, Strip Show, and iCams were also breached for a total of 412 million affected users. Okay, so the crazy part about this is, let's say you had signed up for Adult Friend Finder. and then you deleted your account, you're like, oh, I don't want to do this anymore, it's a bad idea. They kept your personal information. So you will be affected by this hack. Look, I get so angry when these hacks happen because, like, get out of people's personal lives. Like, what are you trying to do? What joy do you get out of outing people who are human, right? Like, okay, so they're on Adult Friend Finder, they're on Ashley Madison. I don't care. People shouldn't get involved in others' personal lives like this. So,
well, I mean, I guess they could use this for blackmail. I guess that's maybe part of it. But also, how much information? If you're on Adult Friend Finder. If it were me, which it's not, I would totally fake name, alias. Like, I'm not putting all that.
Hopefully,
real
people did
information.
do that,
and hopefully people aren't putting their credit card information on these sketchy sites because I know
they
exactly.
are.
I know.
Of course they are.
I know because if you're in the mood, if you're already this close to friendfinder.com.net/org.gov, like you already know. You already are making that jump. You know what I mean? You're making that leap. I know exactly the sites that you're talking about that I assume are viruses.
Yeah.
The ones that pop up on the side where it's like, hey, I really want to meet you. They don't want to meet you.
Yeah.
Like sexy singles in your area. They're not in your area. They're in area, they are in your area because they're in your information. Now you're hacked and your wife finds out. But they're not interested in you. And these sites are all sort of scams. But what makes me a little bit concerned is the 15 million deleted user accounts that the company kept.
Yes.
That is weird, Anna. What's going on with that?
So I don't know why they made that decision. My guess is a lot of companies do that. So once you sign up for something on the internet, just know that it's very likely that wherever you signed up, even if you delete your account, they'll probably retain that. And that's another thing. People don't read user agreements, and I know that it's wordy, I know that sometimes it's a little difficult to understand, but please read it and please know what you're getting yourself into. You mentioned, guys getting outed and their wives finding out. That's one part of it, but another part of it that I think about, and it makes me feel so terrible, is, look, some people are lonely, and some people don't have partners, and some people want human interaction, and this is their way of getting that human interaction, and knowing that someone is exploiting that, or a group of people are exploiting that, makes me feel so terrible, right? So just be a decent human being and don't go after people like this. They're innocent, they're minding their own business, they're living their lives. You don't know the dynamic of their relationships. You don't know whether or not they lack human interaction in human relationships. This is just insult to injury, and it really bothers me.
Yeah, and I think you make a really good point of all the people that this is going to affect, and that also we have to stop associating shame with
sexual behavior.
With sexual behavior and sexual preferences and sexual fetishes and whatever. As long as it's all, everyone's an adult and there's consent, have fun. And I shudder to think that you're right, that there is some guy that his name is going to be out there and that now he's going to feel ashamed because of something harmless that he was doing to find that sort of interaction and that sexual gratification. There's nothing wrong with that. And the shame that I think exists particularly in the United States is not fair. It's not fair because then you get the real creeper. You know what I mean? Then you get the real creepers because there is this sexual shame and repression, and then you maybe become a serial killer. And you should watch my show Murder with Friends, where we talk about what happens when that does. You see how I did that, Anna?
Awesome plug. Awesome plug. It was seamless, though. It was seamless. Seamless. All right, guys, we're out of time. If you're a member, stick around because we will have a post-game show. I didn't even ask Grace if she can stick around and do a post-game with me. But it doesn't matter.
Have no life.
Doesn't matter.
RuPaul's Drag Race and this is all I do.
Awesome. So we will see you if you're a member, and for everyone else, have an awesome night. We'll see you tomorrow.
Beauty and the Beast has a brand new clip, but does it capture the magic of the original? Let's take a look.
Show me the girl.
Look at her. What if she is the one? The one who'll break the spell?
Hello. You can talk?
Well, of course he can talk.
Hello. Pleased to meet you.
The Master's not as terrible as he appears.
All right, I've heard some poo-pooing, but I'm pretty psyched about this, actually.
I am still kind of on the fence.
Okay.
So this is, for the longest time, so when I first saw the promo images in Entertainment Weekly, I was like, what is bothering me about this? And you know what it is? It's that she's not wearing freaking gloves with her ball gown. And that drives me absolutely insane.
It's clothes. It
I
doesn't
know,
matter
but
as
it's
much.
just so
It just
historically
gives you the
inaccurate.
idea. Okay.
Yeah,
Wait. historically
Yeah,
accurate.
I mean, it's
Okay.
historically, like, she would have never not worn gloves with a ball gown. And on top of that, it's like in the Disney film, she wears gloves with her ball gown. And also, as somebody who, like, so for me, I was obsessed with the Broadway musical, Beauty and the Beast on Broadway, technically. I saw it for my 10th birthday, and it was just magical and life-changing, and I was already obsessed with it before that. I knew all the additional songs, and, like, it really was the most fantastic experience of my life. So the other thing that really bugs me about this film is in the Broadway play, the Beast wears makeup. It's makeup to make him look like the Beast. Obviously, they're not gonna have CGI on stage, but it's like, it works so well. It's so effective. And I understand that, yes, you are like looking at something from a distance, but also as somebody who like has a lot of friends that are in the special effects makeup field, I'm like, why is he CGI? Why isn't he just makeup?
Because it's a movie.
I know, but it bugs me.
I know they have a tall order to fill. 'Cause
Yes,
there's a lot of people who love this particular IP, Disney's Beauty and the Beast, in all of its forms. So it's come in the movie. It has come as a play. It's been a lot of things. It has very iconic iterations. When you stray from that, it's like, oh, why did you do that? But then it's also like, well, why did you make it exactly the same? So you have to balance it.
It's so true.
Point.
Yeah, and I've had conversations with people already where I feel like there's this very clear divide of people that are like, I want it to be exactly like the cartoon, and people that are like, why would you make it exactly like the cartoon? Like, because if you look at like the live action Cinderella, for example, you can feel that it still has its roots in Disney, but it's different from the original animated film.
I felt like this, like even the clips we saw in our abbreviated version that we showed, not the full clip. You can check that out elsewhere. It did hit a lot of the notes that I do remember from the movie.
Yeah,
which
absolutely.
Was, the scene where she's swinging at the wolves is part of it.
Yeah.
The scene where Cogsworth and Lumiere are talking to him and they're standing on the table and he's pacing and he's like angry. I would say I like where it is, but
again, it's like I think that there are things that just are kind of bugging me about it. But don't get me wrong, I'm still gonna see it, obviously.
Well, this show you don't have to agree with me on everything. I just like it. But
and as I say, it's like I still definitely want to see it because I am curious to see how sort of close shot for shot they go. And I've had conversations about how I'm very open to the idea of it being basically the Broadway musical on screen, basically including all of the extra songs and things that they had in the Broadway show.
Did they keep all of the Broadway songs? Like Human Again? And
I'm not sure what exactly the plan is for the film, but I wouldn't mind seeing that. I wouldn't mind, seeing Belle sing Home and having things like Human Again and the Beast having his many additional songs that never appeared in the original film.
I've actually never even seen the Broadway show, but I've listened to the soundtrack. And there's a song between Belle and Maurice about being outsiders that just broke my heart.
So
when
beautiful.
I listened to it.
And I would love to see Kevin Kline perform that.
Oh, that would be beautiful.
And again, it's like, and I think the casting is wonderful, and I don't hate the idea of it being, again, like an on-screen version of the Broadway musical. It's very much what I wanted them to do when they made that Footloose remake. I was like, oh, if this is going to be the Broadway show on screen, then okay. But yeah, I mean, as I say, it's like, but then again, I also understand the perspective of, well, why make something that is just exactly what we've already seen.
You have to say something new.
Yeah.
And I think they are because, we've talked about Emma Watson has had interviews where she says, I've put some influence on this character.
Yeah.
We decided to make Belle the inventor now instead of, Maurice is still, he's making music boxes. Which
Interesting,
is, like, it shows different parts of the world.
Yeah.
Because there's part of him that doesn't want to let Belle go because of what happened to her mother.
Her mother, of course, yes.
Which is understandable. It's different, but I like the way it's going.
Yeah.
There's one thing that I find unacceptable, and that is Chip's face.
Oh.
It's scary to me.
See, that's one thing that I sort of like the way they're doing the faces on the China.
I'm scared of his fucking, he's so scary. It's creepy. I don't like it. But yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I'll learn to accept it.
And again, it's like, and the thing that sort of surprised me was that I felt like the CGI for the household objects being brought to life wasn't really bothering me in the way that like those wolves and the beast are kind of
I would
bugging
say
me.
they're not the best CGI.
Yeah.
They're good. They're solid,
Yeah.
but not the greatest.
Right, but they look like graphics in like a really good video game.
Yeah. And I'm cool with that.
All
right. Well, there's a lot of different opinions going around, all valid. Audience, do you like what's going on with the new Beauty and the Beast trailer? And do you have high hopes for the movie? Maybe you don't. Let us know in the comments. And please, won't you support the show and throw us a like and subscribe. Not throw us a subscribe, just do it. And we'll see you later. We hadn't really gotten a great look at the new Ghost in the Shell starring the Major and not Motoko Kusanagi, and now we have a longer one. Let's take a look.
Everyone around me, they feel connected to something. Connected to something I'm not. What are you?
You were dying. We saved you. And now you save others.
Visually stunning.
Yep. It's such a difficult line to toe, I think. Certainly with Doctor Strange being in theaters as it is now, there was a lot of controversy over the casting of Tilda Swinton.
Mm-hmm.
And in that regard, it was one of those things where I looked at it and I went, well, yes, it was supposed to be an Asian man, but at least they cast a woman, and she was great.
I think those address two different problems.
Yeah. This is like a totally different level.
Yeah, well, watching this, I don't know if it's just because I'm into Westworld now, but it looks like Westworld.
A little
to
bit,
me.
yeah, no, totally. And I mean, there are, in Ghost in the Shell, there certainly are some sort of similar themes. I think anytime you're dealing with sort of a hard science fiction involving like humanoid androids, you're always going to sort of you're always going to kind of bring up that idea of like, well, what makes you human and what makes you connect to the people around you or the world around you in whatever way. And again, it's like, I love Scarlett Johansson. I think she's very talented. I really enjoy her.
Oh, is this the same thing? Where it's like everyone, well, not everyone. I like Tilda Swinton too.
Yeah.
I still don't think that was necessarily the right move to
No,
make, though.
yeah, exactly. And in this case, it's really difficult because recently it seems as though like Japan has very much kind of like rallied behind this film.
Then let them.
Yeah.
But I think it's inherently different. I mean, as an Asian American watching
Of
this,
course, yeah.
the representation is just, it's different. And
Yeah.
then we also, I mean, we have the idea of Japan rallying behind the movie. Then we also have, people, I want to talk about a movie, a Ghost in the Shell movie without having to say, well, doesn't it kind of suck that they've decided to change the character in this way? And yeah, it does kind of suck.
And I totally agree with you on that. I mean, it's driving me bonkers that they're just calling her the Major, not Major Motoko Kusanagi, which is her name.
Well, is that their way of saying this is a different character?
I don't know. I
don't
I think
understand
it's
this.
supposed to be the same character, but it almost feels to me like that's their way of whitewashing it, and that is not okay.
Yeah, because we still have like Bato and
Yeah.
the classic characters in there, and I think they're trying more closely to be more close to the original character.
Yeah, well, with Bato, certainly. I mean, and to see him in the trailer, like, he looks great. But yeah, and again, it's like, I believe that, like, Masamune Shirow, the creator of Ghost in the Shell, has said things along the lines of, like, well, I never really, like,
pictured her to be Asian. And it's like, well, then why did you name her Motoko Kusanagi? Like, that is a very Japanese name.
It's confusing to, I think, a lot of people consuming this as well, because what I found, which is interesting, is people say, oh, well, if Japan doesn't like, they want these characters to be Japanese, why do they look white? Well, the thing is, that's a kind of ironic thing to say, because Japanese people think anime characters look Japanese.
Right.
So this is all a matter of perspective, and assuming your perspective is everyone's perspective, which it is also another ironic thing to think about.
Exactly, and especially, you know, in anime, a lot of the time when they draw American characters, they look different than like the standard kind of anime character with the big eyes and stuff. Like they tend to give them sort of like more wide set eyes and broader noses, and like they will occasionally, especially in something like Ghost in the Shell, which is a very international kind of property, they draw the American characters differently than they draw, you know, Kusanagi, who is a Japanese woman. Granted, she is a robot, but she is a Japanese woman. So,
well, then there's lots of arguments about like, what were you like when you were, you know, flesh and blood, not, you know, a ghost in a shell.
Yes,
and
exactly.
just like it goes back and forth. And I do like that conversation, though I don't know if this is necessarily the same conversation we're having.
Right.
Or that it can be applied, the argument can be applied that way. It does feel a little bit like a cop-out at that point.
Yeah.
So yeah, I wish this weren't the conversation around the Ghost in the Shell movie, because I've seen the original movie. Yeah. It's outstanding.
Yeah, it's
great. If you want to go watch it, I highly recommend it. Standalone Complex was good as well, though I don't think at any point was the original movie topped, at least in my personal view.
Yeah, I agree with you. I also think that, you know, as you get sort of further into Ghost in the Shell, it almost gets a little too convoluted.
It gets a little difficult after a while.
Yes,
if you watch it an episode and then wait a month and watch another episode, you might be extremely confused.
Yes.
Or a movie and then another movie.
Yes.
But it is what it is, I guess. And I don't like, I want to like this and then I can't like this.
Yeah.
And it's hard for me to measure them together.
Yeah.
You know, because I don't want to rationalize something just because I like it or I have a cognitive bias toward it.
You know, and it just drives me bonkers too, to like look at properties like this where it's such an opportunity to have Asian Americans in a starring role. You know, you unfortunately, and this is not the way it should be, but typically you only see like Asian actors in starring roles in Asian films. So like in Japanese cinema or Chinese cinema or Korean, what have you. And you have all of these Asian American actors. Why don't you use them? This is the perfect opportunity.
I can't answer that question because I got it too.
Yeah.
I wish I could separate these two things, but I cannot.
I can't either.
I cannot separate them, and it's a shame. And I wish it weren't that way, but that's the way it is. And I think that's my responsibility. Audience, what did you think of the trailer itself? And I suppose this is again going to turn into another racial argument in the comments, but you know, I'd rather have it that way than lie about it. So please let us know what you think below in the comments, and please like and subscribe for more. If you are watching HBO's Westworld, you are 1, having a great time like us, and 2, probably full of theories. Let's talk about them. So this recent episode, episode 7, had a big bombshell, which was following I think almost everyone's theory.
Yes, absolutely.
A very popular theory.
Yes.
And I don't think this needs to be said, but I'm going to say it. There will be spoilers for Westworld in this entire video.
Yes.
If you're not cool with that, you know what to do. Go watch Westworld. So in this episode, we reveal that Bernard is actually a host, which is something that many people had thought for a long time.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, when he said, "What door?"
And
a meltdown.
Man.
Oh my God. Because I didn't realize before. I mean, you can look at this with 2020 now. Hosts can't see things that would be detrimental to them.
Exactly, which Ford specifically explains. I mean, I think that was something that everyone kind of saw coming in a way, that, you know, his memories were just a little too, like, perfectly tragic. You know what I mean? So, yeah.
I wonder if Gina Torres, aka his wife, is a host too or an actress. I'm guessing host though.
Yeah, I'm guessing she's a host as well. I would not mind seeing Gina
It would
Torres
be funny
show up
though
somewhere
if it
in
was
this
Gina
world.
Torres as Gina Torres. Like they just hired her to pretend to be his
Right,
wife.
right, totally. Yeah, but then of course that leads into to a big theory that people have as well regarding Bernard, that he is sort of the host replacement in a way for Arnold. That
I
he's
think
like
that's almost nearly confirmed.
I would totally agree with you.
And there's a few reasons why, but which we will get to.
Of course.
But I think like there's no way he's not Arnold. I mean, when you look at that picture with like two guys and then a blank spot, it's like, well, who's in the last spot? Why couldn't Bernard see it? Because it's him.
Yep.
Because it's him.
Yep.
But there's an idea that this show is, and this follows along with it, in two different timelines.
Yes.
One present, one past. And the idea that these two are connected, this is not one I'm completely on board with yet, but I understand it, which is that Will between. So in the past timeline, William is still just getting acquainted with the park. This is when he's, still like learning who he is, and you'll notice that a marker of this period is the way it looks.
Yes.
And it's not necessarily the way Westworld looks, it's the way that its trappings look, like the logo and the stairs where he enters Westworld for the first time. Can we take a look?
Yeah.
So this is the present timeline in which we're getting this is the scrapped storyline. Yeah, that Ford dumped right away.
Yes.
And you'll notice that logo in the background.
Yep.
Let's move over to another clip. This is when William arrives.
Yep.
This logo is different. It has kind of a retro future feel to it.
Yeah, it does. And also too, when you see the scenes of William like choosing his outfit and things like that, this is also the logo that's in the background.
Perfect.
So it just kind of further adds to the idea that this was a previous version. It's certainly, I understand it's not 100% confirmed, but it's almost certainly not happening concurrently with the stuff with the new logo, which we see, of course, as the logo for the show as well.
I think we're being led to believe at some point the Man in Black and Lawrence are going to run into William and Dolores on this quest for the maze. I don't think that's ever going to happen. I think we're just being projected that way.
Yes, I think we're being projected that way too, because the sort of most prevalent theory, of course, with the multiple timeline theory, is that William is at the beginning of his journey where we're seeing him right now. He's with Dolores. They're going on the quest for the maze.
He's opening up.
Yep.
He's learning who he truly is, which is a sentiment echoed by the Man in Black.
Yes, it is. He's also starting to sort of morally decompose a little bit.
He's taking off the white hat and putting on the gray one, and he's going to get the black one.
Yep, he shot a lot of people in the back now. He was unfaithful to his fiancée.
My guess is that something happens with Logan. Whereas William and his wife, or wife-to-be somehow, sees power of the company.
Right.
And then he steers it this way, and in return, he's allowed to do whatever he wants in the park for as long as he wants. That is my guess. There's also another supporting evidence for the idea of two timelines, and that does also tie into the Bernarnold theory. So I want to take a look at a photo from a recent episode. So this is, we saw a couple episodes. Wait, which one is this?
This was...
this is Young Ford Bot.
Yes, which was, I think, not the last episode, but the episode before that.
Okay. So that's him talking to his childhood self.
Yes.
It looks very similar to the next one. This is where we see what we think is Bernard talking to Dolores. So the idea is this is not actually Bernard talking to Dolores. This is Arnold talking to Dolores in the past.
Yes.
And this also seems to be the room used later where Teresa meets her end.
Yes.
That hidden outpost somewhere, which I would assume is Bernard's little workplace area, and then it was just off the map, and it has been maintained there ever since by Ford. I don't really understand exactly where the Bernard android is at this point, because we have this idea about Ford being very opposed to the AIs being conscious.
Correct.
And then we have Bernard/Arnold being very into the idea of that they should be granted this.
Yes.
And so I'm not sure if maybe Bernard or Arnold preemptively like started working on this, or if
that's what
Ford
I
put the kibosh on
yeah,
it. And
I
then
mean
was
that's
like,
what I think, because I think that Arnold, from what we understand, is that he was supposed to have like killed himself before Westworld actually opened, and so I think though that he, almost as a way to like prove that like the hosts were so capable of having sort of free will and free thought, made Bernard in his image.
and then I wonder, like, did he have that self-consciousness? Did Ford put a clamp down on it, and maybe he'll like react in the upcoming weeks after he's, had to kill Teresa?
Yeah.
How often does his memory get wiped? It's a lot to think
well,
about.
I mean, Teresa is clearly coming back as a host.
Oh no, she's
so.
a host for sure. That thing being made, printed behind
Definitely
her, was
her.
going to be her replacement. And I don't know how many times Ford has done this. I have an idea that Elsie might be the only real flesh and blood human at this point.
Yeah, well, I mean, and it was sort of brought up by Maeve, not in the last episode, but in the episode before it, when, the technicians are working on her and she wakes up and she's like, oh, Felix, you and I need to talk. And he says, oh, well, we're different. I'm human. And she says, how do you know?
Right? Because you could be one of the hosts that's been registered to be read as human, which they've introduced as a thing that exists, like it's nothing, but it's a big deal.
Yep. Yeah, but it does. It makes you just wonder, like, are any of these people real?
I don't know. And then you get to the philosophical, what is real?
Right,
What is
exactly.
humanity?
Yeah, totally.
That's the ever-present question.
Yeah, it is. It is. Yeah, but just, circling back to the multiple timeline theory, I think the thing for me that, like, really set it off, aside from the logos and things, which I noticed sort of like retroactively, but it was when there was that jump cut basically of Lawrence getting his throat split and the man in black draining out all of his blood to do a blood transfusion for Teddy.
Which saved him,
Which
makes
did.
me think they're extremely human.
Yeah, they're
in terms of
extremely
flesh now.
human. And then literally the next scene, he's back as El Lazo.
Lifting his hat, and you're like, oh, I know that guy.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. But then now I want to go back and rewatch everything and be like, okay, so in the scene where, Dolores then ends up running off into the woods, like, who was her dad in the previous scene? Because she's had multiple hosts serving as her father at this point, so.
I'm wondering, like, okay, so Maeve kind of was woken up by Dolores with that these violent delights have violent ends.
Yes.
That's not exactly how the quote goes, but you know what
Yeah.
I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And it seems like Maeve may have woken up Hector. Hector was with the CEO. I know for sure Ford was using him as a listening device with the blood sacrifice line. But I'm wondering, like, is Hector gonna freak out too? I don't know where it started, and it seems like Clementine was starting to have the dreams. She was starting to get to Maeve's level before she was lobotomized.
Yeah. Poor Clementine.
Yeah, I know. I'll miss her too. There's so much going on with this show.
There is. I just love it. It's so fascinating, and again, like it's so nice to see, like the sci-fi western in the world of hard science fiction.
It's a great see it wrapping up after one for
Yeah,
5.
exactly.
If you can achieve that, then you have my monies.
Yep.
And my eyes.
Yes.
Audience, what do you think so far about the theories swirling around Westworld? Who is what? Up is down? Let us know below in the comments, please. This that as a side note.
Yeah.
In this, I mean, this was a very interesting thing for her to do because it was like, oh, well, that makes sense. But you know what? His sexuality isn't what defines him. His whole life, his commitment to protecting the weak and being a very upstanding and strong wizard is what defined him.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, and I think that I was very excited, as you say, that she basically said, oh, I wrote him as a gay man, especially because that was not a defining characteristic. It's like it's not a defining characteristic of a human being.
But I think a lot of people view it that way, or we're trained to view it that way. which it should not be.
No, it definitely shouldn't be.
So the idea is there will be like 5 movies.
Correct.
In this series.
Yes.
So and we're focusing on a younger Grindelwald, a younger Dumbledore. I did the math. They're both about mid-40s, early 50s.
Okay.
At least for the early part.
Okay.
I don't know where they're going to end up going. It's 5 movies. I don't know. Anyway.
Yeah.
So I'm sure at some point, because it's also hinted at during the books, which I think is a lot stronger, that they have some kind of very important relationship.
Absolutely.
And it's not just deep friendship.
No.
There has some level of romance or sexuality
Sure.
involved. So J.K. Rowling was asked, would this be involved in the movies? And she did respond, well, I'm very comfortable with the question. I would like to say, because this is obviously a 5-part story, there's a lot to unpack in that relationship. You will see Dumbledore as a younger man and quite a troubled man. We'll see him at that formative period of his life. As far as his sexuality is concerned, watch this space. So it seems like what they're saying with that is we're talking about it at Warner Brothers. Perhaps Warner Brothers doesn't want to take that risk or take that leap. I think this would be such an opportunity to do it. And
I completely agree.
Or to completely lie about it or skip over it would be maybe it's not quite an opportunity, but it will be a massive missed opportunity if you don't do this.
I agree, and I think a disservice to...
That's the word I needed.
To the franchise and to what J.K. Rowling has put in place. I mean, this is such a fantastic opportunity for them to include a homosexual relationship in mainstream media that is in some ways aimed at a younger audience. And that is absolutely incredible. I mean, it's one of the things that I appreciate so much about what Lucasfilm is doing with Star Wars, in that all of the new protagonists and people of all the new protagonists for the most part are either women or people of color, and people are still going to go see Star Wars. I feel like this is the same sort of thing with I mean, it's Harry Potter. Like, people are going to go see Harry Potter. Include that homosexual relationship.
Yeah.
You know?
I don't see why you wouldn't, or you would need to be scared of this, or scaring your children. If we can show straight characters kissing each other, I mean, why wouldn't we? Or at least imply it. It would be very dark to see that missed over, especially considering J.K. Rowling's messages of inclusion, of accepting each other, what the whole point between the Death Eaters and Harry's side at the Battle of Hogwarts was even about. And to miss that is to completely miss the point. You hear me?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Audience, what do you think about this idea? Is it a massive opportunity? Let us know what you think below in the comments. Please like and subscribe for more. Both Google and Facebook are massive money makers in terms of ads, and unfortunately they're also huge places, huge sources for news. Unfortunately, a lot of that news is horseshit. So we have this prevalence coming out right after we get to all of this post-election news, definitely during the election as well, of these fake news sites popping up and delivering basically whatever, well, in terms of Facebook, at least, they do have you categorized whether you're liberal or conservative, and basically the algorithm makes it so that you're not going to be exposed to anything that doesn't confirm your bias already. So that's not necessarily the problem, that you're getting news skewed your way, but the problem is you're getting fake news skewed your way. Factually untrue stories are going your way. Recently, there was a Pew Research study poll that was conducted that as many as 80% of people had the basic facts wrong contributing to this election. Basic facts that were just, this is true or untrue, and that's it. And it did show that a lot of this that was contributing to it was Facebook's news aggregator. Facebook's Mark Zuckerberg at first denied that this was a huge problem inside, but later it was found that there was a group of rogue Facebook employees who were saying, no, this is a massive problem, and we're working secretly on the inside to come up with a plan to present to the higher-ups about how to curb it. What's crazy is for him to come out and dismiss it like that, when he knows, and those of us at the company know, that fake news ran wild on our platform during the entire campaign season. Google's top news link for final election results went to a fake news site with false numbers. While Google did post the real numbers above, it cited different news sites below, including one from 70 News that claimed Trump won both popular and electoral college, which we know to not be true. So this is a problem. When we have, recently we had BuzzFeed News, of all places, finding that a lot of these fake sites came from one small town in Macedonia, where young people were creating these sites to get clicks put onto Facebook and get clicks from Americans in particular, because American Facebook users, for some reason, no, not for some reason, I know why, are their clicks are worth more.
Yes.
So that they would be able to get more of a profit. And they didn't really, according to that article, they didn't care if it wasn't true or whoever it was bolstering. It was primarily Trump supporters. And this is a problem. This is a problem when we're intermingling ad money with what should be factual, or how something that is entirely untrue appear in the same space, in the same context, at least for most people, as a very well-researched and well-argued article from a reputable news site. Because we're also in a time where we're looking at mainstream media and saying, you've dropped the ball. At least they get the facts right most of the time.
See, to me, this sounds just like an allegory for the whole election in general, where you had one candidate who's got like a real career in politics versus someone who woke up in one day and said, I think I'll be president. It's just, and it's interesting that you brought up, the Facebook algorithm and how you sort of you set on Facebook what you are. So for me, I think I'm set to be like very liberal or something. So
I probably am too, and it's set that way whether you like it or not.
Yeah.
You can go check on it yourself.
Yeah.
I've done it many times.
Yeah, and so for me, it's like I feel like I now am very aware of the fact that I was only seeing articles that were skewed in favor of the way I wanted things to go down.
Well, it's also not only, that's not necessarily a huge problem.
Right, yeah.
But the real problem is 28 to 31% of those were just out and out
fake
falsities.
Yeah.
They were not true. They were just there so that you would see them, get excited, and click them. And there's now, this is important, and people are realizing this. There is a Google Doc that is very popular right now with a lot of different names of so-called publications. They're actually just websites that you should not trust.
Yeah.
There are a lot of general rules that you can think about when you're trying to find a trustworthy news site. What I would say, some of them I've seen were that, and this is something that many people who at least work in news aggregation know about, is if only sites that do not seem reputable are talking about it, it's probably not true.
Yeah.
If it's something that makes you insanely, unreasonably angry, double check it somewhere else too.
Yeah, and I think that's my thing is, I'm always so careful about what I try to cite as being actual news because of this exact problem. And it's like because that, again, you talk about, generating ad revenue and stuff, and how like that is a lot of what the internet has become, especially with these big name players like Facebook and like Google. It's how does it end? You know what I mean?
Well, recently, Google or Alphabet has announced that Google will no longer include fake news sites in its ad service. And Facebook has said that they will include fake news sites will be included in their misleading or illegal content, which would be covered in the policy banning that. So at least we're starting to take steps. However, how much damage has already been done?
Yeah.
So it's immeasurable. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's hard to say.
Well, again, because as somebody who is set to be very liberal on Facebook and who now, especially with Google, I feel like my phone constantly hears what I'm talking about because I feel like I'll log onto the internet and immediately have advertisements for something I was just discussing without having posted anything about
Facebook
it.
absolutely uses those third-party trackers.
Yeah.
They've said they did too, I believe they said, oh, we don't, but then some research found to the exact contrary.
Yeah, that they absolutely do. But yeah, so what I'm saying is that, how do I know when that kind of stuff goes away? Because again, I'm still only getting the stuff that's targeted at me.
Well, you have to think about it. You have to try and step outside of your bubble. I'm not saying like, hey, join the other side, which you cannot stand, but you have to look at what your own views are with a sort of sort of objectivity. I mean, like I said earlier, you need to have certain red flags in your head when you're looking at news sites. If you can't have it confirmed by something more reputable, it probably is not an actual factual item. There's also, if you look at the name of the site, if it doesn't seem legit, it probably isn't legit. I sincerely hope you check out that Google Doc. Note to self, put that in the description. Note to you, if I forget, tell me, and I will put it in the description, which happens a lot. Yes. Off topic. So it's, and then you have to wonder, how much is it of telling people to do this? Because it's not comfortable for people to do this. It's not natural for people to do this. But it's something you have to do until it gets cleared up.
It does, and it kind of like, it puts that sort of like social responsibility on the user or the consumer, where it's like, I think at this point we're all aware that fake news stories are out there. I mean, I'm certainly aware. Again, it's like you have to try to put yourself in the shoes of the opposite side, seeing things that are in their favor. But it's like I think anything that elicits a really strong emotional response, be it either that it really, really pisses you off or it makes you really, really excited, you always have to like cross-reference because that's the thing about fake news is it's made to elicit that really strong emotional response one way or another.
It's a problem when we combine news with money, and this has been a problem for years. When I used to be in local news media, and it's always been a prevailing problem. It's, do we follow the money? Well, it's our responsibility not to. But however, these lies are going to get the same amount of respect as credence as something credible, or maybe it'll get even more. And it's just like, you have to follow where this is going. You have to always follow the money. I think in every freaking story is follow the money, and that'll almost always lead you to the truth or lack thereof. Audience, how much fake news have you seen in your feed? Please let us know below in the comments, and please like and subscribe for more. Mass Effect Andromeda is taking us to places we've never been before, and with that come aliens we've never seen before, including one we're about to show you. So this is the Ket. This is a new alien from Andromeda, markedly different from the ones we've seen in the Milky Way, including, Turians, Asari, Krogan. They had to go somewhere else with these. So they have less clean and sleek surfaces. We've seen most of the alien races in the Mass Effect original trilogy. They look more like organic?
Yeah,
like
I mean,
they might be.
To me, this kind of looks like a cross between a couple of different Pokemon, like you got a little Onyx action going on, a little like Machamp, he sort of looks like
maybe Machoke.
Yeah, like a rock
Who's got
fighter.
2 arms still.
Yep.
Yeah, that weirdly reminds me of that picture I saw that said cuddling your Pikachu in bed is cute, while cuddling your Machoke in bed is a creepy.
Yeah.
It looks like a man. This looks, I'm looking at a picture on my paper, by the way. It's bipedal.
Yep.
It doesn't seem to have clothes.
No.
Like most, well, maybe they will be, I think they will be clothed, according to other things I've heard.
Sure.
But it seems odd that they would show him more or less naked.
Yeah.
I guess he does not have human genitalia.
Yes, that was something that I noticed as well. I mean, certainly if your sort of skin layer is very rock-like, as his kind of appears to be, it looks to me like bone rock. It looks a little like.
He looks a little bit like Groot to me.
Yeah, a little like Groot. A little coral-esque.
Well, when I first saw this, I was like, oh, he's kind of like a Prothean, like Javik. And I looked up Protheans and Javik, and I went, no, Javik looks much squishier than this.
Yeah, no,
and his eyes are obviously set
this
different.
Does not look soft to me at all.
So this is, these are going to be the antagonist, I suppose, for at least the first game. Yeah. The antagonist race. However, they did say something interesting, which was art director Joel McMillan said that they wanted them to be foreboding, but never to the point of being ugly. You still want to be able to empathize with these guys, which sounds a lot like there will be 1 or 2 of these that will be on your crew, much like when we had the conflict in the original one with Tali.
Yes.
And clearly her well, at least to me, clearly her side was wrong, but you like her so much that you're opening your mind to different possibilities.
And I think that is a smart way to go about things. Because I mean, I look at this design, and to me, I actually sort of have a difficult time viewing it as an antagonist. I think it's specifically because you brought up like the resemblance to the character of Groot in Guardians of the Galaxy, where like he's Groot. He's like a nice tree who takes care of people.
I think he's less Groot, maybe in the face. I would say like the armor looks a little bit Groot-like. Like it is organic. But we're led to believe this is more stone than it was resembling.
But to me, it still kind of looks like sort of like an Earth Guardian character, and I think that is a smart way to go about creating your antagonists, because there is something still like relatable and empathetic. So
yeah, I mean, it does seem to me that there will be at least an empathetic character.
Absolutely.
Or if not, an out-and-out crew member.
Yes.
Who will be this race. So I think it looks kind of cool.
Yeah.
I really hope they put clothes on Paquette because I can't imagine. I can't even think of a single alien from the original Mass Effect who wasn't wearing clothes.
Yeah, well, because the idea is these are like intelligent, human-esque,
which is
sort of characters.
They deserve to be listened to and regarded as equals in the galaxy, not as like, oh, we get to colonize everyone. Meh, meh, meh.
Right, and as soon as you say, you like take a character completely out of clothes, and they suddenly turn into like a creature.
Yeah. I mean, or like a cartoon character.
Yeah,
or like an animal where, you know, like how Mickey's friend Goofy wears clothes, but Pluto walks around on the ground.
Exactly.
Like that.
Yep.
But not exactly. Audience, what do you think of the Ket as the antagonist alien race in Mass Effect Andromeda? Does it work? Let us know below in the comments, and please like and subscribe for more. If you have social anxiety, one cognitive behavioral therapist has an idea for you. Spoiler alert, you will not like it. Okay, a lot of people have social anxiety, myself included. I think I've gotten better over the years. And that is because I've had a lot of exposure to anxiety-inducing situations, which is the core of what this therapy is being projected as.
Right, well, because kind of the theory behind it is that what is causing the social anxiety is the perceptions of the individual and the likely outcome, not the actuality of the situation.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not entirely rational and based completely in fear of what could happen or what might happen or the worst possible thing. So this comes from Stephen Hoffman. He's the director of the Social Anxiety Program at Boston University's Center for Anxiety and Related Disorders, which is very cool that exists. So he has different techniques for this, but it boils down to essentially exposure. So a lot of people have their anxiety manifest in different ways, or it's caused by different things, but the way that they typically start as in this program at least, is with public speaking. Public speaking is something that can terrify and intimidate and cause a lot of anxiety leading up to. But perhaps if you do it, you'll realize that it's not that bad after all, right?
Yeah.
That's kind of what it boils down to say it in really easy terms.
It's so funny for me that they start with the public speaking thing, because for me, that's never been a source of social anxiety for me. I grew up doing theater, so to me that was always like really natural, and that didn't faze me in the slightest.
I started doing theater as a kid because I was so shy and I needed to get over it. I get over stage fright.
Yeah.
So it was just very upsetting and grueling through childhood.
But I think for me it was more like, and they go into this in the study as well, that like I had more social anxiety about like interacting with humans, like not in a stage setting where it's like,
where you have to be yourself?
Yeah.
The worst.
Yeah.
No.
I'm like, I don't know what I'm supposed to talk to people about. I just want to go home and play video games. Like,
how do people do this? I remember having that thought as a kid, is how do people have so many friends?
Yes,
It's so hard.
Totally.
It's so hard. But what happens is like you are thinking that this is a world where certain rules exist.
Yes.
And that if you break these rules, then you're in a lot of trouble and the worst thing could happen, and you don't necessarily know what that is, but it makes your heart beat, it makes your pulse quicken, it scares you.
Yeah.
So part of Hoffman's therapy, or people in his clinic, is to have exposure. And that is with doing certain scenarios that he has presented. These are listed in his book. They are going to sound very silly. So one of his ideas, or these aren't ideas, these are things that he's actually had people being treated for social anxiety do.
Sure.
Go to a bookstore and say to employees, "Excuse me, I was looking for books about farting." Interrupting a group at a restaurant and asking them to serve as an audience for you so you can practice a maid of honor best man speech. That's not that bad.
Yeah.
Standing directly in front of Fenway Park, remember the clinic is in Boston, and asking 10 people if they know where Fenway Park is. Bostonians will be nice, right? Calling a nearby 5-star hotel to negotiate a vacation package complete with tickets to a ball game, a horse-drawn carriage tour of the city, rose petals strewn on the bed, then rejecting the offer and making no apology for it, saying, "You've changed your mind." Going to a crowded restaurant and sitting at the bar, asking the person next to you if they've seen the movie When Harry Met Sally and if they know who the actors are. This one no longer works in the modern era. Renting a DVD from Blockbuster, walking out, and then immediately walking back in, telling the same employee you rented from, "I would like to return this because I just realized I don't have a DVD player." Asking a pharmacist for some condoms, then saying, "Is this the smallest size you have?" Standing on a street corner and loudly singing "God Bless America" or "Mary Had a Little Lamb" for 10 straight minutes.
Yeah.
And there is video proof that he did make at least one person do this. So the point is to make patients think carefully about what they're afraid of and whether their fears are overblown. So these are all awkward. You're going to seem kind of stupid in all of them, or extremely stupid.
Yeah.
But it's not the worst thing that could happen in the world.
It's not. And just to speak a little bit to the Fenway thing is I can't count the number of times at Universal I've been standing under the studio tour sign and had someone ask me where the studio tour is.
Yay!
So,
Look, well, what they found was that people were generally nicer than the person thought they might be, or they didn't care, which is where most people fall under, to be honest. Or maybe they thought you were a tourist, like those visiting Universal Studios.
100%. And that's the thing is I think that if you are the person on the receiving end of that, you're actually more likely to kind of react in a way of, oh, this poor person's confused, or, oh, they're a tourist, they've got vacation brain going on, or something like that. Like, people, I think, are less judgmental than the patients with social anxiety are making their fellow humans out to be.
Mm-hmm. Or they just don't care, which is where I'm sitting. Nobody cares what I do.
Exactly.
So now I eat my food in my car, and I don't care if people look at me.
Yep, totally.
I'll never see you again. You know, so I'm sitting in traffic.
Yep.
And it's just like, what's the worst that can happen?
Yeah.
I mean, there is the idea that could be my future boss or someone who could influence my life and thinks I'm an idiot.
Sure.
But that's largely irrational.
Exactly. And the likelihood of that is extremely slim, as you say. So, yeah.
Audience, how did you get over your social anxiety? Because I want some tips. No, we all need tips. Please let us know below in the comments. And please, won't you like and subscribe for more? Becoming a famous travel photographer sounds like a dream when you have lots of people following your every move. But what would you do if one of those people decided to copy your every move? A little creepy, but this is actually happening. Two Instagram accounts, Jack Morris, who is at Do You Travel, and Lauren Bullen, who is at Gypsy_Lust, are both travel photographers, and they're a couple too. Very cute, and they have a lot of followers between them. And they've been traveling the world, taking just beautiful pictures of exotic locations. It's expensive. And it seems that they've discovered that one person in particular is exactly copying every single picture, and also the pose and the clothes and everything in it, and the caption is the same.
Yeah.
It's creepy, okay?
It's too much.
First of all, what would you...
Well, and
if I had that much money, I wouldn't devote it to being a huge weirdo.
No, not at all. I mean, they say, like imitation is the highest form of flattery, but like this is is just weird.
I want you to see how weird this is. Let's throw up some of the pictures. So on the left is Gypsy Lust. That is the original, Lauren Bullen. And to the right, she's removed it, but Elite Daily is reporting that this Instagram account is at Diana_Alexa, who is the one recreating everything. Let's see some more just to get a little peek. I think Gypsy Lust may have added the comment on that one because it's not exactly right. There's a few that are different, and I think we've included them. Guess she couldn't find someone to feed her pizza? Oh. I think that's her venting her frustrations with how weird this is. Even the pillow arrangement is the same, and there's so many more of these. We've only included just 4 pictures. Just 5 pictures.
Yeah.
Mornings in Marrakesh. There's just so much work that needs to go into staging this, finding the exact location.
Yeah. It's not like, recreating your personal childhood photos as an adult. That's funny and cute. Or like when normal people try to recreate modeling photos. That shows how absurd modeling photos is. Yeah, this is just downright creepy.
Why would you do this? And it's clearly like they don't know each other.
No, and not only do you have to put in,
what the hell, lady?
Yeah, like money for travel, but also again, this caption summarizes it perfectly. Every single part of my outfit, like they have gone. Just put so much money into all the painstaking details.
It's so weird.
Yeah.
I mean, to do it once would be okay. Like, oh, I happen to be in the same spot on my vacation where they were.
Sure.
There are so many pictures like this. It's like they're purposely planning trips and following them and making these photos to the T. Why? Why would you want to do this? This is her personal, vision or journey or, her experience unique to her. Have your own experience. What are you doing? You are so rich and so weird.
I know. Yeah, it's like you're going to all of these really beautiful and exotic locations. Go enjoy them your way. Don't try to mimic someone else's experience. It like cheapens it.
It's odd. I mean, do you want to be her? Or do you want to take over her life? It's kind of reminds me of the people who undergo a lot of work and surgery to look like, someone they've idealized, and it comes off to the rest of the world not as the desired result, which is that's awesome, which is that's really weird.
Yeah,
you're really weird.
Yeah,
I think that sums it up.
Yes.
I don't know where to go with this. I feel very creeped out, and I am not the person who originated this. So, the copycat account was made private after Lauren made it clear that she's aware of what's going on and that she is a little disturbed by it. Where would you need to be to make this your life's work, audience? Please let us know what you think below in the comments, and please like and subscribe. Don't be weird. You've definitely heard of a sweet tooth, someone who just always wants to have pie and cake and different sweets. But there is actually some evidence to show that there are people who have a salt tooth. Which is someone who craves, I suppose, savory foods, but as a result is going to consume much more salt than someone who does not have this this gene variation.
Yes.
This goes down to a gene mutation in TAS2R48, which is TACE2 receptor member 48. It's a very specific gene in which you would be more likely to consume salt, I suppose. And the people it was drawn back were shown to be more into savory foods.
I would like to have this study done on myself because I think I have this gene mutation.
Oh, I do too, for sure. I don't know if I would call it a salt tooth, though.
I don't
think
know
it's
either.
the difference between, like, do you love chocolate or do you love cheese?
Right.
And for me, it's like, I want cheese. I want melted cheese on everything.
Totally
and also,
agree.
can I have it as a beverage?
Yep.
Which I've been told to stop doing for my health.
Yeah, I'm very much the same way where it's like, I would much rather eat, like, a whole basket of buffalo wings than a whole chocolate cake. And do I think that I consume more salt because of it? Probably. But I think there's the toss-up of I think I consume less sugar.
According to the American Heart Association Scientific Sessions meeting in New Orleans, those with the gene mutation are more likely to go over a daily sodium recommendation of 2,300 milligrams in comparison to those who don't have the gene. So yeah, it could actually directly inflict your health. And this study was actually shown in conjunction with people who, from rural Kentucky, there were 400 people participating in a study that had their DNA analyzed, and results came back showing higher risk for heart disease, for different health ailments that are associated with consuming too much salt, too much sodium. And aspects of each participant's diet were examined as well, including how much fat, sugar, alcohol, salt they all consumed. So this is directly connected to health.
Yeah.
This is not necessarily a good thing. However, eating too much sugar is also
not great.
You know, enjoying life, really bad for you.
Yeah. Yeah. Basically, only eat unseasoned vegetables is what we're saying.
No, I'm not saying that. I don't want to.
No, yeah, I totally
According
agree.
to PhD student Jennifer Smith from the University of Kentucky College of Nursing, by identifying which gene variant a person has, we may be able to help them make better food choices through education that is personally tailored to them. This is, I think, a first step, and what we've talked about before is analyzing DNA and doing preventive care based on that analysis of what proclivities this person's specific genes are probably leaning toward.
Yeah.
So that's the more serious end. On the lighter end, if you do seem to prefer savory foods, which I do, over sweet by a lot, you probably have this gene mutation. And I would watch the salt.
Yeah.
To be fair.
But I think that, as you say, like it is sort of the beginnings of what could ultimately be a very positive thing of kind of tailoring people's like nutritional choices to what they are inclined to like, and also identifying where sort of your downfalls, so to speak, are. You know?
Yeah, my downfall is like I just want to eat cheese all day.
Yeah, yeah.
And I know I'm not supposed to, but I want to. Much like Charlie from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, I gotta lay off of that.
Yep.
So audience, do you think you have a salt tooth? Are you pretty sure that you do? Please let us know if so, and what your poison is as well below in the comments. And please like and subscribe for more. More cheese. me, more cheese.
Hey guys, welcome back to Think Tank. Hannah and John here. So if you've ever been caught cheating, maybe it happened, they came across you doing the Mac with somebody. Maybe they found some text messages or some emails. But it probably didn't happen because you sent them a sext. Well, that was the case for Jackie.
Okay, explain this.
So basically, she went on a business trip to Atlanta, okay?
And she got the business.
And she goes to the hotel and she goes, hey baby, finally got to the hotel, about to take a shower.
This is to her boyfriend.
Yes. Sorry, my
Back
flight
home.
was a little late. This is just, yes. Okay. These are all true. So she takes this lovely picture, okay? So he says, keep going.
Oh.
And she takes off
Keep
her
going.
brassiere, okay? And he goes, wait, are you alone? Okay, so then she takes off her skirt, sends him another picture. She goes, of course, LOL. I don't know anyone in Atlanta. Oh, okay. What's your room number again? He says. She goes, 1422.
It's a weird
Not
thing to
this
ask.
again, which means that this is something that they've talked about. Just call my room number if you don't believe me. He goes, I just asked to be connected to you, and they said no Jackie Blank was staying in the hotel. I asked if Tom Blank was, and then they connected me to room 1422. This guy is Sherlock Holmes. He says, I can't believe you think I'm this stupid, organizing a trip with your fucking boss and pretending like you're going alone. I knew something was going on between you two. By the way, there's a suitcase in the second picture you sent me that I know isn't yours, so don't even try to deny it. All your shit will be waiting outside for you in trash bags when you get back. Have fun fucking Tom, and fuck you.
Well, that was a nice at the end, at least. That's something that she can do to make herself feel better.
Yes, that is true. Also, like, she's sending her boyfriend sex while presumably Tom is in the next room.
Yeah.
Jackie, you got some balls.
No, but here's the thing.
Clearly not. I mean, we saw in the picture.
Tom might be in that room. I don't think he'd care.
Oh, maybe.
He knows she dates someone. It's like,
Tom, I don't like that.
However,
I don't like that, Jackie. I don't like either one.
However, he is not Sherlock Holmes. There are some flaws in his argument, which I will break down now. First of all, as with every other perfect text conversation, if it's a little bit too perfect, I would question whether it ever actually happened. But even if it did happen, it's possible that that suitcase was not hers, and yet Tom is not in the room with her. It could be that she was going on a longer trip than her suitcases can accommodate for, and so she borrowed a coworker's suitcase.
No, I mean,
That's
no, because
possible.
what if they like live together? We don't know if they live together. Maybe they live together and she left for Atlanta, and then 6 hours later, you don't borrow somebody's suitcase in the middle of your trip.
That's a good point. However, I have a second point. She is going on a business trip. Now, I have had to do a lot of business.
But she said she's going alone. She didn't say she was going with Tom.
I will grant you that. She said she's going alone, and Tom is her boss?
Yes.
Yes, it's her boss. So
Also,
she's going on a
Jackie,
business trip.
Bad behavior. You cannot, whether
we
or not you're
understand that.
going to cheat, but you shouldn't sleep. No, but you shouldn't sleep with your boss.
I hope to end up in upper management at some point. So let's not. Okay, no, but she, the room is checked. First of all, asking for the room number. She should know that something's up, because why the fuck would you be asking for the room number? But even if you did,
But they
the
clearly
room,
already had a discussion of that he thought she was cheating.
I get that. The room connected, they connected to the room under the name Tom. That doesn't mean that Tom is actually there. Tom is her boss. It's entirely possible that her travel arrangements are booked by her boss.
No, because they check your ID when you get into a hotel room.
They also do that, yeah, but I mean, I'm sure that they did with her there under the name Tom as it is.
No, he probably checked them in together.
What's important
with his
to know,
suitcase,
what's important
which
to
is
know,
in the sext,
we now
with
live,
a candlestick
hold
in
on.
the living room.
We now live in Trump's America. If a powerful man wants to cheat, you let him. You don't try to take the wind out of his sails in this America. Trump train. Okay, she's probably fucking him. I'm not gonna
She's
lie.
definitely fucking with him.
Okay, so just look, you gotta be careful. Women, I think, maybe it's just because of how many photos they take of themselves, have become lax in analyzing what's in the photo. That's why you have all those photos on Reddit in the
100%.
bathroom where nasty shit is out, or vibrators in the background, or whatever. Be careful about how you crop your photos.
There was somebody who took like a photo. I don't remember what it was. It was of something, and she took a photo of it, like holding it, and it was reflective, but she didn't realize it was reflective, and she was naked, and so her boob was in it.
Hot. Anyway, be careful out there, people.
Yeah, I definitely had a few selfies where I realized, and like people will put it out on my Instagram. They're like, like I don't know, like weird stuff that I have in my room that people will point out.
Sex swing.
Yeah. People are always pointing that out. I'm like, guys, like get over it. Like
I just like to swing. I'm
posing
single.
with
I like
it,
swing.
Okay. Guys, let us know if you think this is a real or if it's too good to be true. Like John thinks in the comments down below, and we'll see you soon. Hey guys, welcome back to Think Tank. Hannah and John here. So we are about to expose you to a whole new world. There are some disturbing secrets that are hidden in Disney movies.
Beauty and the Beast. Anyway. Yeah, you have to watch the video to find out. Okay, so what are we doing in this video?
You left your hand there long enough that I know. I'm already insecure. But I want to get into this video. I want to discuss some of these crazy things I never realized until right now. What about all the dead moms? So there's dead mom in Beauty and the Beast. There's dead mom in Aladdin, Pocahontas, Cinderella, Bambi, The Fox and the Hound, and Finding Nemo, okay? Now,
that's true.
The reason this might be true, okay, is that Walt Disney's own mother, Flora Call Disney, unexpectedly died after the animator bought her a house with his earnings from Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. The family's faulty furnace, which his studio tried and failed to repair, ultimately leaked and asphyxiated her, and Disney reportedly felt personally responsible for her passing. And since he was the one to purchase the home and it was his studio's repairman who failed to remedy the issue after she'd reported to him.
Yeah, he's personally responsible.
But that's really sad.
I mean, other people are too. He's not the only one who's responsible.
That's really sad.
That's
and
dark.
so then maybe he sort of like honored her in a way, and I guess his future movies by...
See, but I don't even know if that's honoring by killing all of the moms in the movies. It's more like, well, if I can't have one, no one shall.
Or maybe
He's a Disney villain.
Maybe he's... No, he's not. Maybe he's just living out his problems through his characters.
Yeah, that's probably what it is.
Yeah, he's probably
it is
working
dark. Now,
through
look, to be fair, there's a lot of dead dads in these movies too. lot of orphans. We don't know if they have any parents. But yeah, there are a lot of dead moms.
I want a Disney family where it's just like a happy family and they just do happy things the whole time.
That would be boring. But it also has a bit of the...
It's a for kids. Kids love that shit.
If you've ever played like Dungeons and Dragons or something...
Teletubbies. Kids love that.
There was a massacre in one episode. Never forget. Never forget. Anyway, let's move on.
Okay, what were you going to say?
I was going to say that it has a bit of like the Dungeons and Dragons thing where everybody, like, their village was destroyed by goblins, and so they're the last surviving person because it's like, you just want to go off and have fun. You don't want to be like dealing with your mom and your dad.
Mm-hmm.
That's the same for Bambi.
The same thing. I felt the same way when I was playing Dungeons and Dragons. Okay.
So you joke, but you're going to play.
Now, the Three Little Pigs might have most been afraid of the big bad wolf coming to blow their house down, but the 1932 short film also included a gentle reminder of the other big threat to the Pink Trio's safety, the human diet. So they have this picture here, and then it says, if you look carefully in the back, Father, sausage!
Why would they have that up?
So, well... They're putting like little Easter eggs.
Did they eat their dad?
I don't know. So have you seen? I talked about this yesterday on the show. Have you seen Sausage Party?
No, I have not.
Okay, so I'm gonna spoiler alert.
When do I want to see it?
It's just the basic premise of the show. Okay. So the basic premise is that all of these food items are personified. Okay,
yes.
Right? So there's the sausages, the buns, everything. The whole
they're excited to be bought.
Grocery. They're super excited to be bought because they think humans are like gods, right? And so they're all happy leaving the store, and then they get home and they're like cut open, and people are eating them, and it's just this like horrific massacre.
Yeah.
And it reminds me of this, and it reminds us that, like, look, I like food, and even though I don't eat, like, a ton of meat, they even like the vegetables and, like, the apples, and it just makes me really sad. I said yesterday that, like, it makes me sad, because what if they do have personalities, and we're eating them? I didn't eat for, like, 5 minutes after watching that.
What's next?
Okay, the next one. All of the racism. So the next few examples that we're going to give are examples of pretty overt racism in these movies. Now, Dumbo from 1941. The baby elephant encounters a group of crows who've since been identified as racist caricatures of African Americans. Case in point, the leader of that group was originally called Jim Crow in the script.
Which that name could be used as a way to satirize Jim Crow laws, to undercut racism. But it was not.
Yes.
No, those were pretty terrible. And yeah, I mean that continues. Like a lot of people.
They should have just named it like Sheryl Crow. That's better.
She wasn't alive. Yes. There's look still racist and anti-Semitic caricatures in like the Phantom Menace had a lot of people attack that. There was the guy who owned slaves and ran a junkyard, who seemed like the most overt parody of a Jewish character ever, and that was only like 15 years ago or something.
Speaking of Sausage Party, they kind of do overt caricatures of different races and ethnicities.
There's a taco, isn't there?
Yeah, there's a taco. Well, there's the bagel is the Jew. Why do you think that's funny?
I don't get it. No, what I laughed at though was because I recently watched the roast of James Franco and Sausage Party. I'm assuming that most of the people in the movie and making the movie, that group, are almost all Jewish.
Yes, this is true.
Because it's Hollywood.
But then they do. Oh my
God. No, because they actually are. They joke about being Jewish all the time.
Oh, well, they can joke. I guess you can joke about it.
I didn't make the movie.
And also the inappropriate depiction of Native Americans. In 1953's Peter Pan, in which Tiger Lily and her people act in ridiculously wild ways and speak in broken English and are repeatedly referred to as savages.
Yeah, that's true.
I think that's a common theme in the way that Native Americans are approached in film. I mean, I guess if it's like a time period, like a lot of the people did call Native Americans at the time savages. Like if we go back to like Django Unchained, like or Django Unchained, when they use like the N-word, right? So we're not saying, oh, that movie is racist because they use the N-word, but they're trying to be true to the time. So like but still,
agreed.
No bueno, especially for a child's movie when you're trying to teach kids.
Yeah.
Good behavior. Lady and the Tramp from 1955 features an extended sequence depicting evil Siamese cats with thick accents and plenty of other offensive Asian stereotypes.
The song that they sing, that's pretty fucking anti-Asian.
Yeah, I mean, we see this all the time.
We are Siamese, if you please. and then they draw out the words in a really weird way. That's bizarre.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is we've seen a lot of these sort of like overt Asian caricatures, even in that, what was that clip like a few weeks ago where they were asking Asian people on the street really inappropriate.
Oh, Jesse Waters.
Yeah, really inappropriate questions and based off stereotypes.
It continues.
So it still continues, and it's unfortunate that these are in children's movies and that kids could be learning some of these morals and ethics from the movie. There's still plenty of other good movies that I think have been released more recently that have avoided these that you can still enjoy without feeling guilty for all their disturbing features. But I'm sure we'll find out in 20 years that they probably have some crazy Easter egg that we didn't even see. Guys, let us know if you know any disturbing secrets. Doesn't have to be related to Disney in the comments down below. And we'll see you soon. Why are women always so loud during sex?
What are you talking about?
All right, guys, so we have answered the question why women moan so much during sex, where I gave my opinion. And you can watch that video
And a demonstration.
here. But today, we actually have some science to back it up, and the science backed me up. Now, this research is out of University of Central Lancashire and University of Leeds. And what they found was that many of the women did make noise, but not necessarily while they were having an orgasm. Instead, 66% said that they moaned to speed up their partner's climax. Called it. And 87% stated that they vocalized during sex to boost his self-esteem. Win number 2
First of all,
for Hannah.
I feel like I've read the results of this study for the past 10 years. I thought we all knew this. And I don't know. What did I say? I don't remember what I said.
Unfortunately, I don't think we all know this because I received, both on my Instagram and Twitter and on YouTube, a number of hate mails and on our email saying how wrong I was, how this is like for women enjoying themselves.
Look, I thought you were right. I think
am always right.
I think in most male-female pairings, that's what's going on. But I do know that when they're with me, that can't be what's happening because the experience is so overwhelming that the rational centers of the brain are just thrown in the fritz.
They're just like, get off me! You know, I get it.
Who are you? That's terrible.
That's awful. While female orgasms were most commonly experienced during foreplay, copulatory vocalizations were reported to be made most often before and simultaneously with male ejaculation. So women also, so basically what that means, there's a lot of like fancy words in there, is that the reason, like when women are making these moaning sounds, it's usually around the male orgasm, which bolsters their assertion from the first graphic, right? But when they are orgasming, they're not making as much noise, okay?
So this is self-reporting, right? This isn't they watched couples having sex and recorded it, right?
Yes, but I think you know when you're making noise.
How do you? I don't
know.
know.
I know.
Like people are supposed to look back on a whole bunch of sexual experiences they've had in the past and then remember exactly how different activities synced up with different noises they were making. I think. Look, here's the thing. I think these results are probably right, but I do think that it's more likely that your idea of what the point of moaning is going to, you're gonna look back and your memories are gonna be lined up in a way to reinforce.
No, because you moan for like a lot. Most women from this
never stop moaning.
From this research and from like my experience in chatting with women about this, that anecdotal evidence, do it on purpose to attain a certain goal.
Now here's the thing.
Wait, let me finish reading this, okay? So women also reported, it was self-reporting, okay, making noise to relieve boredom, fatigue, and pain discomfort during sex. So that's really interesting. Now Patty Brisbane, who's a sex educator, saying that if you're faking an orgasm, right, if you're faking that you're really enjoying whatever's happening around his orgasm, you're signaling to your partner that he's doing everything right when in fact he isn't. Now use moaning as a way to signaling that you're excited and things really are feeling good, not as a way to hide that they aren't. Now, research in the animal kingdom reveals that female baboons, for example, have a variety of copulation calls. So this is really interesting, which appear to relate to their fertility, okay? So it's not about that they're being pleased as well. So the vocalizations tend to become more complex when the females are closer to ovulation and vary when a female is mating with a higher ranked male baboon. Female macaw monkeys give a shout to help trigger their mate's orgasm as well. So but that's a little bit more
that's
easy. That's the point. Is like that's a little bit more easy to see what they're doing and to see them watch them in action.
And I've often thought that there's not much separating women from monkeys. Okay, now, so I'm totally joking. So here's the thing, though. I understand why there are so many articles and studies about why women moan, and we take this one thing, that one side of the sexual pairing, and we're really only focusing on male-female sex.
Yeah.
Anyway, I understand why. It's interesting. But I think that when we only take that out and then say, oh, the reason is that they're just trying to speed things up, I think that we reach a false conclusion about what sex is like. There's all sorts of things we do that aren't because we're just genuinely overwhelmed by the experience.
Well, yeah.
I will continue.
I don't think like focusing in and narrowing in on this.
I think a lot of the articles do. They're like, ha ha! Women aren't even enjoying it. They're lying to you, you morons. I think that's what... I'm not saying that's what the scientists are doing.
I'm saying that's mostly
I'm saying
true.
That's what the articles are doing, and that's what your face is doing. I will continue with sexual positions. I have no interest in continuing because I know she likes it. And so I'm sort of signaling that I like it, even though it's really about her.
Whoa. That's different.
I can list all sorts of things that men and women do that is about making it an enjoyable experience for both sides.
But that's not what this is saying. This isn't saying like...
It's saying she's moaning to make him enjoy himself more.
I say there's a distinction there. She's moaning to make him ejaculate faster because she knows.
Yeah, and I do all sorts of things to get the woman to ejaculate.
Not
ejaculate. Well,
no, right.
Sometimes.
Oh God, this conversation. Like,
can
we
chose
just
the topic.
say they instead of like we do this on our personal life?
I'm gonna keep saying ejaculate.
I prefer like not to know about your sexual life.
I'm gonna keep talking.
But it also says that they have reported relieving boredom, fatigue, pain, discomfort during sex.
Yeah.
So, but I think that's different.
When they spank a girl, sometimes it's because she likes it, sometimes to spice things up because they're bored.
Different than doing something for the pleasure of your partner. I do think there's a distinction.
Because I think
we can both agree that getting somebody to ejaculate faster is not necessarily increasing pleasure.
They're having an orgasm.
Right, but you could
I think there's a big overlap between orgasm and pleasure.
There could be an argument that if you like extend like the pleasure experience and it doesn't happen as quick, you could have a better pleasure experience. So like we could argue it both ways.
I would argue that we're discounting the emotional connection between the two people where your pleasure is my pleasure. Knowing you enjoyed yourself and orgasm, that is a good experience for me. It's not a separate thing. It's not a zero-sum game. That's the goal, is for the other person to enjoy themselves. That makes me happier.
For some people. That's not true for everybody.
It's true. When I have sex with people I hate, it's not true.
And I think... No, but I think...
You're the worst! You're the worst! Why don't you finish already?
No, but I think that's why we cover a lot of stories about like why foreplay is too short, because that's not true for everybody.
They should talk more.
Well, they should talk more. I mean, that's the whole purpose of this is having. I mean, that was the
communicate through lying moans.
Yeah, let's communicate better by not interrupting me. Like I think with
we'll see about that.
The sex educator Patty Brisbane or whatever what she was saying is having that sort of open communication. Mm-hmm. Right? Instead of like having a moan to like, speed up the process or make the guy think he's doing something right when he's not necessarily doing something right, is having more of that open communication or using it as an indication when they're doing something
I like that general principle. I think that particular quote I think has some problems with it. She says that by moaning you're indicating to him that he's doing everything right. There's lots of situations where that's not what you're indicating. I think that's a really weird leap to make.
If a girl is moaning, wouldn't you think that you're doing something right?
You can be engaged in sex. You know that he's approaching an orgasm, and so you moan to speed it up. It doesn't mean that he's doing anything wrong. What does that indicate that at all? You want him to enjoy himself more.
We just read it here.
That would be like, okay, if you stroke his arms, it signals that he's doing. You're just trying to speed it up. You're just signaling he's doing something wrong. No, you're engaging in sex. That's what sex is.
But the women are saying that they report noise. I think a lot of the whole noise component, right, the loud moaning and things like that, come from like, especially as of late, from watching porn, where like if you like literally
apparently it comes from monkeys.
Touch a woman's but if you see some of the things, if you like touch a woman's like nipple, all of a sudden she's like, oh, like screaming, and it's just like that's not realistic.
I've seen videos of monkeys.
I understand. I've seen videos of monkeys as well, but I'm just saying.
Joking. I haven't seen videos of monkeys. What are you doing with your time on the internet?
Go Planet Earth. It's a great program.
Baboonhub.com. You're a sick freak. Okay, I'm
maybe. But I just think we need to keep in mind this part, that women report making noise to relieve boredom, fatigue, pain, discomfort during sex. And so it's not just like.
Well, that's not why I moan. My moans are honest.
This show isn't like about what John and his sexual partner at the moment do. It's about like.
I think it's at least 5% about that.
It's about statistics and talking about the world.
Okay, let's wrap it up.
Guys, let us know why you think women moan. In the
comments. Why I moan.
In the comments down below. And we'll see you soon.
Welcome back to Think Tank, everybody. Today, Hannah and I are going to be engaging in a bit of nostalgia for some of the most important things to have come and gone. Discontinued foods that are terrible for you. Now, there are lots of great ways in the modern day to get diabetes, but we've lost some of the best. We're going to immortalize those in this video. Starting with Oreos O's. Oreos as cereal.
Did you ever have this as a child?
I don't believe that I did.
Oreo aficionado.
I do like Oreos. So here's the thing. A big criticism of a lot of international viewers of American breakfast food is that our breakfast food is too sweet. So cereals are basically cookies to begin with.
Yeah.
I do admire cutting out the middleman and literally just putting a bowl of cookies and saying that's breakfast.
No, that's the issue with this, is they did cut out the middle, and that's why they weren't that good.
It's got marshmallow bits.
Not really, but they wasn't the same.
It's not the same. I don't know, should you be able to write extreme cream taste? It's breakfast. Should it be extreme?
Oh!
Holy shit, that's creamy!
It's just
We've gone too far.
It's a creamy O.
Next, Doritos 3Ds. I've had this a couple of times back in the past.
I loved these!
What I like about it is that it recognizes the importance of texture in snack foods. I think all too often we miss out on that.
Doritos do a really great job in general. Okay, they really do
now that they're with Taco Bell,
a fine job. They're always extra thick and crispy. You know, they're just a good chip. You know what I mean?
Good job, Doritos.
they do.
Someday they're gonna blow up.
With the 3D, they sort of like had that. You know, I mean, Cheetos, great job as well because they got the spiral thing going on. Doritos tried to combat that.
You're all about shapes, aren't you?
I do.
Next is Koala Yummies, which is interesting. God, so, Koala Yummies, which I don't believe I've had this exact thing.
Oh my God, they're so good.
It's obviously reminiscent of a lot of the sorts of cookies you can get in Japan, basically. But you can also buy them here in supermarkets that have either ethnic food sections or go to an actual Asian supermarket of some sort. So they didn't want to just sell those. They decided to rebrand them to be more American, and yet they still made them koalas, which is a weird mixed message
great.
there.
Oh my gosh,
they
these
were
my favorite.
I generally am suspicious of strawberry cream.
Like, I didn't like chocolate forever.
You like the strawberry?
So I loved all strawberry. I used to have strawberry milk instead of chocolate milk. They have strawberries.
I like strawberry quick.
It's really good.
Now next we have Altoids Sours. Here is a picture of the mango.
Loved these as well.
Yes. So
this is like my lunchbox all in one video.
It's almost
Thanks,
as if you chose all of these. So I do like the Altoid Sours. I think they're better than regular Altoids. Regular Altoids are just they're too vague and weird.
I was in an Uber the other day and I was like going somewhere and I was like, oh shoot man, do you have gum? And he was like, no, but I have an Altoid. And I was like,
so you jumped out of the car.
Rather have my smelly breath.
I would rather die
than have an Altoid.
And he felt differently. I hadn't realized that this had even been discontinued. That's the sad thing about life, is that you lose things and you don't even know what you've lost. Next, Bubble Jug by Hubba Bubba.
This was
Please
great.
explain to me what the hell this is supposed to be.
So it's bubble gum, but it's like powder form. So you pour as much as or little as you want in your mouth, and then you just form some gum.
Oh my God! What is this? Is Idiocracy in a jug?
Why?
It's like I don't even want to have to unwrap a piece. Just pour down my gullet, and then all of a sudden it just solidifies. It's my whole mouth is gum.
No, but sometimes you wanted a bigger bubble.
This
And
is
so you
like-
can put more and then have a huge bubble.
We want to make gum. It's like, oh God, all the equipment you need to put it into bar shape. Just fill a big jug full of it. Those morons, they'll do the work for
You
us.
just shake and chug. That's what it says.
That's weird. What are we teaching the children?
Shake
Now,
and chug.
Dunkaroos.
Are the best flipping
Dunkaroos are
thing
good.
on the face of the planet.
But it is. I mean, look, they're delicious. But look at the
It's
issue
cookie
here.
and ice cream.
It's here. We want you
an
to
icing.
Icing. Oh my God! It's a cookie. What? We can't even just accept a cookie on face value. Now we have to literally dunk it in icing.
Oh,
It's
I'm
not
gonna go
sugary
to,
enough without it.
A cookie icing decorating party.
That sounds fun.
Yeah, it does sound.
Are you gonna
fun.
make your own Dunkaroos?
Maybe I'll put them in like a little like a what are they called? A Tupperware. And then I'll just have my own
Why don't you just fill a
homemade-
jug?
But that's the thing. I mean, that is sort of like what we're kind of realizing now as a society is like, oh my God, why do we have an obesity epidemic? Hello?
Because we've dunked Hannah in icing.
Because it's like, it's just sugar. It's like, oh, it's just part of a nutritious lunch and breakfast and dinner
And everything.
and snack.
Okay,
Let's
now
give our
then
kids
explain
sugar.
string thing.
Yeah, I can't.
Look, the flavor was fine. I don't entirely get why it has to be a
It was
game.
basically like the whole concept of what a fruit roll up, and
But more
the-
complicated.
and the fruit by the foot, and this one's string. It's just
Yeah.
like you do, like you put it around your finger, and then you're just like this in class all day. It was just
Yes.
disgusting. You're sticky.
So here's
and
the
like,
issue.
Ugh, kids are disgusting.
The issue is, I think we get criticized in America for not enjoying the act of eating. We eat a lot, but we don't, like, we think that you're just supposed to eat as much as you can, as opposed to actually enjoying each bite. But this is going in a weird direction where we're trying to teach kids that food is supposed to be a game or a toy. Like, food is supposed to be nourishing. It's not supposed to be like a video game. Like, I don't know. I think it's a weird direction to go in. So some of these foods are great. They tasted great, and I'm sure if they brought them back, they'd do just fine these days. But I disagree that some of them should be brought back.
I think
that
they should be brought back in healthy renditions.
I would love to
Like,
see the
instead
healthy
of-
version of Hubba Jug.
But instead of like Dunkaroos, it's like dunk a broccoli.
Kayla Ruse.
Kayla Roos, yeah, dunk some broccoli into some hummus.
Ew. Ew.
Delish.
Anyway, okay, so lots of foods have been shut down. This is just 7. Feel free to fill us in on the ones that you will miss down below. I'll see you next video. Welcome, everyone. Thanksgiving fast approaching, and so in the spirit of Thanksgiving, we're going to compete.
Okay.
This is the Thankfulness Challenge, which we have devised. Every year, we like to do a video where we list the things that we're thankful for, which is all well and good, and it's very Libby and everything, but there's no competition to that. So, we have each written down a list of the 5
You can be
things...
thankful without being a lib.
No.
Okay.
So we wrote down a list of the 5 things we're thankful for,
Yeah.
which we're each going to list. Then we're going to read our guesses for the 5 things that the other would be thankful for to see if we can figure out their psychology.
We're not going to read ours first.
We are going to read ours first.
But then guessing the other person, you already read yours.
We've already written it down, so we're accountable.
Okay.
That's why you're
I thought
guessing
you
ahead
said
of time.
You read it. Okay.
No. I'm going to read it. So we're going to list those. That's going to be all lovey-dovey, ha ha ha. Then we're going to see who get into each other's brain better, okay?
Wait,
So-
I don't understand this game.
I don't understand what the problem is. So we'll cut this down the YouTube version. So
Wait, I thought
each of us has 5 things we're thankful for.
Yes. So we're not going to read those first. We're going to guess the person's first and see if it's the same.
It doesn't matter what order, I guess.
Okay, fine.
Oh, I see what you're saying. We should do the guess, and then if it's true, then you read it?
Yeah.
I guess, as long as you do the 5 altogether, that's fine.
Okay.
Okay, now bring it back.
I thought I ruined like the guessing part.
No. As long as you have the 5 written down, that's fine. You're not changing it, so what's the difference?
You don't know my life. I have very quick fingers.
That's why I sent the email. Anyway, okay, we're back. Okay, so why don't we start off with you? You want to do a guess?
Okay, you want me to guess or you want me to say?
I don't know. You're changing things at the last minute. I thought it was a fairly simple concept.
This is a very challenging game.
I thought you have your things. You have your guesses of their things. Let's see what happens.
This is the challenge, the directions.
Okay, here. Give me the things you're thankful for. And a brief explanation of why you're thankful for each thing.
All right. I'm very thankful for my family. Because
Okay.
Because they're very supportive of me.
Mhm.
They show me a lot of love. I spend a lot of time with them, and
You should
they're
hear the
just
things
a
they say about you when I
beautiful,
talk to them.
positive light in my life.
Okay, family, I guess.
The next one's is friends,
Uh-huh.
because I have a really good group of friends. They're all just these super positive and empowering and amazing ladies that just do, and men too, that just do awesome
guess.
things in this world. And I'm so fortunate that I get to be like around them when they're doing these awesome things. And also we have a really fun time together, and they're a great support system.
Okay, family and
Also,
friends, perfectly fine.
My health. Okay, I think a
Your
lot of the time
health.
we take health for granted, and we
Interesting.
don't realize that just waking up and breathing is something that we should be
Especially how
grateful
congested
for.
I am.
And the ability for like my body to move and do things and go to work and exercise, all those things.
And make
I'm
noises
very grateful
and-
for. The next one is a little bit. Well, I'm gonna skip this one. The next one's my job, and then we'll get a little bit more job. I'm very grateful for my job
Okay.
because I have a job. For one, that I have a job. Period. And then two,
That was bad.
two, that I get to do something that I really love doing and that I enjoy
Okay.
doing, that I don't often think of as work.
Okay.
And then
Perfectly
lastly,
understandable.
my abstract one is just like light, like positivity and light and like nature, just like light in the world, like any sort of positivity that comes.
I just
into my
like
life.
light. It's like, it goes so fast.
No,
Good
not
job,
like,
light.
Not like lights, like just like light and positivity that comes into your life.
Okay, I guess that's something to be thankful for. Because I'm going to say my 5 that I'm
Okay,
thankful
okay.
for. Okay, so I am thankful for Think Tank. So I'm not saying my job overall.
Okay,
Yeah,
fine.
sort of, but I'm saying specifically Think Tank because my job has been very stressful over the past year. But Think Tank is fun, and the community is more positive and less toxic and more supportive. And especially in a difficult year for the rest of my job, it's been nice to have you and Think Tank in the audience as a nice, relaxing part of my job and part of my life. So I'm specifically thankful for that. My next one is I am thankful for, I've got it written down as guilty pleasures, but I don't really mean guilty pleasures. I mean like just things to distract from how difficult life can be.
Like painting spaceships.
Exactly. Like I was thinking of like how all of a sudden we just had Stranger Things, and nobody was expecting Stranger Things. It was just this great thing that we could all talk about and enjoy for a couple of
Think
weeks.
Tank and Stranger Things.
Not
on
Stranger
John's
Things
list.
specifically,
I
but
don't know how I
enjoyable.
didn't guess Stranger Things.
It's not Stranger Things.
Oh,
It's
man.
hobbies and things to distract from the election, things we can come together in and put our like mental energy into. I am thankful for those, and I'm always discovering new ones. The next one is going to be, I guess it's sort of like your light thing. It's people coming together, and this is specifically after the election, that there's been a lot of worries and a lot of fear, and yet there's been also a lot of shows of solidarity and how people are going to support each other and protect each other, and people are protesting together to say that they don't agree with what they think that the country is choosing to do, and I am thankful that that still exists, and I hope that it continues.
I'm with ya.
My next one is my coworkers. So that you are in 2 categories, actually.
Oh, hi.
And if we ever watch Stranger Things together, 3.
Well, I told you to watch Stranger Things.
3. Okay, so this
You're
is
in
most of my
0.
friends
Oh, my.
are my wonderful. I'm your friend, goddammit. Most of my coworkers are actually my friends because I spend all my time at work. And I very much do enjoy the time that I spend with them. Even the ones at work that we don't talk too much, I enjoy when we do interact. And even when we barely talk, I like seeing what they're off doing. Like a new episode of Ja'Cory and Arthur in the morning will come out. And I like that. I like being in a positive environment where even the relationships I'm not a part of, I can enjoy. Often I will look at sexual relationships and I'll enjoy them more than the people in them actually. And my final one is dogs. I'm thankful for dogs.
I should have guessed.
They're such a positive force in life. My dog,
They're a
other
light.
dogs, Charlie.
They're a light.
They are like a light. We rate dogs on Twitter and Instagram. It's just when things get tough, dogs are there. And we worked together over the course of tens of thousands of years. We changed, they changed. Our fates have been intertwined for a very long time. I love dogs, and I'm thankful for dogs. So,
What did you
Now-
guess about mine?
Okay, so I'm gonna read my guesses, and you tell me if it's true.
Well, you know it's
My first,
true.
I know, but I
already
don't.
read it.
I might have forgotten one.
Okay.
So my first guess was your job.
Okay.
My second one was your family.
Yeah.
My third one was I wrote it as her friends, including new roommate, who's a friend of yours.
Yes. Okay.
My fourth one was health, and my fifth one was something political.
Okay, light.
Yeah,
Light is
I'm
better.
not gonna give myself credit for that one because I think you meant more generally.
Yes.
Whereas
meant it very,
I
very
was thinking
general.
something like my people coming together. So I got 4 out of 5.
Okay. I didn't do as well.
Okay, what did you guess?
Job, so think tank.
Okay.
Yeah. I said friends, so you said coworkers,
Yes,
friends.
and that's basically what I meant.
I said election season over, so that's kind of similar.
I'll give people coming together there.
Okay.
And especially because that was in like 4 of mine, you should get credit for me.
Yes. I said vacation, which maybe like Stranger Things is a vacation from, because I know you really are grateful for your time.
1/3
off.
credit.
Okay.
I am thankful for that. I am thankful for that.
Family, but you didn't say that, so I guess like fuck your mom and your 2 brothers.
Don't say fuck your mom on Think Tank. However, here, the only family I have is Hilo.
Okay, so maybe
He's
I
my
kind
dog.
of got that one too.
Kind of.
But you can still be grateful for your family even if you're not around them.
I considered my family, and maybe next year they'll make those lists. I'm very thankful for my family.
I'm very grateful for your mother. I don't know your 2 brothers.
That seems... Oh, okay. You ever met my older brother even? Interesting.
No.
Okay, so we both got about 4 out of 5, actually. We're going to have
We
to
need
find
to
some more
spend
interesting things to
time
be
with
thankful
other
for.
people.
Yeah. But I actually do like this. It's a bit of... it's always good to go out of your way to recognize the things that you should be thankful for.
Mhm.
But at the same time, it's an interesting test.
To see what other people are
Yeah.
thankful for and what they realize they should be thankful for.
And have you been paying attention to the struggles they've had, how they've dealt with those struggles?
Yes.
Obviously, we pay at least somewhat attention to each
I
other.
try not to, but unfortunately sometimes
I'm
it
in there.
penetrates the sound barrier.
I'm in there. Interesting. Okay, so hopefully this has been fun for you. Feel free to engage in the thankfulness challenge yourself and let us know how it goes. We are now going to go to our Facebook Live, which you could have been watching at facebook.com/thinktankfeed and see what other people are thankful for and if they had guesses about what we were thankful for. And we will see you next time.
Hey guys, happy Thanksgiving! It's Thanksgiving Day, and John and I are talking about our favorite part of this American holiday. And we're not going to be talking about the food because I think that's what a lot of people. I might mention the food. I think that's what a lot of people look forward to.
Yes.
When this holiday rolls around.
Okay.
The turkey, the sweet potato.
When it buttered rolls around,
But we're not talking about that today.
we're going to
Sean,
squash that.
What is your favorite part of Thanksgiving?
Oh, you want me to start? Okay, so I'm going to say what I like about it, and I've been trying to figure it out because it is one of my favorite holidays, and not just because I spend it for a week in Missouri hanging out and eating and drinking and all that. I think what I like about Thanksgiving is the purity of it as a holiday in comparison to other holidays. There's lots of holidays like Christmas, 4th of July, Easter, whatever.
What do you have against 4th of July?
I don't have anything against it. But
Sounds like you do.
what it does is they all have a theme to them, whether it's
Thanksgiving
like...
has a theme.
I'm getting to it. You've cut in twice now.
I-
I'm trying to talk
I'm
about
just-
purity. My response is not pure anymore. We do all this stuff about religion or about patriotism or whatever, and we throw that on top of what is, at the end of the day, what almost every holiday is about, is coming together with your friends and family and enjoying food together. And so what I like about Thanksgiving is that it avoids most of that. It just says, okay, we're literally just going to look back on our life, be nostalgic, reminiscing with our family, and enjoy each other's company while getting fat. It's like it cuts off most of the fat of most holidays and then puts it into our bodies.
That's wrong.
I don't think it is, but feel free to make your case for what it is.
The idea is that it's like, oh, it's supposed to be Thanksgiving. It's supposed to remind you of like the first Thanksgiving with the Pilgrims. And
I don't think that...
Native Americans, and then they have the.
I
thing,
think
and you're
that's
supposed to
true
say
when
what
you're in elementary
thankful
school.
For.
No,
I
but the
think that's
thankfulness-
true for
all the stuff about
4th
Pilgrims
of
and
July.
Indians.
We could say the same thing. It's like,
It's
oh yes,
patriotism
we
and
think about
fireworks
Independence Day. There's no patriotism going on. People are getting drunk.
Here's the thing.
People are.
How many 4th of Julys do you watch fireworks at? A lot. How many 4th of Julys do you dress up like pilgrims at? Not a lot. Booyah! Thanksgiving 1, Hannah 0.
You mean Thanksgivings you dress up as pilgrims?
That's what I said, isn't it?
No, you said 4th of July.
Well, at 4th of July sometimes. You get what I'm saying.
I was like, yeah.
It's pure and I enjoy it.
Okay.
Also pie.
Okay, fine. I will give you that one. My favorite part of Thanksgiving is
the food. You liar.
No, I like getting everybody together because a lot of times, like it means like this year, my sister will be back from college. A lot of friends come into town to see their.
I just did that for you. I just did that for you.
See their families, you know what I mean? So my friends are in town,
Yes.
so it's nice to get everybody together and to.
Are you doing a family Thanksgiving? You do a Friendsgiving or a joint?
I'm doing both. I have
You're
a
having friends over?
Friendsgiving. No.
Oh, you're doing 2.
I have a 2. I live large. Go big or go home, and then usually like to go home.
Same day or
no,
Wednesday,
2
Thursday?
different days. Saturday we have a Friendsgiving, and then Thursday is the Thanksgiving. I have family coming into
I didn't
town.
get my invite to the Friendsgiving.
Did you not? That's just super awkward. I think you were invited the past 2 years, so maybe this year you did something.
I'm not gonna be in
people
town,
weren't
but
thankful
still.
For. Just saying.
Yes.
So I like that. I like getting everybody together. I like sitting around the table. I'm not one who's like really likes like reflecting and being like, this is what I'm really thankful for. But I do enjoy
Just
having
film
one
that
time
video.
a year. I didn't like it. But it is something that I enjoy doing once a year and hear what
Okay.
other people are thankful for because that is something that I try to do in my Tell Me Something Goods. That because when
True.
people talk about things that they're thankful for, other people get positive vibes off that and they feel more positive about their life and they pay it forward and it's a domino effect
Yes.
and it's beautiful.
So I think
And I like
people-
time off work.
That's also good. I think people should post in the comments why they like Thanksgiving with no references to food whatsoever.
You just asked for like a giant references to food.
I also like food.
Yeah.
But you don't get to talk about it.
All right, guys, comment below and we'll see you soon.
All right, welcome to Young Turks. Thank you, Granicus Mary, with you guys. Want to say, dear Lord, how you doing, Casper?
Hi. The only problem is that you've been gone for a while and you will not stop talking during this segment, this hour.
That's absolutely right. In fact, I've got a lot to say right now.
Yeah.
Okay. No. You guys saw some of the live videos I did, YouTube Live, Facebook Live. We did a fun little protest in front of a lobbying firm in D.C. Was it yesterday? Oh my God. I've been in 3 different states. No, a lot more than that because we drove through a bunch of states.
Mhm.
But I was in Washington, D.C., New Jersey, and LA in the last 24 hours. And
That sounds terrible.
we did a cute little protest, 50, 60, I don't know how many people were there, right?
Yeah.
Wrong! 200,000 people were there after we did it on Facebook Live. Okay.
Were they really?
I'm saying, could you imagine if there was actually in person? That would
I was
be
going to say that should be our top story.
I
but-
know, right? But we have to recognize something. 200,000 people did see it.
Mhm.
So that's the funny thing about these protests, right? So, okay, we bring, let's call it 60, right? 60 people came, right? But there was the biggest stadium in the world, 200,000 people there
Mhm.
seeing it. That's super powerful. Look, just one last thing on that. Since we live in that world, we're kind of used to it.
Mhm.
But in the old days, you just couldn't do that. You'd have to bring a satellite truck. You'd have to do this. You'd have to get it on TV. But the guys on TV didn't want to really cover protests, certainly not at lobbying firms, etc. And you couldn't get the word out. Hey, that Denton's lobbying, it turns out, are the guys who have Newt Gingrich and Howard Dean and are picking Trump's cabinet and maybe the head of the DNC. Shh. Sad day for you. No more shushes. Okay? www.shh.com for you, not for us. Okay, and then before we get started on today's show, and it is a wild ride. You want to talk about donors? Betsy DeVos, we're going to get to that in a second, okay? The Kellyanne Conway drama.
I love that story.
Oh,
It's
drums.
so much fun, actually.
Drums Central, Drums University on the Trump team. We will both explain that in a second. And then a great news on Wolfpack. All right, but I am told by the powers that be, otherwise known as Chief Justice Jesus Godoy, that today's your last day for 30% off from the shoptyt.com. What's going on? Now, you guys know these Bernie shirts we're not selling anymore after the end of the year, right? Now, this is actually the first Bernie shirt I ever wore on the show.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that interesting?
Not really.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I like the shirt.
Okay. No, because during the campaign, I didn't want to wear a Bernie shirt, even though I largely support him. There were some things I disagreed with him on, yada, yada.
I see.
But the campaign's over, so let's go Bernie Punk, okay? So shoptyt.com. Today's Cyber Monday, 30% off. I didn't authorize it. An unauthorized sale, but for today only. And then all the Bernie shirts are gone at the end of the year. Okay, let's go nuts. What's next?
All right. Let's start off with Trump freaking out over a recount. Donald Trump, in a series of tweets, shared what he believes happened with the popular vote during the general election. Now, as many of you already know, Hillary Clinton is set to beat Donald Trump by an estimated 2 million in the popular vote. However, Donald Trump doesn't believe that's the case. He thinks that voter fraud has played a huge role in the fact that he won the Electoral College but did not win the popular vote. So in his first tweet on this matter, he says the following. In addition to winning the Electoral College in a landslide, I won the popular vote if you deduct the millions of people who voted illegally.
Wrong.
Now, as you can tell, that tweet not only misses a period at the end of the sentence, it also misses any type of citation indicating that there's evidence of voter fraud. In fact, Trump furthered the accusation on Sunday night by saying in a subsequent tweet that there was serious voter fraud in Virginia, New Hampshire, and California. There was no evidence of that. Okay, don't take my word for it. Don't take our word for it. Take the fact-checking website's word for it. The fact-checking websites PolitiFact, factcheck.org, and Snopes have all ruled that there is no evidence of widespread voter fraud. In fact, he got the voter fraud idea from his friend Alex Jones, who's a nut job and a conspiracy theorist. So that was what his information, or where his information came from.
Yeah, all the mainstream press, of course. So they want facts and evidence. Well, no, that's not true. The things we just randomly say are true, right?
Wrong.
Okay, so where did he actually get this idea that 3 million votes were cast illegally by illegal aliens? From
Sarabies!
Okay, no. Let's break this down. Number one, great. If you think that there were millions of votes cast illegally and unfairly, well, then we got to have a recount, don't we?
Let's do a recount.
Well, we got to do a recount. In fact, maybe Trump should pay for the recount. I mean, he's worried about all these people who... I want to find out if there were millions of votes cast inappropriately. I don't care if you're Democrat or Republican. I want to find out. If there was illegal aliens, as you guys called them, undocumented immigrants, whatever you want to call them, they cast votes, I want to find out. Mm-hmm. If there was hacking of a system, you know, the Russians hacked into Arizona and Illinois' voting system in August, okay, of this year. So if there was hacking, I want to find out. If there was a wrong vote count, I want to find out. Luckily for us, President-elect Trump also wants to find out. Great, let's have a recount. Right now, Jill Stein and the Green Party, in a brilliant move, has raised enough money for a recount in the Rust Belt states, Wisconsin, and they've already begun that. Pennsylvania's next, and then Michigan. I think we should recount Florida too. And so there's all these talking points going around. Oh God, the press loves Republican talking points. Mm-hmm. So the minute that they had Republican talking points, this was before Trump made his really, really stupid comments here. Okay, they were like, oh, this is going to disturb the Republic. Why would recounting disturb anything, let alone the Republic? Well, it's going to be divisive. How is counting divisive? So they put all these things out there like, you're questioning the vote. I'm not questioning the vote. I'm counting the vote.
Yeah.
It would make it actually more reliable, not less reliable.
Trump can never make up his mind about anything, right? So on one hand, he says there's the voter fraud issue. On the other hand, he's very angry at the recount effort. And so it's just funny how he contradicts himself nonstop on the same social media platform. But look, I think the recount effort is going to be a fruitless effort, to be honest with you. I don't think that it's going to change anything. Hillary Clinton's camp doesn't believe it's going to change anything. They said that they'll support it, but they don't think it's going to make a difference. And I agree with them on that.
So look, here's the thing. There's no evidence. And so I want to be clear about what that means. So some people, of course, are convinced that if you do a recount, it'll overturn the election. How they know that, I have no idea, right? Some are convinced that it won't change the vote at all. Now, they have some evidence for that because the margins are not large enough if things went normal, right? On the issue of hacking, that seems like it would be improbable because it's a lot of machines to hack in a lot of different states run by Republicans and Democrats. On the other hand, the Russians are pretty good at it, and they did hack into Arizona and Pennsylvania. Do I think it's likely that that happened? No, I don't. I think it's unlikely. But we don't know until we just check a little bit. And in fact, that little bit of checking probably won't be able to tell us either. But there's just no harm in it. So, it's going to cost a lot of money. No, they already paid for it. Taxpayers. No, there's no taxpayers. People already volunteered to give their own hard-earned money to pay for the recount. So that is a non-issue. So, and then when it comes to this, look, you look further into it, and the fact checkers did. Okay, where the hell did Alex Jones get this crazy idea on the Republican side that 3 million people had voted illegally? Well, they find out that it's this guy named Greg Phillips. So now Greg Phillips apparently writes for or runs votefraud.org. So that's where it first came from.
Okay.
In a series of tweets. So the reporters are like, oh, okay, great. I'll give you this guy's resume in a second. He's worked as a legit guy in Republican politics. So they're like, okay, Greg, that's a really interesting story. So what's your data? Like, where did you said you did a tabulation of some sort. Can you share that? And he's like, no, of course not. I will share. I've already done the calculation within 5 days of the election to know that 3 million. How did you find 3 million illegal votes within 5 days?
He sounds like a very credible source.
Yeah.
I'm glad that we're talking with him and trying to, figure this all out.
So every time a journalist asks, he's like, no, I won't share any information. I won't give you one shred of evidence. I won't give you one fact to support it. It's just me and my tweet. So now, it's one thing to have this fringe guy, right? But you got to understand something. The Republican Party is the fringe. Donald Trump won. He reads InfoWars. And like Alex Jones will take that as an advertisement and love it, et cetera. But Alex Jones is a certified lunatic. He believes things like,
it is an alien force, not of this world.
Like when he talks, by the way, that's not about illegal aliens. That's about alien aliens. In a rant that he did about who actually controls the world. I don't know, maybe it was 3 million illegal aliens who voted. But Trump, the president-elect, is taking this guy seriously and making it a national issue because Alex Jones retweeted another lunatic. The lunatics are running the asylum. It's one thing on the recount side to say, hey, let's make sure, and no conclusions without evidence. Of course, right? It's another thing on the other side to be like, I don't need no stinking evidence. I got a tweet here from a conservative. Half the conservative publications in the country have already run with it as if it's a fact, with no evidence at all.
It's insane, I know. Look, I think that all of the craziness that's happening right now with this election can either be a teachable moment, right, for those who bought into the conspiracy theories and believe whatever Alex Jones says, while he's trying to sell you like erectile dysfunction pills in the beginning of every video. But nonetheless, there's that. But I think that at this point, for me personally, and I'm not saying that this is the way that anyone else needs to think or should think, I've already accepted the fact that this is the situation that we have to deal with, right? A Trump presidency supported by, conspiracy theorists, and we're going to go through some pretty difficult times if things play out the way that I predict they're going to play out. But if they do, it could be a teachable moment for the American electorate, and hopefully they learn from our mistakes. Or if it doesn't go as we expect, and he ends up being a great president, which I doubt, right? Then that'll be good too. Like, to be honest with you, I'm not hoping that Trump fails. I'm not hoping that Trump does terrible things to people in the country. He's elected. I'm hoping that he actually proves me wrong and does good things, right? Because I'm not going to root against anyone in the country, even if I was really angry with them on election night, right? But at the same time, if things do go badly, this is a time for us to learn and to not take nut jobs like Alex Jones seriously, ever.
So look, I'm I'm happy to have him spend $1 trillion in infrastructure. I'm happy that he's not doing TPP for now. So, yeah, sure, of course. If he does the right things, we'll tell you. I'm telling you right now. He's saying he's killing TPP. Wonderful. Okay? Now, when you have a lunatic running the country, it is not going to turn out well. I would be shocked. We will wait for the evidence to come in. But one piece of evidence came in today. He believes in insane conspiracy theories and does not bother to fact check at all.
But you know why he believes it, Cenk? Because this is not about being president for him. This is about winning for him, right? So he wins the Electoral College, but for someone like Trump, that's not enough. This was a vanity project, an ego project for him, right? And so reading these reports that keep coming out about how Hillary Clinton has beaten Trump with more than 1 million popular votes, and then all of a sudden it increases, and now it's nearly 2 million popular votes. That drives him nuts. That's why he's willing to believe anything and anyone, even if it's a lunatic.
Yeah. And finally, what did Greg Phillips do in the past? He was former finance director of the Alabama Republican Party. He served as executive director of the Mississippi Republican Party, and he was the managing director of a super PAC, the super PAC, for Newt Gingrich when he ran in 2012. I give you that background because it's not that you have a fringe guy who believes this stuff. The Republican Party is fringe. I don't mean that in terms of their votes. They won the Electoral College. I mean that in terms of their ideas. I mean, you have these guys who are nut jobs who don't live in the reality-based world, who are significant parts of the Republican Party infrastructure. The guy who ran Newt Gingrich's super PAC, Newt almost won in 2012. Really important roles in Alabama, Mississippi Republican Party, and cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. That's who the Republican Party is. That's why it's not surprising that they nominated Trump and is now their standard bearer. The lunatics have taken over the asylum.
Disaster.
Okay.
All right, well, let's move from one disaster to another. And I would argue this is going to have huge ramifications for people who want to send their kids to school. Trump has nominated a woman by the name of Betsy DeVos as the education secretary. Now, Betsy DeVos is not a politician. She's not anyone who's had any significant experience in education. However, she is a conservative activist and also a billionaire GOP donor. Now, to give you a little bit of information about her thoughts on education, she is a conservative activist who has quietly helped change the education landscape in many states, spending millions of dollars in a successful push to expand voucher programs that give families taxpayer dollars to pay for private and religious schools. So let me delve into that a little bit and give you the details on what it means to fund voucher programs. The whole idea behind vouchers is you give people taxpayer money in the form of these vouchers that they can then use for private schools, any private school of their choice. Now, it sounds like a great idea, except it funnels public money that should be going to public schools into private schools, many of which are religious, right? So that kind of does something in terms of violating the separation of church and state because it's public money going to religious institutions. But it also guts public education, which of course leads public education to fail. And then the GOP turns around and says, look at these failing public schools, let's shut them down. Once you privatize education, what do you do with people who can't afford to pay for grade school, right? They're going to snatch those vouchers away, I guarantee it.
So this is a multi-layered attack, and you're absolutely right. So Betsy DeVos is a really interesting person because it's a view into the Republican Party. She is a hardcore establishment Republican. So it's interesting that Trump went in this direction because he picked on guys like Jeb Bush and all the establishment guys. Jeb Bush loves Betsy DeVos. In fact, there are some conservatives who are angry that she was picked because she's a Jeb Bush kind of person. And so the DeVos family that she married into has over a $5 billion fortune from Amway. By the way, Amway had to pay a $25 million fine for fraud in Canada, okay? Let alone everything else. The guy who originally founded Amway, who's her father-in-law, thought that the 1982 recession, which was devastating, was a good cleansing process. And thought, well, if you don't have a job, even in the midst of that recession, it's your fault because you're a bum. So these are these guys, okay? And her, now the family she comes from is the Prince family. She married into the DeVosses. The Prince family has about 1.35 billion, 1.5 billion in that ballpark, because they ran auto parts in Michigan.
Yep.
Her brother is Eric Prince, who ran Blackwater.
Yes.
Okay, so now, what do they want? And why does she get this job? Well, here's 3 things that this family in particular wants. 1, lower taxes. Well, if I got billions of dollars, any change in the tax code is worth tens, maybe hundreds of millions of dollars to me. You lower my taxes 1%, as a family, the DeVosses and the Princes are going to save tens of millions of dollars, okay? You increase them by 2%, they've lost, I don't know, untold amount of money lost in their mind, right? So for them, they can't spend enough money in politics because any change in the tax code makes it worthwhile for them. Number 2, they want to destroy the unions. This same family has given money to the fight against unions in Wisconsin. And they have tried to destroy unions in Michigan in other initiatives, okay? So what does that have to do with vouchers? And she's Secretary of Education. See, the more you take away from public schools, the weaker the teacher union is.
Yep.
So it's a twofer. You hit unions, which you don't want to affect your businesses in other parts of your empire. And number 2, unions give money to Democrats. And if you eliminate that, then the Republicans get stronger, again, lower taxes, less regulation, etc. And then finally, number 3 is she's quite religious. And so you take whatever money you can get from the public schools, get all those other things accomplished, plus funnel that money into your favorite religious schools where they brainwash people into not the American way, where we separate church and state, but the un-American thing of, no, religion should rule us all, and it should be one religion, not Judaism or Islam or Buddhism or any of that. No. Christianity needs to rule us all. Let's funnel millions of dollars in that direction. Boom, boom, boom. They check all those boxes with the voucher program. And so why? Why did Trump go in an establishment direction, put her in? Well, number 1, he first, apparently, Jerry Falwell Jr. claims, offered it to him. So he's like, here, let me give it to another religious nut job, an even bigger religious nut job. No, that didn't work. I'll give it to a person who's super religious and is going to, gut the public schools, etc. He did it because they give a lot of money to Republicans. That's why he did it. He's not draining the swamp. He is the swamp.
Yeah, so we're going to get to the numbers in just a second because she and her family have donated a ton of money to Republican lawmakers. They've donated a ton of money during this past election cycle, $2.7 million to be exact. And so the way you laid it out was perfect, Cenk. It's an attempt to lower the taxes because you don't have to pay for public education anymore. It's a way to get rid of the unions. And look at what she has now. She has all of this influence. She's accepting the nomination. And I'm worried about what it means for the future of American children because public education was supposed to be the way to equalize everyone regardless of their socioeconomic status. But if you come from a family that's poor, how are you going to afford grade school for your kids? And also think about what's happening with college education in the country right now. We're $1.3 trillion in debt because there are no price caps. There's no regulation in terms of lowering tuition, making sure that kids have access to an affordable education. So you add grade school to that mess and make people pay for it, it's going to be a disaster. Now let's get to the numbers and how much money the DeVos family has spent on impacting elections and also lobbying against public schools. So in a profile published in March, Inside Philanthropy credits the expansion of the voucher programs since 2000 largely to DeVos family, which operates 3 philanthropic foundations and has a remarkable talent for moving money by the truckload into socially conservative causes to shift voters and lawmakers' mindsets in a rightward direction. So nowhere has the family made its presence felt as it has in Michigan, where it has given more than $44 million to the state party, GOP legislative committees, and Republican candidates since 1997. As a result of that, by the way, DeVos was the former chair of the Michigan GOP from 1996 to 2000. Simply from donating a ton of money, right? So that makes her extremely powerful and influential. During the 2016 cycle, as I had mentioned, they gave nothing to Democrats, which is fine, but $2.7 million to Republican candidates and political action committees. The DeVosses also have donated millions of dollars to the arts and to Christian organizations.
Well, I do declare they also give to the arts.
By the way, one of their corporations does invest heavily in renewable energy. So look, I want to mention that, full disclosure. Like, not everything is terrible. That's one good thing. But overall, they're trying to destroy public education. There's no question about it. Also, she founded and serves as chairman of the American Federation of Children. And
that sounds lovely.
Yeah, it does. Its associated political arm, a platform she has used to support candidates who endorse vouchers and charter schools and to attack candidates who don't. So right now, as we speak, in the United States, there are about 400,000 children in 29 states that are going to private schools with the help of public dollars. Again, this is public money that goes towards schools that in many cases are religious, right? And the biggest issue is there's a lack of oversight and a lack of regulation. Republicans hate regulation. A lot of public schools, actually every public school, has to follow regulations, whether it's state regulations or federal regulations, and they can't stand it. Now, if there's a lack of oversight, then you have teachers that can teach whatever they want, including what you mentioned earlier, things like creationism and non-science-based garbage.
Okay, so now, final bit of facts for you guys. That American Federation for Children, that sounded so good. You know what else they've given money to? Given money to Wisconsin Republicans to bust unions. Wait a minute, what does that have to do with the children? Not about the teachers' union. Remember all the public unions in Wisconsin? And that whole fight and the recall elections, etc.? All of a sudden, people concerned about children are helping Republicans bust public unions in Wisconsin. Perhaps it isn't about the children at all. Okay, now on another issue that they spent money in Michigan, what they did originally was they would put it up as ballot measures. And then they found out American people don't actually like them. In Michigan, they would lose over and over again. So they're like, oh, ballot measures, bad idea. We tried to buy off the election by buying all these ads. It didn't even work. So, better idea. Let's buy off the politicians.
Can I give you those numbers? We have a graphic for it. Let's go to graphic 18B. So they poured $1.45 million into legislators' campaign coffers, an average of $25,000 a day for 7 weeks. And also, oversight was not included in the final legislation for these schools that they're supporting.
So let me explain that. What did they spend $25,000 a day bribing Michigan legislators for? To make sure that the charter schools wouldn't be regulated. Now, why don't they want them regulated? I thought you cared about making sure the schools are great. You're so upset that the public schools are not great. Don't you want the charter schools to be great? No, they don't. Because that's private business. So however they want to run that scam is perfectly fine. It turns out, when you look into it, charter schools in Michigan perform worse than public schools. Let me repeat that. Charter schools perform worse in Michigan after all of this than public schools do.
So we have some evidence for that as well. We're not just saying it. Let's go ahead and look at the data. All right, graphic 28. Roughly half of Michigan's charter schools ranked in the bottom quarter of all public schools for academic performance, according to state accountability data from 2013 to 2014. Let's take a look at this graph from Stanford University. They did their own research into the privatization of schools in Michigan and also charter schools, and they found that they're not performing very well. So when it comes to reading and math, if you look at the graph in the middle, 18% do not show positive growth, 28% do not show positive growth.
So 18% in reading, 28% in math. So they're underperforming public schools. And you can look at that data, check it out, read it for yourself. Now, if you got a charter school education, you probably will struggle with it. But despite all this evidence in Michigan, because of the DeVosses alone, have done the most amount of experimentation with charter schools. It's not like they didn't give it a chance. They've given it many, many chances. It's not like the government overregulated. They literally wouldn't allow the government to regulate it. They got everything they wanted, and it still sucks.
Yep.
It isn't about a better education. It's about all those other priorities.
One other thing I have to add, because this is important. Right now, Michigan taxpayers are spending $1 billion on these charter schools, which, as you can see from the data, have been failing its students. Because of the lack of oversight, you also have to keep in mind that the administrators and the people in charge of these charter schools can do what they wish with the money. And so research into that has found a lot of wrongdoing. So there was a year-long investigation by the Detroit Free Press, and it revealed that Michigan's lax oversight enabled a range of abuses in a system now responsible for more than 140,000 children. So board members, school founders, and employees were steering lucrative deals to themselves or insiders. Schools allowed to operate for years despite poor academic records, and also no state standards for who operates charter schools or how to oversee them. So there's all sorts of problems that comes along with privatizing education. Not only does it make it unattainable for those who might not be able to afford it, it also leads to a less effective education for young people. So I don't know. This is a disaster, and I guess we'll see what happens.
Okay, one last thing. So, Betsy DeVos, back in 1997, when asked about all the money that they give to Republicans, even back then, that was pre-Citizens United. They were already shoveling millions of dollars into the Republican coffers. Said finally, she admitted, my family is the biggest contributor to soft money to the Republican National Committee in the whole country. I have decided to stop taking offense at the suggestion that we are buying influence. Now I simply concede the point. They are right. We do expect something in return. We expect to foster a conservative governing philosophy consisting of limited government and respect for traditional American virtues. We expect a return on our investment. So, limited government means lower taxes. Traditional American values is code word for religion. So, yes, I give you millions of dollars. You give me lower taxes, less regulation, and more Christianity shoved down everybody else's throat. I expect a return on my investment. And you know what? Thanks to Donald J. Trump, she just got it. She's now the Secretary of Education, in charge of education of all of your kids. They're not draining the swamp. They are the swamp. Young Turks. All right, back on the Young Turks, some important and unimportant tweets by their own admission. Julia Mahoney says, on a totally unimportant note, I love when Cenk has his hair grown out a bit like this. He should keep it.
See.
Agree to disagree, Julia. I'm thinking of how in the world I'm going to squeeze in a haircut tomorrow. Okay, drives me crazy. All right, anyways, Shaun of the Dead says, share TYT Live on Facebook, because together we are too strong. Goddamn right, Shaun of the Dead. Okay, everybody share. Sharing is caring. Whenever you're watching, just a super quick 5-second thing. Share on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, etc. Bao Young Min writes in, today will be my first post game as a member. Hey, awesome. Okay. We will discuss some of my Thanksgiving shenanigans in the post game for you guys. And maybe, I don't know if we're going to give more hints, but John Chesant writes in, can you give us a hint about this major announcement next week? I am so curious. Well, there is a major announcement coming.
I love how people know that there's a major announcement coming. I have no idea.
Well, that you should have been checking me on ABC's This Week and Facebook and YouTube. I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying it.
You could just tell me. We work together.
I know. No, I cannot. It's a major secret and a major announcement. I'm not playing. The timing of it is still getting worked out. There's a lot of stuff to work out behind the scenes, but we do have a major announcement coming in a little bit. Okay. And then Sabrina Hartman says, spending my birthday watching my favorite show. I love TYT and my hashtag TYT fam. Oh, okay. Today, after the show, another extras treat for the members. At 9:15 p.m. Eastern, Dave Kohler is going to be interviewing criminal defense attorney Pal Langyal Lehu. And he is a person who is defending cases of young Muslim Americans tried on terrorism-related charges for their alleged attempts to provide support. And he's worried about how this might broaden and start to have them apply to more and more people. So that's a really interesting interview. tytnetwork.com/join to become a member. And then once you're a member, tytnetwork.com/members live to watch those live. And that's today at 9:15 p.m. Eastern. All right, what's next, Anna?
All right. Protesters at the Dakota Access Pipeline continue to hold strong against the construction of the pipeline. And even though various police officials have used brutality and violence against these peaceful protesters, there have been police departments throughout the country who have refused to go and support the Morton County Sheriff's Department. Now, the reason why is because their constituents are calling the sheriff in various locations throughout the country and letting the sheriff know that they do not support their law enforcement officials going to the location and fighting back against the protesters. So apparently a massive campaign of angry phone calls and indignant emails to departments planning to travel to North Dakota succeeded in persuading multiple sheriffs who are elected officials. The brutal tactics used against peaceful Standing Rock Sioux and other water protectors have been a gross abuse of power. Now, before I get into the details in terms of who has decided not to support the Morton County Sheriff's Department, I want to show you a video that Jordan Sheridan did where he's speaking to the chairman of the Standing Rock Sioux tribe. And it shows you the kind of brutality that they've been met with and why people throughout the country are against the way that these protesters have been treated. Take a look.
I mean, I've been here 5 times. Between the not reading people their rights, illegal strip searches, chemical weapons use, rubber bullets, point blank range, I could go on.
I've noticed the force escalate with law enforcement, using untrained guard dogs to billy clubs, to rubber bullets, to sound concussion. There's just, you could go on, but it seems like
grenades.
I don't know what they are, concussion grenades. So you can see, and water and freezing temperatures. So you can see the force increasing, and they'll come up with every reason, every excuse for them to use the force, and it's escalating. And as it escalates, and there's more and more people, I think everybody's concerned for safety. I would say the Corps of Engineers is concerned for safety, and the tribe is concerned for safety, and we all should be concerned for safety for people. We don't want to see anybody in a hospital. We don't want to see anybody losing a life for this. So, the state of North Dakota, along with Morton County, has unbridled power, and they have demonstrated that they will use it at all costs to injure any of our allies.
Yeah, he seems worked up. Like that's the guy. Those are the guys that they're saying, oh, they're the ones causing the trouble. There's no evidence, and it drives me crazy when the mainstream media just takes Morton County Sheriff's talking points and writes them as if they are facts. They just write like, oh, there's allegations of violence from the protesters. Really? From who? The Morton County Sheriff who's committing the violence against them. Do you have any evidence? Did you send any reporters?
Yeah.
If you didn't send any reporters, then you don't know, and you shouldn't just reprint their press release.
Yeah.
That's not journalism.
Well, look, to be fair, Michael Wolff believes that reporters just need to be stenographers. He literally said that, and just report what people in power have to say.
Oh, well, that's real journalism right there.
Journalism for him.
So now we've shown you over and over, and watch the videos on TYT Politics, youtube.com/TYT Politics. You see where the force is coming from. It is clear as day. We have it on tape. It is the police firing upon the protesters. You never see the water protectors firing back. The only time you saw anybody with a weapon on the side of the protesters was when it was a Dakota Access Pipeline plant, a guy that they caught with ID from the company with a weapon, okay? Mm-hmm. So they caught him trying to instigate within the encampment of the protectors.
A provocateur.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's very clear which side the violence is coming from. And I know in the mainstream media, they think the state violence doesn't count. The state can do whatever they want to you. You're an American, you believe in your First Amendment rights? No, the state can just roll over you with what appear to be tanks over there. But guess what? The cavalry's coming. Mm-hmm. So as the cops are retreating from across the country, as Anna's about to tell you, Wes Clark Jr. and Michael A. Wood have organized a ton of veterans to come in on December 4th and December 5th and help the water protectors protect the water and the land. So now that is going to be a very interesting moment. Are you going to mow down those veterans? I hope not. I hope not. So now we're going to put a link at the bottom of this video that allows you to help those veterans get there and do the great work that they're doing. Our nickname here for Wes, who's one of our hosts, is the Cavalry. So in this case, literally, the cavalry is on the way. Now, meanwhile, a lot of the police forces across the country got called in on what is called an Emergency Management Assistance Compact. This is across many states, and if you have an emergency, a natural disaster, you call in police from other places. Hey, can you help us after the storm knocked down, our wires or blew away our houses, etc. But they're not using it for that. They're using it to help a corporation remove people who are protesting. So after a while, some of the cops across the country were like, wait, why are we doing that? Like, maybe you want to do that. I don't know, maybe you're profiting off of it, but we're not, so we're not going to do that anymore.
Yeah, look, I think that them using that reasoning is not something that's happening. It's not a widespread thought process that goes through a sheriff's mind, right? I think what's really having an impact is that constituents are calling their local sheriffs and letting them know, hey, you're an elected official. I am not happy with the idea of my taxpayer money going toward these cops who are then going to go and use brutality against these peaceful protesters. And so I love that. It shows that you have an impact, right? And it's something that we're seeing now with very specific police departments. So let me give you a few examples. So also vocal public objections caused Montana's Gallatin County Sheriff Brian Gutkin to literally turn his detail around after they departed for North Dakota. So he had already sent the detail. And then he was getting so many calls from constituents saying that they did not support that action that he's like, hold up, homie, you got to turn around, okay? People are not happy with the situation. Here's what he said. I got messages from England, Poland, New Zealand, Australia. I wanted to go and help my fellow law enforcement. I just don't understand where we separated from the public. It really breaks my heart. We are not the enemy. But he also says, many of you emailed and called the office to voice your concerns. As your sheriff, I was very humbled by the honest conversations we had. Although my actions were well-intentioned, you made it clear that you do not want your sheriff's office involved in this conflict. So he heard, the constituents out, mostly because it'll have political ramifications for him, come re-election time. But I love that they're listening. I love that, citizens are having an impact on what's going on right now.
Yeah, and look, that's how democracy is supposed to work. Yes, he got calls from across the world, but that didn't affect him nearly as much as it did when his own constituents were like, no, really, turn him around. Well, why would I spend my tax dollars in Montana to go do something over there that's questionable to begin with? And he's not the only one. It also happened in Minnesota as well. So,
yeah. And also Wisconsin's Dane County Sheriff Dave Mahoney and his personnel lasted 1 week policing water protectors. They were supposed to be there for 3 weeks, but then they pulled out early. So it's, again, having impact throughout the country.
Yeah, and Minnesota's Hennepin County Sheriff Richard Stanek had sent in people. In fact, they'd help break up a lot of the camp, which was very unfortunate. But the Lieutenant Governor Tina Smith said, I believe he should bring his deputies home. It's not really our business. And they did. They brought those guys home. So as the cops who work for corporations, for whatever motivation they think they have, start to dwindle, and then a lot of Americans are now coming to support Standing Rock, it's become an interesting dynamic here. And I know there's a president who claimed that he was going to put his walking boots on if progressives needed his help. And he's got nothing left to lose. He's only got a couple of months left in office. Somehow, he still can't find his walking boots.
I don't know what's going on. So, look, hopefully we'll get to a story about how Obama is doing what he can to protect public land before Trump is inaugurated. And he's doing really good work there. But why won't he go out and support the protesters in this DAPL movement? I don't get it.
Because he's not a progressive.
Yeah.
He just isn't. He looks at these... He said, we're going to let it play out. In other words, I'm going to let him roll over you like I always do. Apparently on election night, he called Hillary Clinton and urged her to concede, because that is what Barack Obama's been doing for 8 years, conceding to Republicans. So same thing here. But that's okay. We don't need him.
Yeah.
Okay? Join Wes Clark. Join Michael A. Wood. Go to the link below. Help out. Do whatever you can. Get up there. Shailene Woodley bringing a lot of attention to it, doing wonderful work. Susan Sarandon was on the Young Turks saying, hey, if I got a bank that's got money invested in this project, I'm pulling it out. And she did. So they're leading that effort. So everybody's chipping in every way they can. And by the way, the place where they're building the pipeline is unceded territory according to U.S. treaties. It is actually Sioux Nation land that they never ceded to the U.S. government. And the U.S. government acknowledges it. That's why they've offered them money to compensate them for the land that they took. And Sioux Nation has $1.3 billion waiting for them if they take that offer. And they say, no, we never asked for your money. That is our land, and you know it because it's in the treaties, and you've offered us money for that land. We do not accept your money. That is Sioux Nation territory. So they have a lot of the law on their side, yet they've got the tanks facing against them. I think what they need is the American people on their side. All right, what's next?
All right. There's some juicy drama within the Trump camp, and apparently it involves Kellyanne Conway, who did a lot of Trump's dirty work during the election. Now, Kellyanne Conway is a senior advisor for Donald Trump and was his campaign manager during the election, but she hasn't been named in any real cabinet positions, and some are arguing that she's a little bitter about it. At the same time, Donald Trump is flirting with the idea of naming Mitt Romney Secretary of State. And Kellyanne Conway is not too happy about it. In fact, she had some strong words about it during a recent interview. Take a look.
I only wish Governor Romney had been as critical of Hillary Clinton and her policy positions. I'm all for party unity. I'm a big party unity person. And look what Donald Trump's done. He's got Nikki Haley in the cabinet, UN ambassador, daughter of Indian immigrants. He's met with Ted Cruz. He's taken calls from Mitt Romney, from Jeb Bush, from John Kasich, from Carly Fiorina. I think he's working with Speaker Ryan. Reince Priebus, the RNC chairman, is now his chief of staff going into this new White House. So we're all for party unity. I don't think a cost of admission for party unity has to be the Secretary of State position.
Oh, she don't like that.
Yeah.
That video was so
good. So I was on that show. So I was waiting in the green room and we were watching all the different interviews that Martha Raddatz is doing before us. And then regular fare, and you got Ted Cruz, you got Bernie Sanders and stuff. And then Kellyanne Conway came in and she started throwing bombs, right? And everybody in the green room was like, what? What did she just say?
Yeah.
Did she just say that? Because it is very unusual for the person who is just a campaign manager for the president-elect to turn around and say, what the hell is the president-elect doing?
Yep.
No, don't pick that guy as not just a lower-level cabinet guy, Secretary of State. And that was some serious drama right there.
Oh, it was so good. It was so good. By the way, my favorite part of that interview was when she was listing all the things that she finds wrong with Nikki Haley, and then she's like, daughter of Indian parents, Indian immigrants. Like, why is that even relevant? By the way, I'm not a fan of Nikki Haley, but I wouldn't list daughter of Indian immigrants as one of her downsides, right?
Yeah.
Anyway. She's bitter. She wants a position, and yeah, she's throwing bombs, and apparently the Trump campaign or the Trump camp is not too happy about it.
Okay, before we get to that reaction, I'm going to tell you that there's actually a couple of other reasons why she might be doing this. Let's watch their reaction, and then I'll tell you the 3 layers of this particular audio.
All right, so a bunch of Trump aides apparently contacted MSNBC, Morning Joe to be specific, which prompted Mika Brzezinski to say the following.
2 sources at the top of the Trump transition team confirmed to MSNBC that they spoke to the president-elect today and that Donald Trump was, quote, furious at Kellyanne Conway's comments on Sunday, suggesting Trump betrayed his supporters by even considering Mitt Romney for a position in his cabinet. Kellyanne went rogue at Donald Trump's expense at the worst possible time, a source familiar with Trump's thinking said. Trump's top aide said they were, quote, baffled by Conway's comments and suggested that it feeds into a growing concern inside the campaign that, quote, instead of driving Donald Trump's message, she's pushing her own agenda.
Now, look, this is very bold by her because, yes, obviously it's going to piss off a lot of people because she's doing it super public. That is not normally how you do politics. You do it behind the scenes. For when she says Governor Romney in the last 4 years, has he been around the globe doing something on behalf of the United States of which we're unaware? That's really strong language. So one hit after another, and it wasn't just the ABC interview. She also did a CNN interview where she hit him. So I think that this is not about Kellyanne Conway. She's not up for Secretary of State. So when I saw this, I said, this is so bold. You don't risk your career over this unless the people backing your career have your back, that they sent you to do this. So let me break it down for you. Could it be that she's just like gone Trump, right? Ironically, right? Like, I had enough of this, man.
Yeah.
They didn't even give me education secretary. So yes, that's possible. But then I thought, no, more likely there's a bigger power player here. Who wanted Secretary of State? In the beginning it was Newt Gingrich. By the way, Newt Gingrich has also publicly condemned Mitt Romney and has spoken out against him. Okay, but lately it appears that it's between Giuliani and Mitt Romney. And I thought, what kind of favor did Giuliani do for Kellyanne Conway that she's going to risk her entire career for Giuliani? That doesn't make sense, okay? There's no favor that big that Giuliani could do for her. Then I thought, no, it's the people backing Giuliani, right? So there's a whole donor infrastructure here. You never hear about it on TV. But the people who put Kellyanne Conway into the Trump campaign in the first place, they're the Mercer family. They were the largest donors to Ted Cruz, then they were the largest donors to Trump. It's Robert Mercer, who works at a hedge fund, and his daughter Rebecca Mercer. So I believe that it is the Mercers, for whatever reason, and that's a good question as to why they don't want Mitt Romney, right? But they've never liked the establishment. That's not why they back Cruz, that's why they back Donald Trump, okay? And for whatever reason, they've decided, they're the guys who, when they gave money to Trump, they said, you're going to take two guys with you. That's when they got rid of Manafort, and two people that they gave him were Steve Bannon and Kellyanne Conway. They were literally in the suite at the RNC, all together, the Mercers and those two, and then the coup happened, they took over for Manafort. So now Kellyanne Conway, all of her bills get paid by those guys. She's not going to go against the real boss. So that is what's happening here, I think, that you're seeing, but it's the Mercers publicly saying, I believe. And it could be the other two options. I'm giving you all the options here. But what I don't want you to think is that, oh, money has nothing to do with it. No. The Kellyanne Conways of the world, they're not the bishop, the knight, or the rook. They're the pawn. And so and you think Trump, oh, well, he's the king. No, he can only move one step at a time, okay? The real power players are the Mercers and the other donors. So they're having a public spat here. And so it's not going to get public until they must have felt like, oh my God, he's going to pick Romney. We got to go nuclear. Kellyanne, hey, remember who got you into Trump in the first place. Get in there and mess this thing up.
Oh, disaster. I mean, look, it's a disaster for Kellyanne Conway regardless, right? Because think about it. I mean, I feel like everything that she's done during the election, even after the election, has been like dirty bidding, cleaning up Trump's messes. And so the way that I read this, and this could be the possibility, although I always think that money has a role to play as well, the way that I saw it was, okay, here's Kellyanne Conway, who goes on national television almost every day during the election and has to defend Donald Trump when he says the most hideous things imaginable, right? And she has to come off, honestly, like a crazy person, kind of like Scotty Nell Hughes, and deny things that are obviously transparent and clear as day. And so she does all the dirty work, and then once it comes to filling Trump's cabinet, she's not chosen for anything. I mean, I like that narrative better. She's mad and she's just like, I'll show you what, right? I don't know. Maybe the Mercer thing makes more sense. But nonetheless, I mean, I love how angry she is. And I love how she just not only fires shots at Mitt Romney, but fires shots at everyone that he's appointed so far or nominated so far.
Yes. So last two things on that. She then said, apparently, to send a note to the MSNBC crew saying that what they were saying on air about her was sexist. And I pictured almost Rebecca Mercer being in the room with her, saying like, oh, I can't believe they're saying that about you. They never said it about any of the guys. Send them a note saying it's sexist.
Does she want a feminist to come and save her?
I mean, I hope she's not looking for a safe space. So now the guys who want Mitt Romney are the Chamber of Commerce guys. the normal business faction of the Republican Party, represented by Reince Priebus. Now, they also give a lot of money. So Trump is weighing all this, right? Okay, I got donors A here and I got donors B here, and who am I going to go with? And so, and I think that as the Mercers see him headed towards the Chamber of Commerce guys, the guys bribing him from the other direction, they're like, whoa, 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 that's not what we paid for, okay? And I think that's part of the drama that's unfolding here. And if you thought Trump was about loyalty, no. The only thing Trump cares about is what's in it for me.
Yeah.
So the people who've been loyal to him for decades, he throws under a bus on a minute's notice. So, like, you thought he was going to do it based on loyalty? No, he's weighing, hey, where am I going to get richer? In this case, literally.
Yep.
So that's what's playing out here, in my opinion.
Yeah, and by the way, so can Kellyanne Conway join Chris Christie in like the group of people who embarrass themselves for nothing?
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Oh, that would be awesome. So now they're saying Chris Christie's back and he might get a position. I am super curious to see where Christie, Newt Gingrich, and Giuliani are going to wind up. If they don't get anything, wow, that would be a legendary backstab. If he was like, oh, no, guys, we're all going to go to a wedding together. It's going to be great. Okay. Anyways, we got to take another break here. When we come back, two amazing stories, at least. So there's a pastor who believes that Hillary Clinton, the devil, has been defeated. And the way that he says that, you are going to love, okay? And then Wolfpack results. You're also going to love that. It's a heartwarming moment on the Young Turks when we return. All right, back on the Young Turks. I just wanted to be clear about one thing I said earlier about when I got started with the show and I'm all excited, et cetera. In order to get the 30% off, you got to do promo code. That's thanks TYT. That's THXTYT. Okay, THXTYT. That's because of Thanksgiving, obviously, and Cyber Monday.
No, we just want you guys to thank us every time you buy our products.
Yeah, buy the product and thank us. No, I sent a note to everybody who's on our email list over Thanksgiving, thanking all you guys and explaining how thankful we are. So, by the way, to get on that list, tytnetwork.com/get updates. Okay, Wes Clark Jr. Writes in, are the vets coming? Yes, we're coming to support our brothers and sisters. Hashtag no dapple. Bill Wetzel says, hell yeah, I'm going to stand and rock with Wes and the vets this weekend. Okay, so the cavalry is on its way. Dwayne writes in, Obama's the last of these bullshit bought Dems. A whole generation of young people will accept Bernie or better or nothing. I said on the Facebook Live for ABC, right now, this is a whole long story. I'll probably do it tomorrow, but they've got their knives out for Keith Ellison. They're running every kind of dirty trick and leak against them. And by they, I don't mean Republicans. I mean the Democrats, mainly the Obama administration. They say that they don't want the DNC taken over by the Bernie folks. The Bernie
Man, they just don't get it. They don't get it.
No, they don't. They don't like us because real progressives embarrass Obama with all their talk of what is possible and what they should shoot for and stuff. And they're throwing every dirty thing at Ellison. I've never seen them fight that hard against a Republican. Never. Like when it comes to Republicans, there was nothing we could do. There was nothing we could do. When you got Ellison, like they're dredging up quotes from literally over 30 years ago. Okay.
Man.
Why don't you go get some quotes from 30 years ago about Jeff Sessions, a guy named after Jefferson Davis, the presidency of the Confederacy. Okay. And his middle name is named after another Confederate general. I mean, forget what his parents decided. All of his actions. No. Let's. By the way, I mean, look, there's nothing that I wouldn't fight on. As soon as Trump won, they just stopped on Merrick Garland. They're like, well, obviously we're not going to get the Supreme Court justice. But I'd be like, wait.
So insane.
Like, no, wait a minute. We waited a year. This is insane. And they're like, immediate surrender. But when it comes to, and another story I'll do tomorrow, 52 Democrats planning their surrender to Trump, okay? It's fucking vomitous. But when it comes to Ellison, all of a sudden Obama and his guys are lions.
I respect politicians who want to be politicians for the right reasons, but I don't understand people who want to be politicians. It sounds horrible, right? Like digging up crap from 30 years ago and, attacking people's families. And it sounds like the worst thing imaginable.
They're implying he's anti-Semitic when he supported the Jewish candidate. Obama, you didn't support the Jewish candidate. Bernie Sanders, it was a historic Jewish American candidate for president who had a real chance. Ellison was there for him. You weren't there for him. Okay, anyway, I can go on and on. Billy Runaway, last tweet, he says, this is part of your legacy, President Obama. You did nothing. Okay. Anti-Defamation League says that Keith Ellison has been a brother in the fight against anti-Semitism. But no, let's dig up quotes from 30 years ago just to be dickheads because we love fighting liberals because we're not real liberals and they embarrass us. So anyway, don't let the door hit you on the way out. Okay, let's go on to a fun story.
All right. A pastor in Mississippi who speaks in tongues wanted to celebrate the fact that Hillary Clinton did not win a position as the next president of the United States. And so during a recent meeting at the Evangel Temple in Meridian, Mississippi, here's what he had to say.
My Lord. Woo! Man, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Lord, for the victory. Thank you for saving our nation. Thank you, Lord, for bringing Jezebel down. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Woo! Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Lord, for a free, clean atmosphere. Thank you, Lord, for washing out the atmosphere of America. Revival's on the way. Revival's on the way.
So what do you want us to do? Not make fun of these guys? Well, if that's what you want, you're not going to get it. Okay, so rabies. Okay, I think that's what that guy has. So in the beginning, I thought, wait, is he a Spanish-speaking minister? It could happen, right? It was against Hillary Clinton. No, that was gibberish. That was speaking in tongues.
Yes, it was. By the way, that's Pastor Kilpatrick, in case you want to visit him and listen to one of his sermons.
I realized Pastor John Kilpatrick was probably not speaking Spanish. And then it reminded me of something else. Like sometimes you hear in like Muslim preachers, with like, what they do, like crazy stuff. Blah, blah, blah. I don't know. Maybe it's because it's in Arabic and I don't understand Arabic. That's not right. I thought I heard a little. Okay, so no, you're crazy. So he says later, the politically correct mindset would say I'm a crazy man. Correct. The politically correct mindset would say they don't. Hey, don't listen to him. He's a nut. Yeah, that's right. It has nothing to do with political correctness. It has to do with vision and hearing. Okay, I just saw you with my own eyes, and I heard you with my own ears going, you know why? Because you're a fucking lunatic.
Yeah. Look, during this election, there was a lot of criticism toward people who live in coastal states, especially on the West Coast, because they don't hear or understand people in Middle America, right? And so I think that that's a decent and fair criticism, and I'm trying to get better myself in terms of hearing out the concerns of people who do live in Middle America, because I think we do live in a bubble. But then, look, how am I supposed to have a conversation with this guy?
You literally can't. You can't even understand him. Unless maybe you could talk back to him like, how'd you have a? And he might be like, oh, dog, I didn't think about it that way.
And also, there are people in Middle America with legitimate concerns that should be heard. But at the same time, you also have people like this guy who just out of nowhere refers to Hillary Clinton as a Jezebel. And so, I don't know. I mean, did Hillary Clinton do something skanky that I'm unaware of? Like, if I think of the antithesis of immoral in like a sexual way, I think of Hillary Clinton. Like, she goes out of her way to not be sexy in any way, shape, or form, right? Like
because that's not what her position is about.
No, but that's the thing. Like, I don't know what it is about Hillary Clinton that they find so scandalous. Like, if he like talked about like war crimes or something like that, then I'd be like, okay, I guess I kind of see where he's coming from, right? But like the stuff about her being a Jezebel. Look, by the way, this is not me criticizing Melania Trump because I actually hate when people shame her for her modeling in the past, right? But I just find it really interesting that conservatives totally give Melania Trump a pass, right? And they're just like, yeah, she's a model, she's sexy, she's hot. But then you have Hillary Clinton, who didn't ever do anything even close to that, and she's a Jezebel, and she's immoral, and and it's just like, what? Where? Why is she immoral?
Okay, so on the other hand, so look, on the issue of the coast, and you don't understand the people, first of all, I'm the guy who said Trump's has an excellent chance of winning, because I do understand the guys in the middle, because I'm not like these guys on the coast. Like, I live on the coast, I get it, and I talk about it all the time, and I explain, hey, look, I get it, all my friends are liberal, yada, yada. But I've got eyes. I can see, I can hear people. When I'm in Ohio, when I'm in the middle of the country, they're talking a different language, and I get it. I don't mean like this guy. I mean, they're pissed. They're pissed at the establishment. And I agree with them for being pissed at the establishment. Whereas the guys on the East Coast, they're still talking about like, oh my God, what did the cast of Hamilton do? Nobody in Ohio gives a shit what the cast of the Hamilton did. They don't know what Hamilton is. They don't want to. Like, they might go to see that play if they're visiting New York, but they're not obsessed with Hamilton like you all in New York and Washington are. So I know you guys. So it's not that we're talking about. But at the same time, those same guys will turn around and attack liberals on everything. And they'll have no breaks in that card. So libtards, this, that, the other thing, right? And then when it comes to saying, hey, this guy's a lunatic, all of a sudden they want a safe space. So I'm not going to afford you a safe space. So buckle up. Okay, if you need a trigger warning, here comes a microaggression, possibly a macroaggression. You are cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs if you speak in tongue like that. You're a fucking lunatic, okay? So any of you out there in Meridian, Mississippi, or wherever you are, if you're Pentecostal, you're whatever this guy is, and you hear and you do it yourself, or your pastor's going with gobbledygook, fucking crazy. They're not talking to God. That's not a real language. They're just stupid, okay? That's all there is to it. And the Muslim dude ain't talking to God. This guy isn't talking to God. Hillary Clinton's not Jezebel. You guys are living on a different fucking planet, and it's not the one based on reality. So how you like them apples?
But is the revival coming? That's what I want to know.
Well, my answer to that is fucking crazy. Okay. Next. That thing he does with his tongue. Okay, all right, we move forward. I got good news for you guys. In fact, let's do a little bit of this. So Wolfpack had a membership crash. We're going for 1,000 new members. Wrong! We're going for 2,000 now because we're past 1,000 because you guys are awesome. So they started in late October, and they said, well, let's see if we can by the end of the year get to 1,000. They were like, should we go for 500? Because they're modest folks at Wolfpack, right? I said, no, let's go for 1,000, right? We already passed 1,000, so let's go for 2,000. Now, but I want you to know what you got. Because this is very specific. This isn't like, hey, we're playing patty cakes here. This is not a group that you're setting up in D.C. to last forever. Wolfpack is to get a constitutional amendment to get money out of politics, to fix the system, to fix the core of the problem. The way you do that, the way you do a revolution, is you do it constitutionally. You do it through an amendment. So what do we need? We need guys on the ground who could organize our volunteers. Do you know how many volunteers signed up on since election night for Wolfpack? 2,143.
Damn.
Do you know how many volunteers Wolfpack has across the country? 35,000 volunteers.
That's insane.
Now, when we go state to state to push for that amendment, you know how often we run into the groups from progressive groups from Washington?
Every day?
Almost never.
Oh. Oh, Washington. Okay.
From Washington. Because they don't have an army. They don't have volunteers. They don't have that. But if you got 35,000 volunteers, you need to hire a couple of people to work on this full time to organize those guys, right? You need 50 different states we've got movements. So you know what your 1,000 membership did? It hired this guy, Josh Aces, okay? So he was one of the state leaders in Rhode Island. And so he's been a lobbyist for 0 years, a politician for 0 years. You know what he does? He runs a small construction company with his dad. And he decided, I like democracy. I'd like to get it back. So he joined up, and he was one of the 2 state leaders on Rhode Island. They did God's work. They did democracy's work. And they won in Rhode Island. And not only did they win in Rhode Island, when in the beginning, every time we go to a new state, they tell us it's impossible, right? It was, the Senate was unanimous. Every Democrat, every Republican. The senators told them in the beginning, hey, there's no clapping in the Senate because they were all in the upper chamber, right? At the end, after they voted unanimously, the senators stood up and applauded them. That's what Josh Aces did. So now he did it with Royce. He did it with so many great guys in Rhode Island, the Godfather, the Mechanic, etc. Okay, but he did such great work, and he's done such great work nationally. You just hired him. I didn't hire him. You hired him. Okay, now we're not done yet. So that's the first 1,000. If you get to a second 1,000, we're going to hire a second guy. Before I get to that guy, let me just show you. I know the audio's not great here, but right afterwards, they were ecstatic when they won in Rhode Island. Let me show you Aces giving his Kurt Russell speech afterwards. Let's watch.
We showed them that we weren't going anywhere. Free and fair elections is what we need to save this country. In Rhode Island today, I'm very proud to be a Rhode Islander. I'm very proud to be in Wolfpack. I love you guys. This is a family. This isn't a group. This is an organization. This is a family. And that's why we got this pass. So thank you guys, okay? This is me. This is you guys, okay? So thank you. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Allison. You guys hustle. Thank you so much. This is freaking beautiful, man. Let it pass.
No, it's amazing. So all of these guys, none of them have ever worked in politics before. So as soon as they're done with work, they head over to the State House, or they're calling legislators, etc. So the second guy is Bryant the Mechanic LeMay. So when they won, Bryant could not have a beer with the rest of them when they went out to celebrate because he was 20. Do you know why they call him the Mechanic? Because he's a mechanic. Literally. So he would fix cars, he'd clean up, and get to the State House. So he was part of the winning team. He works so hard, you got to hire this guy. We got to get to 2,000. wolf-pack.com/revolution. Okay, that's the membership drive, wolf-pack.com/revolution. Now, let me show you the Mechanic speech after they won in Rhode Island.
You guys are very inspiring. You've all taught me a lot. I never thought I'd spend my Friday nights and Thursday nights and Wednesday nights and Tuesday nights in a building like this, but I want to do it for a long time. Wolfpack, TYT, really opened my eyes and inspired me, and groups like this are going to change the world. I believe it.
It's like Ryan Gosling thing about him.
Wow.
No, he does.
And he's called a mechanic.
Yeah.
How do we not hire him? No, the real reason we want to hire him because he works his ass off. And instead of having him, work under the hood of cars and then come and volunteer his weekends, etc., we want him to get under the hood of our government and fix our democracy. Come on, wolf-pack.com/revolution. Let's get to 2,000 members. Let's hire the mechanic. We got to organize all these volunteers. We don't want to waste anybody's effort. We want to make sure that you're all doing a great job. Everybody gets by the way, if you volunteer at wolf-pack.com, you're going to get contacted within 24 hours. You're going to get put into a system, and you're going to be part of the solution. We are going to get that amendment, and we're going to fix this system. We're going to get our democracy back. We're going to get free and fair elections back. All right, wolf-pack.com/revolution. Okay, what's next, Anna?
All right. 11 people have been hospitalized after an individual took part in a knife attack. It all started when the suspect in the Ohio State University area attacked individuals by ramming his car into a group of pedestrians before using a butcher knife to cut several people. Now, luckily, no one has died as a result of this attack. However, 11 people were hospitalized. A suspect has been shot and reported deceased. Victim injuries include stab wounds, injury by motor vehicle, and other injuries that are being evaluated. Now, what we know so far about the suspect was that he was a Somali refugee, but he was a U.S. citizen.
No, he's a legal permanent resident.
Oh, he's a legal permanent resident. Sorry, I read citizen, but that might be wrong. And he also was very upset at the university for not making Muslim prayer more, I guess, available or accessible. Yeah, so he needs to pray 5 times a day, and apparently it was difficult for him to do so on that campus.
So this is unfortunately a right-wing dream come true. So luckily nobody got hurt. I know I'm not implying that the right wing wants people to get hurt, okay? But he is an immigrant. He's Muslim.
He's a refugee.
He's a refugee. Well, you know, I guess, yeah. And he came over from Somalia, and he didn't use a gun. It's perfect for them, right? Now, again, I'm not implying that they're happy about it. Nobody's happy about these people getting hurt. What we're all super happy about is that nobody got killed. One guy's in critical condition, 11 in the hospital, but only one in critical condition, and he hasn't passed away. Thank God, okay? So, but let's talk about this in context. So, number one, in the beginning, there was 2 different kinds of things that I was seeing in the media and in social media, okay? Number one was, what happened? Ohio State is supposed to be a gun-free zone because they thought there was an active shooter. Well, it was a gun-free zone, and he didn't have a gun. And if he had had a gun, a lot more people would have died. And so the reason it got so much attention in the beginning, they didn't even know who the attacker was in the beginning. That's point number 2 that I'll get to in a second. So it wasn't because he was Muslim. No, not at all. Ohio State's the biggest college in America, 65,000 people in Ohio State. So, and it's a campus shooting that everybody gets worked up. It turns out it was the cops' gunfire that people heard, and that's why they thought it was an active shooter. So all those guys saying, yeah, you see gun-free zones don't work. Well, it wasn't a gun. In Virginia Tech, we had 32 killed when the guy did have a gun, 17 wounded. In Orlando, we had 49 killed and 53 wounded. You know why? Because guns kill people much more effectively than knives do. So it's not like you can't kill a person with a knife, but you can kill less people. You can injure less people.
It's a lot more difficult to stab someone to death as opposed to just shoot them to death.
Yes.
So that's a fact. We know that.
The only silver lining here was that he didn't have a gun. If he had had a gun, so many more people would have died. There's just no question about that. Okay, now, in terms of his ethnicity, before we had any inkling that he was Muslim, I saw it referred in the press and the media as, oh, he's probably just a garden variety lunatic. Garden variety. Okay. Now that we know he's Muslim, we're looking into terror-related activities. Okay, but wait a minute. We just had a guy, Scott Michael Green, in Iowa, ambush and assassinate 2 cops. He had a political manifesto, basically, as to why he did it. He didn't like that cops limited his speech at some football games, and he was carrying a Confederate flag and all that stuff. He's a right-winger. Are we looking into whether that's terrorism-related? No, we're not looking into it. So do we have any, if they find out that this guy went and got trained by ISIS, then I'm 1,000% with you. It's terrorism, and et cetera, et cetera. And by the way, it doesn't change any of the things that happen. The things that happen are terrible no matter what label you put on it, right? But if he's a guy who has absolutely nothing to do with terrorism, except he's an idiot who's like, oh my God, they won't let me peacefully pray, so I'll kill people. Yeah, that guy is unhinged and totally hypocritical and doesn't understand how much damage he's doing both to the people that he has attacked, which is the most important, and secondly to his own community. Because now the Somali students in Ohio State are scared to death of how people are going to react to them.
Of course.
Because when it's a right-winger who does it, nobody goes out and attacks other right-wingers. It's not a thing that happens. But if it's a Muslim student that did it, a Somali student that did it, an immigrant that did it, well then all immigrants, all Muslims, all Somalis have to watch out because there'll be assumptions made about their group.
I want to get to a point where we're not obsessed with labeling, the attacker. We're not obsessed with labeling the suspect. And we actually come up with some plausible solutions to it because this kind of stuff does keep happening, right? And so if you go in the Trump direction and you just ban Muslims from entering the country, that still doesn't solve homegrown terrorism. I mean, the San Bernardino attackers weren't immigrants, right? They were born and raised in the United States.
The wife was an immigrant, to be fair.
Oh, the wife was an immigrant.
The shooter himself was a citizen.
So he's a citizen.
And Orlando was a citizen. And Orlando he was Muslim, but he was closeted gay, and he was pissed about a breakup he had with other folks at that club.
Right.
But it doesn't matter. Once you're a Muslim, that's why you did it.
So what's the solution? Like that's what I want to know, right? As soon as we get past like the finger pointing at Muslims versus right-wing white people and this and that, like what are we going to do? Are we just going to like keep arguing about what to label it, or are we going to come up with solutions?
Well, luckily, Trump is willing to call it by its name, and I hear from the right wing, once you have a president who's willing to call it by its name, it magically goes away. Mm-hmm. So in 2 months, once he calls it radical Islamic terrorism, poof, gone. I had a cab driver who's Egyptian, by the way, Coptic Christian Egyptian, and he's got a heavy accent. He's an immigrant. He says Trump was Jesus 2.0. He's Jesus' second coming. And I'm like, you're kidding, right? That's a joke, right? We're in New York. You're an Egyptian immigrant. Like, no, I'm not. He's like, what do you mean? He was offended. He's like, of course I'm not joking. He's going to save us all.
Okay, well, I mean, maybe he's right. And
maybe he's right, yeah. Okay, like, knock on wood. Let's hope so, you know? Go get him, big guy. No, in reality, one thing that is most important immediately for our safety is less guns equals less deaths. So in this case, he didn't have a gun. Nobody died. Thank God. If he had a gun, would 10 die, 30 die? I don't know. But a lot of people would be dead right now. All those people are alive because this idiot, this jerk, this whatever, anything gun. They don't care it's a Muslim with a gun. They don't care it's a lunatic with a gun. You gotta have the gun. You gotta have the gun. Okay, well then, you know.
They also support people on the terror watch list from having guns.
Yeah, okay. So anyway, that's number one. Number two is a cultural answer. And by the cultural answer, I don't mean an attack on one particular religion or one particular ethnicity. I mean a culture of sanity so that we don't have these divides. So we bring up the right-wingers, not because we think like they do, that you should attack a particular group of people. That is nuts. Of course you shouldn't. What we're trying to say is, don't do that, right? Don't think in terms of who's a group I have to hate. Is it Muslims? Okay, then the Muslims are going to strike back, and then they're going to do this. And then you're going to hate them more, and then you're going to strike them. And then they're going to hate you more, and they're going to strike you. And on and on and on we go in a cycle of violence. Or we can change the culture to one of rationality and sanity. Now, that's a long-term fix. It's not going to happen overnight. And I'm not saying kumbaya, yada, yada. Everybody praises the officer who shot him here. Alan Horuchko responded immediately. He's a young guy, 28 years old, also went to Ohio State. He came onto the scene, and the guy was in mid-attack, and he shot him and perhaps saved lives. So we understand the need for that, no question about it. I'm not saying in the short term, go and give the guy a hug, he'll stab you to death. We're not idiots, we understand that. Like they really think like, oh, we're all tree huggers and like, oh, there's a wild man killing people, let's go save him by singing around him. No, you make sure you detain him, and if you've got to do this, you do this. But in the long term, we've got to fix the culture of violence because all it does is beget more violence. So you think that that's, loosey-goosey talk? Okay, but I know what your culture led to. By you, I mean anyone who thinks the answer is bomb them more, ban them more, profile them more, kill them more. Violence and segregation and hating one another is the answer. Well, that's what got us into this mess. It isn't working. So how about we try something else, logic, reason, and actually being decent to one another? I know, crazy thought. By the way, if you're a real Christian, you should read the Bible. That's exactly what it says in there. Okay, let's take a quick break here. We're not done yet. We got a lot more great stories for you guys when we return. All right, Brandon Atkins writes in, watching #TYT Live while my dinner slow cooks. Am I old school, Anna?
Oh my God, that's so funny. I slow cooked Charlie's food for the week just last night. I home cook dog food.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. I really wish you hadn't told me that.
He lives in the lap of luxury, okay? I take better care of my dog than I do of myself.
Oh my God.
Keep it
Okay. I really wish you hadn't told me that. Okay. Bill Wetzel writes in, that pastor sounds like Cenk at the beginning of the power battles when he rants nonsensical, except he kept going.
No, you guys don't get it. So JR's not here today, so I had to cut video or pick time codes for each video I wanted. And so I had to watch a full 9-minute video of him doing that. And most of it was just him pacing back and forth and going, I was like, when is he going to start talking about Hillary Clinton? That's the part I want.
Okay, no, I wish you'd kept more of that. I want to see more of that. Yeah. And then Edwin's right. It would be, and then he goes in the middle, drop it. That would have been awesome. Easily readable name writes in, sorry, Cenk, but I disagree. He's not a lunatic. He's just a plain old con man. Shauna the Dead says Obama's a progressive as long as the issue doesn't conflict with the big donors' interests. And most importantly, Jordan Charton tweeting it. Breaking. North Dakota Governor Jack Dalrymple orders mandatory evacuation of Army Corps, hashtag no DAPL, camp have reached out to Army Corps. So apparently the Army Corps was clarifying today that no, we're not really going to kick them out by December 5th. That was a misunderstanding. Mm-hmm. And apparently the North Dakota governor, according to Jordan's breaking news, is saying, no, I don't care. Mandatory evacuation.
So they're evacuating the protesters?
Yes, because they have an encampment there.
Ah, disaster.
So we don't know yet. Follow Jordan's reporting on youtube.com/TYTpolitics. We don't know yet when that mandatory evacuation will happen. I don't know. Maybe they got wind of the vets coming and they're like, oh, that's going to be bad optics. I don't know. So we'll keep tabs on it. And by the way, members of the day are Matthew Vang, who's member number 1075, and John Herbert, who's 1076. Guys, we are going to have a fun post-game for you guys today. And if we have any more information from Jordan, we'll share that as well at tytnetwork.com/join. Okay, let's keep going.
All right. Rosie O'Donnell, who's had a very, very long feud with Donald Trump, recently tweeted about how Barron Trump, the 10-year-old son of Donald Trump, might possibly suffer from autism. Now, she did so in a tweet where she wrote, Barron Trump autistic? If so, what an amazing opportunity to bring attention to the autism epidemic. Now, I should state that she has a 3-year-old who was diagnosed with high-functioning autism. And even so, I hate that she tweeted that. And I also really hate the video that she linked in the tweet. I'm going to show you a little snippet of it just so you understand why I dislike it so much, and then we'll discuss. Take a look.
Totally right.
I cannot stand that video. And look, I don't care what you feel for Trump. I do not like Trump, right? His family is off limits, and that includes Melania Trump, okay? Unless Melania Trump goes out there in public and does something worth criticizing. But going after a 10-year-old, and I don't know if it was her intention to go after him, but it doesn't matter. He's off limits. Don't speculate about him possibly having autism. And don't link that ridiculous video either.
So let's just be clear. We don't mean his adult children, who are apparently part of his who certainly were part of his campaign, appear to be part of his transition team, appear to be somewhat illegally part of his administration, and running his business interests. They're, of course, fair game. They're knee deep, they're neck deep in politics. But Barron's 10 years old. And to me, the most disturbing part's the video. Don't give me the maudlin music and I really don't think Rosie meant any harm by it because she's got an autistic kid and she thinks, no, there's nothing wrong with that. So her perspective is, I'm not calling him out.
Yeah.
I'm saying, hey, this could be helpful to kids with autism if he has it. But even that framing is wrong.
Yes, I agree.
It sounds like you're rooting for him to have autism, and then that would be helpful for your cause. No. And don't take creepy video of the kid and then make a compilation of it. I mean, if I was running for president, they're taking pictures of my 10-year-old and then zooming in and analyzing his clapping and body motion and stuff. Come on, have better sense than that.
I would lose my mind. Look, I don't know what her intentions were, but I know that if I were a parent and, public figures were sharing videos like that of my 10-year-old and speculating about possible, mental health, a mental health diagnosis, I would not be happy about it. I'd be very, very angry, to say the least, which is why I would never run for office, because I would lose my shit. That's unacceptable, okay? It's speculative, and I don't like it. And his kids, if they're not involved in politics whatsoever, are off limits. His wife, for all the people, by the way, liberals who have been shaming her because of her modeling in the past, unacceptable, okay? You can't go around criticizing conservatives who had very strong criticisms of Michelle Obama. They called her ape in a dress, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then turn around and slut shame Melania Trump. It's unacceptable, period. I just hate it.
Yeah. And now if Melania starts talking about politics, which she does from time to time, then okay, that's of course fair game. If she copies her third speech in a row, okay, it's fair to point that out. But don't attack them for their personal lives if they're not involved in politics.
Exactly.
And for 10-year-olds, that's a no-brainer. So whatever her intentions were, this was very poorly, played out. And Rosie should have known better. Anybody should have known better than to do this. It doesn't mean that you think autism is wrong. No. I mean, if he's autistic, he's autistic. We don't care. That's not the point. Don't get into their private lives.
Yeah.
They didn't make Barron a part of the campaign.
Exactly. By the way, she did get a lot of backlash for it, and she responded by posting a weird poem on her website. I don't know, should I read the poem to you guys? Do you want?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
She writes, as we try to grab onto anything to keep us standing, the knowledge we are not alone, there are others living this too. When I saw the anti-bullying video that mentioned Barron, it spoke to the symptoms of many ASD kids many ASD kids have. It was educational and informational.
I'm so uncomfortable with every part of this story, including the poem.
Especially the poem.
I promise the TYT Nation that I will never respond to anything with a poem.
Don't make that promise.
Actually, you're right. I will immediately withdraw it because that could be really funny. Okay.
Ay. All right, I'm skipping the next story. Moving on to the Moroccan story. Let's do that.
I already immediately thought of a poem.
Don't do it.
So, all right, let's see if I can remember it in my head. They asked me to apologize for something, like me making fun of the guy speaking in tongues. Roses are red, violets are blue, and you can fuck off too.
That was great. At least yours rhymed.
No, yeah, there was a line
There's
in there.
There's something missing.
Yeah, there was a line
clunky.
missing. I had another line. All right, I'll work on it. Okay,
all right.
Forward.
A state-sponsored Moroccan television station is apologizing after it aired a segment showing women how they can cover up bruises on their face if they've been the victim of domestic violence. Now, this was a makeup tutorial on channel 2M, and we're going to show it to you, and then after we do so, I'll go ahead and translate and let you know what they're saying. Take a look.
اللي هو مزيان غير هما ما كيكونوش موجودين يمكن لكم ما تلقاوهمش في المدن اللي كيكونوا شويه صغار فهنا غادي نديروا بحال اللي كتشوفوا هكا غير
They got criticized because this essentially normalizes domestic violence or violence against women, and it basically tells women, oh, you should cover it up instead of condemning what happened to you or what happens to other women. Now, the host said some of the following during the segment. After the beating, this part is still sensitive, so don't press. Of course, she's mentioning the eye area where the bruising is. By the way, the subject in that segment wasn't actually a victim of domestic violence, or at least those bruises weren't the result of domestic violence. It was all makeup. So
they were covering makeup with makeup.
Exactly. She also said, use foundation with yellow in it. If you use the white one, your red punch marks will always show. Make sure to use loose powder to fix the makeup, so if you have to work throughout the day, the bruises don't show. And then also, it's a subject we shouldn't talk about. No, you should talk about it, just not in this way. But unfortunately, that's what it is. We hope that these beauty tips help you carry on with your normal life. So again, they got a lot of backlash for that segment, and so they ended up taking it off from the internet, and they also issued an apology. But the reality is that a lot of Moroccan women, and I'll get to the numbers in just a second, do deal with violence against them. And so the question is, how do you tackle it? Do you tackle it by telling them to cover up their bruises, or do you tackle it by mobilizing women to fight back against this type of behavior?
So the host said, look, they got abused. I don't want them to then be in shame for 2 weeks or not be able to go to work for 2 weeks. So that's why in her mind she was helping, and whoever the producers were that put that together. Obviously, it's wrong. But to me, the more important part isn't whether the TV station did something wrong or not. It's the culture that has produced an environment where this is so common that you would think, hey, I should give tips on how to cover up bruises because it happens frequently enough.
That's true. I mean, look, in television, in programming, anytime you decide on a segment, you have to think about whether or not it has widespread or broad appeal. And the fact that they did this segment shows that this is a huge problem in Morocco, and the numbers also prove that it's a huge problem in Morocco. That's the devastating part about this.
Yeah. And so, look, that's why I always talk about fixing the culture. And yes, I think that culture matters, and I think that it can be addressed. I'm not one of those moral relativists who say, oh, I mean, you say tomato, I say tomato. You say don't beat your wife, I say beat my wife. No, the minute you raise your hand in anger, by the way, you've conceded that you have not won the argument, that your mind was not sufficient enough to do the job. So you had to resort to violence. So that's the kind of show we should put on in Morocco and elsewhere, all across the world. Say, hey, the minute you raise your hand, you go from being a human to being an animal. Because you couldn't handle it in a human way, and you couldn't handle it in a rational way, so you had to be stupid. And so you equate violence, and in this case domestic violence, with stupidity, with what an animal would do. And maybe that helps change the culture better than literally glossing over it.
Yes. So the Human Rights Project has done a lot of research into this issue in Morocco. And what they found was that existing laws in the country do not provide adequate guidance to police, prosecutors, or investigative judges about their duties in domestic violence cases. So there isn't really an emphasis on combating the issue from a legal standpoint. But when you get into the numbers, you find that a lot of people are victimized by this. So in 2009, a national survey by the Moroccan High Commission for Planning found that nearly 2/3, 62.8% of women ages 18 to 65 had experienced physical, psychological, sexual, or economic violence. So of the sample interviewed, 55% reported conjugal violence, and 13.5% reported familial violence. Only 3% of those who had experienced conjugal violence had reported it to the authorities, probably because their justice system isn't equipped to deal with this issue.
And apparently it is common enough that you would feel shame for reporting it rather than the person who did it who should feel the shame because they're the ones who did something wrong. And so you can tell with the 55% being conjugal violence that it is not just a matter of psychology or economic violence. I don't know what economic violence is, and I'm not trying to belittle it, but we've got to stop the physical violence as a first step here because it's so important and obviously the biggest part of the issue here. And I don't want you to think that like Morocco is the only country in the world that has this problem.
No, we have this problem. I mean, it might not be as transparent, but we certainly have this problem. I mean, you remember when we did the stories of all those athletes who are beating the shit out of their wives and the backlash we got from simply covering those stories? No, we have that problem. When you have a major political party in the country that refused to sign on to the Violence Against Women Act, right, which would essentially protect women when it comes to violence against them. I mean, we have that problem here in the United States as well. This is not us sitting back and pointing fingers at other countries. We need to also start at home.
And remember when Adrian Peterson beat his children, now that was not against his wife, it was against his kids, and he used a switch, and it took skin off their back. And the defense of Adrian Peterson by some, and he's a famous football player here obviously, was, well, that's just tradition. But that's exactly the defense they use in Morocco. And some traditions suck.
Yeah, female genital mutilation is a tradition in some countries. So do you just support it because it's a tradition? Genital mutilation is a tradition here in the United States. Do we just blindly support it because it's tradition?
Slavery was a tradition. There's a lot of traditions that are deeply counterproductive and inhumane. So let's all work together to begin to fix them, including in Morocco.
Yes. Let's talk about sex. I feel like it's been a while since we've talked about sex.
I know,
in the second
right?
half.
For God's sake. Finally,
All right.
Thanks God. Let's talk about the women's.
The woman's. Oh, God. What's the hell? All right.
I don't use that enough.
I know.
Every time you say it, I'm like, why don't I remember what's the hell that's so funny? Okay.
All right. The California Bar Association is considering revamping its ethical standards, and they would specifically look at the issue of sex between lawyers and clients. Now, this is the first time in 30 years, nearly 30 years, that the California Bar has considered revamping its ethics. But this is an interesting question. Is it unethical for lawyers to have sex with their clients? Is it considered coercion or an imbalance of power? Now, supporters of the all-out ban say the relationship between a lawyer and client is inherently unequal, so any sexual relationship is potentially coercive. But some attorneys say it's an unjustified invasion of privacy. So the argument's kind of interesting, right? The argument is the lawyer has more power than the client, therefore this imbalance of power makes it unethical. But look, I think that's certainly true if you're dealing with a public defender and someone has been kind of given to you to defend you in a case. But what happens when you're paying a lawyer, right? Don't you have more power?
No, not necessarily. Because, yeah, there's 1,000 cases where, your life might be on the line and you're desperate and you're really worried. And we've seen the stories, obviously it's different when the judge abuses their power, right? But I've also seen lawyers wield that power, especially their knowledge and if they've got their case in their hands. What if, hey, I can do it this way or I can do it that way. You could either win or you could lose, right? And sometimes you're so far into a case and you don't have many other options for switching to an attorney. So all those things are true. It doesn't mean that I think that they should ban it, because it is a really interesting issue about privacy and consent.
Yeah, it's funny because when I first, started looking into this story, I was pretty firm in believing that the ban is ridiculous and they shouldn't move forward with it. But now you've kind of swung me in the other direction.
Which is ironic because I think I'm on the other side.
No, I know. I was like, Jake's going to be in favor of the sex between the client and the lawyer. Like, let's just keep it real, okay?
What?
He's going to let him go, let him have sex. But no, that's actually really interesting. Yeah, sometimes people's lives are on the line, and they're so knee deep in this case that they can't switch. Because I was going to say, you can flex your power by using your money, right? And if someone is being coercive, or if you don't like the way a lawyer is treating you based on your sexual relationship, you just move on to another lawyer. But yeah, I mean, what if you are knee deep in a case and you can't really do that?
So now, on the other hand, they are consenting adults, and they are usually in a relationship where they are. This is not about judges, not about prosecutors. This is about defense attorneys that you've hired, right? Or it could be any kind of attorney. It could be a marital attorney. It could be a contractual attorney. It could be for a tort, right? If they decide, hey, at some point we kind of like each other, so I'm going to bust up that relationship, it's a little too much government getting in between them makes me a little uncomfortable. Now, what I think the real question is the power dynamic so clear that you take the extra step of saying, no, you two human beings are not allowed to have sex? Okay? So, for example, if you're a therapist or you're, I don't know, a gynecologist, I don't know, right? I could say, nah, I don't want the gynecologist then turning around and going like, hey, you want a date?
Oh my God.
Right? So I don't know what the rules are when it comes to OBGYNs, right? And for therapists who's telling you how to lead your life,
Yeah.
right? And there's actually been cases of that where in fact, it was a hypnotist, a therapist who was hypnotizing his patients. There's a case that just happened, and he wound up having sex with like 8 of them, right? So obviously we can't have that, right? But this is not clear cut. In some cases, the lawyers do have a disproportionate power, but in a lot of cases they don't.
Right. I think that it's a difficult thing to enforce, and there are already laws dealing with coercion. So if there's any, evidence that a lawyer is coercing his or her client, right, then already they've broken ethical standards. They've broken, the law in a lot of cases.
Yeah.
So I feel like that is enough. I'm not enough of an expert on this situation to kind of give a firm opinion, but I'm kind of leaning toward no, because here's the thing, I value privacy more than anything. And so if coercion isn't an issue and you do have 2 consenting adults, I mean, let them make that mistake if they choose to make that mistake.
Yeah. No, funny enough, you have swung me to a firm decision, if you will. Anyway, I'm ready with a decision. No, let them go. There's already protection if you have been coerced. So you can sue, you can seek a redress of your legitimate issues if a lawyer coerced you into sex. So that's a different matter anyway. 17 states currently say we're going to add on top of that a lawyer cannot have sex with their client no matter what, right? But I don't see that if you've already protected on coercion, I think it goes too far. Right, and if
yeah.
And by the way, sometimes in some of the states it allows third parties to turn you in.
Yeah.
Oh
Drums.
no. Then you're getting into you were sleeping with your divorce attorney, and now I'm going to turn you in, and I'm going to ruin the divorce attorney's career, etc.
There's 17 states, by the way, that have some sort of ethical standard pertaining to lawyers sleeping with their clients. Look, I just think that we're animals trying to live in this civilized world.
I know. Wait a minute, though. That's actually really the best point. Because every once in a while we try to contain ourselves, like, oh no, we're going to make rules and everything's going to be fine. And then next let's take off your shirt and let's go nuts, right? And so I don't want to rein us in too much. We're Homo sapiens. Let us go every once in a while, right? And I'm not saying this because I'm a lawyer. And if you think they did the wrong thing, but they haven't crossed any ethical boundaries, you still have the option of just pulling them aside and telling them,
shame. Shame. Shame.
Okay, all right. We're almost out of time. Next story. Go.
You want to do one more?
Yeah, definitely. You crazy dog?
Okay. I just feel like that was a happy note to end on, and now we're
wrong.
We're gonna do a sad story.
We don't end on happy notes. Okay.
Okay, that's fine.
Instead, we end on Sarabies, which is also something you can get if you mess around with the wrong lawyer.
All right. Mosques in California received a letter, the same handwritten letter, indicating that now that Trump has been elected, he will cleanse America of their Muslim ways. Now, according to the Orange County Register, Islamic centers in Long Beach, Claremont, and also San Jose received photocopies of the same handwritten letter calling Muslims vile, evil, and the children of Satan. It was signed by Americans for a Better Way.
Okay.
The letter warns that the Trump election is a day of reckoning. The letter warns that with Trump's election, a day of reckoning has arrived for American Muslims. It also says that he's going to cleanse America and make it shine again. And he's going to start with you Muslims. He's going to do to you Muslims what Hitler did to the Jews. Nothing sounds like a better way for America than someone to come in and do to a group of people what Hitler did to the Jews. Better way for America. I mean, these people are deplorable. Right?
How dare you? How dare you? It's Americans for a Better Way.
They always have such nice titles.
That's right.
Yeah.
And they think the better way is Hitler's way. In this case, literally, they said what Hitler did is what we should do, just to a different religious group. So the question is, how seriously do you take these folks, right? And like, are they going to attack these guys? There's an inclination to say, no, they're just a bunch of idiots. They're going right around stupid notes. They're not going to actually do any of this stuff. On the other hand, violence against Muslims have increased since Trump's election. And there's several stories about ripping the hijab off. There was a lady who had lupus and had gone for a hike, and they thought she was Muslim, and they trashed her car and stole her stuff. Who are the real criminals? Good question. And the list goes on. And it's easy for us to sit here in our studio and say, is it a real concern? But if you were in that mosque and you got that note, it's hard not to get awfully frightened. I mean, if you're bringing your kids to that mosque, remember, a mosque is just a place where they pray, like a church. I know it's a funny thing to have to clarify that, but people feel like, oh, mosque, oh, that sounds so foreign and stuff. Just like you go to church on Sunday and you go with your kids and you dress up nice, they go to mosque on Friday and they go with their kids. And now if there's people talking about cleansing them and how they're and religious people, in my mind, fundamentalists, I should clarify, are nuts, right? So when I see you are, children of Satan, I think that's funny. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. But to them, that's not funny. They mean it literally. Like they believe in the voodoo of religion quite literally, so these guys do. And so they think, well, okay, in the Bible it tells me I'm the good guys and they're Satan or children of Satan, and what happens next in the Bible? I go kill them. And the same thing happens in the Quran if you're a fundamentalist Muslim. So we've got the fundamentalists are the problem, and we can't afford to take them lightly. I hope they investigate who this is, and I hope it turns out that it's a stupid kid who's a prankster or something.
Yeah.
And then they, and they straighten him out. But if it's adults, and remember the story in Kansas where the guys were planning to blow up Muslim refugees that had come to Kansas, literally with trucks full of explosives that they were planning on purchasing. And they were thinking, is it more efficient to kill them by bombing or mowing them down with assault rifles?
Dude, what happened to valuing human lives, right? Regardless of someone's background or ethnicity or religion, like just understanding the value of human life, right? I just feel like we don't really realize what it means to murder someone anymore. But I have a solution to all this, and I don't think anyone has suggested it. And I can kill two birds with one stone. A great reality show. B, a solution to all this misunderstanding. Wife swap. Religion edition.
Oh.
Right? So you have like a wife from a conservative household, a Christian household, going into a Muslim household, vice versa, right? And you see how these families live and you understand them, right? Because everything that, these people hear is the fear-mongering. And so if you allow that type of narrative to play on over and over again in your head, then you're going to think that these Muslims are like all violent, they're all out to get you, even though there's like a ton of Muslims in the country who haven't ever done anything violent in their lives, right? So maybe you do a wife swap or husband swap, I don't know.
Okay, I'll go a little broader than that. That's a clever idea and I like it, and we'll work on that on TYT Wife Swap. But seriously, if you're a good Christian, and you don't like this kind of talk and you think it's not the right way to go, and I believe there's a lot more of you out there than there are these loons, right? Go to the mosque. Go on a Friday and pray with them. You don't have to pray to Allah, obviously, and Allah, by the way, is just an Arabic word for God. And if you don't know this, Muslims believe the Quran is the third book, the Old Testament, the New Testament, and the Quran. So they believe in your Bible already. So go pray with them. I guarantee you're going to be welcomed with open arms in 99% of the cases. And so that would be a powerful message where you say, not on our watch. So if you're in Orange County and you come after anyone here that's in our community that are American citizens, that are good religious folks who pray to God, we're going to go pray with them.
I love that.
Hashtag not on our watch. Okay. I hope that it happens, because you know what? The fundamentalists, their problem is they view the world only in groups of people. And if those groups of people are now at the mosque, or they're not sure they're at the mosque, maybe that literally prevents them from doing something.
Yeah, look, I think the crazy part about all of this is how similar we all are. And yet we're so divided. Like, we all have the same concerns. We all want to provide a good life for our families. We want to put food on the table. We want a good economic situation. You know, and unfortunately, we've allowed politics and the mainstream media to divide us further and further. I think we just need to understand each other a little better.
Yeah. Okay, so now we're going to go to post game for the members. There's two things going on for the members tonight. At 9:15 p.m. Eastern, Dave Cole's interviewing criminal defense attorney who is defending cases of young Muslim Americans tried on terrorism-related charges, and they're going to discuss why they were charged and whether it could affect more people than we realize under the Trump administration. So in order to become a member, you go to tytnetwork.com/join, and then once you're a member, whether it's the post game that we're about to do or that interview at 9:15, you watch it on tytnetwork.com/members-live. And in the post game, we're going to keep it a little lighter. I had a fan meetup in Washington, which we turned into a protest. In case you guys didn't see that on Facebook, I'll tell you a little bit about it, and I'll tell you a note that a viewer had for you that you will really like, and a note that a viewer had for me that you will really dislike. Okay.
Great. I got some good news and I got some bad news. Classic Cenk.
All right. Well, that's all for the members. tytnetwork.com/join. Bye-bye.
So a few days ago, a teacher was caught on camera at a Baltimore, Maryland school, Harlem Park Elementary and Middle School, yelling obscenities to her students, including the N-word. She has been fired, but let's take a look at this video.
Get out of my class! No, you're not. Get out of my class! Get out of my class! Get out of my class then! Yeah, I'd like to forget you! Get out of my class! You're just sitting here and do nothing! Day after day after day! Get out! Leave! Get out! Leave! Don't Who else did you freaking leave? You're getting zeros for doing nothing! I give you the work! You're idiots! Education! But you want to be a little punk-ass nigger who's gonna get shot! You're stupid!
Okay, that was a little painful to watch and to witness. You know, you see the students react. I think they were in shock by that reaction. What are your first kind of takeaways from this?
When I first saw this, there were a few things that came to mind. I thought about the extreme radical that would be like, see, you know, Trump got everybody feeling all in their feelings, coming out with their, you know, inner racism. It's all coming out now. Then I thought about a few things. I thought about, one, Baltimore City schools, and we know, I don't know if we all know, but Baltimore City schools are pretty bad. The inner city schools are bad. I have a lot of friends that are teachers, and I actually called a couple of people last night just to talk to them, because we've had conversations before. My best friend, who's like I call my brother, is a teacher now as well. And yes, there are a lot of kids that are extremely difficult to teach, to control, because there's no discipline at home.
Right.
And, you know, it's been a systematic thing that's been developing over the last 20, 30 years, where the parents are getting younger. The parents are less educated, which means the children are less educated, and there's no, you know, educational discipline in the sense of, you know, make sure your work's done, listen to your teacher, things like that. However, when you take that job as an educator, I feel like it is your duty, one, to control yourself, to control your emotions, and to try to figure out the best way to reach these kids. This is why people want to become teachers. This is why people want to become educators and inspire the youth. And I hope that this lady was not just wanting to have a job just to have a job.
Right.
And I assume that she hit a breaking point, obviously, and just snapped. Now, you have to be able to control that. We are human, but, you know, it's so funny when we think about a lot of things. Some people always said, well, you know, the Klan have been hiding around and stuff, and then there's others that are like, well, yeah, they wear suits now. They wear suits and ties, and there's a difference. And there's a lot of, you know, interracism within people, and what she said by any means was not acceptable,
Right.
appropriate in any way.
Right.
And it was disheartening. And it's really bad because, you know, you can be like, oh, well, she said the ER and not the GA. It doesn't matter. What she said was vile and really, really just disheartening. And I hope she
Disturbing.
never, ever has a job teaching again. Like,
Right.
that's ridiculous.
Right. No, I completely agree with you. I agree with you on your first point that I think sometimes we underestimate how difficult teaching can be, right? I mean, it is a very, very tough job. It can really wear you down. I have friends that are teachers as well, and they come home sometimes very distraught by the behavior of their kids. But that does not allow you to have this sort of breaking point where you take out your frustrations in this way. And frankly, I was cringing before the N-word was even dropped because I can't imagine ever speaking to a classroom of children, let alone, I mean, people in general, in that manner, then calling children idiots, calling them stupid. I mean, that's no way to inspire them. And then to drop the N-word and talk about them getting shot was like beyond disturbing. And whether or not you're having a breaking point and you've had a really tough day or your job is so difficult, at my toughest moments, that has never been a thought. That word has never been a thought through my head.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? Like, I would never say something so vile. So I do think, you know, there is some deep-rooted racism that is maybe coming to the forefront a little bit more now that we have a more, frankly, accepting environment of that kind of racism. It's just an awful video to watch. It is an example of how much work we have to do, right? And to really change the minds of people in this country. But I'm glad the students responded in the way that they did. They didn't just, you know, shut up and freeze up. They started, you know, speaking back to her and saying, no, that's not okay. And they reacted in a way that I thought was warranted. But I'm interested to hear what you guys think about this video. Let us know in the comments down below, and we'll see you soon. Hey guys, welcome back to Think Tank. Hannah and Kenny Hamilton here. So a few things have happened this past week here in America. In case you missed it, we have a new president-elect, he who shall not be named. President-elect Trump would like to have a Muslim registry. So what does that actually mean? Well, this means that immigrants from Muslim countries would have to register with the government so that officials would know who and where everybody is. Now, some of his surrogates and people that are working in his team have likened this to Japanese internment camps, which I guess they presented as a positive, but as we know, were a huge negative. People are likening it to concentration camps at the most extreme. But this is something that, you know, I don't think, hopefully will not become that extreme. Oh my God, God help us all.
In the sense of they were marking.
Yes, they were marking people. Right, exactly. But they do want to make a list. Now, this is not the first time that we've had a list like this in the recent decades. Actually, after 9/11, the United States created the 2002 National Security Entry-Exit Registration System. And this said that men, not women, which is really interesting, coming into the United States on non-immigrant visas from countries President George W. Bush declared to be havens for terrorists had to undergo fingerprinting, take photos, and be interviewed on immigration offices. They then had to check back in at certain times. Over 80,000 people were registered, so it wasn't explicitly a Muslim registry like Trump wants to instate. using the designation by countries is what helped keep it protected by law, okay? But basically, it was a Muslim registry because there were 25 countries on Bush's list. One was North Korea, but the rest were countries with mostly Muslim populations. Now, this was, I think a few years back, regarded as too discriminatory, and then Obama repealed it in 2011, I believe. So it has been something similar in the recent past, but we already regarded it as discriminatory, so it doesn't really make sense that we would then bring it back.
Well, it does when you have a GOP-ran government.
Nah. But here's the thing: is like I understand that we are, having this sort of discussions about ISIS, right? And I understand that is a threat, but it doesn't make sense to alienate other Muslim countries and to alienate Muslims in general. And I think we live in a country where people from all religions should be able to practice freely, and people should be able to immigrate to our country from any religion and not be subject to stereotypes about their religion and also discriminatory behavior.
Yeah, but I mean, this is just, it's like the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah.
And, me personally, obviously, there's a lot of protests and other things that's been going on, and people saying, not my president, not this and not that. Right. And I was telling you when we first came in, I was like, I'm so drained from,
the
I
feel
past,
that
year
now.
And a half.
Yeah.
And it's like, all right, I'm gonna try to give him a chance, but it's like every day I wake up, it's something else. It's another headline.
New.
It's like, and then I was actually using this example the other day, and I was like, yeah, all right, let's give him a chance. And there's another slap. Let's give him a chance. And it's like you just keep getting slapped every time you say give him a chance.
I mean, that's what it feels like, right? And
It's
so
like,
I think
geez.
we were hoping when he, got the nomination that we would see something different, right, than what he ran on. But it's been clear by his appointments for his, chief strategist and some other appointments that he's making. Attorney General, exactly. And, talking about this Muslim registry now, that's not really the direction that he's going to be going on. And I frankly don't know if saying not my president is the best approach. Because if you live in the United States, he is your president. And I actually think that's more powerful. Because if he is your president and he is still doing these just despicable things, then that actually holds him a lot more accountable, because the president needs to report to the people, okay? So he is your president, and so let's actually make him move and make him do the things that are right and that he should be doing as a president of the free world. That's my opinion. I think this Muslim registry is crazy. I hope it doesn't go through, but I'm interested to hear what you guys think about it. Let us know in the comments down below, and we'll see you soon. Hey guys, welcome back to Think Tank. Hannah and Kenny Hamilton here. So if you have been on Facebook, because you don't live in Iraq, you might have noticed some fake news stories during the election. Now, some recent investigation into these fake news stories, unfortunately, after the election, shows that these news stories were actually shared a lot more than real news stories. Now, recently, one of the authors of these fake news stories came out and he started talking about how he was making $10,000 a month on these stories. And he says that he actually thinks that he single-handedly helped President Trump, or Trump become President-elect Trump. And now, in the last 3 months of the election, fake news stories had more engagement on Facebook than real news, like I mentioned. Obviously, Trump benefited from a lot of these stories, right? There was one that saying that Pope Francis endorsed him, and that was a huge one that went viral. Clearly not true. Now, this fake news writer that I mentioned, Paul Horner, is responsible for fake news stories like the Amish in America commit their vote to Donald Trump, mathematically guaranteeing him a presidential victory, and Obama signs executive order banning the national anthem at all sporting events nationwide. Now, we asked him why his fake news stories go viral so often, and Horner replied, honestly, people are definitely dumber. They just keep passing stuff around. Nobody fact checks anything anymore. I mean, that's how Trump got elected. He just said whatever he wanted, and people believed everything. And when the things he said turned out not to be true, people didn't care because they'd already accepted it. It's really scary. I've never done anything like it. He said that even one of Trump's campaign managers shared his fake stories about the paid protesters. Horner said that he made that up and posted a fake ad on Craigslist, which is crazy, right? And so if he's realizing that this is so despicable and that people are so dumb, why did he do it in the first place? Right. He said, I thought they'd fact check it and make them look worse. I mean, that's how this always works. Someone posts something I write, then they find out it's false, then they look like idiots. But Trump supporters, they just keep running with it. They never fact check anything, and now he's in the White House. This is terrifying. This is absolutely terrifying. Did you realize all these fake stories were going around during the election?
No, yeah, you would see it all the time because there's also fake stories like these. In the political realm, there's a lot of entertainment stories that are completely fake and false and things like that, whether it's somebody dating this person's pregnant, things like that. So you look at it, and every time I would click on some of these, and then you'll see they come in as ads, and it's a money-making scheme because a lot of these pages, they have ads on them, they have all these news stories, but the way he's making that money is by clicks. So they pay a percent or a cent or a dollar per click. So he's making these because he's getting so many clicks and people are sharing them. So the more people share them, the more clicks on the site, the more money he gets paid from the advertisers and things like that. So this has been something that's been going around because there's also real stories that get shared and there's real companies that actually monetize this through celeb pages and other, big influencer pages on Facebook.
Okay.
It's a huge money-making scheme. So not scheme, but it's a way just to make other money socially. And I've seen it all day long, and you would see a lot of these fake political stories. And I live through the social media world and online and things. So not only do I fact check, a lot of times I'm like, I didn't get a CNN alert about this. Like Pope Francis endorsing Trump, you're gonna get a CNN alert.
You know that is so true.
I have Politico on my phone, so it's like a lot of different things. So I would see these stories on Facebook and things like that, then I'd be like, wait a minute, I'll pull up my Facebook app.
You fact check. You're not dumb.
I pull out Politico and all these other things. I'm like, no, that's not real.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I think that's really important, regardless of whether you're interested in politics or celebrity culture or anything. You should always sort of fact check and double check and see if there's another source, because if it's a big enough story, like there will be other sources reporting on that. And I like that you brought in the celebrity gossip aspect of it, because I never even thought about that, because you go in the grocery store and you see the magazines that you know that it's all bullshit, right? And you know that. Yep. But on Facebook and the internet, it's a little harder to kind of discern, especially when there are websites that you've never heard of. You're like, I don't know if this is real or not, but it is important to remember. And it's interesting that the first time we really are approaching that and dealing with that in an election, we have a celebrity running for office.
Also, you have people that just read headlines and that's it.
And then they share it.
Yeah.
Ooh,
so
I know those people.
Pope Francis endorsed Trump. Share.
Yeah, guys,
don't even read
the news before you share, unless it's a think tank video, then just share the wazoo up that. Guys,
especially if you see this dynamic duo.
Hey. Guys, let us know what you think about this guy who wrote the fake news stories in the comments down below. Follow Kenny on Twitter at Kenny Hamilton, and we'll see you soon. Hey guys, well, welcome back to Think Tank. Hannah and Kenny Hamilton here.
Hello.
So we were going to do a video about negative facts about us, but unfortunately those didn't exist. So we're just going to talk about negative facts about famous people that you probably don't know about. One, like Beethoven. Apparently he hated giving piano lessons unless they were for exceptionally talented students or attractive young women of whatever talent.
See?
So not much has changed.
Old guys have been the same since
Beethoven.
hundreds of years ago,
It is funny because I guess if you're really good at something, it'd be very frustrating if somebody was trying to do chopsticks and struggling.
Yeah, and it's if you're I'm not tone deaf, but I could not read a note to save my life.
Really?
So I was just I can't do it. So I would understand if Beethoven would be like, you know what, dog? Nah. You should go to a beginner class, But he would give you lessons. He'd be like, when you want to start? Right now? You want to start now or what?
When I played the piano, I would I could read the notes, but I ended up just memorizing. That was the way that I played piano, which is not how you're supposed to play the piano.
I have a cousin who couldn't read and he could just hear, and then he just started playing by ear. And now he's in
I
a
hate
really
talented
big
people
band.
like that. It's so annoying.
I know,
Like
it
people who are
is.
just like super talented.
Because when we were like teenagers, he would like come in town from New Orleans, and all the girls would be like, "Ooh, Paul's in town." And he would start
Can he
playing.
sing?
Yeah, he can
Oh
sing.
man, that's the worst.
Yeah.
That's like honestly, like you could look like whatever. You could have like a really shitty personality. If you start singing like beautifully, I'm like, amazing. Okay, the next one is that Gandhi, when Gandhi was still in South Africa, he didn't fight for equality of races, but rather that Indians were superior to blacks and that they deserved better treatment. So this is kind of a negative aspect about Gandhi, right? So we talk a lot about his amazing quotes and sort of like mantras that we live by, but he was a little bit racist back in the early 1900s towards blacks and talked about them being savages and how that he didn't want Indians to be lumped into the same category as them. And it's just kind of gross to read those and have this guy who we really canonize, for a lot of great things that he did, but have this really dark side. Nobody's perfect, apparently.
Well, Susan B. Anthony, who ran the women's movement to vote, she did not care about giving blacks the right to vote. She only cared about white women. That was one little known fact.
Susan B. The next one is Harrison Ford had a 3-month-long affair with Carrie Fisher when filming one of the Star Wars films. Ford was married with 2 kids at the time. Guys, this just came out. Carrie Fisher just revealed this recently.
She wrote a book.
She wrote a book. Do you believe it?
I can't believe it.
Okay.
Who wouldn't? Actually, you know what? Let me be respectful when I say this. Who wouldn't sleep with Princess Leia?
I mean, who wouldn't sleep with Harrison Ford? So I think it's
And he was like 30-something, and she
he
was
was
19.
great back. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, scandalous. Also, I feel awful for his wife and children.
Well, if that would have been on, could you imagine if there was like a TMZ back? 60s,
no.
70s, 80s. Oh my gosh.
Here's the thing, is like I think
It was worse then,
celebrities
from what I keep
probably
hearing.
did like a lot of things. Like we've covered Marlon Brando's kind of like affairs with both men and women.
Yeah.
And if there was a TMZ back then,
Yeah.
oh,
I think about the Rat Pack, how they were
snap.
going around, how they like talk about Clooney and DiCaprio now, and like Sinatra
Yeah.
and Dean Martin and everybody. They were
That
just.
would be a great show, like TMZ in the days of the Rat Pack.
Bill Cosby probably would have got caught earlier. Oops.
That would have been a positive, actually. We should just go back in history and just like put what's that guy's name who runs TMZ? I really hate him. No offense. I don't know what his name is. The next one is Andrew Jackson was so vulgar that his parrot had to be removed from his funeral. So obviously we know Andrew Jackson, not the best guy, right? But this is very funny that he was clearly a fan of the curse words and that they had to remove his parrot because his parrot was cursing so much.
Son of a bitch.
Wait, why is the parrot at the funeral in the first place?
Right? Because he missed him. Son of a bitch, he's in the ground. Fuck him, he's in the ground.
Maybe that'll be the alarm clock as well. Joke from the previous video. Okay, this one's a little bit long, but it is really interesting and kind of depressing. Now, Joseph Kennedy, the father of President John Kennedy and Senators Robert and Ted, had his oldest daughter, Rosemary, lobotomized to cure her mood swings and rebellion upon reaching adulthood. Now, Joseph did not tell his daughter that he was going to have the procedure performed, and after the procedure, it was apparent that Rosemary's abilities were now that of a toddler, and she was put in an institution where she was not visited by her parents. Now, while running for president, John explained his sister's absence by saying she was just a recluse. This is really sad.
It's really, really
I mean, I'm glad that we have, this wasn't that long ago, right? But we have evolved in medicine and in treatment. I think it's interesting, obviously, I think there were a lot more lobotomies for women than men, you know what I mean? Because of the mood swings and things like that. But this is obviously just
it's really sad.
Yeah, this is tragic.
But then it's like, because honestly, President Kennedy is my number one in my favorite presidents list. But I feel that it was probably the parents that kind of just put that on them to say about their daughter, and they may not have known the full, spectrum of what their father did to their sister, which is really sad.
And also, that's another example of what if WikiLeaks existed back then? That shit would have come out quick. Yeah. So it is interesting to see what celebrities hid from the public eye before the internet and paparazzi and
Yeah.
WikiLeaks and all of that
WikiLeaks, like,
was
start
out
leaking
there.
some GOP stuff, please.
But maybe, yeah, seriously. But maybe that means that people are acting like a little bit better now because they're scared they're gonna get caught. So there might be a silver lining.
Nah, it's always, everyone has demons in the closet. What you do in the dark always comes to light.
Oof, that is a good point to end on. Guys, if you want to hear about Kenny's demons, head over to @KennyHamilton on Twitter. And we'll see you soon. Hey guys, welcome back to Think Tank. Hannah Cranston and Kenny Hamilton here.
Hey.
So there is an actress by the name of Louise Thompson who stars in a show Made in Chelsea. I hear it's very popular in the UK. Now she recently got very into fitness and started posting a lot of pictures of her body. As you can see right here, amazing body. She has a personal trainer boyfriend, clearly working very hard on it. Now recently she posted this picture of her and accompanied it with this comment. She goes, I'm over the moon that I hit 900,000 followers last night. Thanks, guys. So this morning I walked to the gym the wrong way, whatever. But we found a beautiful house the same color as my sponsor, and I had to take a picture. Muscles are there. Now need to get rid of the fat over the top. And so she's talking about her protein. Now, people didn't like that last comment, right? She says, what fat? That's a really worrying statement. Dangerous talk, fat, unfollowing after your stupid fat comment. And this one's really important, so I want to bring light to this one. She was literally send such a horrid message to girls. You posted about not eating or skipping meals to lose weight, posted about how fat you are. You're so in the spotlight and inspire thousands. Be responsible, mature, and get a fucking grip. So let's go back to this picture real quick. What do you think about her post initially and then the response from the fans?
Initially, and so I'll get pretty personal on this, or as much as I can. So I saw the picture. I think she looks phenomenal. I think she's gorgeous, like banging body, everything. The message that she's sending, I think it's completely wrong. However, I feel like there is a very thin line and a disconnect in the country when it comes to women and men, just people in general, and the way that they personally view themselves. You can say that she views herself in an unhealthy way, but she can have her own goals, and her goals to achieve exactly how she wants to look. Does she look beautiful? Is she fit? She's probably like a size 2 or maybe even a 0 because she looks pretty short as well. She's probably like 5'2", 5'3", and she's on her tippy toes in this as well. So.
You're just like narrowing in. You got this.
Yeah, it's because
you got the analytics.
Because I have a lot of female friends that are skinny, but they're like, oh, I'm so fat. Like, look at this. I can grab this. I can grab that. I can grab this. Me personally, I've lost 40 pounds since the summer, but I still want to lose another 40. And I get what she's saying. Like, you see these pictures of people of like perfectly ripped abs, and and you know, I have some friends that have like 2% body fat. Yes, body fat is good to have and things like that. I do want to get to a healthy spot. So like now I weighed in this morning. I weigh myself Mondays and Fridays.
Okay.
I weighed in this Monday at 258. Today I weighed in at 252. I did a detox cleanse yesterday. Anyway, my point is we all have our personal goals. However, in today's day and age, we can't always vocalize those goals, especially knowing the fact that there are people that are struggling with eating disorders and things like that because they look up to you. So as a celebrity, as a person in the spotlight, you have to take into consideration everyone else's feelings. And I know that sounds like, what? Well, it's me, it's my body, whatever. Yeah, it is. But you know what? You're in the spotlight, you're a celebrity. There are people that are killing themselves. There are teenagers and girls that are like committing suicide because they see stuff like this and they're like, well, if she thinks she's fat, then that means I'm this.
What am I? Right.
Right. And so that's why, I mean, I'm kind of rambling a little bit, but that's why it's like on a few different scales. Like I get it, because some people are like, man, you look good. And I'm like, I don't feel good. I don't feel comfortable.
Right. Well,
you know?
Yeah. No, and I agree with you. Look, I am not a celebrity and I'm not in the spotlight, but I have an Instagram, right, that I spend time on.
Right.
And I post a lot of body pics, right? And I
be on there like.
And I mean, look, I love my body. I work very hard for my body. I'm very proud of my body, but at the same time, I still see things that I would like to change, right? And so balancing that feeling and my own insecurities with the message that I do want to send to young girls. I understand their
issue with this, right? Like I have young girls who follow me, and I'm not going to be talking about, oh, I'm having, I feel this is, look, I'll be totally real. It's like, I don't like the way my thighs look sometimes, right? But at the end of the day, so if I could make a cursory just sort of like, oh, my thighs look fat, but I'm still working on that, that's not healthy, right? Because at the end of the day, when I actually think about it logically, I know that like, okay, my thighs can like run a marathon. My thighs can get me to work every day. My thighs are gonna like birth a baby one day. You know what I mean? And I can really think about those things, and then I help myself deal with my insecurities. Right. But putting that sort of out there without really thinking about the repercussions is a little irresponsible, especially when you have 900,000 followers. I do think you need to think, and I do think that like having sort of a realness to your Instagram and I talk about the days that I feel shitty, I talk about the days that I feel great, and having that realness so that people only don't see the positive is also really important. But I think you do need to have a little bit of an awareness and realize where you are in context.
Right. And she could have said it differently. She could have said, thanks for, I got 900,000 followers. Thanks so much, guys.
Still have a lot of work to do.
I not even a lot of work, because she really doesn't. Yeah. But you can be like, oh, my body's, I'm very excited with all the fitness goals that I've set for myself and still trying to attain some of those other goals. Hope you guys are having a great day. Like, it's just a, like I said, it's her goals, and I get it, but at the same time, because she's in the spotlight, it's a way that you say things that other people are going to interpret, because there are people that just sit at home not doing anything, looking for inspiration, but then there are people that are texting me like, yo, I see you getting up at 5 a.m., going to spin, and then working out after, like, dang, man, you inspired me to get up and going and stuff.
Kenny is on one, let me just tell you.
But I'm not like saying like, oh, like I'm 250, 6 feet or whatever, and on the scale of height to weight, I'm still, really overweight. So I'm supposed to be at, they say like 185, 190 or 200, something like that. But I'm like, 215 is my goal. Trying to get down there, then I'll evaluate how I feel.
Right.
And where I am about myself. So like I said, it's just a way that you say things to people.
Yeah, well,
I say things, period.
I am sure that everybody is appreciating your candor right now. If you guys want to see more of Kenny's fitness journey, you should follow him on Instagram at Kenny Hamilton. It is very inspirational. I'll tell you, I see you see your things like, oh, I'm in spin like 5 a.m. and I'm like, oh shit, like I gotta go to spin, I gotta do something, like let's go. Yeah. All right, guys, let us know what you think about this post by Louise Thompson in the comments down below, and we'll see you soon. Hey guys, welcome back to Think Tank. Hannah and Kenny Hamilton here. So if you've seen a Kardashian photo, really any photo, and you've been envious of their Kardashian bootay, it turns out that it might not be as amazing as they look in photos. Now, Finnish YouTuber and wellness blogger Sarah Puto posted a side-by-side pic on Instagram. So this is her standing normally, and then she's doing like a little booty pop to make it look a little bit more voluptuous. She said she thought she'd show her booty from its normal straight leg standing position versus a posed booty pop position, because in a world where the Kardashians' booties are so glorified, we need to remember that the photos we see of them and others aren't always reality. Their butts can't always look that big from every angle. Same goes with photos on Instagram. We see them as goals, and she's talking about, getting determination and patience and not always comparing your bodies to those photos, because sometimes they're not realistic based off the position that they're in. Right. Now, you've seen these women in real life, right? Are their booties that amazing?
I mean,
constantly.
They are. I mean, they are great, but there's so many other girls and models and people that I see. Like, I see girls standing on their tippy toes, and when they do like the girl in the other pictures, they're standing on their tiptoes and they try to take photos and they turn like this and turn like that, and it's not. I hate when everyone's just always like the Kardashians. Everybody's doing it. Like, they weren't the first ones to start whatever trend this is, but I'll tell you a story. It was probably 4 or 5 years ago when I first moved to LA. One of the Kardashians and I and another friend, we went to Barry's Boot Camp. When we left Barry's Boot Camp, we went to get smoothies. Now, when we were getting the smoothie, I was on my phone, I was just going through, and I got an alert from one of the blog sites, and it was like, certain Kardashian that I happened to be with at the time had, got butt implants, and they showed a picture of her butt, and I literally did this with the phone, put it next to it, and I was like, that don't look like you, because I'm looking right here, like literally right there at it. And it's, a lot of times, it is the angle that I guess these pictures are taken up, but I feel like, and the reason I'm coming to defense, I guess. I mean, yes, they're friends of mine, so I'll be extremely candid with
Yeah.
that. But it's not like they're out here like, oh, take
No,
a picture
and
like
I
this,
don't
take a
think
picture like
it's
that.
about
But I feel like
Kardashian.
a lot of the people start viewing that. But there's like the Black Chinas, or
Yeah.
there's, like I said, there's a ton of models and stuff that do the same thing, and I can list a lot of them on and on and on. But yeah, I guess it is with different angles, but I don't think people necessarily try to do that. I feel like the ones that don't have the big butts are the ones that try to change the angles. to
Yeah,
make
I
it
mean,
look like they
that's
have
the
big ones.
thing is like, and I want to be clear that I'm not targeting the Kardashians. 'Cause,
No,
like,
I know
I
it's not
flippin'
you,
love
but yeah,
the
I'm
Kardashians.
talking about
Let me just put that out there.
Talking about this YouTuber.
But I think talking about the booty, because I think a lot of women do look up to those booties, right?
Yeah.
But I do think that there are misleading poses on Instagram, right?
Yeah.
That make you look skinnier, that make you look, more muscular, anything like that. And so it's hard when you're girls. It's the same way that we talked about like photoshopping in magazines and stuff like that. If that's the only thing you're seeing and it's not entirely accurate, you're gonna have a skewed vision. I mean, personally, I got some booties, so when I'm on Instagram, I'm trying to make it look smaller. But I think for a lot of
You already got a little booty.
I do. I'm just trying to like.
You ain't got no big booty. You got a little booty.
But I do think that people need to be a little bit more accurate and show different angles, because it is important, especially like we were talking about in a previous video that we did. When you are in the spotlight, it is important to represent yourself in the best way that you can for young girls and young boys who are looking up to you, because they are. And
Right.
so you want to present a realistic image for them.
Now I'm gonna give you a flip side real quick. For men,
Flip it.
men also take pictures in different ways to make sure that they're flattering, whether if it's to show their arms or to show, like myself, like I have man boobs and they're gone smaller and
those.
things like that, but I see them and I feel them. So then even sitting here, I put my arms like this so they aren't like necessarily poking out.
I've
because
seen
it
guys
shows
do
them.
they stand
Yeah,
like
they
this
do
so that the
because they're not
muscles look
comfortable with
bigger.
their chest, or they don't
Something
feel like
like
their
that.
chest is where it should be. So there's other flattering ways that you try to do it. So like when I was heavier, I wouldn't take pictures with my arm over your shoulder. I would
Okay.
take it under because I didn't want you to see anything protruding out. So I would keep my arms low, or I would keep it like this, or keep it like
Oh
that.
my God, our world is so effed up that that's so much.
so-
Like we should be focusing on like solving world hunger, not
I
thinking
mean,
about where
I'm trying
we
to
put our
solve world hunger at the
hands.
same time, but I still want to feel sexy about myself.
No,
But-
no,
you know
I
what I'm
get
saying?
that. I get that. I'm not faulting
No,
you
I
at
know that, I
all.
know
I'm
that, I
just
know
saying,
that.
like, as a society,
Yeah.
like we put so much pressure on looking great in photos and doing this and that and that, and there's so many other important issues, and like I'm guilty of it too.
Yeah.
Like we're guilty. Like we get it, but like
my point is that it's not just women, it's men too.
No, of
so guys
course.
out there, I know everybody wants to be macho and this and that, and trust me, I'm not a punk. But at the same, in a punk in the sense of like soft guy, like I'm not macho either. I wanted to clarify that punk term. But I'm just saying that ladies, it's not just you. Guys do it as well, and
Yeah.
fellas, don't be trying to front. Y'all know y'all do it as well. So let's just be real.
just love
You know what I'm
yourself.
saying? Love
just
yourself.
be you.
You know?
Guys, let us know
'Cause
what
if
you think.
like the way you looked at. Sorry.
No, it's great. But
Hannah,
I think
you
that's like a
should go and love
but that's negative, right?
What?
Love yourself in that song.
Yeah, but the way I just used it, it was a positive.
It was a positive. You just switching
Yeah,
it
you
up
know
here
what I'm
on Think Tank. Guys, let us know what you think about this Instagrammer's mission to debunk booty in the comments down below. And we'll see you soon. Hey guys, welcome back to Think Tank. Hannah and Kenny Hamilton here. And today we're talking about virtual blowjobs, because soon it will be possible for you to receive a virtual blowjob. Now, the cam site CamSoda is investing in Blowcast, which is a new online marketplace for virtual blowjobs. Now, this is how it's gonna work. You can browse through a library of pre-recorded blowjobs performed by professionals and amateurs alike. A woman performs oral sex on camera on a tricked out, touch-sensitive vibrator known as the Kiru Pearl. Now, what it does is it records the performer's movements and translates them into sensations that can be experienced on demand through a masturbatory sleeve known as the Kiru Onyx. Now, Blowcast syncs these sensations with a video of the woman performing said blowjob to create the illusion of receiving a blowjob. Now, currently, the blowjob library has about 16 different women, each with 3 different signature offerings available for $1 each. The virtual blowies come with evocative names like All In, Firm and Fair, Earthquake, Nooner, bring in thunder and range from 5 to 31 minutes. So, what do you think
we ain't
about
got one
this?
for the car? In traffic?
I feel like that's dangerous. You're not supposed to text and drive. Don't get head and drive. Don't drink and drive.
That's like the best time, to be honest.
I'm gonna send CHP on your ass.
This, for me, this is kind of disturbing and weird.
Why?
It's like the people who have blow-up dolls. Like, no offense if you're watching and you may have just had sex with a blow-up doll. I need the human interaction. I don't, it's gotta be real, like, it's gotta be the real thing. This virtual stuff, this is when we just take things too far. Like, can we get virtual, ways to, get supplies to other countries that need it and food and things like that, as you were saying, earlier to me. I don't know, it's just like, really, bro? Like, just $1, I mean, add another 10 and just go find a lady in the street if it's that serious, like, what are we doing here? I'm
okay, so I will give the alternate perspective.
Please
on
do, because I
this.
need one.
So here's the thing: is I agree with you. I think technology is at a point where it can solve a lot of issues, right? So we can have virtual doctors in third world countries, and we are, creating all these military tools that will reduce, losing lives of civilians and maybe bringing food to malnourished children and things like that. I think that's really important. I think that is where a lot of, technology and the way that we're using it should be focused. I do think that no matter how technology advances, sex is going to evolve with it in a parallel way, right? Because that's just humans, okay? So I have previously spoken out against on like robot girlfriends and things like that.
Taking
robot
jobs
boyfriends.
away from America.
Yeah, exactly. Don't take my job. And so that I still am with you. That I think there is something that is very powerful about that human relationship. When it comes to this sort of like sex toy thing, this isn't. I think this is actually a good. Like invention, right? Because it brings, like, they have like the remote controlled vibrators for women. And so this is like sort of a similar thing where you put a sleeve over your junk and then you can kind of feel it. I mean, that's kind of incredible science when you think about it, right? Like that you can like they can sync up the way that she is doing what she's doing on to your manhood. I think that's pretty cool.
Okay, so I'll think about this with an open mind because I know a few sex addicts and there's been like David Duchovny.
But you don't have to be a sex addict,
well,
right?
I'm saying from a married person's perspective, maybe this is something good for them because if they're not being satisfied at home or, you start having 2 and 3 and 4 kids and, everyone's schedule's running, maybe if you have one, in the car, trust me, fellas, you may want to try that, or somewhere else around, maybe that is something that they can do instead of cheating. Maybe it'll, reduce the number of infidelities in marriages and things.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a
way.
positive. Maybe if you just want to masturbate this way, it just doesn't. I mean, this kind of thing.
That's the
I
thing
think
too,
is,
though. I don't like masturbating. I'm like, why just let me just go? Nah, what's up? What you doing?
Okay,
you
Kenny, but that's not an option for every man or every woman.
So,
okay.
So maybe
some of us are very lonely. Okay.
See, friends with benefits. Y'all need to find you one. Find you a friend with benefits. Get you one today.
Okay, find yourself a friend with benefit, or let us know what you think about these virtual blowies, as they are deemed, in the comments down below. And if you would get one, let us know. We'll see you soon. Hey guys, welcome back to Think Tank. Hannah and Kenny here. So today we're talking about what makes a cool girl. Now we talk about like a lot of girls will talk about, I want to be cool, like I don't want to show him this side. Right. But what actually defines a cool girl? Now they attempted to define it in the book Gone Girl, and this is one of my favorite sort of paragraphs from the entire book. And this isn't ruining anything, so if you haven't seen the movie or haven't read the book, I'm not ruining anything. She goes, men always say that as a defining compliment. She's a cool girl. Being the cool girl means I'm hot, brilliant, funny woman who adores football, poker, dirty jokes, and burping, who plays video games, drinks cheap beer, loves threesomes and anal sex, and jams hot dogs and hamburgers into her mouth like she's hosting the world's biggest culinary gangbang while somehow maintaining a size 2. Because cool girls are above all hot. Hot and understanding. Cool girls never get angry. They only smile in a chagrined, loving manner and let their man do whatever they want. So that is how she defined cool girl. And this was a paragraph that really spoke to me, frankly, and I felt like was a huge pivot for me in the way that I approached relationships. Personally, because I felt like I was always trying to be the cool girl and I wasn't trying, like I wanted to, oh yeah, I love sports and I love doing this and I do like sports and I do like beer sometimes and stuff like that. But I think I was elevating that so I could come across as a guy that a girl wants. And at the end of the day, you don't want to come across as like somebody that somebody wants. You want to come across as you and for them to want you as that. But what do you think a cool girl, like what is the definition of cool girl? Maybe we'll redefine it a little bit.
The definition of cool girl for me is someone relatable, but someone that is open to a lot of different things. Someone that kind of steps outside of their comfort zone or their box. I've met the girls and been around the girls that don't like sports. That's cool, but then, all right, if you don't like sports, what else do you do? As long as you're not like sitting in the house all day and if you go out, like say if you're dating someone and you bring them out around your friends, you go out around their friends and you're equally engaging with new people and things like that, I feel like that's cool. Like, you can be in any type of environment, formal or informal. Go to a friend's house, have a game night, or drink around. It's not about drinking under the table. Now, I will say this, because I like to, always take personal things. I was in a situation once where the person that I was with could not handle her alcohol at all. I was a lot younger. I was 24, 25. But, she, after one drink, literally 2 drinks, she was on the floor. One, she was like, ooh, like this. And I was just like, yo, it was like, wasn't fun. And later in life, as I've gotten older, I've gotten to respect people and, their tolerances for alcohol and maybe what they like to do. And instead of doing everything I want to do, let's try to do things that you want to do. And I feel like that's, a cool situation or a cool girl, but you have to be open to it. And the guys who want you to be like, yo, like, oh, snap, but then at the same time, let's go in the room real quick. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're not going to always have it 100% exactly the way you want. I think you're cool.
Thank you.
Like, we've had conversations off camera, and I think, like, the way you think and your hustle and everything else, like, I think that's what makes you cool, is that having those career goals and having other goals in life is another factor that makes, a woman cool. And being confident in themselves as well. And you're hot, so I mean, that works. So just throwing that out there for you. High five. Fellas, she's single, yo. Holla at her.
I think that last point that you made about being confident is something that makes a woman cool. And I think that's kind of what this all whittles down to. Is like a lot of these things are showing like, look, she's cool, she's comfortable burping, and she's comfortable exploring her sexuality and drinking beer and eating hot dogs and getting dirty or whatever. Like, what that really whittles down to is confidence, right? And having confidence. And so maybe you think because you see guys doing this that the way that you need to sort of have that confidence manifest is to fit within things that they're doing or things that maybe they're seeing in porn or whatever. But really, I think at the end of the day, it's important to be confident in just who you are. And I think as I've personally gotten older and trying to be like the cool girl, I've realized like the coolest thing that I can do to find like a cool guy is just be me. And if you don't like that, then you know what I mean? Like off, and then I'll find somebody who like thinks that I'm cool in the way that I am. Because sometimes I want rosé and I don't want a beer. Sometimes it happens, okay? I'm gonna be real. Sometimes it happens. And somebody who gets that and thinks that's cool, then we can be cool together. It's a cool family.
At the same time, it's like, if everybody's doing shots and the girl can't take shots, why try to give her a shot? Like,
don't pressure people. Let people be them. It's beautiful. Guys, let us know what you think a cool girl is in the comments down below. Also, let us know what a cool guy is so that we can talk about that in a future episode. Follow this cool guy on Twitter at Kenny Hamilton, and we'll see you soon. Hey guys, welcome back to Think Tank. Hannah and Kenny here. Now, recently, Kaylee Cuoco talked about how comfortable she was with her plastic surgery. She said she got her nose done. She said that she got her breasts done. And she said that it was one of the best decisions of her life. Now, some celebrities are not as open about their plastic surgeries. And do they owe it to us as their fans to be more upfront about the work that they've had on their bodies?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think they owe anything to their fans about their personal decisions if it's done in their the privacy. I feel like we all need a sense of privacy, even celebrities that you may see every week. And yes, I know Kaylee, I watch Big Bang Theory as well. I'm like, ooh, she's hot. But what she does with herself to make her feel either confident or for, medical reasons or whatever is her business.
Right.
She doesn't need to go out there and say, oh, guys, this happened. Or like a Diane Lane, I need to be like, yeah, I got an appendectomy. That's their business.
Right.
They don't owe us anything.
I agree with you. I think people for some reason think that celebrities owe something, and I know,
It's an entitled
covered.
society.
Yeah, well, I think I've covered like some of this before when people are like, well, you have to take a picture with us. Like, no, they don't. They don't. Like, I think there was some story where the guy was like, oh, I bought your album, so you have to take a picture with me. And the guy was like, no, I don't actually have to take a picture with you. You bought my album, so that's what you get. And so there is this sort of like entitled fandom, weird sort of relationship. But having said that, I do think that when celebrities come out and talk about their plastic surgery, there is a benefit for that, right? Recently, Chrissy Teigen wrote an Instagram post about losing baby weight, right? Because there's a lot of pressure on celebrities to lose baby weight, and it's not easy losing baby weight, right?
Right, because when you had your, okay.
No, but I know women who
No,
have
I'm messing
had
with you. I'm
babies.
messing with you.
Okay,
I'm messing with you.
I haven't had a baby. It's still difficult. You know what I mean? But I just think she came out and she said, no, it's just not realistic, right? She goes, I have a nutritionist, I have a dietitian, I have a personal trainer, I have this food, I have all this stuff going on, and that's just not realistic for the average woman. So I love when celebrities like Kaylee or Chrissy come out and talk about the things that they have done so that people can see that not everything just kind of comes naturally to these people who we just canonize. But I agree with you that they don't owe it to us, that you can still have a private life and you can choose to do things to make you feel better about yourself and do things for your health. But I'm interested to hear what you guys have to say. Do you think celebrities should have to own up to their plastic surgery? In the comments down below. And we'll see you soon. Hey guys, welcome back to Think Tank. Hannah and Kenny Hamilton here. And today, we are giving you some psychological tricks to get whatever you want. As a psych major in college, I cannot confirm or deny if any of these work, but I do think they are very interesting. So let's jump into these. Now the first one is, if you work with clients, prevent them from getting defensive and angry by not using the word you. It's not you didn't send the attachment, it's the attachment didn't send. Don't blame them, blame the thing you're talking about. I do this in relationships. I don't say like, okay, you did XYZ, I'm like, I felt like blah, blah, blah. Like the communication wasn't totally there, but you really didn't tell me. Like things like that.
Well, I had it 2 days ago. I actually emailed my realtor and I was like, hey, send me some links on houses in a certain area. And she's like, sent. And I'm sitting here on the computer and I just kept clicking refresh and I'm like, I say, hey, the email hasn't came yet, but thank you so much. And then she replies, really? It should be there by now. And I was like, oh, let me check again. Oh no, it's the email.
Girl, you didn't send the links.
No, she misspelled Gmail. Then I wrote back, just copy and paste the email that I just put in, because I always resend my email. I said, just copy and paste, it's easy, don't worry. She said, okay.
Gmail's a tough one.
So then she did it again, and she just resent it, because if you type it in your email sometimes, it pulls back up, but it was pulled back to misspelling. And so she did it again, and then she's like, oh, okay, I copied and pasted it this time, the third time. And I was like, oh, okay, hey, the email came.
Oh, snap. The next one is, if someone is talking or preoccupied, you can hold out your hand and they'll give you whatever they're holding. I did it to my sister with the car keys and made her think she lost them somewhere at the store. I need to try this out.
It's pretty funny.
Like, I'm gonna go to the jewelry store and do this. And just like start like talking with the people behind the counter, and I'll just be like, and just like have them hand me over all of the jewels.
Well, have you ever been in a hurry and like you may have grabbed your keys and you're grabbing your phones and you're grabbing everything and you're running around and it's like, damn, where did I do my keys? It's like, where are my keys? Where are my keys? And then you take a second, you're like, oh shit.
You know what I always do is I talk to my mom a lot. And so I'm always on the phone with her, and I'm getting out of the car usually when I'm on the phone, and I'll be like getting out of the car, like putting all my stuff together, and I'll be like, fuck, Mom, I can't find my phone. Hold on. I just, yeah. So you can get away with a lot when people are preoccupied. Now, if you want somebody to like you, this is how to do it, right? This is a psychological trick. You ask them a lot of open-ended questions about themselves. Do not wait for your turn to speak. You listen and then ask a follow-up question based on what they said. And if you do this a couple times, that person feels heard and appreciated. And if they realize they're doing all the talking, they'll apologize and ask a question of you. But if your answer is short and pivots back into something they said, you have now formed a connection in their mind as a good listener who's interested in what they have to say. I can tell you from personal experience, this works. Works wonders. And it's also like, being a listener is really, really important. You learn a lot about people, so it's like a win-win.
Yeah, that's very true. Listening, that's why we got 2 ears and 1 mouth.
Oh, whoa, I love that. Can we put that on a bumper sticker?
I think Forrest Gump already did.
Oh, I haven't seen that.
You haven't seen Forrest Gump?
No.
My favorite is silently maintaining eye contact when a person is attempted to bargain or convince you of something that you don't want to do or don't believe. They usually end up negotiating with themselves, which gives you a huge advantage because once that happens, it is pretty much game over. I'm going to admit to something that I probably shouldn't admit to on camera, but it's going to happen anyway. I wanted, I live in a triple apartment, okay? I live with 2 other women.
Okay.
And one of my best friends was moving to LA, and I've talked a little bit about this on the show.
Mm-hmm.
And so I really wanted her to move in with me, but there was no space, right?
Right.
So I wanted one of my roommates to kind of move out so that she could move in. And so the way that I talked to her about it, I just made, like, I kind of just like presented. I was like, yeah, she's moving here, so if you're ever thinking about moving out, like, and she's like, I'm not. And I just kind of like, I was like, yeah, I'm just letting you know, like, just kept eye contact. And eventually she started like talking more and more, and then she moved out. Worked.
Savage.
It worked. Lastly, the concept of getting something for free completely derails a person's critical thinking skills. My dad was a tool distributor and drove a truck to various repair shops selling tools to mechanics. He got an idea to start selling candy bars on his truck for $1, but you would get a free candy bar with every tool purchase. So almost everyone who asked how much the candy bar was didn't want to pay $1 for one, but they would buy a $100 socket set in order to get the candy bar for free. This works everywhere.
Yep.
So if you go to a store and they have like a lunch special, be like, oh yeah, if you buy the drink with it, you get the chips or whatever it is. This works constantly, even if you just want the chips.
You know what gets me all the time is the grocery stores. Ever notice if you walk in like Ralph's out here on the West Coast or Vons or whatever, and they'll say, oh, with your Vons card, you can get 2 for $5. But
game over.
But one is $1.79. So it's like, you start looking, you have to pay attention to that stuff.
You do.
You're like, yeah, because you think you're getting a deal, and you're like, wait a minute, $1.79.
They will get
2 for
you.
$5.
There's so
They'll
many.
get you. They do it all the time.
There's
in
so
the
many
grocery stores.
psychological tricks like that, like the $2.99 versus $3. Like that's a psychological trick that they found that you will be more likely to buy something. That's why things are like $19.99 or $99.99 because it seems smaller to you than like a big number like 100 or 20.
Right.
So be aware of these psychological tricks, guys. Let us know if you've tried any of these tricks that we've talked about, or if you have some other tricks that we can get in for our toolbox with a candy bar for free in the comments down below. We'll see you soon. Hey guys, welcome back to Think Tank. Hannah and Kenny Hamilton here. So I was reading an article the other day about a guy who has a wandering eye. So he will look around, he's in a relationship, but he looks around and will comment or check other women out. And his fiance really has a big issue with it. And so it kind of, got me thinking, is it okay to have a wandering eye when you're in a relationship? Because I'll look into my opinions, but first I just want to know what you think.
So it's funny. I was at a restaurant a while back, and I sat down, and I noticed there was a couple that was a few tables away. Then there was a girl that gets up and walks around. Now, the girl was just like this the whole time. She was on her phone, and then the guy was eating, but then he was just like this.
Oh, snap.
Then she came back from the bathroom, and he was like this. Now, for me, I was like, dang, that's a lot. Like, at least, like, just
Be
kind
a
of like
little
look
subtle
and be
about
like,
it.
damn. But he like moved the whole time. But I was like, well, maybe she's not giving him any attention. Obviously, she literally was on her phone, you know, for a good 15-something minutes straight, working, whatever. I don't know. I don't think it's a problem looking at people. I think if you're going deep into like looking and stuff, like, you know, I've been, you know, in talking or whatever throughout the past, and I've been with girls at a point where some girls would be like, damn, she looks good. And then I'd be like, oh, her? I may have already seen her, but I'm not gonna tell you that, yeah, I saw her there, she looked bad. I'm gonna let you be like, oh, she looks good, oh, I love the outfit. I'm like, oh yeah, it's cool. But in my mind, I done already checked out and be like, damn, she banging.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so I think that it's totally acceptable to have not looking out for other people, but looking at other people when you're in a relationship. It's silly to say don't look at other women or don't look at other men. Like, you're gonna look at other people, and there's nothing wrong with like checking out their bodies and then like looking back at your man or looking back at your girl and being like, oh, but I'm really happy in this relationship and I can't wait to like fuck him when I get home. Do you know what I mean? So those are things that I think that are okay in a relationship. And I am the girl who, like, I think I check out women more than guys, right? And I think a lot of girls are that way because, you know, you're comparing, but you're also, I'm like, oh, that girl's so hot. Like, and the female body is beautiful. So, like, I don't think that's an issue. And so, like, if a guy's checking out a girl, I'm like, yeah, body's beautiful. What becomes an issue is if you have a wandering eye, but if you have, like, wandering hands or wandering mouth or like wandering texts, like that's an issue. But
wandering Instagram DMs, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Oh, I get some DMs sometimes from people that I'm like, I can see on your profile that you have a wife and kids. Like, no, none of that. None of that. Guys, let us know if you think it's okay to have a wandering eye when you're in a relationship in the comments down below. Follow Kenny on Twitter at Kenny Hamilton, and wander on over to his Instagram as well, and we'll see you guys soon.
Welcome to TYT Interviews. Tonight I have the opportunity to speak with a criminal defense attorney, Pal Lengyel-Lehue. Pal, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
If I start calling you Pal, it's not because I'm coddling the interview subject. That's my interview subject's name, so please forgive me for that. Pal is a criminal defense attorney here in Orange County, and recently Pal defended in some high-profile cases of young Americans who were charged by the government of supporting ISIS. And we're going to get into that in a little bit. But first, I want to give the audience a sense of what kind of work you do as a criminal defense attorney, whether you focus on these high-profile terrorism, politically charged cases, or whether you're a general criminal defense attorney, including the guy who punched someone out in the barroom brawl, and you just happen to do these cases as well.
My practice has been general law. I was in the Marine Corps when I first got out of law school, 30 years ago. And then when I went into private practice, I've done other things like insurance defense and personal injury cases, but I started focusing primarily on criminal law probably around 1999, 2000. I do general criminal law, but mostly on the felony side, mostly serious cases. Mm-hmm. And I've represented defendants throughout the United States, probably in, I think at last check, around 36 different jurisdictions, where I fly in and then represent them pro hoc vice, which is for that one case only, and then fly out. These two particular cases came to us through internet advertising, where the families were looking for an attorney. And in the one case, which would have been Adam Dandich, his family hired a law firm that I'm associated with, and they asked me to handle the case.
Okay.
Through my representation of Adam, I'd go down to the jail and I'd meet with him, and I feel pretty responsive to the family's requests for additional help. They met the family of the next gentleman, Nader El-Huzayel, during visiting hours, and they suggested that his family contact me for representation of the second one. Okay. And that's how I ended up with both.
And that's how we are here. Now, I'm going to let you talk about the fact pattern in these cases, because I want to be precise in what the charges were and what the names of the defendants were. So where do you want to start? Can we talk about Nader Elhu?
Nader would be the second case.
That would be the second case.
And let's hold him off. Let's start with Adam. Adam was the first gentleman that I met. Adam was picked up at John Wayne Airport, and he was apparently not on anybody's radar. And as the facts indicated, the FBI contacted him as he was attempting to purchase his or check in through his ticket and get to his plane, which was going to take him ultimately to the Middle East, specifically Istanbul. And in his case, there were two charges, and that was attempting to provide material support to a foreign terrorist organization. It's a very specific charge in the U.S. Code. In addition, there was a charge that he had purposely falsified an application for his passport, which is a separate charge completely and carries its own separate punishment.
And what year are we talking about?
That would have been 2014.
Okay. And the terrorist organization that is alleged is ISIS in this case, or
well,
it's not
we had
specified?
We had a lot of fighting about that.
All right.
Because it's a little esoteric, but the group as it currently is represented is the Islamic State. And Baghdadi declares the new caliphate, this Islamic State, to exist as of June of 2014.
Right.
And that's a very important date. And it's an important date for all of those individuals who are fighting in that region. Because prior to that time, there was a huge amount of conversations about starting a new caliphate, something similar to the Ottoman Empire that was dismantled after World War I.
Right.
And this is something that they were looking forward to. They were attempting to look for signs that would demonstrate that now is the time to declare it. And the sign that came was the fall of Mosul. The ISIS and ISIL fighters took that town, and Baghdadi came out and he gave a speech and said, now we're declaring the Islamic State, and we will never be called ISIS or ISIL ever again. Very significant date, because in both cases, both in Adam's case and in Nader's case, these individuals were at least ostensibly joining the caliphate.
Right.
Which, as we were arguing to the court, is not on the list of terrorist organizations. And it consequently makes prosecuting them complicated, because in order to be guilty of attempting to assist a foreign terrorist organization, the foreign terrorist organization has to fit a certain definition by statute. And the Islamic State hasn't fit that definition until after both gentlemen were actually arrested.
But at the time, did the organization formerly known as ISIS, or known to us as ISIS, was that categorized by the U.S. as a terrorist organization?
Yes, it had been about a month before.
Right.
So as around May of 2014 is when they said ISIS and ISIL, which is actually the same name, it's just different nomenclature.
Yeah.
That group. But again, our argument, I think, is kind of interesting, because that group was pretty much narrow in scope. They were just trying to cause an insurrection within the confines of originally Iraq. After Obama moved the American forces out of Iraq, there was a power vacuum, which al-Qaeda in Iraq filled. And that's how ISIS grew up and ISIL grew up. That's why everyone blames Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton for causing them, because those are the pieces. Pull America out, this group starts fighting.
Yeah.
But their mission, and their stated mission that they say in all their propaganda, was that they were just going to cause problems inside Iraq. When they move on to also cause problems in Syria, that's when they become ISIL. And that's the whole Levant. It's not until they become the caliphate where they become global. And I think a mission that's now global, where they can drop bombs in Paris, or where they're going to drop bombs in Madrid, or they're going to shoot up San Bernardino, that's a completely different mission. That's a completely different unit.
Right.
And that's something that should be taken and addressed separately.
So let's step away from the case for just briefly.
Okay.
Do you have any objection, either in principle or legally or philosophically, to a U.S. law that makes it illegal to support, and I don't know the exact wording of the statute, a terrorist organization? To pledge support to a terrorist without doing anything?
Well, you're now running directly into the constitutional privilege of freedom of speech and freedom of association. There once was a time where the country was ferreting out communists, and the senator from Wisconsin was looking for people that have now or sometime in the past been associated with the Communist Party.
Right.
And the Supreme Court said very clearly that it is not illegal to be a member of the Communist Party, or it's not illegal to be a member of a group that believes in the overthrow of the American government.
And at that time, the Communist Party in the Soviet Union was an enemy of the United States. But I mean, the Soviet Union was an enemy. The Communist Party, not necessarily.
Maybe not the Communist Party, but the principles were definitely anathema to American constitutional principles. The Nazis were allowed to march in Skokie, even though we were at war with the Nazis at one point. So now you have a group of people that want to advocate a different political point of view, albeit abhorrent to us. As Americans, our Supreme Court in the Holder decision, which came out recently, it's a Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals decision that went up to the Supremes, and it held that as an American individual, you can advocate on behalf of ISIS and ISIL.
Oh, really? Okay.
Because it's not the advocacy, it's the attempt to support a foreign terrorist organization.
It's a fine distinction that's difficult to make.
And the support can be going over there yourself. The material support can be yourself, or sending money, or material. We would think of it as weapons or bullets or cash. But if you actually plan to travel over there for that purpose of joining up, you fall afoul of that statute.
Was this decision you're calling the Holder decision in effect at the time of your Adam case?
Yeah, both of them.
Okay.
And we brought that up with the court in both cases, saying that it seems incongruous to be trying them for that which the court said is allowed, even though there are other decisions over these travel type cases that said, no, they've breached the statute by attempting to go over there. They catch them at the airport. Some of these guys actually made it over there to Istanbul, or they made it over to Syria, and they catch them over there. Those are a little bit closer. I do have a problem with prosecuting someone who comes up with an idea, but then doesn't do anything more than buy a ticket.
Well, I have a problem too, which is why I, of all people, invited you to come in here. Let me ask you something. Do you happen to know, and are you willing to talk about what Adam Dandich's intentions were?
Well, the stated intentions and what he has said at his sentencing hearing, and he has said repeatedly, even in his original FBI interview, was that he was hoping to be a part of the humanitarian assistance to the people that were suffering under the wartime conditions. Now, he agreed philosophically and religiously with the position of the Islamic State, at least with their religion and their politics, but he was totally opposed to the killings. He was totally opposed to what we would consider terrorist acts. But in his version of the Quran, I mean, there are capital punishments that are meted out for sinful behavior.
Right.
And if you are a follower of the book as strictly as some members are, then you sort of say that that's okay. But he does not agree with the use of those kind of terrorist tactics where you're killing people or killing civilians solely for the purpose of trying to influence governments or population.
Which is what most people use as the definition of terrorism.
Exactly.
Now, okay, what was the result of the case? He was convicted on which charges? All or what?
Both charges based on a plea. And as a result of the plea, the judge awarded 15 years.
Oh, so he pled?
Yes.
And by both charges, you mean the passport charge and attempting to
assist.
Does these kind of prosecutions occur in the United States with respect to other groups, like some terrorist paramilitary in Colombia or whatever other terrorists in Asia or Africa?
Oh, most definitely. Most definitely.
Okay, so what I want to get at here is the government putting extra attention, maybe unfair attention, on people who declare or in some way state their affinity for the Muslim terrorist groups or the Middle Eastern terrorist groups? Or is the government really going after, whether it's in Asia or Middle East or South America or Latin America?
Well, because I had two cases dealing specifically with the ISIS-ISIL connection, we spent a lot of time trying to ferret out what the government's role is here. And the best I can tell is, it reminds me after 9/11. Remember after 9/11, there was all the soldiers in the terminals with their machine guns?
Yeah.
They weren't doing anything.
Right.
And so it was the
theater.
perception, it was theater.
Right.
The perception that we're gonna have to do something, so we're gonna arm guys at security, but no one's attacking the terminals. But it gave the Americans the impression that the government was doing something. These prosecutions, I think, are doing the same thing. And I think they start from the horrible position of this Patriot Act. With the Patriot Act, we have now no longer required probable cause to search people's communications, which, when you have an open-ended warfare on terrorism, which is never going to end, they'll always have a war on terrorism. It's like war on drugs.
Right.
It's always going to exist. They could suspend the Fourth Amendment privilege against unreasonable searches and seizures indefinitely. Until someone finally says, okay, terrorism's over, which will never happen in any of our lifetimes.
Now, these arguments, which I concur with, did you bring these up in the trial? Is this part of what motivated you to make this defense, to raise these issues in a public forum?
Well, yes and no. I'm a criminal defense lawyer.
Mm-hmm.
My job is to be the mouthpiece for my client.
Right.
And it's really hard for people that aren't involved in it to say, well, how could you possibly defend someone like that? Because that's my job.
And the system needs it. Sometimes these people who are accused are innocent, completely innocent.
Yeah, sometimes they are. But that's not the point. Even the guilty deserve an absolute fair argument on their side. So I need to say the things that more effectively than they could say for themselves.
Right.
And because I practice it, I do it all the time. I pick juries. I'm cross-examining witnesses. I'm going after the FBI. I don't have preconceived notions that everyone's telling the truth in court. I have to ferret out where they're lying. I can do that more effectively than some poor schmuck who got picked up at the airport and all he wanted to do was go over there and help the widows and orphans.
Right. But is your motivation to be as good a criminal defense attorney as you can be, or are you trying to wake the public up to what's possibly a little overreach of government power in these cases?
I can't place myself in a position. I don't have, this kind of audience. My audience is 12 people in the box.
Right.
And 2 people that are alternates.
But the newspapers write about your case, at least these 2 cases. These were high-profile cases.
They were. And I would like to think that the people that read those articles or see this presentation will sit back and think, is this the right thing for our country to do? I mean, is this really the America that we want? I am all for security. But there's a limit between security and freedom. And if we're going to be at war for the rest of our existence, then we're going to have to admit that our freedoms are going to be cut back. If the First Amendment says that I can say or advocate virtually any position, then you can't be prosecuting kids for twittering, which is what's going on in Missouri right now. They've got that woman under a federal indictment for retweeting what somebody else wrote. I mean, when did that become okay?
Yeah, I'm not familiar with the case. Briefly,
There is a woman in Missouri who was just indicted about a month ago, and what I could read from the news, her only offense, and I also read the complaint that was filed, her only offense was to take pro-ISIS and ISIL tweets that were sent to her and retweeting them. Now, if that is a criminal offense in America, then let's just say that up front, that this type of advocacy is no longer permitted. There is a case also out of the Ninth Circuit which prohibits lawyers from filing briefs on behalf of terrorist organizations.
Right. That's contrary to our system, of course.
You would think it would be.
But in a legal discussion, you always got to make comparisons. Sometimes they're flawed. But just for my edification and for the audience, is there an equivalent for just, say, regular murder? If there's somebody who in his or her bedroom is typing threatening messages and planning by writing little notes to him or herself about killing people, and the authorities discover it, what is the level of prosecution and potential sentencing that that some person like that can face?
Oh, if it's communicating a threat, it's usually pretty minor. I've seen a lot of those cases in the context of boyfriends and girlfriends, exes. I've done those type of cases, and they're in the grand scheme of things, they're less than 10 years, probably around 5, depending on the level of the threat and if obviously if the person can actually carry it out. So I mean, it's not quite as significant as something like this, where you're talking about years.
Yeah,
30 years, 15 years, 25 years for the individuals that are going to trial on these type of charges. These are lifetimes that they're taking away from individuals based on things that they said with absolutely no, in my opinion, no clear route to committing any of the crimes that they're accused of attempting to commit.
Yeah, never mind the route, they haven't actually done that.
We gave cases to the judge in Natter's case because he is being accused of conspiracy and the attempt to provide material aid to a foreign terrorist organization. An attempt and a conspiracy. We showed the judge cases where individuals not only were casing a bank, but brought the weapons, got the getaway car, had maps, went to the bank, and then turned around and left.
Changed their mind for whatever reason.
They've arrived at the scene of where the crime is supposed to take place.
Right.
Natter didn't even make it through security.
Yeah.
He gets picked up at the counter at LAX. And our jurisdiction, or our jurisprudence, has typically said that we want to give criminals an opportunity to forego their criminal behavior. So they have to be close enough that we can decide that but for the interference by the police, the crime would have been committed. Inchoate crimes. We want to get really close.
Right.
Because we want to give them a chance to say, I don't want to do it.
Yeah.
Here, he had no, in Natter's case.
Yeah, well, we have to talk about the facts in Natter's case now that we're into it.
Natter, the facts that came out were, there was a lot of Twitter, there was a lot of language, there was a lot of support of what we call ISIS or ISIL or Islamic State. And there seems that the group that he was most vocal with were all in support of what was going on. And they were looking for a caliphate to be established in a land that would be primarily the religious group that they affiliated with. That's fine. So in his case, it was a Patriot Act case. And the authorities had identified them. And there was evidence of surveillance. But it was all talk.
Right.
Everything, all the evidence was just talk. He had more than one charge. In addition to the conspiracy to aid, he also had some bank fraud charges, approximately 14 of them that were based on checks and depositing checks in different banks. But for us, the thrust of the case was whether or not this is material support to a foreign terrorist organization. In his situation, he had a friend buy him a ticket online, so they used to hit the other friend's credit card,
right,
which he paid for, and the ticket was going to get him to Istanbul and then on to Tel Aviv.
Right.
He's from Israel. He has an Israeli passport. He had an online relationship with a young woman who he was going to marry.
Right.
All of that evidence was available. The luggage was checked through to Tel Aviv. And when we opened up the luggage in court, it had two-piece suits and shoes that were for a wedding, not for running around like a mujahideen. I mean, and he had an Israeli passport. He didn't speak Arabic, and he's from America. 3 strikes. I don't think he would have gotten past the border.
Yeah.
He had no connection. In fact, the FBI testified that he had a plan to make a plan. And that's when we were yelling up and down. That's not close enough. A plan to make a plan is not conspiracy or attempt. And we're going to hope that the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals has a chance to look at that.
But meanwhile, he was convicted in the trial court.
Absolutely.
Why do you think he was convicted, given the way you perceive the evidence?
Unfortunately, the judge took the jury back into chambers, and we didn't really have an opportunity to interview them to get their point of view. I do know that Orlando had a significant effect on some of them. The Orlando shootings took place while our trial was going on. We asked them all to set that aside. They promised that they would.
They weren't sequestered?
No, they were not sequestered. And in fact, one lady said she couldn't continue because it had upset her so much. But other than that, we don't know. I mean, everything, it's all guesswork.
Right. Okay, so it's being appealed. The conviction was 30 years in that case. That's where you referenced 30 years. Right. But did you also, it's not important, but the bank fraud charges, did you defend against those charges? Or
Absolutely.
Okay. Was it, and he was convicted on those as well? Does
Absolutely.
that add to this? Okay. Well.
And I think the facts of the videos that they had and some of the evidence that they had might have colored the jury, saying that if he did this, he must have done that. There might have been some of that, although we were able to show that they didn't have evidence for everything that they were asking for. And I think there were some gaps that, on appeal that they can be looked at and determine whether or not he is
well, we'll see what happens.
involved.
But now let's speak more broadly, as you started to earlier with me, on what is going on here. Why is this the right approach that the U.S. government should take in combating, in quotes, terrorism?
Well, we were talking before we got started about that, and fundamentally, if we're going to be at war with terrorism throughout the globe, then we should apply the usual principles of the laws of war. And the one that comes to mind most regularly is, of course, the Geneva Convention. The Geneva Convention prohibits the prosecution in the criminal process of enemy combatants. And if these individuals are our enemy and they are combatants because they're picking up weapons and shooting at us, then the Geneva Convention says we can't put them in jail for that. Now, we can lock them up at Guantanamo Bay. We can lock them up in prisoner of war camps until the ending of hostilities. But this is where the problem begins. If we do not extend the privileges under the Geneva Convention to their combatants, then they are not obliged morally or ethically to do the same to us and our troops, because our troops, if they're going to put boots on the ground there, they're going to get captured. And when that occurs, we are giving them carte blanche. And that, I think that's a failed policy from the beginning.
Because what makes these cases different is these are American citizens that we're talking about, that you defended, who are alleged to support these organizations. So they have boots on all the different grounds. Our home turf, they're trying to get to the foreign soil. And all the issues you raise here, of course, is what is prominently in discussions at the public level about the detainees at Guantanamo Bay and how long they're going to be there, and also in Air Force and other locations in Afghanistan, and all the enemy combatants that we've detained and continue to detain in this endless war that's not a declared war.
And this is going back to Korea and Vietnam. Our new method of combat is to avoid declaring war. And if we're going to avoid declaring war, then we've opened up a whole different swamp that we should at least have clear ideas of what is acceptable and what's prohibited. Because if the Supreme Court can tell us that we can cheerlead for ISIS and ISIL, and then we have the U.S. attorney bringing prosecutions against individuals for doing exactly that, and convictions, then we're not getting a unified position from our government. And what we're getting is doublespeak.
Right.
And as we pointed out in Natter's case specifically, the Islamic State was not added to the list until September of 2015. And as I tried to point out to the jury and the judge and anybody who would listen, when they argue that ISIS and ISIL and the Islamic State are all the same thing, then why were they added in September of 2015? Because if they didn't need to add them, then why would, and then what was interesting to me, is I didn't even know they added them. There's a process they have where the Secretary of State talks with the Attorney General and Treasury, and they say, should we add this group to the terrorist list? And if all three of them agree, Then they submit it to Congress, and 30 days later, they're added to the list.
Right.
Now, I've had these cases for a while, okay? So I've been following that list every single month, and it never came up. So I sent a motion to the judge. I said, throw this out. The Islamic State's not even on the list. And they came back and said, oh, no, it was put on in September of 2015. It was totally secret. There's not a single press release that announced it. There was no information that was available on any of the websites that I was checking them all. It was buried in the Federal Register. And I don't know if you've ever seen the Federal Register. Thing's huge.
Right.
Nobody reads it on a regular basis.
Yeah.
But it was never added to the actual, the State Department puts out a list of all of the organizations that are on the list. Islamic State never appeared, not once.
Yeah. Well, it sounds like a good legal argument, but for whatever reason that you're not aware of, it didn't fly with the jury.
Did not
or
fly.
The judge.
Did not fly.
Yeah, this brings up what was going on with in Irish Americans in the 70s and 80s. There must have been thousands of Americans who supported, in some capacity or another, the IRA, which was I don't know if the U.S. declared it a terrorist organization. Maybe they did.
I don't think we had the statute back then,
the statute didn't exist.
There was something because Ted Kennedy was on the no-fly list.
Right.
Senator Ted Kennedy, because of his support for the IRA.
So there's got to be selective prosecution in this area. But as you're saying, the statute wasn't even around back then. So
you're right. There is it depends on what our government's foreign policy is at the moment and under which administration.
Sure.
And I think as a country, that's the one area that we've always stumbled, is in foreign policy. We've done so well of attempting to do the right thing here, and I think for the most part we try to do the right thing here, but every time we get involved in foreign countries and influencing things around the world, we always manage to just
mess it up and create unintended consequences and backfires.
Unintended consequences.
How well do you remember the whole John Walker Lind case from
fascinating
the beginning
issue
of the Afghan war?
Here's a guy, an American, who picks the other side.
Right. He was captured.
And captured on the battlefield. Hemingway jumped into the Spanish Civil War, didn't he?
Yeah.
What would have happened if we'd have picked the other side in that? I don't know. We believe in, we talk about freedom. We talk about everyone has the right to, choose their own path. I grew up in the 60s, America, love it or leave it. You hear my clients and him. He chose to leave it.
Yeah, I always thought it was strange. So this was way back in the first few months after 9/11 when we went into Afghanistan to throw out the Taliban. And everyone remembers John Walker Lind because he was all over TV in his robe, walking around kind of dazed. And I kept thinking, I know that it's easy for me to think any story that I want because I'm not a leader. My decisions don't have any impact. But I thought, all right, if this guy, an American citizen, decided to go be with the Taliban, you don't bring him back here and then try him and put him in jail. His punishment, let him stay with the Taliban. That's about as bad a punishment as you can get. But he decided to go over there. So I don't know if it's illegal, cut off his American citizenship or not, and just let him stay there. I'm not saying that I'm on firm legal ground. I'm partially tongue-in-cheek with that, but that's kind of what my instinct was. I thought bringing him back and then prosecuting him just didn't sit well with me.
I have so many problems with extraterritorial jurisdiction. When Noriega, down in Panama, when we go into Panama and we capture him and bring him to the United States and put him on trial, even though he's never set foot in the United States.
Right.
Now, admittedly, he was a CIA agent. Everyone believes that he was a CIA agent. So we have problems with that. But we could just go into other countries and capture people and bring them back. I mean, usually we ask the country to extradite, send people to us. Here in Noriega's case, the problem was that, of course, he was running the government.
Yeah.
We can't ask him to send himself.
Anybody. Right.
Yeah, we can't just go get it. So either we declare war on the country, but declaring a subpoena on him sounds ridiculous. And here, he went over there before any known attack, any undeclared war, before 9/11, as far as we know.
Plus, we were on the side of the Taliban at
we
one point when they were fighting the Soviet Union. So
way back in the day, sure.
Yeah. So it's full of contradictions.
It depends on, again, where the tides are blowing for the politicians to make up their mind. And see, that's where I think Obama stumbled. When the president said that we were going to prosecute this war based on the criminal justice system, I just thought that was a bad policy. Because if that's the case, then all of a sudden you're giving enemy combatants all of the rights of our Constitution. And they reject that anyway. They're not citizens of our country. Our Constitution applies within the confines of this country.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I thought Guantanamo Bay was a genius idea, because it's not America.
Well, it's a genius legal idea, but PR-wise, it was not a good idea.
Well, where else are you going to house all the guys that we're fighting, unless you're just going to turn them loose?
The Bush administration went into this whole war on terrorism, as they called it, without a good plan. There's really no good solution for the guys that were detained and brought to Guantanamo. I don't know what we're supposed to do with them, legally or PR-wise, or just in terms of justice. Time is playing out. Most of them are out of Guantanamo at this point, but there's still a few.
I understand there's about 100 left or something like that?
Some number like that. I wouldn't be surprised if it was less than 100, fewer than 100.
And they're returning to the combat. I've read several articles that say many of the high-profile ones have gone back and continued the fight wherever.
Sure, although I've read several articles that many of them were never in combat in the first place, and they went back and they're just living their lives.
You've got both.
They just got swept up. All right, so other than the appeal of the Nader case, is there anything else on your radar screen along these lines of these terrorism?
Mostly just supporting other attorneys that are doing them. I've had a couple of them reach out and say, is there anything that you can help, anything research? And there's only, I think there's about 180 of these cases that are currently in the system. Of the cases, only 4 of them have been to trial, and ours was one of them. And the travel cases make up a subset of the ones that are providing or attempting to provide material support. So, I mean, my information is kind of limited, but I have researched a lot about terrorism and and how the State Department is attempting to combat it.
As to your knowledge, is Orange County, or is that where this trial was held?
Yes, Orange County.
Is that a particularly favorable or unfavorable venue for a defendant such as Nader, or would there have been better jurisdictions if he had the good fortune of living somewhere else?
There are a couple of cases that they had successful results.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not sure what the demographics of those are compared to Orange County. I think Orange County, the jurors are pretty well informed. They seem to give very honest answers, and they seem to be very open about discussing the issues that we had during voir dire. But coming on the heels of San Bernardino, I think there were folks that were still a little bit chilled by the fact that ISIS seems to have a long reach.
Yeah, I'm going to break and completely change topics. I've never served on a jury, but a few months ago I was called to be one of the 30 or 40 potential panelists. Every time either side, whether it's the defense or the prosecution, asks me a question, I think and I hem and I haw and I prevaricate, and I don't prevaricate, but I equivocate, and I can't make up my mind because I try to be so open-minded and said, well, yeah, he said that, but is it true? And then they want no piece of me. I'm always kicked off the juries. Would you also want to have nothing to do with me on your juries? Or do you want this open-minded guy who's willing to listen to all sides?
I want, it depends on the case.
Yeah.
If it's a very narrow legal argument, I would put my team to research the things that you said online. We would try to find out as much as we could before we made that final cut. And I would much prefer someone to give me an honest day's worth of deliberation, even if they find against us. But I want an honest approach to the issues that we're trying to present, and you don't have to agree with everyone, but if you agree at all, if you have that doubt in your mind, then I want you to be fair and not be swayed by the 11 other people who are screaming at you saying, what do you think you're doing?
Right.
All we want in the defense side is honesty and a fair hearing. Because if we can get a fair at-bat, I mean, that's any of us can hope for.
Not that anyone cares, but the case was fascinating. It occurred in Pasadena one Christmas or New Year's. 2 cars, both had known gang members in them, crashed. They both got out and started shooting each other and killed an innocent bystander.
Yeah.
No one has any idea who pulled the trigger and fired the bullet that killed that guy. They were all shooting at each other.
Right.
Yet they took these two guys, who I guess they had the most evidence, or for whatever reason, and they brought them to trial. There was a hung jury the first time. They tried them again. That's where I was called in to be a prospective juror, although they kicked me out. And I think they were convicted in the second round. I thought that was a mess. Like, I don't know how they could possibly convict these two guys in a big shootout like that.
Well, it depends. Are the charge that, you know, it's intentionally they killed this bystander, or it's so reckless and negligent, you're shooting so many bullets that there is a likelihood that you're going to shoot somebody.
Well, that I can understand.
The lesser includeds are there.
Right.
And they fit that sort of scenario, unless you can put, by ballistics, put bullet to gun.
To gun handler. Yeah.
Right, and that the gun handler was actually attempting to shoot someone and missed, as opposed to cleaning the weapon. Of course, that wasn't happening, but you know, you see that happens. Accidental discharge happens.
Sure.
And there's no murder involved. But here, in this situation, you know, we're having...
Yeah, but okay, I don't know why we got that. I find this whole discussion that we've been having about prosecuting people for pledging support to these terrorist groups fascinating. We haven't even gotten into the whole issue of who decides what a terrorist group is. In this case, it's the U.S. government, and it's clear-cut, I guess. But a different government, Trump might declare some groups, or he'll have his State Department and Attorney General declare some terrorist groups that an Obama or Clinton administration wouldn't have.
I had this discussion with the FBI during both cases, because they kept referring to the Islamic State and ISIS and ISIL as this extremist group. And I go, what do you base that extremism on? Just so I know what you mean by extremism. Well, they behead people, and they set people on fire, and they cut off people's hands, and they mutilate them. And I'm going, isn't that the normal punishment over there? Think about it. In Saudi Arabia, there was a crucifixion. I read this in the news from out there. There was a crucifixion 2 years ago. Now, if that's not extremist, then I'm not paying attention. But if it's okay in that geographical area, if that's the accepted means of how their criminal punishment works, the governments of Iran, the governments of Saudi Arabia, and some of the others will cut people's heads off, will cut off their hands, will set fire to people. If that's okay in those circumstances, how is it all of a sudden extremist because we disagree with their political aim?
You know, the arguments you just made find a lot of favor in these four walls here at the Young Turks, but I do want to take issue with it a little bit, and maybe you can correct me. In Saudi Arabia, yes, where they behead people, that is the end result of their criminal process. I don't know how good their criminal process is or how fair it is.
Right.
But that's their method of execution after a process. ISIS just grabs people, some guy declares that they're an enemy and they kill them. I don't think there's very much of a process. So there is a difference, I think, between what Saudi Arabia does, as reprehensible as it is, and what ISIS has been doing the past couple of years, to the extent that I know.
I'll give you an example that I gave also on Adam's case, when they were talking about the beheadings, because they kept throwing the pictures up there of the beheadings. And we get it. Okay, there's a lot of beheading pictures that are contained in the social media. But Thomas Jefferson himself spoke in favor of the use of the guillotine during the French Revolution. And he's not a terrorist. Okay,
no,
he's as patriotic as they come,
right?
At least from my perspective. So it really comes down to which side politically or religiously you fall on. But what they're doing, okay, so they've denied them the due process right of a trial, but that doesn't mean that the punishment isn't meted out in exactly the same way as the Saudi court would have meted out. They just cut through all of the lawyers and the appeals and the motions.
Well, to wrap it up on a light note, you bring up Thomas Jefferson. John Adams, also a patriot, second president of the U.S., defended in court the British soldiers who committed the Boston Massacre, and he won his cases. A lot of those soldiers were acquitted.
Yeah, no, all of them.
All of them, okay. And you are just following in that tradition, right? I'm sure you're pleased to feel that way. So.
I quoted his closing argument.
Oh, you did? Okay, perfect. All right. Well, I find this whole subject to be fascinating, and I want to thank you for taking the time to talk to me and the audience about it. Thank you for coming in on TYT Interviews.
Nice to be here.
Young Turks, Anna Kasparian, and Michael Shore with you. How you doing, Michael?
It's called The Leftovers, this show.
The Leftovers.
It's a Thanksgiving show, The Leftovers, before Thanksgiving.
I'm not gonna lie, I tried to take today off.
Right, which would have just been me. So.
Yeah, Irina was like, I don't have anyone. Everyone's out of town, so you have no choice. You're the person who waited till the last minute to ask for the day off. So.
And then you said, what did you say after that? You said, is there any way that Michael Shore could do the show with me?
Yes,
Right.
that is what I said. Actually, the funny thing is, she was like, I don't even know who's going to do the show with you.
Yes.
So, anyway, by the way, I'm actually happy I'm here because there are a lot of news stories that I'm excited to cover. Actually, the first story in the first hour is my favorite because it brings into question, the purpose of journalism, journalistic ethics. It's all really interesting.
Yeah.
So we're going to get to that. And then later on in the show, of course, after battling one another during the election, all of a sudden Donald Trump has decided to have Nikki Haley as part of his administration. So we'll get to that in a little bit as well. And then in the second hour, lots of fun stuff, including a fun story about George Soros and the perfect reason why the right wing likes to demonize him. So, all right, so you ready? You want to get to it?
Yeah, let's go.
Let's do it.
You're in charge. You're the one who took the day off.
All right. The question of what the proper role of the media has come up quite a bit during this past election. And of course, there's been a lot of criticism about how the mainstream media has addressed certain candidates, including Donald Trump. Well, recently, Michael Wolff, who also considers himself a journalist, was interviewed by Digiday. And during this interview, he talked about what he believes the proper role of journalists should be and how journalists have actually moved away from that by doing pesky little things like sharing opinion or maybe even fact-checking. Take a listen to what he had to say.
I've lived through a lot of presidents. I've lived through Nixon.
So he doesn't require the media to change the way it covers.
I think what is required is for the media to do its job, and I really deeply feel that the media hasn't done its job, has done its job badly, hasn't done its job, has often abdicated its responsibility, has lost itself somewhere. I don't even know where they are. And right now, this is an interesting moment in which the media suddenly looks at Donald Trump as a threat instead of looking at Donald Trump as a story. And I might add, possibly the biggest story of our time, maybe the most interesting story, and certainly a story that needs to be told in rather conventional ways. Who are these people? What do they want? What motivates them? Where are they from? Where are they going? Just basic storytelling.
So he's going to elaborate a little more in the videos that we're going to show you about what he means by basic storytelling. But his biggest grievance with current day journalists is that they don't simply transcribe what people in power say and then just leave it at that. He thinks that's the role of a journalist. You don't do the fact checking, you don't share context, you don't share any of that. You just go ahead and report what one side says, what the other side says, and that's it. You just leave it at that. And honestly, look, he's getting a lot of heat for what he's saying, but this is not a new idea. This is actually something that a lot of people who work in media believe you should do. They think it's actually unethical to go out of your way and tell the audience or tell your readers, who's right and who's wrong.
Yeah, I think also it reminded me of something I read today before knowing about this Michael Wolff story, which is something that Christiane Amanpour, who is an accomplished capital J journalist, had said, and she said it at I think in the last day or so. She accepted an award Tuesday, it was yesterday, from a group called the Committee to Protect Journalists, and she said that she believes in being truthful, not neutral.
Yes.
And which is such a beautiful way of putting exactly why Michael Wolff is wrong here into some kind of perspective. Because like you said, Anna, or like you hinted anyway, I think that Wolff he's not I don't think he's dictating. He's saying this is what he thinks should be, and this is where we've lost our way. I just totally disagree with it.
Yeah, I think that it's actually a very harmful way of explaining what a journalist's role is, because we're already seeing that fear among people who work in the mainstream already, the fear of being criticized for taking a side, right? And so look, here on this show, we're very clear about the fact that we come from a progressive perspective. The facts are the facts. You can't change that. But we share our opinion on the stories after we give you the facts. And then you guys can decide whether or not you agree with us or not. A lot of you disagree a lot of times, and that's okay. But in this case, you have news outlets like CNN that don't do actual reporting. Look, every time I travel for the Fusion show, my favorite thing to do is watch CNN when I'm in the hotel room, because I want to be aware of the way that they report, and I don't want to sit here and criticize them unless I know what they report and how they report it. The ongoing story is where Melania Trump is going to live once Donald Trump is inaugurated. You can spend 5 minutes on that story. It's not that important. But they focus on a non-story for days, and I think it's because it's an easy thing to cover without worrying about sharing your opinion or anything like that. And then they also have Donald Trump come on, or they'll have, some other politician come on, and let's say they're both disagreeing with one another. They'll just let the two sides share whatever it is that they think, and then they won't do any fact-checking. And so they're confusing objectivity with neutrality, and that's something that you see in the mainstream media a lot. And a lot of people don't have the resources to go out of their way and be journalists for themselves. You're supposed to be doing your job and let them know who's lying, who's telling you the truth.
Yeah, and CNN has what a lot of other people who want to do citizen journalism don't have, which is editors, people
Yes.
that are fact-checking, going through. And so when they do a story, which is very different than when they do commentary and when they have a guest on, when they do a story, generally speaking, those what are called news packages, those have been vetted, and those reporters are working, and they're talking to sources, and whether it's about whether Melania Trump will live or not, or whether it's about Syria, or whether it's about water contamination in New Mexico, it doesn't matter. There are people that are script supervising and looking at those scripts. But that's the problem when you're 24-hour news, is then you get on and you put two people up there talking about water contamination. One person saying, well, it's not contaminated. The other person saying it's contaminated. Nobody's checking those facts.
That's right.
And that is the perpetuation of something like CNN, and that's what makes it very difficult.
Media and journalism is not meant to be a platform in which you give people in power the ability to share whatever it is that they believe or whatever lies that they want to tell. The whole purpose of media in the beginning was muckraking. That's what really appealed to me in terms of journalists and what they do. It was about holding people in power, specifically businesses, accountable for their actions. Businesses hated journalists, when journalism really started here in the United States. And now it's been completely perverted into this nonsense that you see. And to hear someone like Michael Wolff advocating for that is really depressing. So let's go to video number 3, where he talks about how journalists should be stenographers.
That group really seems quite content in giving up any pretense of at least one key function of journalism is just to represent the facts. And
but we don't want to be stenographers either. There's a balance.
Well, first thing, yes, you do want to be stenographers. That's what journalism is. That's a very significant piece of journalism. To be a stenographer. We don't want to hear you. Write it down. Mm-hmm. Write what the information is. Take it down. You're there to literally convey what someone says, someone in power, what they say, and you bring it to people who want to know. That's stenography. This stenographer, that's bad. Screw you. That's not bad at all. Do you have any idea? In one of I can kind of do a little digression on my belief that journalism is now a profession filled with people who have no experience as journalists. They're all under the age of 25 and talking to other people under the age of 25. Right. So let me send the message. Stenographer, that's what you're supposed to be.
And, later on he was talking about how oh, these people are just jealous because I scored an interview with Steve Bannon. I don't know, man. In that answer, it really sounded like you're jealous of young journalists who are actually disrupting the type of media that you think is good. And look, he also says, Donald Trump's elected now, okay? The time of opposition is over. Now all you're supposed to do as a journalist is report what he does and what he says, and that's it. That's all you do. There's no time for opposition now. It's too late. It's over.
Yeah, I mean, he's so misguided. First of all, I should disclaim this by saying that I read the book that Michael Wolff wrote about Rupert Murdoch, and it was great, and he's a great writer. Mm-hmm. And I mean, I think even listening to him say a foolish piece of nonsense about this, which is what I think this is, it does also betray that he's not a dumb guy, even in the way he's saying it and how his opinions are formed. He's a smart guy and he's a good writer. He is somebody, though, who I think you're right, Anna, seems so envious of the way his business has changed. Mm-hmm. And, you know, his business, I mean, he's not an in-the-field reporter. He was an editor at a magazine. He's a writer. Yep. He has covered media more than he has been in media. So, you know, who are we to say if he's envious of it? But it certainly sounds in those remarks like he was. But let me put this in some context. I was, you know, in reporting this last election, out at different events where people who were at Trump events would look at one another and they would say, what do we do with that, right? About whatever it was that Trump said. And it was a prevailing, you know, sort of cool idea in the way of like, you know, let's everybody sign up for the Muslim registry. Well, we don't know if that's going to happen, but let's just write down what he said and not say anything, because whenever we say anything about it, nobody listens to us anyway. All they're doing is listening to him and becoming fascinated. So there's an exasperation that makes you say, maybe that's what we should do. But that's an extreme, and he sounds very serious about it here, which nobody was serious about it. They were sort of saying, well, what difference does it make what we say? Because just say what he said and go home.
Look, if he's trying to make an argument that, you know, all of these opinions are unnecessary and you should do straight reporting, fine. But straight reporting has been completely misinterpreted.
Right, he's saying stenography.
Stenography. So essentially all you do is transcribe what someone in power says, and you allow them to utilize your platform as a way in which they can get out any type of message, be it a deceptive message, be it a destructive message. It doesn't matter. And so then there's really no role of the media. If all it is a vessel in which you know, people in power use to like spread misinformation or spread their whatever, then I don't know, there's really no purpose of journalism, honestly. Yeah. It's supposed to challenge those in power, not just, you know, serve as a platform for them.
Right, absolutely. Gwen Ifill, who we lost this week, who, you know, in reading so much about her, one of the things that stuck with me that she said this week was that journalism, it should be something that you approach when you are a journalist, you should approach everything with skepticism, but not cynicism.
Yes.
And so what Michael Wolff is saying, don't approach it with anyism. He's just saying don't even approach it, which isn't journalism, right? I mean, you're just saying you're reading back a transcript, and that's not. Then you don't need the journalist, right? Well, you do need the journalist.
Well, people, of course, gave him a lot of criticism after he had this interview with Digiday. And Glenn Greenwald, who I believe is a real journalist, also criticized him. But what I found funny is that people went into his Wikipedia page and they edited the page to indicate that he is a stenographer. And so he shouldn't contest that. He thinks stenography is awesome, that he thinks that's what the main role is of a journalist. I want to go to Graphic 6. He did respond to the criticism in a tweet, and here's what he had to say. I didn't say it's the only job, but it clearly is a basic one. Why even deny it? Self-promotion, self-dramatization? Come on. So, look, here's the issue. I think that there is a problem with some journalists, even digital media, members of digital media, who make the story about them, who are more interested in becoming the story. And I think that breaks, some journalistic ethics that I agree with. I don't think the story should be about you. The story should be about the information and fact-checking what it is that anyone in power is saying, right? If you have two sides, don't treat both sides like they're completely equal. One side might be lying, so you want to look into it. Both sides might be lying. Right. You want to look into it, and you want to make sure you give the audience accurate information. Opinion is another thing, everyone has their opinion. And I think it's actually a lot better when a member of the media shares what his or her opinion is, so you know where they're coming from. Because the reality is, whether they share that opinion or not, they have an opinion. And so sometimes it comes out in different ways when they're pretending that they're being objective.
Yeah, and I think you're right. I mean, and listen, he clearly feels passionately about this. He's not, what you have to respect about this, even though it seems absurd to me, is that he's dug his heels in on it, and he's not saying, "Oh, no, that's not really what I meant." I mean, he said, it's not the only way of doing it, but it clearly is part of it. I just totally disagree with him, because then you're taking an element out of this, and this is an unusual year, because journalists who have always been objective, and that doesn't mean neutral, but objective, and that goes against what Christiane Amanpour said. But she said you have to be truthful, not objective, and that's true as well, obviously. But this year, people have wanted to, who would never have before, take a side in this election because of what they saw as this totally out of bounds way that Donald Trump was treating the media. You get treated poorly, you don't just lie down and get treated poorly like that. And a lot of people saw that. And so this year, that instinct to be that way made it very difficult for journalists to sort of contemplate their role, which is where I think Wolf is coming from. But the way he's defining this role is ridiculous.
So you just brought up another huge story that I didn't cover, but I'm sure TYT covered. Donald Trump calling, the biggest names in news to Trump Tower and basically scolding them as if they had done like an effective job in criticizing him or holding him accountable for his actions. The mainstream media essentially gave him a platform where he could spread his ridiculous ideas. He could call in, with a crappy graphic and say whatever the hell he wanted, and they barely even challenged him or questioned anything he had to say, but it still wasn't enough, right? He literally invited them to Trump Tower so he can scold them for not doing a better job in being nicer to him. So there's a big problem with what's happening in the media right now. And look, I don't care if it's a Democrat or a Republican doing that. That is unacceptable behavior, and it's even more unacceptable if media outlets comply with that kind of garbage. Right?
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't think they've been complicit at all in a way. Just going there, listen, all that reporters want is to be able to sit across from the president-elect, no matter who it is, right? In this case, it's Trump.
I think it's part of the problem.
Part of the problem is you don't get any other access. After the primaries, access to Donald Trump was hardly any for any journalists. That was part of what Kellyanne Conway did when she came over, and to a less of an extent, Paul Manafort. You still go to where the story is if you're a journalist.
Here's the thing.
And he's the story.
There are plenty of journalists out there who have no access, right? So Amy Goodman's one of them. If you want to go back in history, I.F. Stone is another one. Izzy Stone had no access to anyone in power, and he was honestly one of the few that was doing real investigative journalism. But the establishment hated him.
But access is still something that I.F. Stone wanted, and I.F. Stone on many occasions got. He didn't get it at the height of his career, but I mean, the reason he didn't have access is because what he did with access while he did have it. So, so I think that you're never going to change that instinct. If somebody was shot at City Hall, the reporter who gets to the mayor is the first person who's going to, has got the story. That's just part of what you do when you're a reporter. So if the president-elect is taking you in under the guise of whatever it is, you're going to go to where the president-elect is. And, I know what you're saying. It just feels like they're being played, right?
Yeah.
It's felt like they've been played all along. But it's better to be there and to be able to tell the story of how you were played, which is what they did, and which is why we're irate about it and why people are reacting to it, than to never have it have happened at all.
Yeah, I would respect them a lot more if they utilize that access in an effective way, rather than trying to, walk this very fine line where they don't piss Trump off, and they still get that access, but still try to appear as if they're doing journalism.
Well, this is clearly an administration where they're not going to get very much access. I mean, the access to the president always wanes once they become president, right? Obama was all about access. Bush was all about access, open, clear, transparent. As transparent as a lot of it was in both administrations, at times, for moments, they were hardly transparent as administrations. That's just what happens, unfortunately. So you fight for every breath you can get. And So I understand why they're doing it. The payoff though is not what it used to be, and it's not what they think that it is. But we're seeing. I mean, listen, that story. I think the fact that story came out, even that he scolded the media and lit into people like Jeff Zucker, right? Who a lot of us think gave him the White House, right?
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't see it that way. That's an enlightening thing, the fact that this even happened. So it's not even a silver lining thing. It's one or the other. You either get that or you don't, and I think that's what you get out of this.
All right. Well, I think if people keep reporting in the way that Michael Wolff sees fit, they're going to lose a lot of viewers and news consumers. So
yeah,
we'll
I don't think that's the tendency either. I mean, I think he's a lone wolf.
Mm-hmm.
I think that there aren't a lot of people that are sort of coming to his defense.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. He is getting a lot of criticism. All right, guys, we got to take our first break, but stick around because when we come back, Wolf Blitzer asks some follow-up questions, and it's actually newsworthy. So stick around. Welcome back to TYT. So I have some tweets that I'm going to read from you guys, TYT Lives, but before I do that, JR actually has more tweets from Michael Wolff responding to the haters, and they're actually amazing because he's not doubling down. As JR says, he's tripling down on what he had to say.
Okay, so I just wanted to see what his response was, because usually when these things come up and someone's wiki page gets all changed, I wonder if either the person gets more upset or if they kind of go, I see what you're saying, because there's a way to kind of quell it, but he apparently isn't a fan of Twitter. And if someone said the fact that he's on it, he's like, oh, I'm ashamed because he doesn't like the medium itself. Because he said, I'm not proud of it, that particular tweet. But then there was a lot of age ones where someone said, what's the difference between a 25-year-old and a 45-year-old? They both pay their taxes and they're citizens of the country. And he goes, well, one is they're good citizens and they're bad journalists, being the 25-year-olds. Simply because they're
You're 25, you're automatically a bad journalist, right? Especially if you hold anyone accountable for their actions.
You're also not talking about a doctor here, right? 25-year-old doctor is just not even out of med school, right? Operating on you. 45-year-old doctor, maybe you say, all right, I'll pick him or her. But yeah. No,
someone called him an absolute jerk. You can expect that. And they love it that he's being taken down by other good reporters mocking him. And he said, there's another example of uselessness of Twitter. Everybody, among them the truly uninformed, hearing only what they want to hear. Which, I mean, you can make that argument. But the thing is, because Michael, I think you mentioned it in the last segment, he's had things he's done where he investigated, got in with Rupert Murdoch, and actually exposed the things that were happening. And also with his piece on Bannon, some people said the one he was mentioning, the interview, they said in that piece, he just basically regurgitated what Bannon had to say, and Bannon himself made himself look crazy. But that's to certain people who already know that Bannon is crazy. Right. We've got these guys that were elected, and then people don't know what they're about. They just heard the two things they wanted to hear, as he outlined. So there's a reason to give the full facts instead of just regurgitating.
Yeah, like context matters. Like context matters a lot. That's actually journalism 101, because you can't assume that every viewer and every reader knows everything there is to know about a certain person or their background or where they're coming from. So like again, he wants you to just relay a message, but what's the context of that message? What's this person's background? What is their motivation? Like those are all important details. Those are facts that go along with the story. Anyway.
Now, there was a point also, I listened to, it was a 33-minute interview. I'm sorry we're still on this.
No, but it's true. I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
I want to follow up on what Anna said, because it supports what she said, too, about it makes him seem envious of, or it makes him seem as if he thinks everybody's envious of him, so that's why they're crying about it, right? That, I got access and you didn't get access, you're coming after me.
I really wish that I was, a columnist for Hollywood Reporter. Like, I mean, I really fucked up.
Well, actually, at this point, I do. But
yeah,
that's totally
there's nothing wrong with Hollywood Reporter. I'm just saying, I'm not jealous of him.
But it's, he's so wrong about this. It's so ridiculous how wrong he is about it, and he seems so childish, and he's criticizing the way people interact on Twitter while interacting on Twitter, which is always my favorite.
So last one with the agent thing. Someone said, apparently I'm not a real journalist because I want to hold power accountable. I actually don't know how old this particular gentleman is, but Michael Wolff responded, you're not a real journalist because you're 15. So he's probably overdoing. But also so that was the second age one, just I've seen in these last few tweets. But also, like I said, there was a 33-minute interview, and in other parts of it, he was saying people are going to start kissing this administration's ass, being the Trump administration.
Mhm.
And I'm sure eventually this, whatever good graces I'm in now, I'll be out of because I'm going to hold their feet to the fire.
He said that?
Yeah, he was basically like, I always end up getting, you know, the anger part of these people because
his role?
everyone really starts falling and fawning over these guys. I don't know if he saw the similarities of what's happening, but apparently he believes the principle is right now, they just got into power. Let's find out who they are.
Right. Well,
Rather than saying what we already know about them.
That's what he's saying also about these journalists, because he's saying at 25 they've just gotten into power. Let's find out who they really are. So
Yeah.
he's
Doesn't seem like he's that interested in finding
no,
out
it doesn't.
who they are.
And by the way, there's a guy named Gabe Fleischer. He's 15. He's literally 15. He's a journalist. He has a Twitter handle at WakeUp2Politics. He's in St. Louis. I met him at a couple of the debates. He got there on his own. And then it was great because in the middle of the summer when all the election stuff was happening, he kind of disappeared. And you go back to his previous tweet, I'm leaving for camp, but I'll be back at the end and I'll start. But Gabe is great and you should follow him and you should tell him you heard about it on TYT. It's at WakeUp2Politics. He's 15 and he gives you information. He reports on what's going on in politics from wherever he is, but he's doing diligent work and trying to get people a story. And
I
it's
love
great.
that.
So,
I love that.
So he's 15, he knows what he's doing, and he's not even 25. So it has nothing to do with age.
I want to quickly read Brian Newton's TYT live tweet. He says, on Wolf's comments, wrong. That's it. That's all it was. Just love it. There were lots of other good tweets, but we got to get to the stories.
If you don't go with the wolf to wolf segue now, you're done.
What?
What's the next story you're doing?
Oh yeah, that's true. Now from one wolf to another.
Oh, perfect.
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it in a conventional journalist way, local news reporter way.
Okay, we each get a shot. JR
all right.
gets one too. All right.
And now we go from one wolf to another. Okay.
Now we go from the wolf at the door to someone who you think might be dressed in wolf's clothing.
Oh.
That was good. That was so good.
I didn't even prepare it. I don't even know if it makes sense. I just went with both cliches. All right, JR's had a lot of time to prepare this one, though.
Back to you, Anna.
Perfect. All right.
JR wins.
All right. RNC spokesperson Sean Spicer was on CNN speaking to Wolf Blitzer. And Spicer was not too happy with the fact that Wolf Blitzer, in a very, very rare event, asked a bunch of follow-up questions in regard to Donald Trump. Take a look.
Tell us a little bit more. Should he go out and deliver a speech specifically denouncing these neo-Nazis, these white supremacists, saying if they think...
Look.
No, listen.
Every tweet,
I'm just asking,
claim.
should he go out there and deliver a specific speech and make that abundantly clear he doesn't want these people support and he condemns them?
When is it going to be enough? He has condemned everyone that's come out and supported him, every group that supported him. At some point, you've got to take, his position and go move on. But over and over again, somebody will come out and say, I support Donald Trump. He has to denounce them. Someone tweets. He has to refute the tweet. At what point is his position clear? He has said that he refutes that. That's not the kind of movement that he wants to support or be energized by him. That's not the kind of people that he wants to be associated with him. And so I don't know how many more times Donald Trump can make his position clear, but it has been crystal clear for a long time and over and over and over again with every tweet, utterance, you name it, Facebook post, he has to somehow respond to it. To continue to ask him over and over again to denounce the same people, the same words, the same groups over and over again is getting a bit preposterous. His focus, his words, is uniting this country, moving us forward, creating jobs. I don't know how many times he can talk about that, but he is continually asked on this and other areas to repeat his position over and over again, and it seems a bit silly. You've asked me eight times the same question. I've told you what his position is. That's because that's not his focus. So I get that you guys all want to ask the same question over and over again and make him denounce it 8 ways to Sunday, but it's not what he wants to talk about. It's the news media over and over and over again asking the same question. But I don't know how many times he has to answer that question, and figuring out the way and the fashion that he should do it next. I mean, if he gets out and gives a speech, then should he, write it in the sky in an airplane? I mean, at what point is it enough? I don't know, but I think he's been very clear, and it's time to move on.
When is Trump gonna say it? When is he gonna call it for what it is? Radical white supremacists. He doesn't say it. He
Haven't heard him say it once.
He doesn't say it. By the way, no, he hasn't denounced it on every platform. Donald Trump specifically, he's been asked about it by the New York Times in the meeting that he had canceled and then reinstated. And here's what he had to say, okay? So this is a tweet by Maggie Haberman from the New York Times. And Maggie tweets, Trump on alt-right supporters. By the way, let's stop calling them alt-right. They're neo-Nazis, they're white supremacists. Let's not allow them to use euphemisms, okay? It's more than just alt-right. Trump on neo-Nazi supporters. It's not a group. I want to energize. And if they are energized, I want to look into it and find out why. Whoa, strong language denouncing their behavior. Strong language. On Steve Bannon, who is very clear about his disdain for minorities, Trump says, if I thought he was a racist or alt-right or any of the terms we use or we could use, I wouldn't even think about hiring him. And then also Trump on Bannon, I think it's very hard on him. I think he's having a hard time with it because it's not him. Yeah. Okay, so why do people keep pestering Trump about racism? It's weird. Where does this all come from? Why do these, white supremacists in the country all of a sudden feel emboldened after Trump got elected? It's weird, right? I don't know. Take a look at this.
When Mexico sends its people, they're not sending their best. They're not sending you. They're not sending you. They're bringing drugs. They're bringing crime. They're rapists.
I'm a negotiator like you folks. We're negotiators. Do you want to renegotiate deals? Some of us renegotiate deals. I would say about 99.9. Is there anybody that doesn't renegotiate deals in this room? This room negotiates. I want to renegotiate this room. Perhaps more than any room I've ever spoken to. Maybe more. I say it again. What do you have to lose? Look, what do you have to lose? You're living in poverty. Your schools are no good. You have no jobs. 58% of your youth is unemployed. What the hell do you have to lose?
She was a Miss Universe contestant and ultimately a winner who they had a tremendously difficult time with as Miss Universe.
Did not know that story. Well, I didn't know it either.
What she was the winner, and she gained a massive amount of weight, and it was a real problem.
And she said I made inappropriate advances. And by the way, the area was a public area, people all over the place. Take a look. You take a look. Look at her words. You tell me what you think. I don't think so. I don't think so.
We had a real problem. Not only that, her attitude, and we had a real problem with her. So,
do you regret saying that specifically about rapists, or do you stand by it?
No, not at all. Of course, it's not only Mexico. If you let that run a little bit longer, it talks about people coming from all over. They're coming from all over.
So I don't know. I mean, why all of a sudden do we have this issue with white supremacists in the country? Why would white supremacists have a conference in Washington, D.C., where they talk about peaceful ethnic cleansing and scream things like "Hail Trump" as they're doing a Nazi salute? Where did that all come from? It's weird.
Yeah, it's strange. Also, we should stop asking about it.
Yeah.
That's really the conclusion you make. If Wolf Blitzer is going to be the poster child for a follow-up, I think then things are going well, because everybody else who is always asking follow-ups is going to keep doing that. And Sean Spicer said, "Listen, can you imagine if they said, well, President Nixon, what about the cover? You know what? I'm not going to ask about the cover-up anymore. President Bush, what about? I mean, you could go to any president and ask these things, President Clinton, whoever it is." and there's going to be, a number of people on their side who says, please stop asking. The role of these people is to keep asking, especially when it's something as ugly and divisive and leaves as many Americans suspicious and angry as his white supremacy. Now, the other side of that is it should have been done more before.
Absolutely. I think before there was this assumption that Trump was not someone who was worth taking seriously.
Yeah.
And that, there was a fringe group of people who called for peaceful ethnic cleansing, right? But, and look, I think overall, I don't know what percentage of Trump voters fall under that category.
But every single Trump voter, and every single Trump voter falls under the category of supporting someone who was supported by all of these people.
I agree.
Right?
I agree with you on that.
So you're complicit in some way.
Absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely. Look, I was reading some comments from a Trump supporter on Facebook today because I'm interested. I'm interested to see what drives them. And they completely deny the fact that they're complicit in racist, sexist, misogynistic behavior. And he was saying, I got to ignore it because these libs are taxing me broke. And I wrote back to him and I was like, whatever happened to taking personal responsibility for your lack of funds, Yeah. I mean, I pay taxes, I'm not broke.
Right.
It's just this notion that your economic situation is so bad that you want to risk the lives of a huge population of people in this country just to elect someone who, by the way, doesn't even have a decent economic plan.
Right.
So anyway, that's what's going on. And so I like the follow-up questions. I like challenging Trump on it. And no, his statement to the New York Times was not enough, okay? He didn't condemn it. He didn't condemn David Duke, nearly enough.
Well, first of all, he said at the beginning that he didn't even know who David Duke was,
which was a lie.
Which, even if it was a lie, let's say it was true, okay? Because I think it was a lie too. But let's say it was true. Why would you endorse someone who is not cognizant enough of where hate is in this country to not know who David Duke is? Why would that person at all be, made president by this country? Not knowing it is just as bad as knowing it and allowing it, because it's a willful ignorance. The other part of it is, Steve Bannon, people don't know this, a lot of people don't know this, was part of the Trump campaign from the word go. He was there at the very beginning. It's only now that Donald Trump's having to answer for him, because when you become president-elect, you have to announce who the people are. You have to have this openness about who the people in your White House staff are, whose salaries we are all going to be paying. So Donald Trump knows. He's been complicit in hiding Steve Bannon, as has his entire campaign, because they haven't had to talk about how involved he was. When it became obvious that he was more involved was when Manafort was gone, Kellyanne Conway was brought in, there were profile pieces on Bannon, Breitbart's influence came into the campaign. So Donald Trump is fooling nobody here. So Wolf Blitzer and everybody else keep asking. I mean, that's what has to be done here, because they are hiding. And when they're hiding, you have to ask. That's all.
All right, moving on to other news, now that we have a better idea of people who will be in Trump's administration. After a long battle during the election between Donald Trump and South Carolina's Governor Nikki Haley, Trump has decided to choose Haley as the ambassador to the UN in Trump's administration. In fact, he released a statement saying that Governor Haley has a proven track record of bringing people together regardless of background or party affiliation to move critical policies forward for the betterment of her state and our country. She is also a proven deal maker, and we look to be making plenty of deals, tremendous deals. She will be a great leader representing us on the world stage. Now, during the election, Nikki Haley did not endorse Trump. In fact, she was very critical of Trump and his rhetoric. She did endorse Marco Rubio. But regardless of all of that, she has decided to accept this position. She says our country faces enormous challenges here at home and internationally, and I'm honored that the president-elect has asked me to join his team and serve the country we love as the next ambassador to the United Nations. Now, if she steps down, and it seems like she will, keep in mind that her position as governor will be replaced by the state's lieutenant governor, Henry McMaster, who was an early and vocal supporter of Donald Trump. So I bring that up because I think it's relevant. I don't know if he's doing this to have a little more control in South Carolina. it's a possibility.
Well,
But
I think it's to. I mean, he's looking at somebody who he thinks would make the literal complexion of his cabinet look as he promised it would. Right? It's a woman of Indian descent. He's putting her at the United Nations. And let's talk about Trump on the United Nations. He's an isolationist, right? He wants to pull America back from the world stage. He wants to cancel agreements on climate trade and the Iran nuclear deal. In this campaign, he has called he has said to the United Nations, they're not a friend of democracy and not a friend of freedom. And then in 2005, you'll remember Donald Trump got in front of people and said, he's a big fan of the United Nations. So it's, again, he's back and forth and waffling on this issue, but he put someone there who has no experience on the world stage.
No experience
South
on the
Carolina legislator.
Yes.
They said the person who's the Trump campaign spokesman charged with talking about Nikki Haley said that she'd been on a number of overseas trade missions. I did a semester in Florence and I went on a business trip to Hong Kong. I can't be at the United Nations as our ambassador. So to me it seems unthinkable that you would have somebody, unless you just don't care about the United Nations.
I feel like Nikki Haley was a curious choice for Donald Trump, just because during the campaigning, again, Nikki Haley was very critical of him, and he shot back with some pretty terrible rhetoric. So let me give you those examples. So Haley, this is graphic 14. Haley called out Mr. Trump in January when she gave the official Republican rebuttal to President Obama's State of the Union address, and she later took him to task for his failure to condemn groups like the KKK. So she definitely didn't like the fact that right from the get-go, he seemed like he was complicit in some of the racist rhetoric that we're seeing throughout the country right now. Mr. Trump, she says, has definitely contributed to what I think is just irresponsible talk. She also said the KKK came to South Carolina from out of state to protest. This was specifically in response to the shooting that happened at the Black church in South Carolina. She said the KKK came to South Carolina from out of state to protest on our state house grounds. I will not stop until we fight a man that chooses not to disavow the KKK. That is not a party. That is not a part of our party. That is not who we are. Okay. And so in response to all of that, Donald Trump had said, she's very, very weak on illegal immigration. She's very, very weak on illegal immigration. We can't have that.
He forgot to say you can't have that again. In the February South Carolina primary, Nikki Haley's endorsement was seen as paramount, and Marco Rubio got it, Jeb Bush didn't. Both of them lost to Donald Trump.
Yeah.
And afterwards, Trump sort of lampooned. I don't know exactly what he said. I don't have the quote of it, but he made fun of, oh, look who got the endorsement of Nikki Haley, and it didn't matter. Again, though, I mean, when you elect somebody from a party that you don't like, and I know there are a lot of people here who don't like the Democratic Party either, but when the other side wins, and we'll make it a little more light, when the other side wins, you're always going to get appointments that you disagree with, and you have to pick the ones that you most disagree with. And Nikki Haley is probably among the more agreeable appointments, also at a job that in this administration, probably not the most important job. I mean,
Right.
I happen to think the UN's great. I know I know I speak for you, who embraces the world community in that way. That yes, it's important to us. To the Trump administration, who wants to pull away from it, according to him, it's not as important. Jeff Sessions at the Justice Department, put your energy there.
Yeah, look, in the world of foreign policy and international relations, being part of the UN and being active in the UN is important, right? So for everyone who's fatigued and sick and tired of, the wars that we start and the wars that we perpetuate, I'm with you. But in the world of international relations, you need allies. And a good way to maintain your allies is to have open dialogue with them, have open communication with them. You have to be connected, right? Especially because there's really no international governing body. The UN's like the closest thing that we have to that. And so it's a terrible idea to minimize our role in the UN. And look, I think that you make a good point, which of course would have a lot more power, but in this case, she was chosen as the UN ambassador.
And by the way, I'd rather have her as Secretary of State than Rudy Giuliani. So I mean, you always have the thing that this reflects more most poorly on, or the person that reflects most poorly on, is not Trump or his people. It's Nikki Haley. It's these conversations about Mitt Romney, who has not been offered as far as I know and has not accepted as far as I know. These people who have just gone back on the things they've said about this person. The normalization of Donald Trump that creates is surprising to me, but it just shows the spinelessness of some of these people. Mitt Romney, if I were advising him or if he were my dad, I'd say, are you kidding?
It's amazing. It is really amazing.
Well, let's see. Maybe he will. I mean, he won't. But let's.
But so many of his critics ended up backing him the second he got elected.
Yeah.
And that's the thing that I think turns a lot of people off to politics, not just when it comes to Republicans, you see it with Democrats as well. I mean, the same thing that happened with, Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama. While they were campaigning against one another in the primaries in 2008, I mean, there was some vicious activity going on. And then as soon as Barack Obama gets the nomination, all of a sudden it's like lovely, flowery language and the endorsements kind of start rolling in. And so it just all seems fake, disingenuous.
It happens in party politics all the time. I mean, the primaries are tough, then they come back together.
It's just weird.
This is different.
Yeah.
Because this guy is different. Yeah. This guy is different than Barack Obama was when he won. And coming to Barack Obama for most Democrats was an afterthought thing, right? Obviously you were going to go do it, And even people who worked in government, even Clinton people, fine. It was a bruising primary, but we got there. It's fine, And he recognized Hillary Clinton's preparedness to be Secretary of State, right? Done, okay? But this is about Donald Trump. This is about endorsing things that are so hateful by signing on to his campaign or his administration. It's surprising to me, especially in the case of Mitt Romney. I don't know Nikki Haley as well, and there are other reasons there. But
by the way, Nikki Haley is of Indian descent, and so when she and Donald Trump had their tiff during the election, a lot of his supporters would go after her and her Indian heritage.
Right.
And then after she was chosen as the UN ambassador, they continued on attacking her for her background. So it's all very interesting, and we'll see how it plays out. All right, moving on. New information from tax returns from Donald Trump's foundation includes some interesting contributions from people like, the Ukrainian oligarch. So it turns out that the Donald J. Trump Foundation received $150,000 from a Ukrainian oligarch in exchange for a video speech Trump gave at a conference while he was a presidential candidate back in 2015. So there's a little bit of an issue with this, okay? And it specifically has to do with certain laws or certain constitutional issues that might have been violated. Now, according to some charity law experts, this raises concerns among charity law experts who say the payments should be taxed like personal income for Trump rather than treated as tax-exempt contributions to a nonprofit. So understand that Hillary Clinton also had issues with her foundation. This was one of the big criticisms that her foundation had to deal with. And it was funny because one of the biggest critics of that was Donald Trump. And now you look at his filings and you realize, you
look at his foundation's filings because we can't look at his.
Yeah, you look at his foundation's filings. Good clarification. And you're like, that's a perfect example of, like shouting about someone doing what you're doing. Projection. That was the word I was looking for.
Projection. No, that's exactly right. People do that like in relationships. You can't do that when you're president of the United States.
I know you're cheating on me, and then you got the man on the side shit.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Not that I know anything about that. I don't.
You wouldn't know that. Right.
Okay.
You've never projected ever, right?
Never. No,
I just projected. That's right. And these are the questions, again, like the hindsight stuff, and who knows what would have mattered because nothing mattered in this election, right? Mm-hmm. So if you knew this on November 1st, okay, you knew it, and it would just have gone into some big stew of things that you knew, and the wrong person still won. But the whole idea that this is something going forward that's going to be part of his portfolio. And it's, by the way, it's why I'm suspicious personally of his tax returns, because I think there's a lot of Russian money that's gone into investing in his real estate projects that he has, has to declare taxes on the interest that he's paying to them or earning from them. I just sort of think that there is that was what his whole return would have been muddied with. I'm not surprised to read the stories. I would see a lot of them. And I don't think, of course, you can look at the Trump Foundation in the same way as the Clinton Foundation, because they're two. First of all, the Clinton Foundation was actually an up and running foundation, taking money in and giving money out. The questions were not about the legitimacy of what they were doing. It's whether it was bad practice, right? And the people that they were with. This was a fraudulent foundation.
Yeah, yes. And also, let me be clear about something. I'm mixing up this story with the story that we're about to do, where he did something that could be unconstitutional.
Right.
In this case, it's not unconstitutional. It's just fraudulent, and he could face some serious ramifications for it. So again, it's the way that he gets taxed. Like, if this is personal income, he's supposed to get taxed. Yeah. And in this case, it appears that it was personal income, and he reported it as a contribution to the foundation. Now, according to Philip Hackney, he's an associate professor of law, and he said, assuming Trump was giving the speech in his capacity as an individual, the payment would be income to Trump. Then Trump should have made the contribution to the foundation. So again, the Clintons had problems with this as well. They reported money from speeches as contributions rather than income.
Such a hackneyed argument, but
I mean, I don't know.
His name's Hackney, that's why I said it.
Okay.
No, sorry.
And also, one other thing that you should know, and this is the part that I find very interesting, because here's the reality. Do I think Trump is going to face consequences for this? No, I don't. Like, I've already given up on that, to be honest with you. Like, he's untouchable. He can literally do the exact same thing that Hillary Clinton was demonized for during the campaign, and it doesn't matter. For some reason, when he does it, he's smart. But if Hillary did it, she's like a crooked, corrupt politician.
Call a senator of American Indian descent Pocahontas in Elizabeth Warren's case. He can make fun of a handicapped reporter, and he can call Mexicans rapists, and then he can become president.
Yeah.
So you're right. You're 1,000% right.
He doesn't face any consequence. But here's another part of this that I think is really interesting. Donald Trump looks out for Donald Trump. And I think this story makes it so clear. So we know that he has a cozy relationship with Vladimir Putin. After he was elected, Russia was very clear about how they played a role in this election. That's not a secret, right? And so Russia also has some issues with Ukraine because of what they did in Crimea, with annexing Crimea. And so, but Trump doesn't care about all that, right? He'll play both sides, okay? It's amazing. So let's go to graphic 22. In his 21-minute appearance for this video for Ukraine, Trump appeared to suggest that Ukraine was a victim of Russian aggression because of President Obama's weak leadership, and said Ukrainians weren't getting the support they need. That is freaking amazing! That is amazing! Yeah. That is amazing. So, look, Donald Trump looks out for Donald Trump. Donald Trump doesn't look out for rural working class people who voted for him. He doesn't look out for the American people. He doesn't care about any of it. And that's going to lead us to our next story, where he's already using his presidency to benefit his own businesses. And that is unconstitutional. So that's what's going on right now. That's what's happening with this country.
Yeah, and he's not even president yet, right?
It's amazing.
Yeah. Incredible.
All right, we're running out of time, but I have to do this next story.
Right. When else are you going to get a chance to do a story that involves the emolument clause of the U.S. Constitution?
Probably never.
Right. So go ahead.
Yeah. All right. A former Bush counsel has just done an interview where he talked about the behavior of Donald Trump and how he's possibly using his president-elect status to benefit his own businesses. And if he is proven to do so, he could be violating the Constitution. Now, this is former lawyer Richard Painter, and he was
a White House lawyer.
He was a White House lawyer under the Bush administration. Okay, so this is not some liberal hack who's trying to go after Donald Trump. This is someone who worked in the Bush administration. So former White House lawyer Richard Painter made the case that if it appears that Trump will be in violation of the emolument clause of the Constitution, then the Electoral College must decide not to vote for him next month. Now, some of you might be wondering, what the hell is that? What part of the Constitution is it? What does it mean? Well, the clause states that no person holding any office of profit or trust under them shall, without the consent of the Congress, except of any present emolument, office, or title of any kind whatever from any king, prince, or foreign state. Now, after he was elected, a lot of different stories came out about various meetings that he had with world leaders and how during those meetings, his family members, specifically Ivanka Trump, was involved, and he allegedly asked for certain favors in the form of permits for construction and stuff like that.
That was in Argentina with the President Macri there.
Yes, so let me give you the details on that. So in a phone call with Argentine President Mauricio Macri, President-elect Donald Trump asked for help with permits for an office tower that bears his name. Now, the journalist that reported this says, this still hasn't emerged, but Trump asked for Macri to authorize a building he's constructing in Buenos Aires. It wasn't just a geographical or geopolitical chat. So at this point, Donald Trump has completely denied it. Macri has also denied it. But the journalists that worked on that story are like, no, that's what happened.
And because Macri is president there, they do transcribe the conversation.
Yes.
Trump is only president-elect, so his transcriptions don't have to exist on his phone calls. When he's president, they will.
Yeah, exactly. That's a really good point. Also, he's met with other world leaders and included Ivanka Trump in those meetings. And it just seems kind of strange. So on November 17th, Trump met with the Japanese prime minister, and Ivanka Trump also attended the meeting. Photos distributed by the Japanese press show that. Ivanka's presence at the meeting came after Trump's transition team said she, along with her two brothers, would run the family business in a blind trust. So elaborate on that a little bit, Michael.
Yeah, well, basically you can't, about what that means, just basically you cannot have a hands-on when you're an elected official of any kind. When you are a senator or a federal elected official, you have to give your monies over to a blind trust or to your family to manage them, so that you're not giving a great deal to Philip Morris and then your Philip Morris stock goes through the roof. So that's basically the way that it's like the ultimate insider trading when you're president. So he has allegedly has a lot of money. We don't know. He seems to. And he's going to be giving all of that to his family. Well, his family, as Anna just said, when he met with Shinzo Abe, his family was there. Not just his daughter, but his son-in-law was also standing in the room. In that photograph, Jared Kushner, who is applying to get clearance, security clearance, to be part of the administration. It's almost like this is a corporate takeover by the Trump organization of the United States government.
Yeah, and so again, if it's proven to happen, and it seems like there's some evidence indicating that this is happening, it is unconstitutional. And so this lawyer who worked for Bush under the Bush administration is saying that members of the Electoral College should not cast a vote for Donald Trump if he is found violating the Constitution. Now, do I think, again, if Donald Trump is going to face any consequences for this behavior, even if there's evidence indicating that he's doing something unconstitutional, I don't have any hope left, to be honest with you. So we'll see what happens. But I think it's interesting to hear such strong language coming from someone who was a lawyer under the Bush administration. So we'll see.
Yeah, it's an amazing thing. And look, everybody's looking for ways to make this man not the president. And this seems like it's a legitimate gripe against the way Trump's managed himself since he was kind of elected.
Absolutely. I'm sure we'll see a lot more of that. Anyway, that does it for the first hour. Michael, thank you.
Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. Yeah. This is have a really good holiday. Try and love everybody at your table, even if they say things that'll piss you off, because that'll happen.
That'll definitely happen this year. All right, guys. We will be back with the second hour. Stick around. What's up, guys? Welcome back to TYT. Kenny Hamilton joins us now.
Yes.
I'm excited to do the show with you. I love doing the show with you.
Well, I'm just glad, everyone else already left for the holidays, and this is what you got left, so hey.
By the way, you know who also kind of mentally already left for the holidays? Me. I look like a mess. I was like, can I just do the show without
That
makeup?
is the most organized, gorgeous,
get outta here.
nice toned mess I've ever seen.
Get out of here. All right. We have some great stories ahead for you guys. I do want to read some TYT lives. Gabby Marita makes a devastating point. So there was a little bit of confusion in the last segment because there were two Trump stories back to back. One of them, actually, it was all Trump stories. One of them was about him doing something potentially fraudulent. The other was about him doing something unconstitutional. And I mixed them both up because I mixed them both up. I mean, let's keep it real. And she's like, sad state of affairs that we're discussing our next president in terms like it's not unconstitutional, it's just fraudulent, right?
Very sad.
That's what we're dealing with.
The times we live in today.
I know. You're in a good mood, but
I'm
you
in
know,
a great mood.
I've been wanting to talk to you a little bit about your reaction to the election and stuff.
I went into honestly, it didn't surprise me as I was watching the results, but that night I just kind of zoned out, to be honest.
Yeah.
I zoned out and I was like, this is not going the way I wanted it to go. Obviously, I've been a big Hillary supporter. You know that. Everyone knows that here. I know you guys were on, the Bernie train for a long time, and then you guys, came over, and we tried to, unite as far as what we thought was the liberal side of the country or a lot of the other people. But I thought the emails and the whole FBI investigation stuff that came out about a week or so, 2 weeks before that, I thought that had a bigger bearing than I initially thought. Because it seemed that every scandal that Trump had, he would just bounce back from it.
Yeah, like immediately.
Like it was no problem, and then it just showed you the tone of America. But again, I'm from the South, so I went to Houston about a month ago. I was in Jackson, Mississippi about a month and a half, maybe 2 months ago, and I saw nothing but Trump signs. I saw Trump everywhere I went. So it was still in my head that there's a lot of people that are going to the polls, and if we don't have the turnout that we did in 2008 and 2012, this is going to be different, and that's why I wasn't necessarily shocked with it.
Yeah, I actually, look, I was disappointed. I think anyone who watched the live coverage could see that, but I don't think I was shocked either. A day before the election, John and I were doing TYT Fusion in Reno, and John loves polls, and so he brought up the polls that day and talked about what Nate Silver was saying, what 538 was saying, and so there was like this ease of mind, I guess, that a lot of people had, but I just remember talking about it on the show and saying, like, I don't trust those polls.
Yeah.
And so I wasn't shocked either.
You had a mix of people who were like, oh, she's going to win. And then you had the others like, oh, I'm not going to vote.
Yeah.
So it's like you start combining these piles up and you're like, that's a big problem that we have.
Yeah, definitely. One final question about this election before we get to the stories. So, now you have a lot of questionable people feeling proud about their white supremacy or what they believe is white supremacy. Do you feel threatened by any of that at all? Like, are you worried?
I don't feel threatened by it necessarily personally because we live in California and I don't, where I live in West Hollywood, Beverly Hills, you don't see that type of stuff. I am fearful for a lot of my family members and other people that are across the country that are, gay, straight, minority, whatever. There's an overtone anywhere you go and the people that you talk to that they're depressed, they're afraid and things like that. And, I saw that interview that Trump did on 60 Minutes and, he still hasn't denounced like any of this stuff, the alt stuff. Like it's almost like speaking around it. Like I need to keep these guys, but I won't denounce them, but I'm just gonna kind of go around it and not take it head on like it should be and try to unite the country is what they are supposed to be.
He's not interested in uniting anyone.
I don't think so, but I'm honestly, I'm trying my hardest because, I did serve in the military and I understand that, our commander-in-chief-elect is, someone that I did not support. So I'm trying my hardest to, wake up and say, all right, let's give it a chance. But also at the same time, to be completely honest, I said, you know what? I got to make as much money as possible. I got to get over that tax hump, almost like that Dave Chappelle joke when he said on SNL. It's like, let me get over this tax bracket and see, if I'm going to reap any benefits or if there's going to be some other things that can come out of this. But I'm trying to look at it as a positive light, but I'm not there yet. But I'm trying to telling myself to get there. So that's why I walked in here screaming, telling everybody what's up.
Yeah, you came in with the best mood ever, and I'm like, I need to do whatever you're doing.
Yeah, I'm just trying. I ran 4 miles this morning though.
That'll get the endorphins going for sure. All right, so speaking of possible hate crimes, George Soros has pledged a whopping $10 million to fight hate crimes in the United States. Now, this was a response to the increased number of hate crimes following the election of Donald Trump. The FBI has reported last week that there was an increase of nearly 67% last year in hate crimes against Muslim Americans and an increase of 6% against all groups. So there was already an uptick, but the number kind of exploded after Donald Trump was elected. So between the election and Friday, the Southern Poverty Law Center received more than 700 reports of harassment and possible hate crimes. So George Soros sees all this and he realizes it's a problem. And so he's decided to spend a considerable amount of money to combat it. Soros's nonprofit, the Open Society Foundations, plans to spend at least $5 million in coming weeks to fund grants of as much as $150,000 to community groups and civil rights organizations to develop plans for combating the recent spate of hate crimes and to work with victims. Now, the rest of the money is going to go toward tracking and reporting these hate crimes, because even the FBI is saying that there are some inconsistencies. It's kind of a flawed system. And so George Soros wants to improve that. And I think it's important to do all this. I think it's important to protect people against possible hate crimes. We are seeing an uptick, and I do think it has something to do with the rhetoric of Trump and his campaign. But interestingly enough, George Soros is like, this is not a political statement. I'm not trying to make a political statement. Right. But it is a political statement, and that's okay.
Yeah, it is. I mean, could we say it's an underlining political statement? Yeah. It's definitely something. He's a Holocaust survivor himself.
Yes.
And so for his, for a lot of the Jews and other things, everyone's being oppressed right now. It's almost like going back to the rhetoric that Trump has been putting out there. All of these neo-Nazis, all of these, who want America to be pure white, again, the alt groups and everything else that we're seeing, they're coming out in droves now because they have that confidence now. So that's putting a lot of fear into the country. That's putting a lot of fear into people. And some of these smaller towns where people aren't protected, like, think about it. We've seen all these different stories on, this mayor from this small town of Virginia and this politician from this state and this one from this here saying this and that about, whether if they're saying about Michelle Obama or anything like that. I always have said, if someone has the audacity to speak of someone else in that tone or that way, could you imagine what they're doing when the cameras aren't on and there's no one else around?
Yeah, that's a great point. Wow, I never really thought about it that way, but it is scary to think that it could be worse than what the rhetoric portrays. Yeah. But another thing that I found really interesting about this is the demonization of George Soros. And so a lot of conservatives will attack their opponents by saying that they're funded by George Soros. We're accused of being funded by George Soros, which I think is hilarious because we kind of want to be, but we're not, right? So if we were, it's not like something we'd hide. We'd openly accept it and we'd be like, awesome, we got funding from George Soros. There's nothing wrong with that. But one of the criticisms that a lot of Republicans have is that George Soros is too influential with his money in our current modern day political system. But you also have the Koch brothers on the other side, which I would argue spend way more money in trying to manipulate our elections and manipulate our politicians. And they never complain about that. Now, understand, I don't want money in politics, period. I don't care if it's Democrats, I don't care if it's Republicans. I don't think money in politics should be part of our political system. But it's just funny to hear one side complain about something that they're benefiting from, and they're benefiting from it, in a big way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Money makes the world go round.
It does. Money makes the political system go round, I guess.
1,000%.
But go around in a very corrupt way.
And let's just, George Soros' passions have always been to help people and to help fund, the things that he's very passionate about. So if you had 10 to 15, 20 different people that wanted to do the same thing, what's the problem with that? The problem is you have someone who's extremely wealthy, more wealthy than a lot of others. So case in point, if Bill Gates or like Tim Cook or somebody like that was actually out here doing, funding whatever system that they want, because there's a lot of rhetoric right now of Silicon Valley wanting to create a whole new political party per se, or a new movement. And if you knew the billionaires that were a part of that, it's like Soros times 10, which is very incredible.
Is that the alt-left movement? I mean, I don't even want to say that because by the way, from this point forward, I'm no longer using alt-right. Like, I'm done using alt-right. Like, I want to call them what they are, and they're white nationalists, and that's it. Like, they're white supremacists. Yeah. I'm not going to allow them to use any kind of euphemism to describe themselves. So alt-right, it's like nails on a chalkboard at this point when I hear it.
Got it.
So, by the way, that's my position on it. That's not to say that the other hosts should do it or have to do it. It's just the way I feel. I think that we're making them seem like they're not as bad as they really are. They're garbage, and they should be treated as such. So, all right, moving on. A Donald Trump elector in Montana is under fire for some of the language that he used against the gay community 6 years ago. Now, Dennis Scranton had some pretty strong words about gay individuals and what he believes should happen to them. And so some of you might say, it was 6 years ago. Maybe he changed his mind. Well, no, he pretty much doubled down on what he had to say about gay people. So apparently he had commented on Facebook in 2010, it was a rant about same-sex marriage. And he said, I think fruits are decorative. Hang up where they can be seen and appreciated. Call Wyoming for display instructions. So he was specifically talking about Wyoming because he was referencing what happened to Matthew Shepard. And Matthew Shepard was tortured and killed because he was gay. And it's one of the most horrendous stories imaginable, and it's hard to even think or talk about it. But what happened to Matthew Shepard was so disgusting, and to know that anyone would think of that as a positive thing that happened, as an example of what should happen to other gay individuals moving forward, makes me so incredibly sad, right? Like the hate in this man's heart. Now, Dennis Scranton has not taken his remarks back. Okay, let's go to graphic 7. Here's what he had to say in response to all this. He says, don't forget, I'm 93 years old. I come from a different era. I hadn't heard of anyone being homosexual until I joined the Navy, and then I encountered them. We were raised with good morals. So let's just stop for a second. First of all, I don't care if you're 95, I don't care if you're 15. You should know that advocating for the torture and murder of humans or anyone or anything is not right, okay? So your cop-out of I'm 93 does not bode well with me. But the other part of this is we were raised with good morals. Because someone with good morals talks about torturing and murdering people. That's what good morals are. Yeah, fuck your morals. How about that? Piece of shit.
Again, we're living in a world where people are comfortable in their own skin. So I'm going to just tell you this. So that was 2010. So 52 years ago from now, the Civil Rights Act was signed. So you have to understand that this man was raised well before that was even a talk. He was raised during Jim Crow, during a lot of other things. If he was, I don't know his background. I don't know if he was raised in Montana, wherever. But definitely so if it was even there, because there's not even too many minorities or Native people that live up in that area. So when I see things like this, it's just like, oh, this is the old redneck that lives down 30 miles outside of Atlanta in Conyers, Georgia, who's been sitting here like the same time, and that's what he's been thinking. When he says we're raised with good morals, they were raised in a nice, probably Christian conservative household where their parents were saying that, hey, this is what God intended. If God did not intend this, then that is a dirty person and they're going to hell. And that's how people were taught. That's what people were told at a young age. They were told that they were better than people who look like me. That was the reason why they could walk in this bathroom that was clean and they didn't have to go into the colored bathroom, or that was the reason that they could sit in the nice restaurant and sit in the movie theaters without it having to go to the balcony where they never cleaned the floors and there was popcorn everywhere, but they could go to the nice places. So this is a person who lived in that. So now that's instilled in him. You're not going to change. Women say all the time, you never change a man as much as you try to. So how are you going to change something that's instilled in him from birth until his adulthood? He was already a grown man by the time change started coming into this country. So of course he's probably still, the way he's stuck in his own ways, and he's
I respect the fact that you understand his perspective. I'm not saying that you support it, obviously.
Oh no, I think
right?
we can hang his ass outside.
Yeah, no, but that's the thing. Like, I don't care how you've been conditioned,
Yeah.
right? I think that it's basic human dignity. It's basic human respect. It's understanding that regardless of how much you disagree with someone's lifestyle, you don't call for the torture and murder of anyone, right? There are so many people out there that I find deplorable. There are so many people out there that do and say things that I hate. That alt-right, look, I just fell into that trap. That white supremacist conference in DC included some of the most horrific people that I could not disagree with more. I would never call on the torture and murder of anyone there. I wouldn't, because that's not what a human wants. That's not what a moral person wants. You don't wish death upon anyone. So
It's not what a human or moral person is supposed to want.
True.
But
Exactly.
if there was a purge, no, let me stop.
All right, let's take our first break. When we come back, a little bit of news from the UK and the sentence that Thomas Mayer has been given for killing a politician that he disagreed with. So we'll be right back with that and more. Welcome back to TYT. Anna and Kenny with you. So, look, the tone of this show isn't really going to change. I wish that there were happier stories to report, but I guess there's a little bit of good news in that a white supremacist has been sentenced to life for murdering someone. So let's give you that story. White supremacist Thomas Mayer has been sentenced to prison for the rest of his life for murdering a Labour MP by the name of Joe Cox. This was a big story that, of course, made international headlines because of, the brutal way in which he killed Joe Cox. And for those of you who might have missed the story, Thomas Mayer was also found guilty of the grievous bodily harm of 77-year-old Bernard Kenny, who suffered serious injuries when he tried to intervene to save MP Joe Cox, as well as possession of an offensive weapon with intent and possession of a firearm with intent. So essentially what happened was Joe Cox was in favor of remaining in the EU. She did not want to leave the European Union. Thomas Mayer was obviously very much in favor of leaving the European Union. And since he's a white supremacist, I think it's safe to say, because of the racist reasons involved with Brexit, the fear-mongering that went on with Muslims. And so, during the trial, several witnesses heard Mayer shouting, "This is for Britain," and "Keep Britain independent" in surveillance. And he repeatedly shot and stabbed Joe Cox as she made her way to a constituency surgery near Leeds. So that was what happened. So he shot her multiple times and then stabbed her multiple times. The court heard that after Mayer fired the first shot, witnesses watched Cox try to crawl away as he reloaded his gun and shot her 2 more times. By the way, he didn't even, contest the charges. He didn't provide any evidence. He's going to be locked away for a long, long time. The reason why I'm bringing up this story is because there's a little bit of divide in the media right now about whether or not to do any coverage of the white supremacists here in the United States. Some journalists think that it's a distraction and that it's a fringe group and there's really no need to cover them. We should just ignore them and focus on other news stories.
Oh, like they're ignoring Dapple. Sorry.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. And I think that they're wrong. And the reason why I think they're wrong is because this goes beyond rhetoric, okay? In this case, it led to a murderous action. And we have to condemn, combat all of this rhetoric and behavior, right? I think it's an important news story to cover. Now, that's not to say it's the only thing you focus on. There are, of course, important news stories aside from this kind of stuff. But we're in a unique moment where the hatred is very transparent. And so you could choose to ignore it, as we have been for a very long time, or you can address it and find solutions for it.
Yeah. I mean, it's I get probably some of the other side is they don't want to bring too much attention to it and admit to what's really going on. And this is just around the world. They're everywhere. A lot of these groups, a lot of these sects are all connected. The internet connects them all, and the communication between them are incredible. I think this one is a little bit more isolated because he is super pro-Britain, and there are certain parts, like everyone wants to go to London and hang out in London. I go to London probably about 10 to 15 times a year. And if you get outside of like central London, it's completely different. It's a completely different countryside. There's a lot of different racism and things that go on, a lot of prejudice of, non-British, I guess, citizens that are there. But with the same of like, the group that we don't like to name anymore. When I say we, I mean the NNK team, but it's just really sad. I mean, it's almost like deflating. Like it's taking the air out of me to even talk about something like this. And to be honest, my first thought is why just give him life in prison? Why don't we give him 20 years and then we do what he did to, MP Joe Cox? But I know that's not right, but that's just the anger inside of me is like, yo, he reloaded his gun while she's crawling there. He's stabbing him. Someone tries to help. And this is another thing too, I get that, that's why we have police and you don't want to be heroes and stuff. I just, sometimes I wonder how many people were in there. Like if 5 or 6 people, I understand if he had a gun and no one's trained, so I get that. But I'm just thinking out loud. Like if he's reloading a gun, 3, 4 people jump on him.
Well, I mean,
I don't know who was in there, but
he caused bodily harm to that 77-year-old who tried to, save Joe Cox. And
easier said than done.
Yeah, it's easier said than done, and it's a scary
situation,
and it's all, just happening quickly. But I hear you. I mean, I think the part of this that scares me the most is that there are unhinged people out there, and we live in a country where now this people that support this type of behavior are more and more vocal, and it's in a country where they have unlimited access to weapons and firearms and things like that. And so could this happen in the United States? Absolutely. And that's why it's important to address it. That's why it's important as members of the media to be as transparent as possible about what's really happening, regardless of how dark the story is, regardless of how uncomfortable it makes us all feel. It's happening. It's not the majority of the population here in the United States. I don't even think that it's, a gigantic population. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it is. That's the thing. Back in 2009, the Department of Homeland Security decided to stop focusing on right-wing extremism in the United States, specifically because Republican lawmakers were pissed that the DHS was focusing on right-wing extremism. They're like, no. Right-wingers are totally fine. There's no problem with them whatsoever. You need to focus all of your resources on radical Islamic terrorism, right? And so what happened? Fast forward to 7 years later, and you're seeing this emergence of white supremacists in the country. You're seeing this emergence of hate crimes. And I think the government dropped the ball on this. I think that they caved to, right-wing pressure to ignore a very serious problem. And so I think the transparency is important. Now, I think the criticisms of normalizing this behavior are warranted, which is why I don't think we should use words like alt-right. I think we should call them what they are, and that is white supremacists, white nationalists. And we have to combat it. We have to find solutions for it, and more importantly, I think the Republican Party, some have been vocal in condemning it, but they need to be more vocal and they need to be part of the solution.
But there was a film back in the early 90s called Higher Learning, directed by John Singleton, and it was about blacks and whites clashing at a historically black college. And it's crazy because we're starting to see a lot of things in cinema and TV, like The Simpsons, and they had Trump running and all this stuff, starting to kind of come back around. And it's almost like a foreshadowing of life. And it's really crazy to see that in something like film and something that's made believe. And it kind of goes back to some of these people who start, a lot of these mass shootings and things, and they're like, well, how come we didn't see the signs? Well, a lot of it is suppressed, and people have mental issues that may not come to light until a trigger happens. And once that trigger happens, there's no way that you would have known that before. Because, we all say, oh, we just snapped or we just blacked out. And it can happen to us. We're human. but there are certain people that are unstable, and then they're just one moment away. And you kind of joke around, but people used to get on planes and look for Muslims with the headdressing and things on. I would look for like the quiet people getting on the plane with the hoods on and just like looking scruffy, just dirty, like they were just mad at life. That's what I would pay attention to. Because for me, I'm like, well, that's gonna be the first one that's gonna pop off before anyone else does.
Yeah.
So it's just my point in just saying all this is that it's not gonna go away, and you can denounce it all day long. I feel like the reason why they don't want to do that is just you don't want to anger them. Like, is that a trigger for them? Is this a way to saying like, oh, they don't exist, and then they want to do something to show that they do exist?
Yeah,
or,
I don't know. I mean, it seems like anything could trigger them, but I do know that you can't solve a problem unless you address it.
Exactly.
You don't solve a problem by ignoring it.
Exactly.
So, all right.
You
moving.
know how Anna runs her household.
Oh, I address things right away. Right away. Things are good though. Things are good. I can't say that. I don't know why I got into a conversation about my home life, but things are good. All right, guys, let's move on to some completely different news. I'm ready for it. Facebook has agreed to craft or build a censorship tool in order to appease the Chinese government. Now, understand that this tool hasn't been utilized yet. This is just a proposal, and we'll see if it even does anything to convince the authorities in China and the government in China to agree to lifting their ban on Facebook. But essentially, according to Reuters, Facebook would offer the software to enable a third party to monitor popular stories and topics that gain visibility as users share them across the network. The third party partner would have full control to decide whether those posts should show up in users' feeds. So essentially, the Chinese government likes to control any and all messaging that goes to its people. At the same time, Facebook, which claims that it's against censorship, realizes that China has or is a gigantic market. There are a lot of internet users in China to work with. And so as a result, it seems like they're willing to kind of cave to some of the censorship that authorities in China want. And they're saying, we're not gonna stop people or censor what people can post, but a third party with this software development would be able to come in and decide what would show up on people's feeds. Essentially censorship. China, which has the world's largest population of internet users, banned the website following the Urumqi riots in July 2009 in an effort to stem the flow of information about ethnic unrest, which left 140 people dead. So again, social media can be used for a lot of good things, like mobilizing people for political movements or sending important information to individuals that they might, not get through mainstream media. Perfect example that I like to use in the context of the United States was the filibuster that Wendy Davis did in Texas when Texas was trying to pass restrictive abortion laws. She did this epic filibuster. No one in the mainstream media was covering it, so people turned to Twitter in order to get information about it, to get reporting on it. So social media is incredibly important, and governments that are authoritarian realize that, and they want to do what they can to hinder it.
Yeah, I mean, with this, when the first thing, just even reading this headline, not even reading the whole article, it just tells me that obviously they want to expand their growth for one, but for two, there's so much more money that can be made by opening into the world's second largest economy. There's a lot of tools that celebrities use and influencers and entertainers use to monetize Facebook with the pay-per-click. Well, with a lot of the pay-per-click stuff. So, I mean, imagine expanding that times, 1 billion people. And there's
a big deal.
A lot of money that would be, exchanged because of that and made because of that. And then it, like I said, it just opens up to so many other, clients and partnerships and things like that. So I don't have a problem with it. I feel like even now they've already started. They won't call it censorship, but
it's
I can say that I know for a fact that I know even now in the U.S. there are certain. Well, what they're trying to do is they're saying that they're spamming. So there are certain companies that will, a celebrity may endorse or may have a piece of, or they may pay them to post articles on their page. So remember They were talking about all the fake articles that were
Yes.
helping Trump and things like that. So there are the fake articles, there are real articles, and there are things like that. But there are certain companies that may just spam and just put the same URLs on. So now you have to change the URLs to match it, because if Facebook sees it being spammed, they'll start censoring that from your timeline
Yes.
and your followers for said celebrity and things like that. So they've been doing it. It's just they're staying away from that censorship word.
Yeah, of course they are. Of course they are. But understand, business interests always trump, I guess, the best interests of people, of the rights of people. And so, look, in China, obviously, their rights are very different from the rights that we enjoy here in the United States, at least the rights we enjoy here in the United States at the moment. But again, when it comes to money, when it comes to business interests, that's always going to be more important to any given corporation or any given company than the freedoms of individuals.
Right.
Yep. All right, moving on to other news. We all know that going to college in the United States is extremely pricey. NYU happens to be one of the most priciest universities you can go to. So as a result, administrators at NYU are coming up with a new pilot program, they're testing it out, that would allow incoming students to dorm with senior citizens in senior citizen housing facilities. And it would essentially cut the costs of housing for people going to NYU. Now, Ellen Schall, who is the chair of NYU's Affordability Steering Committee, says that the university, which has a staggering annual price tag of $65,000 a year, is trying to become more affordable to as many students as possible. So apparently the Post had done a review of the priciest colleges, and they found that NYU is ranked the number 3 most expensive college in 2015. So they want to do something about that. They don't want to lose potential talented students. And so they're like, okay, maybe we can find a solution where you would pay half the money that other students pay to dorm with, elderly people, right. And you would essentially do like community service by helping them out. You'd volunteer at the facilities, and you would pay a lot less money to dorm there.
This is one of those where you're like, any college student, would they want to live with a senior citizen? Like, think about it. When you were in college, everything that you were doing, trying to sneak your boyfriend in, is it like living with your grandparents? Or
yeah, it is. It is living.
How does that,
It's even more. Look. It's a little more awkward than that, I guess, because you're not just living with your grandparents, you're living with strangers that are elderly, which, by the way, I have a huge soft spot in my heart for elderly people. And I think it's a great idea to find a way to get young people to help them, to volunteer with them, because a lot of them are lonely, and it breaks my heart. So I love this idea. But other colleges are trying something that I think is a lot smarter. So other colleges allow them to volunteer, and then the college will lower the price of housing if they do it. So it's 20 hours a week. If you do the volunteering, they'll lower the price. I think that's a little better. But I don't know. I don't know how this is going to work out. All I know is they're going to try it and see what happens. Just to give you an idea of how much it costs to live on campus, undergraduate students who choose to live on campus after freshman year pay anywhere from $10,454 for a shared studio bedroom, which is fucking unbelievable, to $21,112 for a private room in a suite.
So $65,000 just for me to go to a class that I'm not going to want to even
that's
sit in.
That's like tuition and fees, by the way. That's not even like
that's not
dorming.
Even your books and everything else, plus your room and board. So we're talking, close to what, $85,000-$90,000 a year.
Easy. You know what they should maybe.
I take my chances in the real world just working.
Definitely. I mean, look, I think college is important, and statistics show that you have way more earning potential if you have a college degree. Let's keep it real, right? That's not true for everyone. There are entrepreneurs out there who
in different fields that you can do.
That dropped out of college or didn't go to college, and they're doing fine. But that's a very, very small population of people. Nonetheless, if NYU is serious about helping students afford college, sure, focusing on housing is one way you can do it, but focusing on your insanely expensive tuition, I would argue, is a better way to do it. So a lot of people debate about why the cost of college is so expensive. A lot of conservatives hate federal loans. They'll blame it on that. Yeah. But one of the biggest problems that you're seeing on college campuses is this, like, it's almost like an arms race that they have with one another. They want to attract the best and the brightest, and the way that they do that is with shiny new buildings. And so, look, I don't know how much of that is impacting NYU's cost, but I do know that colleges throughout the country just keep building and building and improving, and they don't even really need to do that. They're just thinking, okay, well, I'm in competition with all these other colleges, and so we're going to spend more and more money to build. And who pays for that? It's the students.
I mean, dorm rooms should be, I hope I'm not offending anybody, but dorm rooms should be like the projects. You should get a toilet, a shower, and a raggedy elevator going up and down, and that's about it. That's all you need. That's all you need. But some of these schools, like, what am I? This is better than any apartment that they'll probably have after they graduate, at least 5-6 years into it.
I don't even know. I mean, it's a shared studio. Studio. I know it's
in New York City, so it's like,
It's a shared studio.
It's their studio is the size of this table.
A studio does not have a bedroom. It's a room.
Yeah.
It's one room that you share.
With a nice little
with other
divider
people
in the middle.
It's fucking insane. That is a lot of money for a studio.
I don't know. It's not even worth going to a school like that, especially, in today's time. Like,
I think that's
a lot
why
of kids that graduate
this.
from college because it's so oversaturated and there's not a lot of jobs right now, or the job rate is what it is in different industries. But unless you're like a creative person or trying to start your own business or start up something like that, like I just don't see what the point is of going to a school like this, putting yourself in. I mean, you're talking
it's an
over
investment.
$300-something thousand almost in debt that you're going to be living with once you graduate.
And that's assuming that you
don't have
any scholarship or financial aids. Or financial aid. A lot of students do. A lot of students don't pay that full amount.
Right.
But I think that
$250,000.
Yeah, I think it's important for students to think of higher education as an investment. And so you have to really, and it's hard because these are 18-year-olds. Yeah. They're young, and a lot of them don't know what they're doing, and their high school counselors don't walk them through all of this stuff. And so they think what I thought, what a lot of incoming freshmen think. Who cares what I'm going to spend, right? I'm going to end up being a millionaire once I graduate. But no, you're not. You have to look at what your earning potential is going to be with the major that you've chosen. Yeah. Is this pricey school a good investment given what you want to do? One example, I think, is people who want to be social workers and they go to school in Los Angeles. It drives me nuts when people tell me they want to be social workers and they go to USC. Do not go to USC because you want to get your MSW. That is a disastrous idea, right? You're never going to make that money back. Social workers don't get paid much. I wish they did. I think they're incredibly important, right. But they don't get paid much. And so go to a state school. Please don't take out gigantic loans for a career that unfortunately is not going to make you rich. That's what's happening in the country. Okay. Let's take one more break, and when we come back, one final story for you, and then happy Thanksgiving.
And we'll talk about what Anna's cooking for Thanksgiving tomorrow.
Yes. All right, we'll be right back.
I'm kidding.
Welcome back to TYT. So I don't even know who it is because you read me the tweet. I'm never on Twitter. But someone was like, oh, Anna's got a soft spot for elderly people, except for the elderly people that watch Fox News and you're waiting for them to die off. So let me be clear about something. Yeah, I have a soft spot for elderly people, like those who are kind-hearted, who feel like they're alone. Yeah, of course I have do I have a soft spot for people like that Montana piece of shit who's 93 and who talks about torturing and murdering gay people? No, don't have a soft spot for him. It's amazing when people can't differentiate shit, when I have to come back and explain it to you. Yeah. But since you're needing that kind of help, let me explain it to you. Anyone who's hateful, I don't have a soft spot for them. Anyone who watches Fox News and thinks that it's okay to discriminate, I don't have a soft spot for them. Not at all. Are there older people who watch Fox News that aren't hateful? Absolutely. But I'm specifically talking about a specific group of people that are prejudiced, that are racist, that want to go back to the good old days where people had no rights, including women such as myself. No soft spot for them. None at all.
None at all.
Okay?
We're not saying the Montana guy should go, jump in a river without a raft.
If he wants to,
go
that's
ahead.
on him.
You
But
know,
I'm just
with his
saying,
feet
like,
tied.
I don't have a soft spot in my heart for him. But I do have a soft spot for elderly people in general, as long as they're not bad people. So. Don't read me tweets. I fucking hate Twitter. He brings like, look, I gotta read this to you. I'm like, please don't, because it makes me want to go into a rage. All right, so let's move on.
Remember the trigger I was talking about, people?
That's a trigger.
Hers is Twitter.
That's a trigger. No, it's not even like criticizing me is fine, right? For me, the trigger is stupidity, right? Like being willfully stupid. And not being able to differentiate things when it's so clear. It's like the clearest thing in the world.
Right.
And it's like, oh, I'm gonna pretend like I don't get it, when you probably do get it. Like, that triggers me.
I think they just want attention from you. I mean,
they got it, and I'm glad I don't know what the person's handle is.
You're the queen of TYT. Of course they want attention from the queen.
I kind of like that title, by the way. I don't know one's ever called me that.
See, I just turned it upside down. Turn that frown upside down.
All right, this is the final story. Final segment, and I had one final story to talk about, but it has to do with corporal punishment, and I'm fucking done, okay? I'm done. Thanksgiving is tomorrow, and so instead, let's have a quick, fun conversation about our Thanksgiving
I was going to tell you how my dad used to come to school and whip my ass.
You can still talk about that if you want.
So what are you cooking tomorrow? This is our first Thanksgiving as a husband and wife here, so what are we cooking?
So normally adults, especially adults who are already in their 30s, should host at least one Thanksgiving by now, but I haven't because I live in a tiny apartment, so I never host I never host anything.
Okay.
It's really uncomfortable in my place, but my mom's having Thanksgiving at her place, so I will be there along with my husband, and I'm gonna help her cook. So
that's nice.
I'm making my favorite cake that my mom taught me to make. It's called roulette. And it's, I think it's a Russian cake. I'm not entirely sure. And then I'm also making Cuban pastries, kale salad, because that's probably the only healthy thing that's going to be on the table.
Kale salad on Thanksgiving.
Yeah, and then there was one other thing, but I'm forgetting at the moment. I'm going to be cooking a lot tonight, like prepping and stuff.
Yeah, well, you have to. No, I'm having my first Thanksgiving on the West Coast with my girlfriend and I. We're going to Las Vegas to a friend of hers, a Friendsgiving, first one. And normally I like to go back to the South and get my traditional collard greens and macaroni and cheese and dressing and everything.
That's also what I'm making, macaroni
Sweet potato pie. I don't want that pumpkin pie bullshit. Like, please just get that away from me. So I'm just kind of nervous on how the food's going to be prepared and how good it's going to be. Because I had a conversation with my father and I said, I've been cooking since I was 10 years old. So one thing I can do is throw down in the kitchen. I'm not one of those guys that just grills out people, just understand that. So I was like, can I just go in this girl's house and just like, hey, let me take it over?
Yeah.
And everyone's telling me that that's disrespectful. So I said, okay, let me sit back. I got all the alcohol. I got a case full in my car.
Wait. What's disrespectful?
To go in someone else's kitchen and just, assume that their food's not going to be good. So you want to cook the food the way you want it to be cooked.
I see. Okay.
Yeah. So it wasn't me helping. It was like, nah, everybody get out. I got it. So I'm trying to be respectful and be nice. So I got, all my edibles and my alcohol to just not even worry about it.
Nice.
Yep.
Yeah, Thanksgiving's my favorite. I hope everyone has an awesome time.
Yes.
And I'm sure awkward conversations will happen. There's a lot of
a lot of stuff going on and the reasons why we even celebrate Thanksgiving and what's going on in this country and this world. But I just encourage everybody, and yourself included, to just disconnect and just find what makes you happy. Like, find that happy spot and that happiness within you. Even the people who may be like, yo, get this big head dude off my TV or my computer. But just,
learn the art of pivoting.
Yeah, find the happiness.
Which was a hard lesson for me to learn this year. And so, I all of a sudden am in this world of very different political opinions from my own. Getting married, you're kind of exposed to that sometimes. And so I realized, there is no value in debating politics with some family members, especially those who are set in their ways. Right. And so I've learned the art of pivoting. And what I do is I hear their statement or their perspective, and I'll say, that's an interesting way of looking at things. So how's that, sweet potato pie?
keep going.
Art of pivoting, okay?
Pivoting.
It'll
Like
save
it.
you a lot of heartache. Just do it.
Or just drink, watch football.
I don't drinking. There'll be some
Have a
different
beer.
reactions from me. I'll
Well,
be
yeah,
like, let me
actually,
tell you what I
kinda
think.
will.
Anyway, all right,
Everybody drink banana.
all right, guys, have a happy Thanksgiving. Thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed the show. If you're a member, stick around. There will be a post-game show for you, and for everyone else, we'll see you soon. Bye-bye.
Welcome everyone. Today we are at YouTube's New York facility. Sean King is joining me, so long-time activist, writer for the New York Daily News, avid Black Lives Matter supporter and activist as well. So, Sean, thank you for joining me. It's a pleasure to have you here. I think it's a necessary time that we have this conversation. I've been looking to talk to you for a while. As you know, the work we do at the Young Turks is very in line with what you've been doing as well, and I think that it's great that we can come together and talk about things at such a transitional period in this country. So the dust is settled. We have a new presidential elect in Donald Trump. And I guess just to kick things off, I want to get to so much. I don't want to take your time all day.
Yeah, let's talk, man.
But
Let's talk.
I want to get to the first thing is you've been very vocal with your supporters and the American citizens about what this means, and I know, following you on Twitter, there's so many examples where people are expressing their fear Donald Trump's presidency and what this might mean for them. If you were just to address those people straight away, like just talk to, perhaps it's a black kid who's petrified about his future and the way he's going to be treated, or a Muslim American who is scared that Donald Trump's ban on Muslims might be upheld and these things might happen. Like, how do you address those fears? What would you say to those people that are scared of a Donald Trump presidency?
You know, so much is going through my mind. When we scheduled this, I thought we were going to be having a conversation about how do we hold Hillary Clinton accountable. And even that's what a lot of us were talking about was, hey, we've tried our best to stop Donald Trump. I expected Hillary Clinton to win. I thought there was a possibility that Trump could win, but I thought we were going to immediately pivot to how do we hold Hillary Clinton accountable for the things, for the promises she's made, for the statements that she's made. And I heard Jink and others say the same thing. It's like, hey, when she's elected, we're going to hold her accountable. Mm-hmm. And so very few people, I mean, almost no activists, media companies, organizations really had a plan for what to do in the event that Donald Trump won. Mm-hmm. And so all of the energy, activism, and most of the coverage was, let's stop him. But very few of us thought about what are those conversations that we're going to have? What are the plans that we have to make? I'm reluctant to say that I am afraid, but that's just what I was taught. Like, I was brought up to be fearless and to not say it. I'm deeply concerned. I'm concerned for those young children. I'm concerned for recent immigrants, for Latinos in this country. I'm concerned for women. And people all across the country are already experiencing some of the fallout because Donald Trump's supporters feel emboldened and empowered. And I think what I'm focusing on, though, is the reality that in a little more than 2 months, he will be president. And right now, while we talk, he has a team that he's built, and they're strategizing for how they're going to hit hard the moment he is inaugurated. Yeah. And so I think those fears are valid. And a lot of us, even I have 5 children, and a lot of us over the past few months have talked to our kids, and I've heard it. Our words have been, don't worry, he won't win. And that's kind of been the message, and that's why a lot of parents struggled when they woke up the next morning, because millions of us, our message to our children wasn't, we will protect you, it was, don't worry, he's not going to be president. Yeah. And so here we are having to eat those words and then make real decisions about what we do to stop him in power. Yeah. And the problem is he controls all 3 branches of government. Yeah. And he has his own version of a mandate. Yeah. And they're going to hit the ground running on January the 20th. And anybody who's saying let's wait and see what he's going to do is deeply misunderstanding what he stands for and misunderstanding the team he's building. So I think he is going to take steps to make life harder for Muslims in America. He is going to take steps to make life harder for immigrants in this country and for so many other people groups. And so we have to then immediately say, how do we counteract that? What are the conversations we have? What are the plans we make? And I think we were so unprepared for this possibility that people are just now, a few days later, beginning to shake off being shell-shocked and starting to say, what do we do?
Yeah.
And that's where we are now.
I think that it's very reminiscent to what I experienced on both sides of the pond. I think we talked about it briefly.
Yeah,
like when you see the same thing happen, young voters strongly opposing Brexit, but assuming that the older generation who's wiser and are going to take care of things will handle it, and that their voice isn't as necessary to the fight. When you couldn't be more wrong. If I'm addressing a young voter out there that's thinking about it, you got to be involved. You got to understand that you cannot rest on your laurels. That's exactly what happened with Brexit. And despite, yes, the popular vote was won by Hillary Clinton, Donald Trump is the president. And you got to understand that your voice is necessary to this, not just to add to conversations and to try and push forward the policy that you would like to see upheld and protest and really get your message across, but to help educate. Like, everyone has a job. Everyone that, in my opinion, that has stood against what Donald Trump stands for has a job to educate the youth in moving forward. So that's kind of what I wanted to get into the next point. I will get onto a conversation about how do we hold Donald Trump accountable for things, but you've experienced, as you mentioned on your Twitter, like so many young kids are going into school the day, 2 days, 3 days after Donald Trump's presidency and experiencing immediate hate. The examples they're petrifying. Like some of them are clear. They're examples where kids are voicing that they've been touched inappropriately by other kids who are claiming that the president's doing it, so I can do it. So,
and in a lot of ways, those kids who are doing these awful things, like they're some boys grabbed a 10-year-old girl's genitals and said, you know, Donald Trump does it, and that's true.
Yeah,
he said he does it, and so we have a long history of people modeling the behavior of the president.
Yeah.
And so for the first time in a long time, we have children who can say something like that and be right, and they are modeling the behavior of their incoming president, who was also never held accountable for those actions.
Yeah.
So a lot of these kids are going to be in trouble for their actions and mimicking Donald Trump, but parents and teachers and administrators over these past few days have been overwhelmed, and they were also unprepared. Very few schools had an action plan in place for how would kids behave one way or the other. And what they found was, just today I posted a story about kids in a school who white kids in a school who locked arms and would not let Latino kids into the school, or would not let them into their lockers, would not let them into class. Kids literally who were students who were walking down high school hallways holding Trump signs chanting white power. And I keep seeing people say that didn't happen, but we've posted videos, we posted photos. The schools have confirmed that these things happened. We at a middle school in Indiana, the students, dozens of white students in the cafeteria were chanting, "Build the wall, build the wall." And you could see the life drain out of the Latino students in that cafeteria, to drain out of their face. And so that this is our reality in America, it infuriates me. And part of what I've tried to do is expose it, to show that this is what a Donald Trump presidency is bringing into our country. And that's what many of us said would happen. And he empowers the worst thoughts, the worst sentiments in our country. He empowers people to embrace bigotry, misogyny, racism, xenophobia, and we're seeing that. There was a young woman at a Walmart, and literally a young Muslim woman and a man came up and ripped her hijab off. And I saw several instances of that happening. And they openly say it's that they're Donald Trump supporters. We're not. These weren't instances that happened, and we're now imposing that on them.
Yeah.
These people say that they're doing it because of Trump, and he's refused to address it, and we expected that as well because he's keenly aware that this is his base. These are the people who voted for him, who fueled his candidacy. So you and I talked about earlier, he's been very careful not to offend or correct the people who are doing this, including, white supremacists and white nationalists and others. He's walked a very fine line of knowing that is his base of support, and he has continued to say nothing about these instances.
Well, that's the point we were kind of touching on there, is that he's almost, in his acceptance speech, in a Donald Trump fashion, he was almost more inclusive than what we've ever seen him, talking about how he needs to address the forgotten people of the United States and how we need to look at how we uphold the values of every citizen. And then you have white supremacists and world-renowned scumbags like David Duke come out and apologize on the behalf of Donald Trump because he thinks that being inclusive was insulting to the people that he was looking to try and get their vote. And he's like, oh, he doesn't mean it, he's just saying this to make nice, basically. That was his words. And that's what really gets my blood boiling, because I'm not a fool. I don't think every Donald Trump supporter is a racist. I don't think every Donald Trump supporter is a xenophobe or anything else. But what you now get is these people look into Donald Trump's presidency as validation that their values, what they uphold, is right. And anything that they can do now has got that support mechanism because Donald Trump is a president. So this is the next question I wanted to ask, is how do we get, in a way, the message across that Donald Trump, in a way, has to condone these acts in a way that, has to condemn these acts so that people understand that it's not going to be okay moving forward in this country? Because we talked about it again, there's rumors that there's going to be a KKK rally, supported rally in December. You just don't even want to fathom that because it doesn't sound like it's 2016. But do we need Donald Trump to come out? Is that the only way something like this stops if he comes out?
I don't think he will. I don't think, he may occasionally drop small hints that he's not responsible, but I don't think we're going to see Donald Trump come out and boldly condemn these things that we're seeing. And he's not going to enforce any type of policy against it. That's just not his way. I mean, we've seen a lot of horrible things happen over the past 18 months, and he said next to nothing about those things. And so, as he moves,
he's encouraged it even.
Yeah. So no, I don't. I see people already asking Donald Trump to condemn these things, and while that might be slightly better than nothing, I think it's a waste of time. I mean, if he felt compelled to condemn them, he would, and I don't think he does. I don't think he cares.
Yeah.
And he does not have a demonstrated, we're talking about a 70-year-old man.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a demonstrated history of caring about hate crimes or racism or bigotry or xenophobia. That's not who he is. And so his team, they're thinking about how they can put in place some really radical policies to change the country. He just appointed this new man to his transition team who was Secretary of State in Kansas.
Yeah.
And even in his comments today, he was saying how the Donald Trump administration is going to be 180 degrees different than the Obama administration on policies, on tone, and I think we're going to see it. And so you're not going to see a man who is planning on cracking down on the very people who now feel harmed. You're not going to see him offer real olive branches. So like last night, for instance, Donald Trump made a harsh statement about protesters. And then a few hours later, he made a weird tweet about how he was glad they were there. And so what you see is Donald Trump say what he really means, and then somebody says, hey, you shouldn't have said that.
Yeah.
And then he offers something, kind of a kind gesture.
Yeah.
And so I don't believe him. Even with his acceptance speech, I didn't I didn't take his word for it that he's going to try to be president of everybody. And, you know, I sympathize with people who are saying he's not my president. You know, obviously that's not how a democracy works, that you don't have to accept him as your president for him to be the president. And so he's going to be inaugurated. He's going to be the president. But I understand those folk. Like, I look at him and think, he's not my president.
Yeah.
And so a lot of people, including President Obama and Hillary Clinton and others, have been critical of people saying, hey, he's not my president. But I get it. I mean, you look at him and see his policies, his character, and see what he's encouraged, and it makes me want to fully reject him.
Yeah.
And so when people chant, not my president, I get it.
Yeah.
And yet and still, I'm aware that it doesn't require our acceptance for him to be inaugurated. It's going to happen.
Yeah.
And so,
absolutely.
yeah, here we are.
And so there's a lot of points that I've taken from this that really hit home. Is like a lot of the time people were using Hillary Clinton as a means to justify Donald Trump's presidency because she wasn't the ideal candidate. And but then I just looked at it from more of a personal level and the youth and who these people that are going to be coming into this generation and looking to try and shape our future. And we drive these messages home to them at an early age that don't bully, don't pick on people, don't judge anyone by their skin color, don't treat women any differently. If I'm talking about a man, don't treat men any differently. And you just have a president that disregards any of those notions and is now in the most prestigious position that anyone can be in the world, literally in charge of the last superpower. So what are the steps that we can take on that level to try and encourage these young kids moving forward to understand that there is a different way, that we need to understand different cultures? Is it as much as that we really need to start shaping the way we teach kids about the history of our country from such an early age? From what I understand, the first thing I did when I came to this country was I took classes in Native American Studies, and I took classes on Black history because I was just so engrossed and I wanted to understand these past cultures. And I didn't get that chance when I was in the United Kingdom. I didn't learn enough about the history that made different perceptions kind of come to fruition. And I feel that that's such a major problem in this country, that people don't understand different cultures because they're not taught it. Like you mentioned it yourself, like how many of these Trump supporters that are in areas where they claim that immigration is going to come and cause a problem in their lives probably have never even ran into an immigrant, probably have rarely had a conversation with a Hispanic or a Black person. So their views, they don't really care about it that much. They just are validated by a president coming out and saying these things that they want to hear.
Yeah.
So is there plans that we can put in place to help bridge that gap at such an early age and start to get kids as informed about different cultures as soon as possible?
Well, that's a great question. And I think Donald, we have to understand that in a couple months, Donald Trump's picture is going to be on the walls of every school in America. And it's going to be on the walls of every government building. That's where the American president is. And like even when I heard the press secretary, the White House press secretary call him President Trump, or when I saw the press conference where Trump and Obama were sitting just like we are right now, it was heartbreaking to see President Obama sitting next to a man who had insulted him, insulted his very humanity, his identity, questioned his legitimacy as a president, as a citizen. To see the president sitting next to him, it's a great teachable moment for people who want to teach the full truth about American history. That sometimes we have amazing people with great character who are presidents, and sometimes we've had presidents who own human beings while they're president. And that, Donald Trump, I put in that category of somebody who has a demonstrated history of bad character, who is still elected to the highest office. And so a lot of the way we teach American history is dishonest. And, it's a brutal history. It's often a violent history. And Donald Trump gives us an opportunity to teach children, and I have 5 kids from age 4 to 17, and we kind of have, my wife and I, and my wife's a school teacher, we have like a sliding scale of how much we teach our kids. So our 4-year-old does not even know Donald Trump exists. And she does
Lucky
not.
her.
Yeah, right. Yeah, she lives in this wonderful bubble where she does not know about bigotry or xenophobia or racism. She does not, I mean, all she knows is that she is loved and valued, and that's what we want. And then it slides up. Our 7-year-old knows a little, and our 10-year-old knows more, and then our teenage girls pretty much know it all.
Yeah.
And we try to educate them on the truthful, often violent, problematic history of this country and of the world. But what I'm encouraging I'm excited when I see young people protesting. All across this country, high school students, the day after Trump was elected, walked out to say, this is not who we would have chosen. They weren't even of voting age.
Yeah.
And they just said, we are, and this happened, in the UK as well, just say hey, we are angry that you all voted this person in as our president. Even here in New York and around the world, protests have been happening every day.
Yeah.
So that's one step, but we have to think, what are the other steps that we take to stop him, to stop his policies, and those are very difficult questions.
Yeah, I think that's a great transition to really get into something that, let's be honest, man, I'm as progressive as they come, but blame has to be directed towards the Democrats as well.
Absolutely.
And I think that as much as I've been a huge fan of Barack Obama as well, we've had a black president in charge now 2 terms, and I still think there's a lot of more issues that I would have preferred him address, especially in the last year or so. I think that the first thing to talk about is the Dakota pipeline is something that I think he should have been addressing. It's a clear issue that we've covered extensively on the Young Turks. Jordan's did some fantastic reporting being up there. I think that these are the small issues that we talked about, that on a broader scale, when you have a black president in the White House, I don't think that symbolizes the progression that we think it symbolizes. I think it symbolizes that we've got someone of color in the White House, so that's great.
And we have to understand that 63% of white folk in America voted against him in 2012.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like all of America chose him anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, both of those elections were close to 50-50 each time.
Yeah.
And so it wasn't like it was a progression. It was an evolution. It was an evolution. But I think we imposed a lot of our hopes and dreams on him when he never quite said he was going to be all that we wanted him to be in the first place. And so a lot of us are deeply disappointed, but some of that disappointment comes from we made some assumptions about him that as a politician that he was going to be an aggressive liberal, a pronounced progressive. And we've learned that's not quite his style.
Yeah.
It's not that he doesn't care. I believe he does. But the things that progressives are often unified around, we often have struggled to find an ally in him.
Yeah.
And part of his style is always, and I get it, and a lot of people say, well, when you become president, it moderates you. And you and I wouldn't know because we're not president.
Yeah.
But he always speaks to both sides of every issue, when sometimes there is a right and there's a wrong. And sometimes it's like, hey, if a police officer does something horrible, come out and say it's horrible. You're not required to also say, but most officers are great. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about police brutality. And so with the Dakota Access Pipeline and so many other issues, the Democratic Party, what we found was that it was never the Democratic Party who really cared about those, be it the fight for 15 and this fight for minimum wage. Yeah. A huge movement all over the country that had very little to do with Hillary Clinton or the Democratic Party. The Dakota Access Pipeline, it has thousands, maybe millions of young people see that. Every college I speak at, if I even mention it, it gets almost a standing ovation.
Yeah.
Because people are just glad that someone knows. You have all of these issues that irritated, hurt, and bothered young people and progressives, and Hillary Clinton, no one was ever convinced that she cared about those things. Whereas Donald Trump very masterfully found the pain points that bothered the voting base that he was trying to appeal to, and consistently fabricated this narrative to convince them that he cared.
Yeah.
That he cared about jobs in poor communities. He has no demonstrated history of caring about that. That he cared about goods being manufactured in the United States, when he has a demonstrated history of making all of his products somewhere else. But he said the right things, and people believed him. Hillary Clinton, not only did people struggle to believe her, she rarely even said the right things about the Dakota Access Pipeline, about Black Lives Matter, about the fight for 15, and 10 other issues that we could talk about. And so she could have excited, and the Democratic Party could have excited the base in ways that I just don't even think she or the party was capable of doing. And so that's why a lot of us have transitioned to say, we need to fire all of them. They lost maybe the most important election in our lives. They now lost control of the Senate. The House they created a bigger lead in the House, and we now have Donald Trump as our president. And there were so many missed opportunities. And it was the first time in my lifetime where young people chose one candidate, Bernie Sanders, sometimes 8-1, 9-1, and the Democratic establishment said, nah, we don't want him. That's never happened before. Yeah. So young people chose Barack Obama, you know, and if you go back to almost every election, when a Democrat has won, it was the Democrat that young people preferred.
Yeah.
And even though young people fueled Bernie's movement, older voters ruined that. Yeah. And so when she won, Democrats did not know how to bridge that gap.
Yeah.
And that's partly responsible for her loss.
Well, when you look at it, it's one thing if that older generation prefers a certain candidate, because everyone's got the right to their opinion, but it's another thing when the committee that you're entrusting that they give you a fair and just election is against a candidate that has been driving a message that he stood by since the very moment that he got into politics. Rarely flirted with his opinions, really stood for civil rights, for trying to push forward. He was with her before anyone else was really with her. He was pushing those same rights towards equal rights for women from an early age. So he ticked all the boxes for the young candidates. And we could make our peace if we were just outvoted. But it wasn't that case. The people like Donna Brazile in the DNC, you have the Podesta emails which have stated that there was just an agenda towards Bernie Sanders that we will never forgive. And to the point where, as you were mentioning and alluding to, Democrats, progressives, liberals, some of them are blaming Trump voters, which I understand. Some of them are blaming no voters, which again I understand. Some of them are even blaming third-party voters, which if you look into the stats, it wouldn't have adjusted.
Yeah, that doesn't hold water.
It doesn't hold water. The people you should be blaming is the DNC. Yeah. And that's only where my frustration lay 2 nights ago. That's only where my frustration was. Sure. It wasn't directed towards anyone else. And I do want to get to a couple of questions on the Trump supporters that are coming out, and they're facing some adversity. People are coming and calling them racist and xenophobes, and they never voted for any of that. They don't uphold those values. And I want to get across what we would say to those people.
Yeah, because I mean, you and I may disagree on that point, but you know, like I fully hold the DNC responsible. I think those who voted for Trump, for me, are primarily responsible. Like when you vote for a candidate, he won because he won the Electoral College, but the DNC failed on 10 different levels, and we forget already that Debbie Wasserman Schultz resigned in disgrace. Yeah. When before these Podesta emails were released, other emails were released showing them making insulting comments about Bernie Sanders. Yeah. That 3 top executives at the DNC were also fired for the very same thing, that they were going back and forth insulting Bernie during the Democratic primary. And all of us saw that it was, and we saw it for months and months, that it was skewed toward her winning. Mm-hmm. And then when they replaced Debbie Wasserman Schultz and those others with Donna Brazile, even people in Bernie's campaign said they felt good about it. Mm-hmm. And only for us to find out that Donna Brazile was not once but on multiple occasions feeding Hillary's campaign questions from the debates, just terribly unethical, which shows that she was also biased, as Debbie Wasserman Schultz and others. It's not that she's not a good person. It's not that she doesn't have a good history, but that the campaign, and we've said it, it was rigged toward her winning. And also with superdelegates.
Yeah.
Before the damn campaign even began, she already had almost 350 superdelegates committed to her.
Yeah.
And so it was almost impossible for Bernie to win because of the way they set up the system, the way they managed it, yet and still he still won 21 contests. And when it ended, they really had no real plan, the DNC or Hillary's campaign, to honestly, earnestly win those voters back. And so I wrote an op-ed then saying, hey, after this election, I don't want to be a part of the Democratic Party ever again. And that still holds for me. Like, I don't want anything to do with what they're doing. Obviously, Bernie and others, and even myself, are promoting them appointing Keith Ellison. And that would be something that could win someone like me and a lot of other people back. If they put Howard Dean as the head of the DNC, I don't want anything to do with that. I don't want anything to do. Howard did many ugly things during the campaign. He said ugly stuff. He's deeply cozy with lobbyists and others, and he's very problematic. And so it's a test. Are they going to try to go to the future, or are they going to continue doing the same things they've always been doing? Congressman Keith Ellison represents what I think could be a new Democratic Party.
Yeah.
He's truly progressive. He's close with Bernie in the campaign. He understands all these issues we just talked about.
Yeah.
The Dakota Access Pipeline, the issues in Flint with water and others, the fight for 15. As a practicing Muslim, he deeply cares about issues of xenophobia and other things. So it's a rare opportunity that Democrats have to win people back who basically right now feel like giving them the middle finger.
Yeah.
And I feel like they put us all in grave danger by this foolish campaign that they ran.
Yeah.
And so we'll see. They're going to have to make those decisions very quickly. I think we've seen the end of the Clinton era. But now people are already floating out that they want Chelsea Clinton to run for Congress. And it's like, I read that article today, and that's her business and that's her decision. But they are clearly insistent on keeping the Clintons in politics, the establishment in politics, no matter what.
Well, nothing would be more representative of the DNC if they lose to a candidate who you attach any of those scandals on any other real candidate, and they would probably be impeached. Any other president or anyone else in the world who would have said or did anything that Donald Trump has done, they would have been impeached or lost their power. And the DNC lost to him. That's how hard. You need to really understand that they lost to that candidate. But it would be very much like the DNC if they just played that off and just went forward with their same old agenda. But
they might do it.
They will try, but I'm a little bit more optimistic to that. I think that Bernie Sanders' revolution was always greater than this election.
Sure.
I think that it was always greater than this. Like Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, Ellison, these are the type of people that are going to represent what I would hope the DNC will be going forward. These are the type of people that represent the Democratic Party. I did a full video. I was almost at night rocking myself to sleep when I thought that Hillary Clinton was going to be in charge, with the hope that Elizabeth Warren would maybe be Secretary of Treasury, maybe would be in a position where she could really uphold some of her fantastic political skills and her great knowledge.
We were talking about, just a few weeks ago, the thought was, if Hillary wins and Democrats take the Senate, that Bernie Sanders is going to be in charge of the Budget Committee. Instead, he's not.
Yeah.
She's not. We will not have Elizabeth Warren in this administration. Instead, they're talking about Chris Christie and Rudy Giuliani, and we're talking about Sheriff David Clark from Milwaukee and Sheriff Joe from Phoenix and Ben Carson, Sarah Palin. Like, they are legitimately talking about having a cabinet position for Sarah Palin.
Yeah.
And so it is legitimately terrifying.
Yeah.
That instead of it being Cory Booker and Elizabeth Warren or who else, that we're talking about this other cast of characters.
It was always broader for me, as much as it was like Donald Trump was enough to scare people. It was always broader for me. I always look at things, take a step back and think, okay, this is a mouthpiece.
Sure.
What's behind the mouthpiece, right? What's behind? Is it Paul Ryan, is it the speaker, who took a step back, I think very strategically, to allow him to do what he had to do, and then he's going to come back in and uphold very similar values. Don't think that that's any different. But it's the building of the cabinet around him, the Chris Christies, the Rudy Giulianis of the world, the Mike Pence, who's petrifying enough for me for his values on the people of the LGBT community. So these are all scary thoughts, but I wanted to get back to what we discussed, and I think there's a possibility we might disagree. I think I might have worded it a little different, but it's how do we address those that are, and I know them in numbers, they've coming out that they are not racist, not xenophobic, not sexist, that they just voted for a candidate that they felt upheld their best possible chance at a better future for them. Maybe it's someone who's been through some hard times in the middle class and want to look to maybe get jobs back, as Donald Trump has vocalized, and as Trump's recent statements, he's going to get rid of the TPP. Maybe it's someone that's, again, tired of the establishment, tired of these.
Even that was Donald very smartly understanding that was something points. Bernie did well, and that Hillary could not do well convincingly, and so he began to parrot those pain points, those pressure points. Well, of course, I believe that there are millions of Americans who are struggling. Like, I come from rural Kentucky, a small factory town. My mother worked in a light bulb factory there for 45 years. Both of my grandparents worked in a factory as well for their entire lives. My uncles and cousins live deep in rural Kentucky, and they worked in coal mines for most of their lives. And so I understand what people feel when jobs are lost, when the economy has tanked and they're struggling. I understand what it's like for their health insurance prices to be sky high. All of that is definitely true, and millions of Americans are absolutely experiencing the pain that Donald Trump talks about. But for me, it is also true that you could not have voted for him and been unaware of how deeply he had offended and created policies that were offensive and toward women and Muslims and African Americans and other people of color and immigrants. Because we have the longest campaigns in the United States, in the world. Yeah. And most people don't even understand that around the world, campaigns often tend to be 2 to 3 months. And, we're talking about an 18-month, almost 2-year-long campaign. And you could not have voted for him and been unaware of the support that he got from white supremacists and why that support existed. It was widely reported. And for me, if you voted for him, in spite of all of those things, it was a vote understanding, yes, I know that he will probably be problematic for these 10 groups of people, but I am choosing to support him anyway. And when people choose to do that, they are choosing to throw those other people under the bus for their own best interests. Yeah. And I have a problem with that. And so it may be, that person may be able to say, Sean, I am not a bigot. I am not a xenophobe. I am not a sexist. But when you cast your vote for a man who is all of those things, it causes me to question, while you may not be bigoted, you're also not against it. You may not hate Muslims, but you sure aren't for them and for their protection. You may not be sexist, or you may not understand that you're sexist, but you damn sure aren't for the protection of women. Yeah. And you voted for him. So a lot of people very conveniently have found ways to say, but I'm not A, B, C, D, or E. You know me. Yeah. But when you cast your vote for him, it means something painful. So, case in point, this was the first heartbreaking personal moment that I had after the election. In high school, and I grew up in a town called Versailles, Kentucky. And there was a teacher that I had there, sweetest white woman who who loved me and helped protect me from a lot of bigotry and racism there in the school. I don't know why she felt the need to write me and tell me, but she wrote me and told me the following day that she had voted for Donald Trump. And I need people to understand how I felt. Like, I have known this lady now, I'm 37, I've known her for 22 years. I immediately unfriended her on Facebook. I personally do not trust anyone who voted for Donald Trump. I don't trust you. I don't trust you personally. I told her, I said, are you aware that the CEO of Donald Trump's campaign, Steve Bannon, has personally led attacks against me for 2 years? I said, were you aware of that? And she basically said yes. And I said, well, at the point in which you claim to love me, but vote for a man whose CEO hates me, we can't be friends. Yeah. And so, for a lot of us, we are faced with the reality that if you support someone who stands for what he stands for, other people might not understand it. I can't be friends with you.
No,
and that's my. Those are my personal decisions.
No, I understand. I understand that completely. I'm with everything that you're saying. My discrepancy is the treatment of those people who have acknowledged that they voted for Donald Trump. They don't personally stand by all those things, but they voted them, whether it be for their own agenda. They maybe are taxed too much, or they don't have enough jobs. Like, I don't think we get any. I don't think we make any sort of strides as a society if we condemn them. What I think we make strides as a society, because we have proven that this divide is just mind-boggling. It's the most divided this country's been in a long time. So my plan in place for whenever I talk to anyone that comes up to me, and I've talked to many that say, I'm a Republican, I'm not against immigrants. I'm an immigrant right here, right now. I'm an immigrant in this country. So I feel injustices. I'm not going to, by any means, put myself in the same category as someone that's going to face the injustices.
Yeah, because Donald Trump's problems, we know, are not really with immigrants, because he marries them.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's not even a joke.
It's
just
white
true.
Immigrants.
His problem is with immigrants of color, particularly if they're from particular locations. And that's what he's even said. Like, so I get that. And I'm thankful that there are people like you who, see, we all don't need to be doing this the same way. Absolutely. And so I'm grateful that there are people like you who say, hey, I'm going to try to be a bridge and to people in a way that helps build that bridge. That's not the route I'm going to take. Yeah. Like, now I am completely against physically attacking anybody. Yeah. I'm completely against any physical violence against people because of who they voted for. Like, I despise that in any way. I use the phrase from Dr. King all the time that injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. And I believe that. I live that out. Deep, ugly insults, those, like, I'm against that. However, I have a problem with someone who says, I love immigrants, but I voted for Donald Trump. When it's like when an abusive spouse says, I know what I did to you, but I love you. Yeah. And it's, and there's a phrase we use that says, love is a verb. Love is what you show, it's what you live. Mm-hmm. And and so I think there's this passive nature of people saying, well, I don't actively hate these people, but don't tell me you love them.
No.
You don't love immigrants, you don't love people of color, not you. You don't, and I hear that. And what people, it's easy for that to come out of your mouth. And what it almost always tells me is what we just said. You probably are in deep relationships with immigrants who are terrified right now. Mm-hmm. You probably are not in deep relationships with people of color who are terrified because Donald Trump has said he wants a national policy on stop and frisk. Mm-hmm. He wants to federalize racial profiling. Mm-hmm. And so when you never are going to be the recipient of that, it's really easy to say, hey, I voted for him because of trade and jobs. I don't buy it.
No.
And
but the only thing that I'm trying to find this understanding is just as you have done, I'm watching this back and forth, and I don't think it's going to get any sort of progress made. I think that the more we protest, it's necessary. The more we vocalize our outrage at these things is necessary. But I want to hold Republicans accountable that if they believe that they didn't vote specifically for those things, then they have an obligation. That if they see any Republican fellow to them that actually upholds this is where I differ from a lot of people, is that they have an obligation to uphold their values. And this is what I'm going to talk about, Sean, is I think that in this country, American citizens are at times oblivious to how much your political outlook shapes your whole life from the moment you're raised. It's to the point that it's like a religion. So when you're raised Catholic, and then all of a sudden that Catholicism that you're raised doesn't stand for the very similar beliefs that what you are raised on, they start to maybe hate different groups, and they start to condemn others and scapegoat. It's very hard to bring yourself when then that's all you know. And Fox News is your news, and CNN is your news. There's no place that you can go to get neutral news in this country. It's like you need to go, unless you're reading newspapers, unless you're getting understanding, is that it's fueled by bias. It's left or it's right. So what I'm saying is these people that are raised on these values, they don't know any better. So when they see a candidate like Donald Trump, and he upholds all these things that they don't necessarily believe in, and they probably, a lot of them don't like, but again, their mindset doesn't work in a way that they can understand that they can vote for another party, because it's almost like you're betraying everything that you know. So I think that there's such a fundamental problem in this country where people start to they really don't realize that there is some sort of middle ground. There can be some way to take even some policies that you understand from a Republican Party and potentially get them upheld whilst upholding really progressive values that actually benefit human beings more so than anything else. And I think the only way you start to get that middle ground is by making a connection and starting to understand that you may be a Republican who understands this, but you have a right now, if you voted for this man in charge who, by the way, if this is before the election, I'm going to try and change as many votes as I can. But the election's happened. It's 4 years now. And I think if we keep this back and forth, there's going to be more bloodshed. It's going to be a horrible place, even more so horrible than we imagine. So I think Republicans have an important job. Right-wing conservatives who voted for this have an important job to condemn these acts. They see any sort of violence that upholds anything that Donald Trump has stood by, or the scapegoating. They're just, if they didn't vote for that, then they should be coming out and condemning it.
We'll see. I mean, we should hold them responsible to the values that they claim they
voted
have.
For.
But my problem with that is that's really something you particularly do before the election. Like, you pick the candidate that represents your values. And now that he is about to be inaugurated, I'm not saying it's too late to be a critic, or it's too late to. How do you hold, as a Republican, how do you hold him accountable when he has the power of the Oval Office? Like, it's been very difficult for progressives and liberals to hold Barack Obama accountable in any meaningful way, to say, hey, we thought you were going to do A, B, or C. That's been a very difficult thing to do. It's going to be just as hard with Donald Trump. And so, we need bridge builders, and we need people to keep like all lines of communication open. But I'm not there yet. Yeah, not at all.
I'm not expecting you to be. I just think that there's the power of perception is something that people need to understand is such a useful tool when it comes to stuff like this, because you need to. What I felt my job was as soon as I came to this country and I understood the prejudice is, for the first 2 years, I think, when I started to really understand the different problems that people face in this country based on the colour of their skin, based on their ethnicity, it was my job, and I say this every time I'm on the platform, to listen and only listen.
Sure, man.
Like, don't judge anyone when I don't understand it. And the same thing comes out is, it's a conflict, because when I come out and say that I need to start helping and try to bridge this gap and try to really, now that we're in this predicament, I think that there is some right in saying that we need to find out ways that we can try to batten down the hatches and really try and get through this. At the same time as, yes, I agree with people that need to protest it, because I think that it is something so disgraceful that you have to protest. But I made it my duty to listen, and I would love, at times I would love if more white people in this country really just tried to listen. I think that there is a problem. At the same time as if we start to listen a little bit more, I think we would really help in moving forward. But I think that it's so necessary that we have organizations at the grassroots level moving up that try to educate those on what's going on in the world to really push forward, and that's what I wanted to get into my next conversation is Black Lives Matter. I've did countless videos debunking all lives matter. I think it's the most atrocious thing that has ever really come out as a way to silence those that have spent their full lives being silenced. That's all it was, is a reminder that your voice doesn't matter. So I'm completely with the Black Lives Matter movement and everything it stands for. Where does it go in a Trump presidency?
Well, I think in a lot of ways, and thanks for asking that question, and I think in a lot of ways, Donald Trump was elected in response to America's first black president. That if you never had Barack Obama elected, I don't see any, like I'm a historian by trade and training, and that's, my bachelor's and advanced degrees are in history, and so I don't see any path to the presidency for Donald Trump if you don't have Barack Obama. That he is a direct response. His political entry into this country was really as a birther questioning the citizenship and legitimacy of President Obama. And so you don't have Donald Trump without Barack Obama. And I'm also not even sure that you have Donald Trump without Black Lives Matter. I think that in a lot of ways, he is a response from white America to the first black president and what is in essence the modern day civil rights movement. And so what you always see after a great innovation, be it after the Civil War, after Reconstruction in America, after the Civil Rights Movement, you always see a dangerous swing of the pendulum in another direction, where after the Civil Rights Movement and Black Power movement, you go from John F. Kennedy, Lyndon Johnson, and then this hope that Americans had in Robert Kennedy before he was assassinated, to Richard Nixon. And so you see